Chapter 573. Ambitions of Great Magnitude. Yang Shun gazed intently at Li Qing, acknowledging, albeit momentarily, a flicker of temptation. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. The inherent dangers were starkly apparent to this erudite scholar, who had witnessed much in his lifetime. With a father serving as the chief minister of the cabinet, wielding considerable power, and being well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, how could he allow Li Qing's words to reshape his convictions? Your Excellency, I advise you to reconsider, Yang Shun stated firmly. There is still time to withdraw. Your ideals are overly optimistic. Li Qing, with a hint of resignation, replied, in truth, you two have not traversed the breadth of experience. Yang Shun was taken aback. At that moment, however, he was indifferent to the jibe, preoccupied with persuading Li Qing to abandon a path that seemed destined for failure. Drawing a deep breath, he continued, I cannot fathom why you exhibit such naivety. I recognize the difficulty in swaying your thoughts, yet matters concerning the eternal legacy of the Ming Dynasty compel me to speak out. Li Qing interjected, your time is limited. Yang Shun countered, I could refrain from voicing these thoughts. My intention is not merely to engage in dialogue, but to express my genuine concerns. Yang Shun's resolve was unwavering, and he interrupted, I apologize for disappointing you, but I cannot empathize, and I harbor considerable aversion to your stance. Li Qing did not press further, simply stating, the tide of the times surges relentlessly. No one can halt it. Not you, not the ministers, not even the emperor. Yet you believe you can? I cannot either. Yang Shun, weary, shut his eyes. Li Qing smiled, saying, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Ignoring the fluctuations of water inevitably leads to disaster. As a true Confucian, you must grasp this principle. To consider the populace as ignorant and to believe they should remain so is fundamentally flawed. Even the teachings of the sages cannot be applied rigidly to governance. Yang Shun replied, the hearts of the people are as profound as water, and their movements are as chaotic as smoke. This is a truth you ought to comprehend. Li Qing was rendered speechless. Alas, you speak rightly. I have indeed been somewhat juvenile. Yang Shun's heart leapt with hope. Has your Excellency reconsidered? Not quite. What I meant to convey is that I have been somewhat naive regarding the alteration of your perspective. Li Qing sighed. Initially, I intended for you to enlighten Shen Lian. Yet it seems even you are beyond persuasion. You are correct. I have been overly presumptuous. Alas, change is indeed arduous. Yang Shun fell silent. For a considerable time, Li Qing found himself without words. After a lengthy pause, Yang Shun inquired, will your Excellency still attend to my health? Of course, Li Qing affirmed. Though our paths diverge, we are both striving, in our own ways, for the welfare of the nation. I would not direct my ire towards you. With a heavy sigh, Yang Shun responded, this matter truly eludes my comprehension. Then do not understand. Why force it? Li Qing laughed lightly. Over the past 11 dynasties, many have failed to grasp my intentions. I have grown accustomed to it. Yang Shun felt a wave of melancholy. Reason told him that Li Qing was misguided. Yet he found it hard to bear the thought of dismissing someone so dedicated to the nation's welfare. For a century and a half, the state had nurtured scholars, a resonant slogan from his past opposition to the emperor. Yet, Li Qing embodied that very slogan, a genuine practitioner laboring for the nation for a century and a half. Yang Shun exhaled slowly, inquiring, are you planning to commence from Jiangnan, sir? As a subject of the Ming Dynasty, Yang Shun found himself unable to pursue this topic further. Thus addressing him as sir, adopting the stance of a confidant. Li Qing nodded. Jiangnan is the most affluent region, and the populace possesses a robust capacity to embrace new ideas. But what of the future emperor? What of the court? And what of yourself, Yang Shun? He asked in succession. Li Qing offered no response, merely stating, such musings are futile, for you are destined not to witness them, and I am not omniscient. Yang Shun sighed bitterly. I had hoped you might at least sketch a glimpse of the future, yet it appears even you lack confidence? The term confidence felt too nebulous. For me, the right course necessitates diligent effort. Indeed, reflecting upon the past, which endeavor has ever been smooth and untroubled. Li Qing chuckled lightly. No matter. You need not force yourself out of obligation. Yang Shun sighed again, saying, in terms of knowledge and perspective, I naturally fall short of you. Yet this undertaking seems excessively reckless. Should it spiral out of control, it would not be a matter easily remedied. Li Qing smiled. I understand your concerns, compared to me. You have indeed not experienced or seen as much. But let us not dwell on this. Come, Allow me to take your pulse. Let us postpone for today, as your emotions seem too unsettled, which may affect the Marquis's judgment, Yang Shen remarked. Very well, then let us defer to another day, Li Qing replied, stretching and rising. I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. I will take a stroll. No need to see me off. Tend to your affairs. Yang Shen stood, saying, Do take care, sir. The quaint charm of Suzhou exceeds that of Jinling, for Jinling still retains the presence of Yingtian Prefecture, while the political atmosphere here is particularly subdued, truly embodying the essence of misty Jiangnan. Within the city of Suzhou, an air of refinement pervades. Even garments fashioned from the same fabric appear exceptionally tasteful on the locals, not merely due to fashion trends, but also owing to their innate grace. From individuals to the prevailing societal ethos, there exists an air of understated luxury. As summer wanes into early autumn, the oppressive heat diminishes significantly. Strolling through the streets, one can fully immerse in the rich ambience of the Jiangnan water towns. The experience vastly superior to that in the capital. The scenery is delightful, the atmosphere inviting, and the cuisine delectable. The hairy crabs from Yangqing Lake are exquisite, and dompa pork is rich yet not greasy, which Li Qing savored thoroughly. After indulging in 3 days of exploration, Li Qing finally commenced Yang Shen's rehabilitation. Acupuncture, medicinal stones, and vital energy. Li Qing executed the entire process with remarkable ease. Yang Shen's condition visibly improved. His complexion became more vibrant, his speech gained strength, and his spirit was uplifted, perhaps out of gratitude, or perhaps fueled by his own aspirations. Yang Shen frequently took advantage of the recuperative intervals to seek Li Qing's insights on the positive aspects of popular governance. Li Qing, unreserved, addressed each of his queries. Gradually, Yang Shen's initial resistance waned, and he ceased urging Li Qing to abandon his ambitions, instead advising him to temper his impatience. Asserting that the delegation of civil rights should not be rushed, for if circumstances were to change, the retraction of such rights should be executed with caution. Li Qing typically responded with a simple, I am aware of my own mind. Yang Shen felt quite uneasy. As time flowed by, autumn arrived, and with it, the season deepened. Yang Shen's health regimen reached a temporary conclusion, and simultaneously, news of the imperial court's policies unfolded in succession. The expansion of southern Jili, the division of Huguang into northern and southern regions, the construction of railways, and the placement of Hanlin scholars in local educational roles, alongside the formal incorporation of scientific examinations into the imperial exams, all but the division of southern Jili had taken effect. It could be said that it was a time of great promise. I shall take my leave, Li Qing announced. During this time, simply pay attention to your diet and daily routine. Continue with the nourishing medicine for another month, and you may cease thereafter. There is nothing else particularly concerning. Just maintain a positive mindset. Yang Shen nodded in agreement. Li Qing took a deep breath and said with utmost formality, Farewell. Yang Shen paused momentarily before responding. When Shen Lian arrives, I shall reveal some matters to him, but only in part. If I were to divulge everything, it would likely backfire. That sounds excellent. Li Qing replied with a smile. Shen Lian is still youthful in temperament, and his experiences are not as rich as yours. If you find it hard to accept, he would certainly struggle even more. Just proceed with caution. If it proves unfeasible, do not hesitate to abandon it. Yang Shen offered a bitter smile and nodded, sighing. Before this, I truly did not foresee the profound implications of the Suzhou daily. Perhaps I have been rather shallow. Li Qing responded, Someone must take action. You may choose not to, and that is not a fault. However, I cannot afford that luxury. I must act. Even a sage is but a mortal, not a deity. Yang Shen replied earnestly, You need not place such immense pressure upon yourself. You have done more than enough. Li Qing gently shook his head. Ignorance is no excuse. I am not ignorant. I am fully aware, yet choose inaction. Such a sin is inexcusable. For I am a prophet, Li Qing said with a jesting tone before turning away with grace. Yang Shen stood in astonishment for quite some time, then chuckled softly. Glancing at the newspaper in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. The ambitions of the Yongqing Marquis were indeed vast. Yet would they truly come to fruition? If not, what then? And if they did, what would become of the Yongqing Marquis? Yang Shen murmured to himself, finding no answers, as he could neither see nor imagine the outcomes. All that remained was to wish Li Qing good fortune and pray for a future where the verdant hills endure. Outside Wuxian City, Li Qing returned to a familiar place. Before the small courtyard, The signboard of Peach Blossom Temple hung askew, seemingly on the verge of falling. Coated in dust, with the characters barely legible. The lock on the door was rusted beyond recognition. Lacking a key, Li Qing could only leap over the courtyard wall. Having not visited in many years, the once precarious dilapidated house had now fully collapsed, with only a few stubborn walls still standing, though they could hardly be called walls. Merely a earthen mound less than a meter high. A gust of wind stirred the crumbled earth, obscuring one's vision. Li Qing felt no sorrow for the stories of the past, yet the weathered earth, eroded by time, struck him with a profound sense of loss. In that moment, time itself became a tangible knife. The small courtyard was overgrown with wild grass, and the resting place of Tang Bohu fared slightly better, though it too was suffocated by vegetation, just less dense and not as tall. The two peach trees had lost their former vitality. It was unclear if their time had simply run out or if nutrients had been drained by the weeds, yet they appeared to be nearing their end. Before the gravestone, the offerings, battered by sun and rain, were barely recognizable, with only the bowls and plates remaining intact. It seems that the last time the Tang family visited the gravesite was during the Qingming festival. Li Qing slowly crouched down, gently caressing the gravestone he had carved himself, inscribed with the words Tomb of Tang Jiyuan. Fortunately, the inscription was not merely etched onto the stone. The characters remained distinctly visible, significantly resisting the ravages of time. If one were to speak of regrets, it would be hard to find any. Perhaps only the timing of the visit was amiss, for the chance to scatter peach blossoms was lost. Chapter 574. Bathed in the tide, Li Qing procured offerings, paid homage to his old friend, cleared the weeds in the courtyard, and watered the two peach trees, nourishing them with fertilizer. Whether they could spring back to life from their withered state remained uncertain to him. After a few days at the Peach Blossom Monastery, he took his leave. By now, he had grown accustomed to the change. Upon departing from Wu County, Li Qing ventured to Qiantang County to visit another old acquaintance. Compared to Tang Bohu, Yu Qian was far more fortunate. He had descendants, thriving progeny, and thus did not share the same desolation as Tang Bohu. Perhaps due to the long separation, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he eventually spoke of the state affairs and the current transformations in the Ming Dynasty. Given the ancestral burial grounds of the Yu family, Li Qing refrained from lingering, departing after midnight. The Qiantang River was currently in its prime season for tide watching. Along the shore, there were a considerable number of spectators. Men and women combined numbered no less than 200, and small vendors were selling breakfast. Li Qing bought some food, eating while blending into the crowd. Naturally sociable, he could strike up a conversation with anyone. His handsome appearance drew the attention of many young women, who frequently glanced his way. Li Qing returned their gazes with a smile, causing some to blush, while a few bold ones met his eyes with courage. Some even edged closer towards him. Of course, such attention inadvertently garnered him a fair share of envy. Had it not been for his silk attire and exceptional demeanor, he surely would have experienced the robust local customs firsthand. The tide is coming. The tide is coming, someone shouted. Li Qing ceased his playful banter with the girls, redirecting his focus to the waves. The tide gradually swelled, each wave rising higher than the last. The surrounding crowd remained indifferent. Clearly the tide had yet to reach its explosive peak and was still gathering momentum. Li Qing remained composed, steadfast in his observation of the tide. The waves grew increasingly tumultuous, crashing against the rocky wall, sending up sprays of water that enveloped him in a fine mist, cool and refreshing. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. Many in the crowd stepped back slightly, yet Li Qing remained immovable, thoroughly enjoying the moment. When a woman cautioned him, he merely smiled in response. A quarter of an hour later, a wave surged forth, far more powerful than before, prompting the crowd to collectively retreat, gasping in awe. Yet Li Qing stood his ground, resolute in his desire to observe the tide. Why should he retreat? With a tremendous crash, the tide surged forth, forcefully striking the rocky wall below, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. Li Qing gazed up at the cascading waves, arms outstretched, his expression one of sheer delight. Splash! Without any surprise, Li Qing found himself thoroughly drenched, resembling a soaked chicken. Whispers of mockery filled the air, with many women lamenting the unfortunate fate of one so strikingly beautiful, yet seemingly lacking in intellect. The tide surged, each wave more formidable than the last, splashing against the rocky shore with increasing fervor. 1 zhong, 2 zhong, 3 zhong. soaking Li Qing to the skin. Yet, an indescribable exhilaration coursed through him, prompting an uncontrollable howl that startled the onlookers, eliciting a chorus of complaints from those with fiery tempers who chastised him for his dramatic display. The women's sentiments of regret deepened. How tragic it was for such a visage to belong to a fool. Li Qing reveled in the tumultuous waves of the Qiantang, immersed in the vigor of the Ming Dynasty, and enveloped in the currents of the era. The waves, fierce and awe-inspiring, evoked a sense of trepidation. Yet Li Qing faced them with unwavering composure. Eventually, as the tide receded and the river regained its tranquility, the clouds parted to reveal the sun, casting shimmering reflections upon the water. Li Qing could not help but laugh heartily as he departed, heedless of the judgmental glances cast his way. With the arrival of late autumn, the Jiangnan region took on a desolate air, the charm of the water town dulled by the season. Li Qing journeyed northward to Tianjin and then to the capital, yet he did not enter the palace nor announced his presence in the city. He observed the construction of railways and the Royal Academy of Sciences, finding great delight in the nation's infrastructure developments. As winter set in, with the winter solstice bringing heavy snowfall, the world appeared even more desolate. However, the sight of hundreds working tirelessly and thousands laying roads infused the atmosphere with a vibrant semblance of spring. Li Qing, savoring his food from a distance, found joy in the bustling activity, realizing that the tide of the times surged even more vigorously than that of the Qiantang. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Labakanji, and the new year was fast approaching. Li Qing ceased his wandering, making his way to Jinling just before the 37th year of the Jiajing era, intending to spend the new year with the younger generation before indulging in leisurely explorations of mountains and waters to unwind. Word of Li Qing's return reached Zhu Hozhao, and soon everyone knew. Li Shui'er, Li Xian, Zhu Hozhao, Li Xiaobao, and Zhu Zai welcomed a new member this year, Li Yingying. Consequently, Li Qing felt compelled to prepare an additional red envelope, for a larger gathering promised to be more festive. Having suffered from a stomach upset and frequent trips to the restroom, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to meet his writing obligations. He resolved to revisit the task after a good night's rest. Chapter 575. Beneath the rods, filial sons arise. Li Yingying gazed at Li Qing, who paused in silence before offering a slight nod. Did this signify the approval of Tianzu? Approval for what? For a prolonged stay in Jinling. Li Qing shook his head, stating, "I shall not linger in Jinling." Zhu Hozhao, unable to bear it, interjected, "Li Qing, this is excessive. What business do you have if you do not reside in Jinling?" Li Qing replied, "I can only attend to Shaoshuer and will not remain here. Your presence or absence here does not guarantee the concealment of your secrets," Zhu Hozhao remarked. "What is destined to come will inevitably arrive." Li Qing responded, "Then I must ask you all to present me in a less favorable light when the time comes, so that they do not harbor any illusions about me. I shall not concern myself with anyone." Zhu Hozhao, Zhu Zairu inquired, "Sir, how long can you stay this time?" After the new year, Zhu Zairu hesitated. "You just mentioned balancing matters, but I did not imply anything immediate." Noticing the young couple's despondence, Zhu Hozhao felt a desire to indulge, yet Li Qing remarked indifferently, "Is it not possible that I do not possess the compassionate heart you imagine?" Li Qing continued, "I am not a benevolent elder. My kindness towards you is akin to my affection for charming cats and dogs, merely a fondness, nothing more." The trio fell silent. Such words were undeniably hurtful. However, Li Qing found no alternative. If not, they would all become perpetual infants, which was untenable. "Do not harbor unrealistic fantasies about me. I aspire only to be a good person, never a good parent or elder. Whether surnamed Zhu or Li, you ought not to take yourselves too seriously in my presence." Li Qing stated calmly, "You are not my progeny. I have already extended my compassion to the fullest. Should I desire to leave descendants, I could do so at any time. My decision against procreation stems from inconvenience, and yet you still trouble me. How absurd." Zhu Hozhao mumbled, "Isn't that somewhat hurtful?" Li Qing replied impassively, "If I give, you must graciously accept. If I withhold, you cannot demand. You two have placed undue pressure on me, truly spoiled." As the water boiled, Li Qing pointed at Li Yingying, commanding, "You, brew the tea," then gestured towards Zhu Zairu. "The kitchen has vegetables. Go select some. If you find it cold, bring them here to prepare. Do you expect me to serve you? Day after day, I have become a mere housekeeper, overwhelmed by your ingratitude." Zhu Hozhao quickly coughed, propping himself on a cane while lamenting, I am growing old and becoming useless. Li Qing, expressionless, retracted her hand and retorted, pay attention. Understood. He replied. This outburst significantly lightened Li Qing's spirits. Great ancestor, please enjoy your tea, Li Ying timidly offered. Li Qing accepted it, blowing on the surface before taking a sip, and stated, you should also go prepare the vegetables. Ying does not know how, she replied. Do you not know how to learn? Yes. The young couple, each sitting on a small stool, obediently complied. Li Qing turned to Zhu Hozhao. What can you do? She coldly reprimanded. Stay quietly. If you continue with your frivolous chatter, I shall be forced to discipline you. Zhu Hozhao nodded obediently. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. When Li Qing was angry, she truly could discipline him. Li Qing surveyed the scene, observing each one behaving like docile kittens, diligent in their tasks while others remained silent. Clearly, they had become spoiled. Only under firm guidance could filial piety emerge. Having expressed her sentiments, she took the teapot in one hand and the teacup in the other, grumbling as she headed to the study. As soon as Li Qing left, Zhu Hozhao reverted to his authoritative demeanor. You all, look at how you've vexed Li Qing. Truly, there is no sense of decorum. He pointed at the young couple. Is that how one speaks to one's elder? Really, I am incensed. The young couple felt indignant, thinking, clearly, all three of us are to blame. Yet you absolve yourself so easily. Ultimately, who bears the greater responsibility? Zhu Zaiqi could not help but exclaim, Uncle, this is quite unreasonable. The gentleman is more irate because of you. Zhu Hozhao retorted, you speak nonsense. The tenuous bond between uncle and nephew shattered in an instant. When Li Shuer and Li Xiaobao arrived, they found only 3 people present. Xiaobao curiously inquired, is great-grandfather not home? He is in the study. Zhu Hozhao replied with a grunt. Little one, do not blame your grandpa Zhu for not warning you. His mood is quite poor at the moment, so it would be wise not to provoke him. Li Shuer furrowed her brow and asked, why is he in a foul mood? Have you been spouting nonsense again? Dear aunt, such words are truly hurtful, Zhu Hozhao countered. Isn't it due to you that he is upset? Because of me? Li Shuer paused in surprise and then realized, exclaiming, who asked you to act on my behalf? Did I give you my consent? Zhu Hozhao was taken aback. He then adeptly shifted his allegiance, addressing the young couple. See, our heartfelt intentions have turned into mere folly. The couple remained silent. Xiaobao, quick-witted, immediately sensed the tension and slipped away to the adjacent study. Great-grandfather, are you truly angry with Grandpa Zhu? No, just somewhat annoyed, Li Qing replied, setting aside his book. He wanted to lift the little one onto his lap, but noticed Xiaobao had grown taller. Instead, he gestured towards the desk opposite him. Sit. Xiaobao nodded and took a seat. Li Qing continued, Great-grandfather has ample time, but it is divided among many responsibilities. I cannot fully attend to the Li family. In the future, when you grow up and inherit the title of Yongqing Marquis, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the family head. Xiaobao earnestly replied, Great-grandfather, do not worry. I will not disappoint you. It is not only you, but the entire Li family, including your descendants, Li Qing elaborated. The title of Yongqing Marquis and the Marquisate are yours to cherish. Live your lives well, and remember to embody the spirit of helping others when you prosper. The young boy, wise beyond his years and influenced by Grandpa Zhu's teachings, immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind Li Qing's words. Great-grandfather, are you intending to sever ties with the Li family in the future? One might say that, Li Qing responded. Every generation has its own fortune, and my connection with the Li family should come to an end. Xiaobao, taken aback, asked why. It is troublesome. The little one felt a pang of sadness and asked, will you still come to see me? Li Qing smiled and nodded, yes. Will it be forever? Li Qing remained silent for a long while before slowly replying. Only for your generation. I see, the little one said, feeling somewhat disheartened yet not utterly crushed. He pressed on, what about Grandpa and Great-aunt? Will you still take care of them? Li Qing nodded. Xiaobao understood. The little one sighed like an adult, realizing that his great-grandfather's decision made sense. The Li family was too small to warrant his attention, and they were well established enough to manage without him. Li Qing beamed with delight, chuckling softly. You are indeed a clever child. Xiaobao, for the first time receiving praise, felt a mix of emotions and asked, you will always be my great-grandfather, right? Li Qing smiled and nodded. Yes. Xiaobao scratched his head and forced a smile, asking, Great-grandfather, will you leave after the new year? After the Lantern Festival, I shall depart. Li Qing replied. Where will you go? Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, I will remain in the Ming Dynasty for the next year, after which I plan to embark on a journey across the seas. To Jiaoji? He inquired. Li Qing shook his head slightly, replying, Jiaoji is merely a stopover. Not my destination. This time, I aim to travel to distant lands overseas. Is it to the Franks? Xiaobao asked, recalling that his great-aunt had mentioned that Li Qing once journeyed there with Tang Bohu. Is it an enjoyable place? Li Qing reflected for a moment and replied, it cannot be said to be particularly enjoyable. Compared to the Ming, it is rather ordinary, though it does possess a sense of novelty, given the significant cultural differences. So, you are indeed going to the Franks? Xiaobao queried again. Not exactly, Li Qing responded. Then where are you headed? Xiaobao asked with curiosity. Li Qing chuckled. What? Do you wish to accompany me? Xiaobao pouted and muttered. Even if I wanted to go, you wouldn't take me along. Li Qing laughed heartily, praising, your cleverness is truly delightful. The little one looked despondent and asked, will you be going alone? Not necessarily, Li Qing replied. Xiaobao was taken aback and blurted out, are you bringing great-aunt along? Shoo. Li Qing gestured for silence. Just keep this between us. Do not speak of it to others. Xiaobao quickly covered his mouth. Then, after a moment, asked softly, when might that be? Li Qing, amused, replied, why are you so curious if you're not coming with me? Come on, just tell me. The little one said with a grin, I would be the only one who knows, and that makes me happy. After some contemplation, Li Qing said, if all goes well, it will be before winter next year. If not, then late spring the year after. All right, good. Remember to keep it a secret. A secret, a secret. Xiaobao grinned widely, his big eyes sparkling. Li Qing stretched lazily and stood up, saying, I must leave. There are several mouths waiting for me. Xiaobao followed him out of the study and into the main hall. Upon seeing Li Qing enter, Li Ying hurriedly said, the vegetables are prepared. Zhu Zili added, the meat is also cut. It's all in the eastern kitchen. Zhu Hozhao, looking rather earnest, kept fiddling with his cane. It was indeed necessary to discipline where needed. Li Qing nodded slightly and turned to say, go tend to the kitchen. Yes, Zhu Zili responded as he got up to follow. Xiaobao cheerfully approached Zhu Hozhao and sat beside him, cheerfully remarking, Grandpa Zhu, you seem to have something on your mind? Zhu Hozhao replied coldly, being idle is boring. It's quite nice to scold children to relieve some boredom. Great-aunt, save me, he added. Enough, Li Shuer said irritably. Must you be struck before you behave? Zhu Hozhao replied, exactly. Indeed, I'm talking about you, Li Shuer scolded. Who told you to act on your own? If you dare to do this again for my sake, just see if I want to deal with you. You are just like your mother, he muttered. What are you mumbling about? Zhu Hozhao asked, feigning innocence. Fearing collateral damage, Li Ying quickly chimed in. Ying will help too. Go, go, Xiaobao said, sounding like a little adult. Li Shuer shot him a sidelong glance, displeased. You seem to enjoy smiling a lot. Indeed, great-aunt, the little one blinked. Li Shuer felt a stir in her heart and turned to Zhu Hozhao, saying, you should go help as well. Zhu Hozhao, feeling somewhat cornered, protested, at my age. Isn't it a bit rude, little aunt? Will you go or not? Li Shuer glared, dare to speak back and see what happens. I would not dare, he replied. Backing down, Zhu Hozhao sighed, lamenting the unfairness of being bullied as an elderly man. Chapter 576. All is well. Lunch consisted of 6 dishes and a soup. The flavors exquisite. The table was filled with people who dined in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Some were troubled, others secretly melancholic, while a few were in high spirits. After the meal, the young couple diligently cleared the dishes. Zhu Hozhao, having received a reprimand from Li Qing, was disinterested and left promptly after finishing his food. Before departing, he playfully flicked Xiaobao on the forehead, seeking revenge for the earlier teasing, behaving like a child. Li Bao found Zhu's behavior somewhat childish, rubbing his head and saying, Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, you two continue your conversation. I shall oversee my sister and brother-in-law. Without waiting for a response, he dashed off. Li Shuer hesitated, ultimately refraining from asking for clarification, instead diverting the conversation. Li Qing also chose not to press the matter further, instead inquiring, is the production efficiency of the tracks keeping pace? Li Shuer seemed lost in thought. As if she hadn't heard, Li Qing had to repeat himself, raising his voice. Ah, that matter? Yes, it is completely on track. The quartz railway construction has been delayed more than anticipated, and we were nearly out of storage space, but it is fully aligned now. Li Shuer collected her thoughts and added, previously, when I was in the capital with Li Xian and Xiaobao, I discussed this with the emperor. He ordered the Li family to expand production, and the factory expansion is now complete and operational. The efficiency of track production has nearly doubled compared to before. She paused, considering the court has only initiated 2 short sections of railway. At this rate of efficient track production, it will not be sufficient to utilize the full capacity. Should we consider a slight slowdown? No need. Simply ensure quality and quantity in production, and we will manage to consume all of it, Li Qing replied. The railway from Yingtianfu to Shuntianfu has yet to be constructed, so there is no concern about surplus. Li Schweder nodded slightly and asked, but this is not inexpensive. Can the emperor truly make unilateral decisions on behalf of the court? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. The current emperor wields significantly more power than Zhengde or Hongzhi, and his political acumen rivals that of Emperor Xianzong. With the crown prince now in place, the emperor's maneuverability has expanded even further. Li Schweder inquired curiously, why does having a crown prince enhance his maneuverability? Because the crown prince extends the emperor's political life, allowing him to exert control over the ministers through this relationship. Li Qing explained. Moreover, the emperor projects an air of disinterest in governance, prompting the ministers to accommodate him in hopes of enabling the crown prince to assume real authority sooner. I see, Li Schweder said, bemused. Politics is indeed fascinating. An emperor who wishes to avoid responsibility paradoxically wields greater power. Li Qing sipped his tea and remarked, in essence, politics is merely a calculation of interests and a game of strategy. While it may sound straightforward, the reality is fraught with challenges. The reign of Jiajing is no easy feat. Yet who can complain when he is the emperor? If I endure hardships, he certainly lacks the grounds to complain. Does the emperor know? Li Schweder asked, is everyone aware? Li Qing understood her implication and replied, essentially, yes, they know even more than you do. Li Schweder inquired, is it truly feasible? Li Qing did not provide an answer, merely stating that significant breakthroughs have been achieved economically and technologically, and there are signs of a turning point in societal values. Particularly in the Jiangnan region, the mass export of textiles, women's handicrafts, and cosmetics has created numerous job opportunities, allowing women to realize their economic potential. Additionally, newspapers like the Jinling Daily and Suzhou Daily have, to some extent, accelerated the exchange of information and the spread of education. Although everything is not yet in place, many of the conditions necessary for reform have been fulfilled after years of preparation. Having finally reached this point, how could one abandon the endeavor halfway? Pausing for a moment, Li Qing added that he could not guarantee the future, yet the momentum has already been established. Even if he were to withdraw, progress would continue unabated. Many shackles and constraints are destined to loosen and shatter. It's merely a matter of time. Li Schweder pondered. The soil is ready, but what about the seeds? You speak of imperial authority? It's more than just that. She continued, in this distorted era of Confucian thought. How can we reconstruct the ideology? Li Qing was taken aback. You could think of this? Li Schweder felt a flush of warmth on her face, responding somewhat defensively. I heard it from my nephew. She then spoke earnestly, among the many conditions necessary for reform. This is the most challenging and the one whose failure would pose the greatest danger. Li Qing nodded. I understand. Do you have a feasible plan? Li Qing replied. Such matters cannot be resolved with mere whimsy. One solution is insufficient. We need many approaches and several stages. It's impossible to achieve everything at once. Li Schweder slowly nodded and inquired, when do you anticipate it will formally commence? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing responded, within 20 years. Then assist me in my cultivation. With effort, I might just live to see that day, Li Schweder remarked. Li Qing replied, actually, you need not do anything. In that case, I shan't live that long, she jested. That, then, will assist your cultivation, he called out to those outside. Once you're done, head back. Subsequently, Li Qing rose and walked towards his study. The effectiveness of Li Qing's earlier reprimand became apparent, as in the days that followed. Zhu Hozhao and the young couple became much more reserved, refraining from pressuring Li Qing or instructing him in tasks. The children behaved well, and Li Qing was pleased to offer them a kind countenance. As the festive atmosphere of the new year grew stronger, warmth enveloped the household. Before long, the new year approached. With snow falling and no one falling ill, Li Qing felt a natural sense of joy. As per tradition, he observed the first sunrise of the new year, which was unremarkable, and after a couple of leisurely days, he began distributing red envelopes. One for Xiaobao, one for each of the couple, and one for Zhu Hozhao. Fairness was maintained. Engaging in snowman building and snowball fights, Li Qing joined the children, relishing in the fleeting joys of family life. After enjoying the sweet dumplings, he took his leave. The family had grown accustomed to Li Qing's swift comings and goings. Upon seeing the empty courtyard, they merely sighed before returning to their own lives. Li Qing first visited Wudong Dao and then ascended Wudong Mountain. Presumably due to his revealed identity, the operational status of Wudong Dao had markedly improved, with the younger disciples exhibiting an uplifting spirit. Wudong Mountain has not undergone significant changes. However, under the selective guidance of the Taoist practitioners, there have been some improvements, which Li Qing observed with growing ease. Concluding his journey to Wudong Mountain. It was now April of the 37th year of the Jiajing era. Li Qing continued to Taizhou, where he circled along the coastline, conducting investigations, yet found no signs of pirate incursions. He then visited the camp of Qi Jiguang, who at that moment was truly basking in the springtime of his achievements. With a firm demeanor abroad and a strong presence at home, upon seeing Li Qing, he greeted him with bows and expressions of gratitude, exclaiming that Li Qing had bestowed upon him a second spring, leaving Li Qing both amused and perplexed. "How is your military training?" Li Qing inquired. "One comes, and one is struck down. Two come, and a pair is vanquished," Qi Jiguang replied eagerly, his appetite for battle palpable. "It is a pity, though, that summer is nearly upon us, and still there is no sign of the pirates. Alas, such solitude!" Li Qing retorted with a hint of irritation. The absence of pirates should not lead to complacency. Just because they do not come in summer does not mean they will not arrive in autumn. And if autumn passes without incident, it does not guarantee peace for the coming year. We must always be prepared for battle. Qi Jiguang nodded in agreement and added, "Yu Daiyou is also set to arrive no later than June." Li Qing queried about the nature of his assignment. "The emperor has decreed that Yu Daiyou should first gain experience here. If no pirate threat is discovered, or if it proves to be minimal, he may then be dispatched to Fujian." Li Qing acknowledged, "This arrangement seems quite favorable. By the way, I have already spoken to Governor Yang Shen, so you may proceed to showcase your talents freely." "Ah, splendid!" Qi Jiguang exclaimed, brimming with combat fervor, yet lamenting the lack of real skirmishes. In truth, Li Qing shared his sentiment and remarked, "I had initially intended to assist you, but since the pirates are absent, I cannot linger for long." Qi Jiguang, puzzled, asked, "Isn't the Marquis free?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, responding, "I am not perpetually idle." "Are you returning to the capital?" "No, I am heading out to sea." Li Qing replied. Qi Jiguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you to venture into the territory of Japan to showcase your prowess?" Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head. "I shall not vie for credit regarding the pirates. I have confidence in your capabilities. My endeavors lie elsewhere." "Very well," Qi Jiguang sighed, before cheerfully adding, "I have delightful news to share with you, my lord." "What is it?" Li Qing inquired. "My wife is with child." Li Qing could not suppress a smile, thinking, "What does your wife's pregnancy signify for me?" "Congratulations," he said, retrieving a banknote worth 100 taels from his pocket. "While I shall not partake in the feast, the gift must not be scant." As for Chapter 577, the Mandarin Duck Formation, it was evident that Wang had begun to show, perhaps soon to embrace motherhood. And she was far gentler than when Li Qing had first administered his potent remedies. Qi Jiguang was positively elated, frequently boasting, "Behold, this is the status of family." Naturally, Li Qing was pleased to witness such a scene. After examining her pulse, he shared some precautions and conveyed that the difference between administering or withholding pregnancy-preserving medicine was negligible. The couple, still apprehensive, argued that caution is never misplaced, prompting Li Qing to prescribe a remedy. Wang engaged in some light conversation before retiring to rest, thus granting the two men the space to discuss matters of state. "Little Wang is becoming increasingly sensible," Li Qing noted. Qi Jiguang wore a look of relief and said, "Thanks to you, my lord. Otherwise I fear I would never be able to stand tall in her presence throughout my life." Li Qing replied, "Life is a shared journey. Do not be too harsh. One must be magnanimous, for if you do not show leniency today, how will you differ from her of the past?" "Indeed, indeed." Qi Jiguang chuckled. "What kind of man holds grudges against women? I merely wish to display my prowess before you, my lord." Li Qing was rendered speechless. Then, he steered the conversation back to the matter at hand, stating, "From the looks of it, the pirates will not be coming anytime soon, which is, after all, a good thing. We cannot wield our hammers indiscriminately, treating everyone as nails. Qin Jiguang paused, pondering, and asked, "Are you referring to the Japanese smugglers?" "Precisely," Li Qing affirmed. "Yet this, after all, infringes upon the laws of the court." Qin Jiguang hesitated. "If we turn a blind eye, I fear the court may become incensed." Li Qing took a sip of tea and said, "When trade flourishes, pirates become merchants. When trade is restricted, merchants become pirates. The Japan of today is no longer the slumbering giant resting upon its riches. The cost of extraction has risen significantly, and the court's high-priced goods are beyond reach. If we obstruct low-priced goods, we are merely pushing smugglers back into piracy." Qin Jiguang pondered for a while and nodded slightly. "Your reasoning holds great merit, my lord. But shall we simply let it be? Were there no Japanese smugglers before you arrived?" Li Qing responded. "They have always existed and have long established a vast and intricate web of interests. If you attempt to sever it forcefully, you will become a target of ire. The gentry and merchants will loathe you deeply, and the common folk will find you detestable. Moreover, it will also cause certain detriment to the interests of the court." Qin Jiguang was taken aback. Striking at Japanese smugglers could harm the court's interests? Li Qing nodded and succinctly recounted Yang Shen's arguments. Qin Jiguang fell silent for a moment, then bitterly smiled. "I had not considered this aspect. Your insights are profound, my lord." "It is not merely my insight. I have heard these from Yang Shen." Li Qing said, "You need not worry about the smugglers. If it truly reaches the emperor, it will be Governor Yang Shen who bears the responsibility." He paused, tentatively suggesting, "If you are truly uneasy, shall I draft a disclaimer for you?" "Ah, then please do write it," Qin Jiguang replied. "With a thin skin, one cannot partake. With a thick skin, one can indulge fully." Li Qing moved his hand to alleviate his troubles, and Qin Jiguang certainly wouldn't deceive him. He fetched ink and paper. Chuckling dryly, "The officialdom is perilous. May I trouble you for a talisman of safety, my lord?" Li Qing laughed heartily and promptly penned the disclaimer for Qin Jiguang. Affirming his actions, to navigate the bureaucratic realm, one must possess such qualities. Feeling awkward about this, or that ultimately leads to one's own detriment. Qin Jiguang took the disclaimer, blew on it gently, and carefully tucked it into his bosom, then grinned. "I am not a reckless man like you, Dayo. I know well what to pursue and what to relinquish." Li Qing chuckled and nodded. "That is for the best. Let it be so. Shall we share a drink?" "Not now. You should focus on your arrangements and rest early tonight." "I shall return tomorrow," Li Qing replied as he rose. Suddenly remembering something, he advised, "These times are different. Be gentle during your intimate moments." Qin Jiguang responded, "I shall see you off, my lord." The next day, when Li Qing arrived, Qin Jiguang had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Qing, he immediately remarked, "The military camp is fully prepared. We are merely awaiting your lordship's inspection. Today, I shall have the pleasure of broadening my horizons." With a hearty laugh, he gestured for Li Qing to proceed. Within the military camp, nearly 1,500 soldiers stood in formation. Some had been summoned from the garrison, while others were freshly recruited by Qin Jiguang. Their weapons varied greatly, yet their alignment was remarkably orderly, each soldier standing tall and proud. In terms of morale and spirit, they undoubtedly embodied the essence of elite troops. Li Qing nodded slightly. The garrison troops had long been disheartened, and the quality of the hastily expanded recruits was lamentably poor. It was indeed commendable that Qin Jiguang could cultivate such a commendable appearance in such a brief period. The two ascended the command platform, and Li Qing deliberately positioned himself a little further from Qin Jiguang to avoid overshadowing him. "Salute to General Qi," the soldiers shouted in unison. Qin Jiguang acknowledged their salute, and as the clamor subsided, he proclaimed loudly, "This esteemed gentleman has come from the capital today to oversee our inspection. You must all strive to perform admirably." "Yes," the soldiers responded, and Qin Jiguang nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to signal, "Commence." Instantly, over 1,000 soldiers dispersed, creating a dazzling display. In a short time, they formed various combat units, each small team configured similarly, consisting of a team leader, shield bearers, spearmen, and musketeers, 12 individuals per group. 2 shield bearers positioned themselves at the front for defense, while 2 others wielded long bamboo poles to create opportunities for offensive maneuvers. For spearmen served as the primary attackers, responsible for thrusting and killing, coordinating with the shield bearers, while 2 polearm soldiers flanked the formation, armed with broadswords to counter any close-quarters assaults from the enemy, compensating for any deficiencies in melee combat. The remaining 2 included 1 team leader to command and 1 musketeer for long-range engagements. Every individual was indispensable, contributing to a well-rounded strategy encompassing defense, disruption, mid-range assaults, close-quarters combat, command operations, and long-range attacks, 6 elements working harmoniously. From the arrangement of the battle formation alone, it was utterly flawless, deserving of the title of art. Li Qing observed intently for an extended period, unable to identify a single flaw. Any alteration, no matter how minute, would mar its perfection, either by being superfluous or revealing a weakness. 2 instruments formation. Qi Jiguang suddenly called out. The small teams immediately fanned out, transforming one unit into 2, attacking with a pincer movement while supporting each other. The team leader remained in the rear, with the musketeer positioned just behind him, maintaining their dual offensive and defensive strategy. The simple transition from 2 to 1, from 4 to 2, adapted more effectively to the independent combat style akin to guerrilla warfare. Aligning closely with the warfare tactics of Japan, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 3 talents formation. Qi Jiguang shouted once more, and the small teams again divided, all while retaining their balanced approach to offense and defense, now better suited for complex terrain scenarios. Taiji, 2 instruments, 3 talents, Li Qing murmured, contemplating for a long while before chuckling softly. You are no Taoist, yet you embody the essence of one far better than I. Qi Jiguang chuckled awkwardly. Taoism is a native doctrine of China, applicable in many domains, including military training. Pausing, he added, I, too, am inspired by your teachings. The insights stem from your martial arts treatise of your. Enough with the flattery. Li Qing laughed, shaking his head. This is your skill, and it has no bearing on me. My presence does not influence the outcome. Qi Jiguang looked puzzled. Li Qing did not offer any explanation. He simply remarked, if I am not mistaken, this must be the renowned Mandarin duck formation, correct? Qi Jiguang was taken aback. It was a name he had only recently coined, and logically, Li Qing should not have been aware of it. Sensing his thoughts, Li Qing teased, have you forgotten? I mentioned it to you on our journey to the western regions. What? Am I a prophet? Qi Jiguang chuckled helplessly, to which Li Qing responded playfully. Pray tell, esteemed prophet, is this formation truly so illustrious? Indeed, it is quite illustrious. Even someone of my limited academic prowess is aware of it. How could it not be esteemed? Li Qing laughed heartily, his gaze lingering on the countless combat teams practicing in the field. Curiously, he inquired, what are the modes of daily drills? Ah, that is something I can elaborate on. Qi Jiguang replied with a self-satisfied smile. They are primarily categorized into 3 aspects: cultivating courage, honing skills, and practicing formations, a trinity. At present, we are focusing solely on formation drills. Li Qing's gaze remained steady as he asked, and how do you practice skills? Qi Jiguang explained. In addition to familiarizing each troop with their specific duties, such as the slashing of broadswords, the thrusting of spears, and the accuracy of firearms, we also engage in weighted long-distance running, which is conducted twice daily, in the morning and evening. Li Qing nodded appreciatively. This is indeed essential. Weighted long-distance running greatly enhances physical endurance and significantly boosts the soldier's stamina. Ah, your insight is commendable, my lord. Li Qing detected an underlying message and curiously asked, is there more? Qi Jiguang scratched his head and admitted, the primary intention is to facilitate the pursuit of Japanese pirates. Li Qing was taken aback, then burst into laughter and nodded. Indeed, with such formations and tactics, facing the Japanese pirates head-on would surely lead to defeat. In the face of defeat, one must flee. After observing the drills for a while, Li Qing inquired, how do you cultivate courage? Through strict military discipline, camaraderie among soldiers, public rewards and punishments, and steadfast conviction. Even an army of 1,000,000 can be commanded as one, Qi Jiguang recounted with pride. Li Qing nodded repeatedly. I only knew of your prowess in training soldiers, but the specifics had eluded me. Today's encounter truly proves that seeing is believing. Though Qi Jiguang was confident in his military training abilities, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at Li Qing's praise. You flatter me, my lord. There is no need for humility. You deserve it. Li Qing asserted. You are of martial lineage and have been tempered by the crucible of war. You surpass those scholars who are merely enamored with military strategy by leaps and bounds. You should take the time to pen your insights and publish a military treatise. Qi Jiguang was taken aback. Publish a book? Those who came before have written, and those who come after will write. You are not illiterate. So how can you not compose a military manual? Li Qing said with a smile. Be a bit more confident. Qi Jiguang chuckled awkwardly. That would be quite boastful. Li Qing responded, if we consider the sages of old, none lacked a sense of pride within. Very well, it will merely be some scribbling. I shall require your guidance when the time comes, my lord. Li Qing smiled and nodded, continuing to observe the soldiers as they trained, their sweat glistening in the sun. Qi Jiguang also gazed with delight. Yet his heart was not as light and cheerful as Li Qing's. What troubles you? Li Qing asked gently. Qi Jiguang sighed softly. While the formation and skill practice are satisfactory, I remain unsatisfied with the cultivation of courage. Is that not good? At present, it is indeed acceptable. But when it comes to actual combat, it may well be a different story, Qi Jiguang lamented. The military has been demoralized for too long, and the hastily recruited soldiers have not seen battle in ages, lacking the necessary fierceness. Chapter 578. The hero against the Japanese pirates is not stayed, Qi Jiguang remarked. After a prolonged period without conflict, the Jiangnan region has become overly complacent. The soldiers stationed here are scarcely better than the farmers, and as for the temporarily recruited, they are indeed farmers. To be candid, I am quite uncertain. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Surely that cannot be the case? Why such a lack of confidence? It is not merely a lack of confidence, Qi Jiguang sighed. Japan has been embroiled in chaos for 70 to 80 years. Such prolonged turmoil has cultivated a ferocity and ruthlessness that this current army cannot match. My concern is not about losing, but rather about the potential for excessive casualties. A Pyrrhic victory would, in essence, be a defeat. Li Qing fell silent. The reality was indeed as he described. One who has lived through relentless warfare would naturally exhibit far greater prowess on the battlefield than one accustomed to a life of comfort and stability. The absence of ferocity is an objective truth. No matter how brilliant the strategies or intricate the formations, they ultimately rely on the execution of the soldiers. The essence of war lies in killing, and those who have never witnessed the brutalities of battle may, in the heat of the moment, falter. Moreover, after more than half a century of chaos, the fierce and merciless nature of the Japanese has reached an appalling level. Although many currently masquerade as smugglers, once these smugglers transform into pirates, the aspect they reveal is surely chilling. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing said, valor and ferocity are honed in the crucible of war. Initial setbacks are inevitable, yet once the preliminary stage is overcome, your training methods will undoubtedly overwhelm the pirates. I have no doubts about that, Qi Jiguang replied bitterly. Yet the price of those setbacks is far too steep. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Many times, this is the reality. While enjoying peace, one also faces loss. In an era of tranquility, martial virtue inevitably wanes. This is unavoidable, especially in the Jiangnan region. It is not just the Taizhou garrison that is disheartened. The entirety of Jiangnan reflects this malaise. However, how does one inspire martial virtue during prosperous times? Without fertile ground, any forced awakening may lead to calamity. When civil officials hold significant power, martial virtue cannot flourish. When military leaders gain prominence, they pose a threat to the peace, making it exceedingly difficult to strike a balance. Why did the Song dynasty suppress military might with civilian governance? They learned from the downfall of the Tang dynasty and the lessons that followed. Li Qing sighed. It is rare to find a solution that satisfies all parties. The times are as they are, and it is not your fault. There is no need for excessive worry. It is merely the garrison that is disheartened, not the Ming army. At the very least, the border troops remain quite formidable, and our navy, a force of unparalleled supremacy, ranks among the world's elite. Qi Jiguang pondered. The navy has not experienced the crucible of war for quite some time. But that is different, Li Qing interjected. Naval warfare operates under entirely distinct logic compared to land battles. Naval engagements emphasize ships and artillery, with close combat being rare. Furthermore, on the open sea, retreat is not an option. One must either live or die. In such circumstances, the only course is to vanquish the enemy. Indeed, Qin Jiguang conceded in naval warfare. Our Ming Dynasty fears no one. However, the pirates will not engage us in direct naval battles. Li Qing fell silent. I have come to understand that your concerns are not rooted in the fear of defeat, but rather in the desire for a resplendent victory, apprehensive of excessive losses, correct? Qi Jiguang responded with conviction, stating, our Ming Dynasty is so formidable. To engage with mere pirates, if we inflict 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 ourselves, would that not be disgraceful? Li Qing mused to himself, recognizing the mindset of one who has achieved the pinnacle of victory. Such pride is commendable. He refrained from correcting Qi Jiguang's perspective, for without such a mentality, it would be challenging to attain such illustrious accomplishments. Yet Li Qing found himself at a loss for solutions, and thus declared, "I have faith in your capabilities." Qi Jiguang offered a wry smile and nodded, exhaling deeply, stating emphatically, "The cost of trial and error is far too great. Within 3 engagements, we must ignite the fervor and tenacity of our soldiers, no more than that." After a brief moment, a military officer ascended the platform, saluted Qi Jiguang, and then bowed to Li Qing before inquiring, "The formation drill has concluded. Please instruct us, General." "Rest in place for 15 minutes, then run 5 miles with a 30-pound load," came the response. "Understood." The officer turned and descended the platform, commanding the troops to assemble. The soldiers promptly settled down, their previous order dissipating, and began to converse freely among themselves. Li Qing, with keen ears, discerned their discussions, most of which revolved around whether their esteemed visitor from the capital would enhance their midday rations. Qi Jiguang, sheepishly acknowledging the situation, remarked, "It is indeed difficult to change one's nature. Most of these men are ordinary folk, and their means are not abundant. There is no need to overly pursue formality. A balance of rigor and relaxation is essential within the military." Li Qing, unperturbed, approached the weapons rack and selected a wolf spear, inspecting it closely. The sturdy bamboo shaft, measuring approximately 4 meters, was adorned with barbs. While it lacked lethal capability, when wielded, it could produce a significant psychological impact. Qi Jiguang joined him, adding, "In times of battle, one might coat it with excrement. Though it may not kill the enemy, it could lead to infections. In this era, effective disinfectants are scarce, and the battlefield lacks the conditions for sterilization. Such weapons of tetanus could yield unexpectedly effective results." Li Qing nodded, returning the wolf spear to its place, and then retrieved a long spear. Thanks to advancements in ironworking, the spearhead gleamed with sharpness, and the shaft, soaked in tung oil, possessed remarkable resilience. Japanese swords would struggle to sever it easily. Li Qing twirled the spear with satisfaction before placing it back and selecting a large sword. Finally, he grasped a firearm. The firearms of the Ming Dynasty were already commendable, and over the years, Li Qing had continually emphasized their importance to the emperor, ensuring the development of gunpowder weaponry never waned. The formidable general's cannon drew inspiration from the French cannons while optimizing their shortcomings, achieving significant advancements in both range and rate of fire. Although the firearm did not adopt the strengths of others, its evolution was equally impressive. Today's firearms, having undergone relentless improvements, had abandoned the slow matchlock mechanism in favor of flint ignition, resulting in a notably faster rate of fire. With merely a pull of the trigger, one could unleash a shot. This innovation not only enhanced firing speed, but also eliminated the awkward predicament of being compelled to fire once the fuse was lit. It could be regarded as a revolutionary advancement. However, this is as far as I can go. The processes of loading gunpowder, fitting lead balls, and cleaning the barrel are indispensable, and they fall far short of the rifles of later generations. Alas, the bullets cannot be produced. Li Qing scrutinized the gun for a moment and then assumed a stance to aim. Qi Jiguang inquired with a smile, "How proficient is your marksmanship, my lord?" Li Qing pondered briefly and replied, "It should suffice." Qi Jiguang waved his hand, calling for gunpowder and lead balls. A soldier quickly complied, soon returning with the requested materials. "Will the lord demonstrate his skills?" Li Qing did not decline, having only observed others. He had seldom wielded a firearm himself and was eager to test the capabilities of the current Ming firearm. One of the 3 main camps of the Ming army, the Divine Machine Camp, specialized in firearms. Having served as an inspector multiple times and participated in numerous campaigns, Li Qing was certainly familiar with the operation of these weapons. He filled the gun with gunpowder, loaded the lead ball, and aimed at a target not far away, gently squeezing the trigger. Bang! He hit the target, albeit merely grazing its edge. Li Qing felt no embarrassment. He promptly cleared the barrel and reloaded. Again, he raised the gun and fired. This time, with little aiming. He struck closer to the center. He continued the motion, shooting repeatedly, his actions becoming increasingly adept, his accuracy improving with each shot. After 7 shots, every bullet found its mark, and his shooting speed astonished Qi Jiguang and the others. Yet, Li Qing displayed no sense of pride. He merely sighed, "Still too slow." Too slow? Only Qi Jiguang, unaware of the timbre sigh, would refrain from commenting. Li Qing explained, "It takes 5 seconds to fire a single shot, and that is under ideal conditions. In a real battlefield, it would be even slower." While Qi Jiguang did not grasp the concept of seconds, he understood Li Qing's meaning and remarked, "That is already remarkably efficient. Training an archer is far more challenging than training a gunner. And even the finest archer can only release a limited number of arrows in battle. Firearms, on the other hand, can fire continuously as long as there is gunpowder and lead." Qi Jiguang extolled the virtues of firearms. Li Qing was well aware of these advantages, but lamented that the Ming Dynasty was still far from the era of firearms. If bullets and magazines could be produced, it would signify a true paradigm shift. Any invading pirates would be swiftly dealt with. Unfortunately, they remained in the age of cold weapons. Li Qing sighed as he returned the firearm to its place. Qi Jiguang chuckled, "People always desire perfection. You are no exception, my lord." Li Qing chuckled in response, and then remarked, "Though the pirates are mostly disorganized, artillery still has its place. Is it equipped? Of course, with the emperor's will. I am not one to be modest. I shall acquire all manner of equipment." Qi Jiguang replied with a grin. Li Qing was taken aback, laughing at himself for worrying needlessly. He held Qi Jiguang in high regard, instinctively viewing him as a meticulous and diligent hero against the pirates. Even after spending considerable time together, that perception remained deeply ingrained. Observing now, it was clear that he had misjudged. Qi Jiguang was not a man of rigid disposition. On the contrary, he was quite adept at seizing opportunities and demonstrated remarkable adaptability, possessing a commendable audacity. Li Qing felt reassured. The southeastern region was entrusted to him. Qi Jiguang nodded gravely, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. "I am deeply grateful for your lordship's generous trust and the emperor's esteemed favor." How could Qi Jiguang not devote himself wholeheartedly? Chapter 579. It is time to understand the global landscape after indulging in a sumptuous lunch at the military camp. Li Qing resumed his exploration of the scenic landscapes. The Ming Dynasty was vast, with a populous citizenry, resulting in varied living conditions among the populace. While Jiangnan was generally affluent, there were certainly impoverished areas, particularly in provinces with lower tax contributions, where the living standards of the common people paled in comparison to those in places like Jinling and Suzhou. It was not uncommon to see individuals in tattered garments, reflecting the harsh realities of life. For 150 years, the Ming Dynasty had engaged in maritime trade, amassing considerable wealth and resources, leading to unprecedented national strength in history. However, it also faced record-high population numbers. In terms of the quality of life for the common folk, aside from certain regions in Jiangnan, there had been little significant improvement overall. Basic needs were met, but that was the extent of it. Meat remained a luxury reserved for festive occasions. Li Qing traveled along the banks of the Yellow River, where labor for relief programs were still ongoing, as the aftershocks of a devastating earthquake had yet to subside, leaving many citizens unsettled. Generally, the populace remained content, devoid of widespread grievances, and the phenomenon of the indifferent observer was unlikely to arise. After traversing the Yellow and Yangtze rivers, Li Qing continued his explorative endeavors, paying particular attention to the types of currency in circulation. Daily expenditures among the common folk predominantly involved copper coins, while larger transactions utilized precious bills, which had seen a considerable increase in usage compared to the previous dynasties. Naturally, transactions among affluent merchants still relied primarily on silver and promissory notes. Over the past 150 years, an immense influx of silver from various nations into the Ming Dynasty had rendered it impossible for the court to restrict the use of silver in private transactions. Nor was there any justification for doing so. In Li Qing's view, the diversification of currency was not detrimental, especially regarding the Ming Dynasty's bills, which had a remarkably low issuance cost and effectively stimulated the economy. With an abundance of oranges, the court no longer engaged in the excessive issuance practices seen during the Hongwu and Yongle eras. In this context, the court's moderate issuance had not undermined the credibility of the bills. However, it was impossible to return to the era when Zhu Yuanzhang first issued these notes, when one bill could equate to an entire tael of silver, whereas now it could only be exchanged for 100 copper coins, a tenfold decrease in value. Yet, the total purchasing power of all circulating bills exceeded that of the Hongwu and Yongle periods, and combined with copper coins and silver, the overall currency supply in the market was relatively saturated, significantly enhancing liquidity. As summer transitioned to autumn and autumn to winter, Li Qing ventured to Tianjin Wei. Although the railway construction was not yet fully completed, it was nearing its final stages. Upon returning to the capital, the railway remained unfinished, and the Royal Academy of Sciences was still under construction. Li Qing was not one to rush. He believed that meticulous work yielded the finest results, and there was no need for haste. Subsequently, Li Qing journeyed outside Jiaguan, where he met with the county magistrate, known as Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not disappoint Li Qing. Significant progress had been made in the development of the wasteland, although self-sufficiency in staple food was still not achieved. The reliance on grain had been alleviated, and a substantial baby boom ensued. Young couples were eager to procreate, and with Li Shizhen's parenting guide, the survival rate of infants was nearly indistinguishable from that within the borders. Furthermore, the economic exchanges between the interior and the western regions were thoroughly established, subtly transforming into a vital transportation hub between the two areas. Li Qing expressed his approval of Yang Kai's efforts and penned a petition for merit on his behalf. After some hearty encouragement and a bit of persuasion, he once again set forth on his journey. The momentum for educational reform did not wane. Over the years, many regions showcased significant results, and the local gentry's resistance had notably diminished, leading to a marked decrease in previous misconduct. Li Qing absorbed the wisdom of youth, drawing from the depths of experience, as the sounds of reading echoed vibrantly, brimming with vitality, reinforcing his confidence in the reforms. The groundwork laid by the 11 dynasties, alongside diligence and advancements in economy and technology, provided essential conditions for the transformation. The delightful sensation of reaping what one sows was exquisite, far sweeter and more refreshing than the finest wines. Unbeknownst to all, the year 38 of the Jiajing era had quietly arrived. In January and February, Li Qing continued his travels. It was not until March that he silently returned to Lianjiaten. He personally funded the purchase of herbal medicine and, in one breath, concocted a large vial of elixirs, which he stealthily delivered to the Qianqing Palace, placing it by Zhu Hozong's pillow before returning to Jiangnan. On his journey, he learned of civil unrest in Yiwu County, Jinhua Prefecture, and sought to understand the situation. Upon arrival, he discovered that the disturbance had occurred the previous year and had been perfectly resolved. After some inquiries, he learned the origins of the unrest. Qiu Jiguang had recruited the miners into the anti-Japanese forces. Li Qing then proceeded to Taizhou, where he found Qiu Jiguang in high spirits. His wife had given birth to a son, and he had acquired the long-desired source of soldiers, the very miners who had previously rebelled. In the training grounds, Li Qing observed the martial prowess, and Qiu Jiguang's excitement was palpable. These men were treasures indeed. Qiu Jiguang proclaimed that compared to the previous soldiers and farmers, these miners possessed far superior physical capabilities and fierce determination. In terms of sheer ferocity, even the conscripted soldiers paled in comparison. Li Qing was already aware of the remarkable achievements of these miners and harbored no doubts, though he did worry about Qiu Jiguang's ability to manage them. "Are there any signs of the Japanese pirates?" Li Qing inquired. "Not at the moment," Qiu Jiguang replied. "However, the situation with Japanese smugglers has become increasingly frequent, and friction has already begun. I suspect it won't be long before commerce turns to piracy." Li Qing pressed further. "What of General Yu? He has gone to Fujian." Qiu Jiguang chuckled. "I sent all my previous soldiers to him. Don't look at me like that. My training has yielded results. At least it's better than starting anew." Li Qing laughed and nodded. After observing the soldiers sprawled out post-drill, resembling miners rather than disciplined troops, Li Qing could not help but express his concern. They certainly possess vigor, but can they be adequately controlled? Soldiers often exhibit numerous faults, and many of these men are from the same clan. Should they unite against us, even Qi Jiguang would be left helpless. Moreover, these are individuals capable of taking lives. They are indeed killers. After all, warfare is fundamentally about defeating the enemy, Qi Jiguang remarked. If they are willing to kill for money, they will certainly fight against foes for the same reason. Each one of them is a criminal. But due to the extensive nature of their transgressions and the inability of the local authorities to intervene, they have managed to evade punishment. I am their benefactor." Qi Jiguang chuckled. "You see, my lord, at that time, the government dared not intervene, and the soldiers sent merely resorted to intimidation. Such ferocity is rare and invaluable." Li Qing, witnessing Qi Jiguang's unwavering confidence, refrained from discouraging him, instead offering a caution. "As you've mentioned, these men will fight for money. When the Japanese pirates invade, Reward them handsomely for their achievements. I have already made arrangements with Yang Shun regarding military funds, so do not hesitate to spend as necessary. Qi Jiguang nodded with a smile. With you supporting me, what is there to fear? Li Qing returned the smile, stating, I must embark on a long journey shortly. I leave matters in your capable hands. Oh, and do remember to share combat experiences with Udayo. Qi Jiguang acknowledged this, inquiring, from your tone, my lord, does this journey extend over a considerable period? Li Qing affirmed, it may take 3 to 5 years at the least, possibly longer. Such a lengthy duration? Qi Jiguang was taken aback. What matter warrants such attention from you? Li Qing chuckled. It is time to grasp the global landscape, and, in essence, the responsibility of resisting the Japanese invaders lies with you and General Yu. You need not worry about the court. The emperor is wise. And I have already spoken highly of you. Once you achieve merit in resisting the invaders, the literati will have no grounds to criticize you. Recognizing Li Qing's reluctance to delve deeper, Qi Jiguang refrained from further questioning, simply assuring, rest assured, my lord. With such capable subordinates and my strategies, there will be no unforeseen issues. Li Qing glanced at the undisciplined soldiers once more, remarking, while it is essential to maintain a balance between strictness and leniency, we must not allow them to become too lax. Qi Jiguang bowed in agreement. With that, Li Qing said his farewells to Qi Jiguang and returned to Jinling. As early summer arrived, temperatures rose, and the fruit trees sprouted tender buds and green leaves, filling the small courtyard with fresh air. After a restless sleep and freshening up, Li Qing went to Weiwu Tower to nourish his inner self, simultaneously summoning Zhu Wei to bring Zhu Hozhao. Zhu Hozhao was already aware of the developments, and the courtyard buzzed with activity once more. However, this lively atmosphere was destined to be short-lived. The following day, after a banquet, Li Qing sent Zhu Hozhao and the others away, leaving only Li Shuer. How are preparations coming along? Li Qing inquired. I am of an age where I must have contingency plans in place. Whether I am present or not, it will not impede the progress of research, Li Shuer replied. Zhu Li has a remarkable talent for this. I will entrust the management of the Scientific Research Institute to him. As for the future, Xiao Bao will be responsible for the entire Li family, as we cannot confine him to a single institute. Li Qing nodded slightly. This arrangement is exceedingly prudent. Li Shuer inquired, where shall we go? Just as Li Qing was about to respond, he hesitated, realizing that the destination might not bear the same name in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the Li family has trade relations with those nations, as you are aware, correct? Of course, she replied. Write them down, and I shall select from them. Li Shuer, momentarily taken aback, soon set aside her confusion. She fetched paper and ink from the study and swiftly penned the names of over 30 nations, leaving none unrecorded. Li Qing took the list and began to review it, while simultaneously reflecting on his vague memories to draw comparisons with the present. After a considerable time, his gaze lingered on a 4-character nation. Li Shuer followed his gaze and asked, shall we go there? That is likely the place, Li Qing replied uncertainly. What are the distinguishing features of this country? Li Shuer was momentarily at a loss, pondering for a long time before finally saying, they have a fondness for tea. Does that count? Let us settle on this then. It should be correct. Li Shuer nodded and asked, when shall we depart? Is the day after tomorrow acceptable? Is it so soon? If we require more time to prepare, we can postpone it a few days. We have ample time, Li Shuer insisted. I shall make the arrangements at once. With that, she rose and departed, bearing none of the demeanor of an elderly lady. Li Qing's gaze returned to the 4-character nation, muttering, Great Britain. I believe it is referred to as Great Britain. Before arriving in the Ming Dynasty, Li Qing had never ventured abroad, nor did he have any knowledge of its position on the world map. However, the name Great Britain stirred vague recollections within him, and he managed to make a rough association. Indeed, the current Kunyu map of the Ming Dynasty, while not comparable to the world maps of the future, already bore the rudiments of such a representation, as maritime trade had flourished for many years. And the notion of international exchange was not mere self-aggrandizement. Of course, there were exaggerations. How could there truly be 10,000 nations in the world? Yet, this was the prevailing sentiment of the time, as the concept of myriad countries paying tribute has been around since the Han Dynasty. Let us go and have a look. Li Qing murmured. In terms of national strength and scale, ancient China has remained firmly entrenched in the foremost echelon, with few nations on par. Yet, it is precisely this stature that renders reform exceedingly difficult, a point in which the Western nations seemed to excel. After all, a war of modest scale for China, or even a significant natural disaster, could catalyze systemic change. Since the spring and autumn period through to the Ming Dynasty, there have been countless large-scale wars. The unification under Qin, for instance, saw by Qi's numerous slaughters. The chaos at the end of the Qin and the beginning of the Han was staggering in scale. Subsequent conflicts, such as the late Han and the Three Kingdoms, the late Sui and early Tang, and the late Yuan to early Ming periods, often mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops during the Yongle era. However, in relation to such vast scales, these so-called large-scale wars offered no benefit for systemic change. The reason was simple. The pool was too large, the waters too deep. What was considered a great storm was hardly a tempest. The sheer size of this colossal vessel and its tremendous momentum rendered reform exceedingly difficult. Over time, the notion of change faded, with thoughts turning solely to harnessing the existing momentum rather than altering the course. Thus, the dynastic system fell into a state of stagnation, perpetually cycling without progress. Only in the face of an existential crisis could there emerge a variable like Li Qing, transforming the impossible into the possible. The tide is irreversible. However, what if the tide has indeed shifted? Li Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he mused. Master, I have ultimately catalyzed this great change. 2 days later, Li Shuer made all the necessary arrangements and expressed her readiness to depart at any moment. Li Qing, known for his frequent unannounced departures, found this occasion markedly different. Firstly, the duration of his journey would be prolonged. Secondly, Li Shuer would accompany him. Therefore, he gathered the younger generation, including Zhu Hozhao and Li Qing, and prepared a sumptuous feast as a formal farewell before his departure. Everyone was aware of the circumstances and were not surprised. Rather, there was a sense of joy. After enduring such hardships for so long, a celebratory farewell was indeed fitting. The atmosphere was far from melancholic. Laughter and joy abounded as glasses were raised in toasts. Little Bao, now a youth, partook in the festivities, his youthful face flushed with excitement. Grandfather, don't forget to bring back a gift for little Bao. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed. I want one too. Li Qing retorted. You are but a child. Are you not? Why not? Zhu Hozhao replied nonchalantly. In your presence, aren't we all just children? Li Qing conceded. It seems that way. Very well, I shall bring one for you as well. Seeing the eager couple, Li Qing declared, one for each. Everyone has a share. Just one? Zhu Hozhao asked. What more do you desire? Our Li family is prosperous. Do we lack this? Zhu Hozhao waved his hand grandly. Let it be 10 for each. Li Qing teased. When did you adopt the surname Li? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Zhu Hozhao retorted with a roll of his eyes. The Zhu and Li families have been united since the time of our great ancestor. Isn't that right, Li Qing? I feel the urge to strike you. Li Qing replied darkly. 3 days without a beating and the roof will be lifted. Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily, unabashedly replying, Go ahead. Go ahead. Aware that Zhu was merely trying to lighten the mood, Li Qing chose not to take offense. He produced 2 alchemical formulas and handed them to Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao, saying, You are no longer young. Take good care of your health. The 2 accepted the formulas, tucking them away carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing produced a small booklet and addressed Zhu Hozhao. If I have not returned by the 42nd year of the Jiajing era, follow the instructions within to refine some elixirs for that esteemed individual in the capital. Me? Refine elixirs? Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, astonished. All the details are contained within. Do not hesitate to experiment. Surely you can produce something, given your remarkable intelligence. Haha, indeed. I possess nothing else but intelligence, Zhu Hozhao proclaimed, his pride swelling. Zhu Zili volunteered. Uncle, I can assist you. Assist me? Zhu Hozhao scoffed. You think you can help me? Zhu Zili's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted. The elixirs you refine are not beyond your consumption. Are they, sir? Li Qing nodded in agreement. Little Bao, curious, asked, Grandfather, do these elixirs truly extend life? There are effects, but they are limited, Li Qing replied. Zhu Zili interjected. A quantitative change can lead to a qualitative one. My father has consumed them for many years. Surely he will live to 100, right? Li Qing sighed. If such effects were truly attainable, everyone would live to 100. Indeed, it is of some utility, is it not? Li Qing sighed and candidly remarked. After consuming it for so long, one has surely developed a resistance. This is more for the sake of psychological fulfillment, allowing him to maintain a positive mindset. Li Qing comforted, a sound mind begets a sound body, and the elixir from the heavenly ancestor is still beneficial to your father. Do not be disheartened, my husband. The heavenly ancestor has exerted his utmost efforts. I understand. Zhu Ziki exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of wine, pouring another glass, and raising it in salute. As a junior, I toast to you, dear sir, in gratitude for your care towards my father. Li Qing drank from his cup and replied, he deserves it. Your father is worthy. Meanwhile, Zhu Hozhao murmured, Li Qing treats him well, unlike me, who often finds myself on the receiving end of blows. And yet, he still complains that Li Qing favors me. Truly, he is blissfully unaware of his fortune. The crowd responded, what's wrong? Am I mistaken? I hardly consume Li Qing's elixirs. Zhu Hozhao, feeling unjustly wronged, continued to babble until a slap silenced him, rendering him obedient. This farewell gathering was quite joyous, filled with laughter and banter from start to finish. However, the thought of this separation potentially lasting 5 years, or even longer, inevitably brought a sense of melancholy. 5 years may not seem extensive for the young couple, yet for Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao, it looms as a considerable span. The two are aging, and it is likely that they may not endure even 2 such intervals. With this parting, the next meeting may find life nearing its conclusion. Zhu Hozhao remarked, I understand you are not merely going for leisure, yet there's no rush. One must indulge in joy while life permits. Everything is well now, and such matters cannot be hurried. Let us cherish the present. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Circumstances are not yet ripe. There is no haste to seize the favorable wind. We are all in good health, so you and the young lady need not worry. Little Bao chimed in cheerfully, when you return, be ready to embrace a grandchild. Li Qing's cheeks flushed. However, her younger brother interjected, not you. I was referring to myself. The young couple exchanged glances, and Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the child's words were not mere folly, should their return be delayed. It might indeed be possible. Yet, Li Qing found himself devoid of the energy and inclination for such matters. With the wine consumed and the meal finished, Li Qing declared, let us all be well. There is no need to see us off tomorrow. We each have our own lives to lead. The group nodded in agreement. On the following day, Li Qing and Li Shui boarded the family's merchant ship, setting forth towards distant shores. Due to technological constraints, steamships could not yet reach such faraway places, and there were no supply stations along the way. Thus, they traveled aboard a traditional merchant vessel. As the ship transitioned from river to sea, Li Shui's spirits lifted, shedding her previous gravity. Our first stop is Jiaozhi, correct? Li Qing nodded, indeed. It is a necessary destination. Moreover, given the length of this journey, we ought to savor it. Li Shui was not disappointed and inquired, what of Malacca and Longyearbyen? Those smaller nations? Are there matters to attend to? None that require our attention, he replied. Then let us forego those stops. We shall linger in Jiaozhi for a month or so, and then proceed directly to Great Britain. Very well, Li Shui agreed. Though the specifics of their destination held little significance for her. The ocean was vast, the sky a brilliant blue, and the salty sea breeze caressed their faces, invigorating their spirits. Li Shui was quite talkative. The furthest and longest I have previously traveled was indeed to the land of the Franks, right? Prior to the Zhengde era, I had never ventured to Western countries. My maritime excursions were largely confined to Jiaozhi. Li Qing could not help but reminisce about the experiences shared with Tang Bohu during their time in the Franks. The vivid memories of Tang Bohu's antics still lingered in his mind, provoking a sense of inexplicable amusement. Was it enjoyable? It was tolerable, I suppose, Li Qing remarked. The stark cultural disparities and the exhilarating novelty were undeniably profound. How thrilling was it? Li Qing paused, suddenly recalling the feasts from that region, causing a sour taste to rise in his mouth. Speaking of which, that dining experience truly left a shadow in my memory. It was indeed stimulating, though the overall experience is difficult to articulate. Li Qing sighed, then fervently wished that Great Britain did not harbor such customs. Otherwise, it would be quite unbearable. Li Shui chuckled softly. I am rather looking forward to it. Li Qing remarked, speaking of which, the endeavors you undertook with Tang Bohu back then. Keep it a secret, Li Shui replied. In any case, you will receive it. By then, you shall know, so do not inquire further. I will not disclose anything. Li Qing laughed and said, even if you remain silent, I can surmise most of it. If you guessed it, why would you still ask me? Li Shui retorted, trying to pry information from me. Do you think I am a child? Li Qing was left speechless. Ultimately, you will enjoy it. I am not deceiving you. Li Schweder stated earnestly. Chapter 581. Arrival in Great Britain in early June. The heat in Jiaozhi intensified. As Li Qing and Li Schweder disembarked, they made their way directly to the Han Wang mansion, leaving the crew to manage the sale of their goods. At the Han Wang mansion, in the pavilion, the three took their seats in turn as the servants presented an array of fruits, fine wines, and several large ice chests. The cool air emanating from the ice significantly alleviated the oppressive heat, and the chilled delicacies were exceptionally refreshing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Qing got straight to the point. I have come this time solely to assist in your recuperation. My stay will be brief, approximately a month. Li Schweder interjected. Overindulgence can be counterproductive. The Han Wang is still in his prime, and excessive care may not be beneficial. Zhu Hobing chuckled and nodded. He was aware of Li Schweder's status and recognized that, by kinship, he should address her as a distant cousin, despite the lack of blood relation. Your visit to Jiaozhi is merely a matter of convenience, is it not? Li Qing smiled and replied. That is somewhat accurate, yet it is not of utmost importance. What matters is that my promise remains valid, does it not? Indeed, that is correct. Noticing that Li Qing was reluctant to delve into the true purpose of his visit, Zhu Hobing refrained from further inquiry and instead asked, will you be residing in your villa or at the Wang mansion? Li Qing responded, I shall stay in the villa. The Wang mansion is too bustling for my liking. Zhu Hobing immediately gestured to the butler who had hurried over. Please prepare the villa for Mr. Li and Miss Li. From today onwards, fresh fruits, ice, and delicacies of the highest standard must be delivered promptly each day. The butler acknowledged the command, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Qing before hurriedly departing. Li Qing accepted this without objection, not minding the butler's peculiar gaze. Zhu Hobing, understanding the gravity of the matter, proactively stated, I shall instruct the butler and a select few who have met you to refrain from disseminating any information regarding your presence. Li Qing smiled lightly and then inquired, is Jiaozhi still in good health? Fortunately, thanks to the blessings of our ancestors and the guidance of esteemed scholars, everything in Jiaozhi is well, devoid of natural disasters and human calamities. Moreover, with the Li family's fertilizer formula, the grain harvest has seen a modest increase year by year. Zhu Haobing succinctly elaborated on the current state of Jiaozhi. Li Qing nodded slightly and asked, is there a significant trend in population growth? This is not particularly evident. Zhu Haobing replied, Jiaozhi benefits from being a crucial port for Ming Dynasty exports, which has ensured a prosperous and stable life for the populace. Furthermore, the merchants and assistants passing through, adorned in fine attire, have intensified the people's admiration for the Ming, leading them to pursue a higher quality of life. As a result, population growth remains quite limited. Upon hearing this, Li Qing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Such a situation is indeed preferable. If Jiaozhi were to experience a rapid surge in population, the grain supply available to the Ming would be constrained. Maintaining Jiaozhi's status as a small yet affluent region aligns with the interests of the Ming Dynasty, allowing for a surplus of grain that the populace cannot fully consume. Li Qing remarked with a smile, a modest prosperity is quite agreeable. A large yet impoverished Jiaozhi would not serve the interests of the Han King. Zhu Haobing nodded gently, sighing, to speak honestly, the average standard of living for the people in Jiaozhi is even higher than that of the Ming. Yet, people are never satisfied. They always desire more, seemingly equating the living standards of the Ming populace with those of the merchants who come here for trade. Alas, is this not a good thing? Li Schweder replied cheerfully, the people's aspirations are beneficial for the Han King's governance, and a prosperous Jiaozhi is advantageous for the Ming, ensuring that the court will robustly support the Han King's rule. Furthermore, should any troubles arise in the future, the court would certainly assist the Han King in solidifying his position. Li Qing acknowledged, the poorer the populace, the higher the cost of governance, the more affluent they are, the more secure the ruler's status becomes. Currently, with the people of Jiaozhi enjoying prosperity and stability, they are grateful to the Han King. What is there for you to worry about? I am merely born into anxiety and perish in comfort. Zhu Haobing sighed softly. Li Qing responded, should there be any concerns, the court will assist in alleviating them. Is that truly the case? Of course, Li Qing asserted earnestly. Even if I do not speak, the court would act accordingly. As your aunt mentioned, the court would never turn a blind eye to its vassal states that are beneficial to it. Zhu Haobing nodded slightly, saying, with such assurances from you, I feel much more at ease. Rest assured in your role as the Han King. I shall persist, Zhu Haobing mused, and then, with a bitter smile, he self-deprecatingly admitted, it seems I have indeed been overly anxious. Li Qing nodded with a smile, and, after sharing a light laugh, began to take Zhu Haobing's pulse and perform acupuncture. After lunch, upon returning to the villa, the servants of the Wang residence had everything tidied up. Traveling by water is not tiring, and Li Shuer appeared in excellent spirits. Seeing her thus, Li Qing did not take a rest. He assisted her in her practice and then found a topic to discuss. The population of Jiaoji is of great significance to the Ming Dynasty. The current situation is most favorable. Too few would be detrimental, and too many would be even worse. Li Qing stated shortly, you should write a confidential letter for the Li family's servants to take back. Is it aimed at encouraging the people of Jiaoji to further pursue a higher quality of life? Indeed, Li Qing replied. Not only for Jiaoji, but also for smaller nations such as Malacca and Longyemen, we should instigate a wave of light luxury based on the economic capabilities of ordinary citizens. After a brief pause, one realizes that excess can be detrimental. A touch of luxury suffices. For to stray too far into the realm of the ethereal may render one's essence less appealing. Li Shuer nodded slightly, casting a glance at the now gentler sun, and suggested, shall we take a stroll? Li Qing readily acquiesced. The location of the Han Wangfu was undeniably vibrant. Though it could not rival the grandeur of Jinling, Suzhou, and Hangzhou in the Ming Dynasty, nevertheless, it surpassed many other prefectures in the Jiangnan region of the Ming Dynasty. If the former were to be likened to first-tier prefectures, then this place would undoubtedly be classified as second-tier. Furthermore, with the cultural influence of the Ming Dynasty and the proactive acceptance and learning from Jiaoji, this locale bore little distinction from the Ming, with the dominant language for communication being predominantly Han. Walking down the bustling streets, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. It felt akin to being in the Ming Dynasty. The time spent nurturing the Han Wang had been brief, requiring less than half an hour, and in the remaining time, aside from occasionally advising Zhu Haobing, Li Qing led Li Shuer on leisurely explorations. What was initially a commitment to the Han Wang had morphed into a delightful excursion. The leisurely pace of life made time fly. Before long, the month had elapsed, and the nurturing phase had reached a conclusion. Li Shuer provided ample living expenses for the Li family's staff and entrusted a confidential letter to a servant accompanying the boat, bringing along only the sailors and a few who spoke the language of Great Britain. After resupplying, she and Li Qing embarked on their journey once more. This time, aside from essential supplies, they would not halt along the way. The merchant ship sailed directly for Great Britain. Seasons changed from summer to autumn, deepening into early winter, before the merchant vessel finally arrived in Great Britain. Upon disembarking, Li Shuer generously compensated the sailors, instructing them to replenish supplies before steering the ship back to the Ming. The prolonged stay had made it impractical for the sailors and ship to remain idle. Arriving in a grand procession, they now numbered merely 5, Li Qing, Li Shuer, and 3 Li family staff members proficient in the British language. Having made prior arrangements and offered exceedingly tempting wages, the 3 bore no complaints and began to introduce the duo to the customs and culture of Great Britain as they exited the coastal port. The rich and exotic atmosphere struck Li Shuer with a sense of wonder. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted a prevalence of thatched cottages, with only a few stone houses interspersed, exhibiting a distinct architectural style unlike the Ming's pavilions and corridors, resembling more of quaint estates. Having never encountered such structures before, Li Shuer inquired, are there no brick houses here? One staff member replied, previously, there were none, but in recent years, they have begun to appear, though only in the city where the Queen's palace is located. Li Qing then asked, what is the Queen's name? It seems to be something like Mary? No, that has changed. When I departed last year, it had already been updated. Another staff member interjected, the current queen is named Elizabeth. Li Qing was taken aback. Do you know her? Li Shuer asked, aware that Li Qing hailed from the future and possessed knowledge of history. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Li Qing was rather uninformed and had nearly forgotten everything over the past 2 centuries. Rubbing his nose, Li Qing replied, somewhat begrudgingly, I've heard the name, but I know nothing of the person it belongs to. Amused, Li Shuer remarked, I thought you would know. Well, I know a little. He conceded. Li Qing cleared his throat and remarked, as far as I know, this name holds a special significance, and future queens will also bear this name. He was aware of Elizabeth I and II. The companions, though puzzled, shared a silent understanding and refrained from further inquiries. Why this was the case, he could not say. It must possess a particular meaning. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Qing deftly shifted the topic, concluding that they had indeed arrived at their intended destination. Li Shuer, wishing to spare him further awkwardness, nodded in agreement and added, "After this journey, I find myself rather hungry." With that, she turned to the earlier correcting companion and inquired, "What delicacies can be found here?" In response, the man replied, "Regrettably, there are not many culinary delights, predominantly black bread, millet porridge, and yongla beans, all quite monotonous. Of course, there is meat, such as lamb and beef, though prepared rather simply, lacking in flavor. However, for a first taste, it is still quite satisfactory." Upon hearing the terms black bread and lamb, Li Qing immediately recalled his previous visit to Flanders with Tang Bohu. Although Great Britain was still far from Flanders, they were both part of Europe, and he assumed the culinary traditions would not differ vastly. Li Shuer then asked, "Are the yongla beans here the same as those in my Ming Dynasty?" "Indeed, they are." Mississippi suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment, Li Qing interjected, "They have been consumed for thousands of years. When in Rome, one should not call them yongla beans." Li Shuer was taken aback. The three companions looked equally bewildered, seemingly pondering, "If not yongla beans, then what? Let us move on. It is time to eat." Chapter 582, Exotic Features of the Queen's Leg. They entered a relatively upscale tavern, where the arrival of the five drew curious glances from the surrounding diners, and the murmur of conversation momentarily hushed before resuming. Although Eastern faces were rare, they were not entirely unfamiliar. Even if they had never seen one, they had certainly heard of them. A server approached, not inquiring about their order, but rather exclaiming in astonishment. Though Li Qing could not comprehend the words, he sensed it was a phrase akin to, "Oh, my God." The servants from the Li family were not well versed in the local language, but reluctant to appear timid before their master. They joined in the animated chatter before proceeding to place their orders. "Miss, would you like to sample the local wine?" Li Shuer, not lacking in funds and eager to experience the exotic ambience, nodded gently. The servant relayed her consent, nodded appreciatively at Li Qing, and then turned to leave. Li Qing furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort. Seizing the moment before the meal arrived, he inquired of the companion who had visited the previous year, "What is the name of this realm's court?" "It seems to be called the Tudor Dynasty. Are you familiar with its power structure?" The man responded somewhat disgruntled, "I am merely here for trade and have not delved into such matters. I only know that some aspects are similar to the Ming and others are not." Perhaps due to the mention of the Ming Dynasty, their group attracted another wave of attention, and shortly after, a man clad in a finely tailored wool jacket approached, bearing a glass of red wine, and addressed Li Shuer in an incomprehensible manner. Li Shuer could only look to the companion for clarification. "Miss, he inquires whether you hail from the Ming Dynasty and if you are a merchant here for trade." Li Shuer, embodying the grace befitting a noble of the Celestial Empire, opted for a brief self-introduction. The attendant translated, and the man immediately responded with an exclamation of astonishment. Clearly aware of the esteemed Li family of Nanjing from the Ming Dynasty. "Miss," he inquired, "may I join your table?" Li Shuer glanced at Li Qing, who appeared indifferent, and thus she nodded gently. Granted permission, the man took a seat beside Li Qing, smiling and raising his glass in a toast. Li Qing felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, he believed it impolite to dismiss a courteous gesture, especially in foreign lands where he did not wish to project a barbaric image of the Ming people. So he returned the smile. "Your Excellency, are you interested in engaging in trade with the Li family?" The attendant translated. "Oh, that would be a great honor. I believe we can reach a cooperative agreement," the man stated, speaking at length, yet the attendant translated only this particular sentence. Li Qing then asked, "Are you looking to buy or sell? If you wish to sell, what goods do you have to offer?" "Wool," was the man's reply. Li Qing was taken aback, and Li Shuer also appeared astonished. The man continued to speak animatedly. Although the language barrier persisted, their body language conveyed meaning, and Li Qing discerned that the man was likely boasting about the quality of his goods. Indeed, the attendant's translation confirmed Li Qing's suspicions. Observing the man's eager expression, Li Qing refrained from offering an immediate response, instead stating, "We will be here for an extended period. There is no rush. We can take our time to understand one another." The man seemed to misinterpret the notion of taking it slow. His nose reddened, and he promptly performed a gentlemanly bow, attempting to grasp Li Qing's hand, as if he intended to kiss the back of it. Li Qing felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and, suppressing the urge to slap him, withdrew his hand, stating, "We do not have such customs where we come from." The attendant appeared perplexed, seemingly unable to translate the word customs. Li Qing, with a darkened expression, inquired, "Was your earlier translation incorrect?" The attendant replied, somewhat disgruntled. "The general meaning is certainly accurate." Li Qing sighed, inhaling deeply, and instructed, "Find someone fluent in Chinese to converse with him." Fortunately, the attendant understood this request and provided an accurate translation. The man appeared somewhat troubled, casting another glance at Li Qing as if he had resolved to take action, indicating for them to wait a moment, assuring them he would return shortly. With that, he hastily settled his bill and rushed out, leaving the group in a state of wide-eyed surprise. Li Shuer felt a strange discomfort and turned to the attendant, asking, "Was your translation correct?" "Miss, our trade relations with this region are still relatively new, and I cannot guarantee precise translations for every sentence. I can only convey the essence," the attendant replied, persisting despite his unease. "I truly did my best." "Very well," Li Shuer conceded, directing her gaze back to Li Qing, asking, "Should we wait for him?" Li Qing hesitated before replying, "If he can find someone proficient in Chinese, waiting is acceptable. Without resolving the communication issue, our endeavors here may not yield significant results." Li Shuer nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, another individual approached to engage in conversation, seemingly directed at Li Qing. Not only Li Qing but even Li Shuer felt a sense of discomfort, and they abandoned the decorum of the Celestial Empire, responding with cold indifference. After enduring this vexation, they finally began their meal, with toasted bread, lamb, and roasted beef being served one after another. The method was rather rudimentary. However, upon her first tasting, Li Shuer found it quite delightful, particularly the bread, which she deemed exceptionally appetizing. Yet, it was not long before the bread hardened, compelling her to relinquish it. She also sampled the red wine, which did not quite suit her palate, and thus abandoned that as well. Nevertheless, overall, she regarded the experience favorably. The three companions displayed a hearty appetite, yet constrained by the presence of their host at the same table, they maintained a decorous demeanor throughout the meal. Li Qing, however, had little appetite, as the food evoked rather unpleasant memories. After dining, the group did not rush to depart, awaiting the individual who was to locate someone proficient in the Chinese language. Fortunately, the meal was rather costly, and given that the group did not appear to be of meager means, the server did not exhibit any dissatisfaction. Upon having some leisure, they leaned on the counter, resting their chin and frequently glancing towards Li Qing. Li Qing felt an inexplicable irritation, yet found no justification to express it, so he remained taciturn. After approximately an hour's wait, the individual finally arrived, panting as he approached. Upon seeing that Li Qing and the others had indeed honored their agreement, he animatedly gestured before pulling someone beside him and conversing earnestly. "Esteemed guests from the great Ming Dynasty, you are truly gentlemen. Please forgive my tardiness. I assure you, I have exerted all my energy. I apologize and hope to make amends." The accent of the translator was quite pronounced, yet it was comprehensible, and his proficiency evidently surpassed that of the Li family's servants. Li Qing felt considerably uplifted, relieved that the wait had not been in vain. As for the man, he had already moved to the counter to settle the bill for Li Qing and his party. Li Qing, known for his lack of hesitation when receiving favors, accepted this graciously and engaged in amiable conversation with the translator. Questions posed to his compatriots were casual, but he refrained from directly inquiring about the local power structure, opting instead for inquiries about customs and local culture. The translator was quite loquacious, addressing Li Qing's questions without any hint of concealment. Li Shuer listened with great interest until she learned that the name of the restaurant was the Queen's Leg. "Is it not fearsome to invoke the Queen's wrath with such a name?" Li Shuer inquired curiously. However, the translator responded, "Why would the Queen be angered?" At a loss for words, Li Shuer retorted, "Is this name reserved for certain individuals, or can anyone use it?" "Anyone can use it. The Queen's Leg, the Queen's Arm. The Prince's Leg, Mary's Kitchen," the translator exclaimed, listing numerous uniquely named establishments, leaving Li Shuer utterly astonished. Is it truly permissible to do so? At that moment, the individual wishing to discuss business with the Li family introduced the main topic. "Esteemed guests from the great Ming Dynasty, I would like to invite you to my sheep farm, where you will find soft, comfortable wool that can withstand the cold. I believe this will be a mutually beneficial transaction. Li Qing glanced at Li Qing, who nodded slightly. As they were there to comprehend the intricacies of Great Britain, they naturally sought to explore every facet. Receiving an affirmative response, the man became exceedingly jubilant, eagerly beginning to elaborate on the vastness of his sheep farm, the abundance of wool, and its exceptional quality. As the group exited the Queen's Leg, Li Qing turned back to glance at the peculiar sign, feeling an overwhelming discomfort at the sight. Subsequently, a group of 5 individuals boarded a uniquely designed carriage, en route to the sheep farm mentioned by the man. I apologize for the delay in expanding this narrative to 600 words. My thoughts were momentarily muddled by the historical context of potato consumption in Great Britain during the transitional period. As I have been engrossed in studying the foreign affairs and cultural intricacies of the mid-Ming era, leading to a slight disarray in my recollections, I shall rectify this promptly. Chapter 583. Misunderstanding and disrespect. I believe we can reach an agreement, cannot we? The man adjusted his demeanor, presenting what he presumed to be a gentlemanly smile. Li Qing remained noncommittal. As I previously mentioned, we shall be staying here for an extended period, hence, we are unable to finalize any transaction at this moment. However, I shall give it due consideration. After all, time is on our side. The man appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a cheerful nod, seemingly misinterpreting the latter part of Li Qing's statement. He extended his hand, introducing himself. Greetings, esteemed guest from the East. You may call me Thomas. Li Qing, she replied, briefly shaking his hand before retracting it, not allowing him the opportunity for further engagement. Thomas seemed slightly disheartened, but quickly regained his composure. Embodying humility and elegance befitting a nobleman, he retrieved a small piece of parchment from the pocket of his cashmere jacket, inscribed with an elaborate string of letters penned in quill. Li Qing glanced at it before placing it in her sleeve pocket, remarking, I apologize, but we do not practice the exchange of business cards in our culture, and I am unprepared. Thomas paused briefly, then responded with an elegant smile, indicating his understanding. This foreign gentleman appeared well-versed in the principle of maintaining civility even when transactions falter, displaying no signs of displeasure and maintaining his poise as he invited Li Qing and her companions to his estate. Li Qing hesitated, but Li Qing readily accepted the invitation. The 3 companions, having resigned themselves to an extended stay, felt no significant resistance to the arrangement, though a hint of discomfort lingered. Nevertheless, with their leader's consent, they refrained from voicing any objections. Moreover, residing in the home of a nobleman generally afforded greater safety. The trio possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the local customs and culture. Most nobles placed great emphasis on decorum and grace, often exhibiting remarkable generosity. Of course, this courtesy typically extended only to 3 categories of individuals: those of higher nobility, those of equal standing, and guests. Clearly, they fell into the latter category. Thomas's estate was quite expansive, nearly rivaling the grounds of the Yongqing Marquisate, though its rugged charm lacked refinement, primarily consisting of several stone structures. Li Qing, ever adaptable, found the accommodations acceptable and did not dwell on such trivialities. Li Qing shared this sentiment. Matters of sustenance and lodging did not concern her. The 3 companions were more than willing to embrace the invitation, as the conditions at the inn were considerably less favorable. As the day progressed into evening, Thomas approached Li Qing once more, expressing his desire to invite her to a banquet that night. Initially reluctant, Li Qing reconsidered, recognizing this as an opportune moment to gain insight into the political power structures and social dynamics of the area, and thus agreed to attend. Li Qing expressed her reservations regarding Li Qing's casual demeanor, remarking, I can't shake the feeling that this Thomas is being overly solicitous for no apparent reason. It seems to stem from cultural differences. Li Qing reassured her, saying, this presents a valuable opportunity to understand them better. I do not wish to let it slip away. After a pause, he added, when one is away from home, the circumstances differ. Among our 3 companions, even if they harbor ulterior motives, they would not dare act against us. But what about you? Li Qing inquired. Come along with me, Li Qing replied. In the days to come, we shall share meals and accommodations. Li Qing was taken aback, yet she was no timid or pretentious young lady. After a brief hesitation, she acquiesced with a nod. Shifting the subject, Li Qing asked, is our purpose here merely to observe the local customs and societal structure? Certainly not, Li Qing responded gently. I am here in search of something. What might that be? She queried. Soil, Li Qing stated, the soil of reform. Is there such a thing here? Li Shuer asked. Astonished. I do not mean to sound arrogant, but this place seems far removed from wealth and prosperity. Li Qing chuckled, regardless of affluence or poverty. We are here to extract the essence, not to fixate on the dross. And what might that essence be? Li Shuer inquired. A subtle smile graced Li Qing's face as he replied, for instance, the legs of the queen. Li Shuer chided him slightly. But I was asking about the soil of reform. And that is precisely what I meant, Li Qing clarified. Do not merely perceive the absurd, from a different perspective. Such humorous and almost mocking references to the body parts of rulers can reveal much. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuer asked, is this about civil rights? Certainly not. Li Qing shook his head. What does that have to do with civil rights? It is merely a matter of cultural differences. We must delve beneath the surface of these cultural disparities to unearth the essence, to distill what is suitable for the Ming Dynasty and adapt it for our own use. Li Shuer was taken aback. Do you not think that might be overly fanciful? Li Qing smiled gently. With sufficient diligence, one can always identify strengths. Just as even the most exceptional individuals possess flaws, so too do the most ordinary individuals have their merits. Even bandits speak of loyalty and righteousness. This principle applies at the national level as well. Very well, Li Shuer replied, not entirely optimistic. But what if we find nothing? Then we shall consider it a journey. Li Qing said with a laugh. It would serve as a reward and compensation for you. Li Shuer felt a touch of embarrassment and nodded lightly. As night fell, Li Qing and Li Shuer were invited to a banquet, perhaps due to the lingering influence of Roman culture. The dining customs here bore a striking resemblance to those they had encountered in France. Li Shuer, experiencing it for the first time, was utterly astonished. Is this how nobles behave? Why do they seem so uncouth, as though they were starving? Upon hearing Li Qing's explanation, Li Shuer found it absurd and distasteful, unable to comprehend or respect such behavior. Perhaps the local customs were less affected, or perhaps over the years, some of these vices had been refined. After the two of them explicitly declined the invitation to purge, the maid no longer pressed them, and the host showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Thomas formally introduced Li Qing and his companion, clearly indicating the significant weight of the Ming Dynasty and the prominence of the Li family from Jinling. Throughout the banquet, numerous elegantly attired gentlemen of noble standing approached them, engaging in polite conversation. A proficient translator fluent in Mandarin facilitated a seamless exchange between both parties. As the atmosphere grew more convivial alongside the spirits, Li Qing subtly inquired about the matter of the sheepfold, uncovering a detailed account of its history. Over a century ago, the woolen textile industry began to flourish in this region, its economic benefits far surpassing those of agriculture. Consequently, the nobility commenced the practice of enclosing lands, incessantly expanding their pastures to amass wealth. However, this period of prosperity was short-lived. Such reckless expansion resulted in countless farmers and tenants being displaced. Decades later, this turmoil ignited a peasant uprising, prompting the court to enact the Anti-Enclosure Act. Following this, the king and the court dedicated themselves to implementing the Land Redistribution Act. Yet, the very enforcers were often the perpetrators of violence, rendering the outcomes all too predictable. Listening to the nobles extol the virtues of the queen, while simultaneously refusing to adhere to her policies, struck Li Shuer as both absurd and comical. She reflected on the vast differences between people and cultures. A similar political phenomenon existed in the Ming Dynasty, but such a scene would have been inconceivable there. At least in the Ming, such topics would never surface in public discourse. Any discussions would solely praise the emperor and the court, with dissent remaining concealed. Noticing that the other party seemed unperturbed by such discussions, Li Qing, under the pretext of wanting to remain in the area, sought to understand the local currency. It bore similarities to that of the Ming Dynasty, with the exception of the special currency known as treasure notes. Otherwise, the denominations were quite alike. Gold, silver, and copper were used, albeit under different names and forms. Here, they referred to it as pennies, resembling the coins of later generations. And there was a standardized exchange rate among them. Li Qing also stumbled upon an intriguing anecdote regarding the concept of bad money drives out good. This originated from the court's decision to reduce the gold, silver, and copper content of the pennies to lower issuance costs, leading to uncontrollable inflation and economic chaos. The current Queen Elizabeth is striving to rectify the situation by collecting the inferior currency from the populace and issuing coins with higher content to stabilize monetary trust. However, Li Qing foresaw that this endeavor would prove arduous for the queen, as without a reasonable method, the circulation of bad money could only increase. Li Qing was uncertain about the queen's physical attributes, but he was certain of one thing. Her intellect must be formidable. Amidst the revelry, Li Qing, taking advantage of a moment of levity, remarked to Thomas, "The queen possesses quite a temper. Her magnanimity is commendable." His intention was to prompt a discussion regarding the boundaries of the queen's power, thereby deducing the dynamics between the queen, the nobility, the court, and the common people, ultimately analyzing this region's socio-political landscape. Unfortunately, due to cultural disparities, his sophisticated rhetoric fell on deaf ears. With a hearty laugh, Li Qing ceased his inquiries, choosing instead to immerse himself in the jubilant ambience of the banquet. He had already garnered significant insights. Further probing might raise suspicions. The mere difference in culture did not imply that the other party was foolish. After all, he had only just arrived, and time was plentiful. There was no need for haste. As the banquet transitioned into its latter half, the nobles gradually ceased their feasting, and the gathering transformed into a ball. Men and women, men and men, all joined in the dance, elevating the atmosphere of the banquet to a crescendo. Li Shuer inquired, "What kind of dance is this?" Li Qing, glancing at the center of the dance floor, casually remarked, "It resembles a peacock displaying its feathers. Perhaps it is the peacock dance." Li Shuer shot him an exasperated look. This banquet, devoid of empathy, failed to pique her interest. Yet, the novelty was undeniable, and with Li Qing by her side, she found an added layer of enjoyment. At that moment, Thomas completed a dance and approached Li Qing, gesturing an invitation. Engrossed in the dance, the translator was unavailable, and Thomas exchanged a knowing glance. Li Qing declined, using body language to convey, "I only dance with women." Thomas appeared despondent, casting a glance at Li Shuer before relinquishing his pursuit. The elderly lady did not appeal to him. Li Shuer remarked, "It truly lacks any semblance of respect." Chapter 584. The entertainment of nobility. Thomas, disheartened, departed to dance with another male noble. Unable to contain herself, Li Shuer asked, "Does this man harbor some ulterior motive towards you?" Li Qing, with a furrowed brow, felt a sense of absurdity. Such occurrences were not shocking in the secular world. After all, the Ming Dynasty was not devoid of such phenomena. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Why concern ourselves with it?" Li Shuer felt a twinge of discomfort and suggested, "Shall we not linger here any longer and find another place?" "Unnecessary," Li Qing replied. "My goodness is reserved solely for you. In truth, I have never been a paragon of virtue. I have often been unyielding to those who have wronged me and have a history of turning my back on others. Do you truly believe I am a gentleman?" Li Shuer, taken aback, shook her head in a mix of exasperation and amusement. At that moment, a lady adorned in the fashion of nobility approached, mimicking Thomas's earlier invitation. Just as Li Shuer was about to speak on Li Qing's behalf to refuse, she witnessed Li Qing gladly accept and take the lady's hand. The elderly lady's mood soured. She sat in silence, finding fault with everything around her, muttering, "What kind of culture is this? How can a woman invite another man in front of her husband? It's absurd, utterly absurd." After a tirade of complaints, Li Shuer couldn't help but glance at Li Qing again. This gaze only deepened her frustration as she murmured, "He learns remarkably quickly." The training of 11 dynasties was no trifling matter, with Li Qing's current physical prowess far surpassing human limits. Mastering such seemingly effortless moves was naturally within his grasp. Coupled with his exceptional coordination, he demonstrated remarkable skill from the very first attempt. Li Shuer rolled her eyes heavenward. As the banquet drew to a close, approaching midnight, Li Shuer appeared weary, perhaps also troubled by Li Qing's actions. Upon returning to her room, she fell asleep, indifferent to where Li Qing might rest. Li Qing, unperturbed, had no time for anger. His mind raced, swiftly processing the information he had gathered. Beyond matters of politics and social customs, Li Qing discerned a subtle yet significant detail. Although the local language differed from the Franks, certain vocabulary bore a striking resemblance. Li Qing pondered quietly. Was it this side influencing the other, or vice versa? Perhaps both played a part. Ultimately, strength dictated all, and it appeared that the other side had the upper hand. Previously, he had thought the language there resembled ancient English, yet it now seemed otherwise. The language here bore a striking resemblance to the English of later generations. Alas, he lamented, for he had completely forgotten it. Despite this regret, he felt a surge of excitement. At present, France undeniably held dominion over the West, particularly in Europe. Under such circumstances, mutual linguistic influence was inevitable, and he believed that the learning curve would not be steep. Li Qing mused, "Yet, I remain uncertain whether this era's Great Britain is a colony of France, or if it too has embarked on the swift ship of colonial development. I must find a way to ascertain this. After all, Thomas is a noble, albeit from an earldom, yet titles here are scarcer than in the Ming Dynasty. If I could connect with Elizabeth through him, it would save considerable effort." Li Qing was reluctant to communicate with Elizabeth in the name of the Ming court. Firstly, the time of contact between the two parties was still brief. Unlike Korea and Japan, which had been tributary states of China for centuries, their cultural disparities were insurmountable. Countries like Korea and Japan had, without exception, been influenced by Han culture and had actively sought to learn, allowing for a shared channel of communication. However, Li Qing felt uncertain here. A single misstep could provoke the queen or the entire nobility, leading to disastrous consequences. Only with a multifaceted understanding of the local culture and values could he communicate effectively. Gradually succumbing to drowsiness, Li Qing yawned and slowly drifted into slumber. Perhaps his resolve to only dance with women had taken effect in the following days. Thomas refrained from any behavior that might discomfort Li Qing or irritate Li Shuai. Nevertheless, he maintained his noble demeanor, remaining as engaging and elegant as ever. Of course, this could also stem from his desire to conduct business with the Li family. Regardless of whether it was noble self-cultivation or a commercial motive, it mattered little to Li Qing, as long as he could obtain the knowledge he sought. Their interactions were generally harmonious. When Li Qing offered to cover the expenses of his hospitality, Thomas politely declined, asserting that such an action was rather unfriendly for a noble. Accepting this, Li Qing opted to follow the host's wishes, compensating through gifts and purchases instead. Though Li Qing was not one to shy away from taking advantage, he represented the nobility of the Ming Dynasty, and given that Thomas had indeed been of great assistance, he felt it would be unjust to benefit without due acknowledgement. It must be said, the entertainment options available to the nobility here were even more abundant than those in the Ming. Within their homes, they could engage in tennis, card games, and other amusements. Outdoors, they enjoyed bullfighting, dogfighting, and even bear baiting, offering a thrill that far surpassed anything in the Ming. A fierce wind had caused a power outage, rendering the internet cafe inefficient for writing. With a debt of 1,500, it would take some time to repay. My apologies. Chapter 585. Cheating to win the inclement weather does not belong solely to the Ming Dynasty. It is a shared plight of our earthly village. Time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, it is already March, with the noblemen still donned in their woolen jackets. Misfortune does not afflict only the Ming, which brings some solace to Li Qing. As months pass, Li Qing gains a deeper understanding of the etiquette and cultural nuances among the aristocracy, as well as a comprehensive grasp of social conflicts, prices, currency, and entertainment. His proficiency in the local language has reached such heights that translation has become largely unnecessary. He has even mastered the nuances of dialect. Among his accomplishments, his prowess in fencing stands out. Adhering to established rules, Li Qing skillfully executes his swordplay, winning effortlessly without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Through Thomas's introduction, Li Qing begins to penetrate the upper echelons of society. An Eastern figure from the Ming, fluent in the local tongue and indistinguishable in accent, naturally draws attention. Coupled with the aura of authority Li Qing has cultivated over the past 11 years, the communication barriers between him and the nobles are significantly diminished. Within the nobles' value system, Li Qing is perceived as one of their own. The aristocratic values here, in contrast to those of the Ming, reveal a certain contradiction. On one hand, they exhibit kindness, sincerity, generosity, and grace towards those within their social circle. On the other, they are unapologetically brutal and coarse towards the lower classes, showing no trace of gentlemanly conduct. Of course, the gentry of the Ming are not gentlemanly either, harboring malice toward the common folk. The difference lies in the fact that the gentry of the Ming would never be so overtly cruel to the lower classes. Li Shuai finds this perplexing, yet Li Qing has grown accustomed to it. He had already encountered such realities during his visit to the Florentine with Tang Bohu. On the grassy field, Thomas and his noble friends engage in a game of bowling. Li Qing and Li Shuai sit on a stone stool at the edge of the field, watching the match and conversing. Li Qing clarifies for Li Shuai, there is nothing particularly strange about this. Here, there exists no concept of ethnicity, only class. We belong to the same class as them. while the common folk are scarcely different from cattle. Li Qing nods slightly, remarking, but it doesn't seem like they are still under a system of slavery, does it? Huh. It is not so easy to completely rid oneself of slavery, Li Qing replies with a laugh. Take our own history as an example. The system thrived during the Shang Dynasty. After its fall, the ruling class began to dismantle the system, a process that spanned the Zhou, Spring and Autumn, Warring States, Qin, and Han dynasties. How many years did that take? In fact, their development has been quite swift. We cannot measure their progress solely by our own standards. Furthermore, a smaller scale can yield its own advantages. For instance, a great charter can facilitate institutional optimization more smoothly, perhaps even more so than we have achieved. Li Qing is taken aback. I have yet to discern their system's superiority. Li Qing chuckles lightly, saying, you remain entrenched in the notion of the Celestial Empire, believing that all outside of China are savages, which leads you to involuntarily compare our extensive history to theirs. How long have they existed? Such a scenario is indeed unfair and rather narrow-minded. Very well, Li Qing nodded reluctantly, glancing at the two figures in the distance before inquiring, is Thomas reliable? Li Qing chuckled softly. If I were to gain the Queen's favor, it would only benefit Thomas, not harm him. As his recommender, it would greatly aid him and even his family. In such circumstances, even if Thomas, being a younger son, cannot inherit the title, he will still receive preferential resources from the family. Given that he is genuinely devoted to me, he is undoubtedly trustworthy. Li Qing lamented. You are vying for the Queen's favor as the Earl of Everlasting Youth. Why belittle yourself so? You seek her admiration. Yet it is she who should be striving to please you. How absurd. You do not aspire to be a son-in-law, do you? Such impertinence, Li Qing retorted. How attractive could a woman with red hair and blue eyes possibly be? Li Qing muttered. You have never even seen her. How can you claim she has red hair and blue eyes? Li Qing laughed. There are certainly more than just red-haired, blue-eyed individuals here. Do you truly entertain such thoughts? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Having been somewhat indulged lately, Li Qing chose not to correct her any further. At that moment, the two figures in the distance concluded their match and approached, chatting cheerfully. Li Qing stood up, exclaiming, what a fiercely balanced contest. Truly magnificent. Oh my God. Your linguistic talent is extraordinary. Thank you for your praise, Li Qing replied with a polite smile, though a dark line of annoyance crossed her forehead. Although unable to comprehend the conversation between Li Qing and the others, the translation tone made her quite uncomfortable. After a round of mutual flattery, Thomas introduced. This is my good friend, Heywood Morris, an important member of the Naval Committee. Heywood Morris extended his right hand with a smile, saying, you may call me Heywood. Li Qing reciprocated with his own hand, stating, Li Qing. Heywood Morris, having learned the basic information about Li Qing from Thomas, nodded slightly and turned to Li Qing. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qing extended her right hand for a brief handshake. Li Qing. Another round of translation ensued. Subsequently, Thomas broached the main topic, indicating that if Li Qing wished to see the Queen, he could do so through Heywood Morris, who was willing to assist. Li Qing felt invigorated and promptly invited Heywood Morris and Thomas to watch a bullfighting match as a gesture of gratitude. Both accepted with enthusiasm. Li Qing did not accompany them, instead handing over all her gold and silver pennies, urging him to win some money back. At the bullfighting arena, Li Qing purchased front-row seats and wagered all his remaining funds. Thomas cautioned, oh my friend, you should not squander your money so recklessly. Based on my experience, it seems you have made a rather imprudent decision. I believe you should consider betting on the bulldog. Heywood Morris also found Li Qing's choice perplexing, as the bull was far too large to possess agility. Li Qing, I think you should heed Thomas's advice. Yet, Li Qing replied with a smile. The odds are in its favor. I suggest you both follow my lead and place your bets. Trust me, you won't regret it. Out of courtesy, they both placed bets alongside Li Qing, albeit modestly, with each wagering 10 silver pennies. As the audience busied themselves with their bets, Li Qing began to subtly probe Heywood Morris, seeking insights into the naval strength of this region. Heywood Morris spoke in vague terms, uttering trivialities. Yet Li Qing managed to extract a wealth of valuable information. For instance, the current British Navy was imitating, even copying, the French Navy. Although Britain had not been colonized by the French, it remained under their shadow, and the configuration of the British military revealed that Britain possessed almost no army. Apart from the guards responsible for palace security, and only assembled a military force temporarily in times of rebellion. This arrangement seemed reasonable for a relatively small island nation with a stable government, facing more external pressures and lacking in wealth. Li Qing pondered the comparative strength of the British Navy against the French forces he had once encountered with Hong Air. If he could successfully engage in fencing with the Queen, perhaps he could devise a way to witness the naval capabilities here. His thoughts meandered until the surrounding area erupted into a cacophony, snapping him back to reality. The bullfighting contest had commenced. The long-awaited bulldog burst forth from its confines, charging at full speed towards the massive bull. The bull, tethered by a chain, became instantly terrified, circling the wooden post in a futile attempt to escape. Confined to a radius of merely a yard. "Kill it! Kill it!" The crowd roared, creating a lively atmosphere. The true stars of the bullfight were not the bulls, but the fighting dogs. The bulls were merely expendable participants, usually facing slaughter after the contest. This form of entertainment was not prohibited by the court, and the nobles of the palace were particularly fond of it. Queen Elizabeth had even enacted a law mandating that bulls must participate in the bullfights before being led to slaughter. The bulldog, large yet agile and ferocious, sprinted towards the bull, leaping to sink its teeth into the bull's nose, drawing blood. Normally, it was exceedingly rare for a bull to escape the fate of being killed. The fighting dogs were rigorously trained, and the fights were not one-on-one, but rather a team effort, typically involving 5 to 7 dogs. Audiences generally placed their bets on which bulldog would bring down the bull, with hardly any wagers placed on the bull's winning. Of course, there had been instances of bulls emerging victorious, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and any bull that triumphed would be granted a pardon. Charge it. Use your horns to strike it hard. The cheers from Thomas and Heywood Morris were distinct, not stemming from concern for their money, but from a desire to win. The two were visibly tense. Li Qing stifled a laugh, flicking his fingers against the wooden railing. Everyone's attention was riveted on the bulldog, entirely oblivious to his subtle gesture. Even if they had noticed, they would not have discerned any wrongdoing, for he had not employed any tangible objects. Just as it seemed the bulldog was about to sink its teeth into the bull's nose, unexpectedly, its head jerked uncontrollably upward, its gaping mouth heading straight for the bull's horns. A brief moment of astonishment swept through the audience, and for a fleeting instant, confusion flickered in the bulldog's fierce eyes. However, the startled bull granted no moment of astonishment to the onlookers, instinctively thrashing its head with ferocity. The bullfighting dog was hurled through the air, its sharp horns piercing through its lower jaw, creating a gaping wound. After tumbling several times upon hitting the ground, it lay motionless, unable even to emit a cry of agony. The ground soon became stained with crimson, and the once vocal dog fell silent, lying still. Thomas was in a state of shock. Heywood Morris was equally bewildered. The audience was left in disbelief. Even the bull seemed momentarily dazed. Chapter 586. A ticket to enter. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. The one to perish is the bullfighting dog. Dear Thomas, we are truly fortunate. Heywood Morris exclaimed in a series of astonished remarks, shaking Thomas vigorously. Thomas, while pleased, remained rational. Dear Heywood, we have not yet won. Elegance, elegance, he reminded. Oh, yes, yes, elegance, elegance. Heywood Morris gradually composed himself, though he remained exhilarated. The demise of a bullfighting dog was a rare occurrence, and to them, it signified victory. As for the modest sum wagered, it was merely a trifling matter. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Some were disheartened, others elated, but most were simply awestruck. The event organizers, filled with regret, removed the fallen dog from the arena and subsequently released the second one. Kill it! Kill it! The audience erupted once more, and Thomas and Heywood Morris felt a surge of tension. Could they still triumph? The answer was evident. With this intervention, even if the bull wished to lose, it would be impossible. The second bullfighting dog met a similar fate, returning defeated, and it fared no better than the first. It was no match for the bull, suffering broken bones and near death. Following 2 consecutive victories, the bull's panic subsided, and it exhibited a newfound confidence, proudly raising its head to display the blood upon its horns. Oh my God, it is so valiant, so valiant, Thomas exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. I concede. I underestimated it before. Elegance, elegance, Heywood Morris reminded, though he himself was not particularly graceful. The audience was captivated, enchanted by the bull's prowess, especially those who had already lost their bets, who immediately switched allegiances to cheer for the bull. Then, the third bullfighting dog entered the arena, learning from its predecessors. It refrained from rushing in as before, instead circling the bull cautiously, delaying its attack. The bull snorted heavily, its eyes wide with rage rather than fear. Seemingly questioning, "Why do you not engage? Why do you not retreat?" The intelligence of the bullfighting dog clearly surpassed that of the bull. Observing the bull's agitation, it feigned attacks while continuing to circle, further inciting the bull's fury. Thomas could no longer maintain his composure and berated the dog for its lack of decorum. The audience, too, expressed their discontent. Bullfighting was not merely a gamble, but a form of entertainment, and the dog's conduct lacked any spectacle. The staff, noticing the audience's dissatisfaction, felt compelled to apply pressure on the bullfighting dog, thus sealing its unfortunate fate. Under the rare misstep at the leap, the bull trampled and broke a leg, howling incessantly. Its gaze swept over the audience and staff, filled with humiliation and fury, seemingly conveying, "Amateurs directing professionals, you have no understanding of bullfighting. What nonsense are you commanding?" With the defeat of the third bullfighter, the crowd almost unanimously rallied behind the bull. This allegiance stemmed not only from the bull's formidable fighting prowess, but also from its robust physique. No one believed it could sustain itself against a fourth bullfighter. With the thrill of gambling dissipated, the audience sought pure entertainment, for an upset victory is always a delight. "Oh my God, have you heard my prayers? Please let the bull triumph." Thomas and Haywood Morris clasped hands, fervently chanting their prayers while anxiously watching the contest. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "God is right here." When the fourth bullfighter entered the arena, the spirit to fight had already vanished. Only under the pressure from the audience and staff did it approach with a feigned display of aggression. However, the bull had already exuded confidence. As soon as the bullfighter drew near, it sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the bullfighter's abdomen, sending it soaring half a yard into the air. The bullfighter cried out, tumbled a few times, and promptly fled back into the cage, refusing to emerge again. Despite the staff's encouragement and intimidation, the bullfighter remained unresponsive. As for the final bullfighter scheduled to enter, it simply tucked its tail in fear. Reluctantly, the staff announced the bull's victory. Cheers erupted from the audience, while Thomas and Haywood Morris embraced one another, continually invoking God's name. The event organizers, having incurred significant losses, devised a cunning plan to arrange for the butcher to slaughter the bull on site. The bull's pardon for winning was merely a customary practice, without any formal stipulation mandating such. The staff emphasized that after such an intense contest, the bull's meat would undoubtedly be tender and delectable. Deeply impressed by the bull's valor, the audience, upon hearing of the impending slaughter, was filled with outrage yet felt powerless to intervene. Thus, they began to bid for the bull's freedom. After several rounds of bidding, the bull was sold for many times its original value. Li Qing found the situation amusing. Whether the bull was slaughtered mattered little to him. What he cared about was the 20-fold odds. With 2 bags of gold coins and 5 bags of silver coins weighing heavily at his waist, he could only walk while grasping his belt with both hands. Thomas and Haywood Morris had wagered less, and thus possessed only half a bag of silver coins. Yet their joy was no less than Li Qing's. On the way back, their conversation flowed endlessly. Haywood Morris, while thanking God, mentioned an upcoming banquet hosted by the Queen, expressing his intent to share their tale with her. Li Qing's heart stirred. Sensing an opportunity, he immediately interjected, "Oh, my dear Haywood, are you to attend the banquet hosted by the Queen?" Haywood Morris replied with a smile, "Indeed, my dear fortunate friend Li Qing. I believe you will surely capture the Queen's attention. You are the wisest and luckiest person I have ever met. Would you care to join?" "Dear Haywood, you are absolutely right. I am indeed fortunate," Li Qing smiled. "It is an honor. Although I have been here for over half a year, addressing a man as dear still feels somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, for the Queen, it is worth it. My skills in fencing have reached mastery, and my peacock dance is equally refined. When the time comes, I shall not falter, whether in swordplay or in dance. Yet, I find myself pondering whether Queen Elizabeth favors fencing more or dancing." Upon returning to the manor, Li Schwerer greeted me with enthusiasm, her waist adorned with a circle of coin purses. Instantly, she gleefully collected them all for herself, leaving Li Qing with only a pouch of silver pennies, justifying it with the phrase, "A man should not be too wealthy." The old lady was overjoyed. However, Thomas Haywood Morris, my dear friend, was somewhat irked and remarked to Li Qing, "Oh my God, that old woman is too domineering. and she is already advanced in age. My friend Li Qing, you ought to free yourself from her clutches. Li Qing replied. Fortunately, my companion is not present, and Li Shuer does not understand. Otherwise, the little old lady would be grinding her teeth in anger. Considering the days ahead, Li Qing intended to clarify. I am related to her, as family. Not in a romantic sense. She is my junior. The two looked at him incredulously. The truth is, my friends, I am her elder. I hold a higher position in our familial hierarchy. After a lengthy explanation, they finally comprehended his relationship with Li Shuer. He then steered the conversation towards the Queen's banquet, inquiring about the details and the date of the event. Fortunately, the days here differ from those in the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, it is merely 2 days away. And Haywood Morris assured him he would accompany Li Qing. Once back in his chamber, Li Qing informed Li Shuer of the impending audience with the Queen. Li Shuer nodded thoughtfully, muttering, "Remember to observe whether the Queen's legs are fair, straight, and long." "You little girl," Li Qing lightly tapped her on the head, saying, "We set off tomorrow, so prepare yourself mentally." Li Shuer was astonished. "I can participate too? I would never leave you behind." Li Qing chuckled and replied, "I spoke with Haywood Morris, and you shall attend as the spokesperson of the Li family." Li Shuer nodded joyfully, then hesitated. "Do you think he will truly believe that?" "Why would he not? I am merely an old lady serving as the Li family spokesperson." Li Shuer pondered. "I hope this Haywood Morris is not a fraud." Li Qing retorted playfully, "What could we possibly have that would tempt anyone to deceive us? A few bags of gold and silver coins? Moreover, what is wrong with a woman being a spokesperson? Here, women can even be kings." After a moment's reflection, Li Shuer seemed to find some sense in his words. "Is the palace far from here?" she inquired. "It should not be too far, or else we would not be setting off just a day in advance. This is not the Ming Dynasty. Do not conflate it with the distances between Jinling and the capital." Li Qing mused aloud. "I wonder if the palace is in London at this time." Li Shuer responded with surprise. "Before coming to the Ming Dynasty, had you ever been to the capital of Britain?" No," Li Qing replied awkwardly. "I have only a limited understanding of certain places. Before coming to the Ming Dynasty, I had never traveled abroad." "I had thought you had been there," she said. Li Shuer pouted and said, "Are you truly going to fence with the Queen?" "Fencing is merely a means. The real aim is to establish a connection." Li Shuer felt even more perplexed. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "What are you thinking? Building rapport with her is merely to gain a better understanding of this place, and also to lay the groundwork for the Ming silver certificates. If this endeavor succeeds, the benefits would be unimaginable." Li Shuer rubbed her temples and replied, "Isn't that a bit overly optimistic? The challenges are considerable, but there is still room for maneuver." Li Qing asserted, "Trying it out incurs no loss. I believe this Queen is quite approachable. Even if it doesn't work out, it won't be disastrous." Li Shuer scoffed, "As if you two are that familiar." Chapter 587. Wishing good luck the next morning, Li Qing rose early and donned his own Yongqing brand finished attire. The obsidian-hued, form-fitting robe accentuated his tall, elegant stature. With a single white jade hairpin adorning his head, his long, lustrous black hair cascaded down naturally. Simple, yet exuding opulence. Truly a figure as refined as jade, unmatched amongst gentlemen. "What do you think of my attire?" he asked. Li Shuer surveyed him from head to toe, her eyes sparkling with admiration, though she teased, obsidian robes and a white jade belt. "What's this, a matchmaking event? Ha ha ha, how mischievous." Li Qing turned to the mirror, adjusting his appearance. Li Shuer, slightly disheartened, suggested, "You should change into a jacket. We ought to blend in." Li Qing was simply too suited for Han attire. Especially in the obsidian robe, he appeared even more handsome and refined, radiating an aura befitting a person of high status. The elderly lady genuinely worried that the Queen might be unable to resist his charm. Clearing her throat, Li Shuer quoted, "As Confucius said, adapt to local customs and follow their orders. We are not representing the court, only ourselves, at least for now. You should really change your clothes." Li Qing momentarily struggled to recall who had said that. "Zhuangzi," he exclaimed. "Ah, times have changed." Li Qing continued, "Haywood Morris is one of the naval commissioners. Though not a core member, we are attending the banquet as guest friends, unlikely to sit at the main table. More likely, we'll be placed in a corner, which is precisely how we can attract the Queen's attention." Li Shuer replied, "You just keep being vain. If the Queen takes a liking to you and wants you as her son-in-law, that's not my concern." Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Do you think the Queen is just a simple girl?" Li Shuer paused. realizing, is she getting old? Li Qing sighed. What I mean is, she is a dignified monarch. We shouldn't interpret her actions through the lens of a simple girl's mindset. Li Shueter silently thought to herself, do I need to change into Han attire? As long as you're happy, Li Qing chuckled, I'm off for breakfast. Hurry up, Haywood Morris will be here soon. Li Shueter muttered, I'm not being vain. How much time could I possibly waste? Oh, it's nothing. You go ahead and eat. I'll be ready shortly, replied Li Qing, satisfied as he left. At the break of dawn, Haywood Morris arrived as promised. Upon seeing Li Qing, he was instantly awestruck. Oh my God, my friend Li Qing, your hair looks magnificent. Just look at it. How enviable. Li Qing. Li Shueter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Qing bid farewell to Thomas and, accompanied by Li Shueter, embarked on a carriage journey with Haywood Morris towards the royal palace. They set off at dawn and reached the city of the palace by dusk. Haywood Morris selected an inn for the two, then expressed his need to attend to social engagements, mentioning that the banquet would not commence until the following evening, allowing the pair some leisure time in the interim. Li Qing nodded in gratitude, saying, my friend Haywood, I appreciate your generosity in granting me the honor of meeting the Queen. It is indeed my privilege. Haywood Morris smiled and replied, see you tomorrow. Once Thomas had taken his leave, Li Qing stretched lazily and inquired, shall we explore this foreign capital? We've been here for quite a while without much sightseeing. Li Shueter yawned and replied, I am rather fatigued. I think I shall take a nap. Observing her weariness, Li Qing abandoned the idea of wandering and noticed a slim book on the bedside table, which he picked up to peruse. Li Shueter, intrigued, asked, can you comprehend it? Li Qing replied, not entirely, but I grasped the general meaning. He turned a page and added, sleep well. Do not worry, I shall not go anywhere. Do tell me a story, she urged. Weren't you tired? He countered. Not anymore, she responded with enthusiasm. It has been ages since I've heard you narrate a tale. Li Qing paused, then nodded gently. The art of printing had reached this land and found a measure of application. The book recounted the life of Queen Mary, the half-sister of Queen Elizabeth, and could be considered a historical account, albeit one lacking in depth due to the strained relationship between the sisters. Most of its content consisted of anecdotes criticizing Queen Mary. Li Qing, with his limited understanding, conveyed the story with a haphazard approach. Yet Li Shueter found it far more intriguing than a stroll through the streets. Unbeknownst to her, Li Qing himself was not fond of shopping. He indulged in it partly for her sake, and partly to grasp the societal dynamics of this place. How many people did this Queen Mary actually massacre? She inquired. The text does not specify an exact number, but I assure you, it pales in comparison to our founding emperor, Li Qing replied, flipping another page. Just considering the phrase slaughtering 100,000 troops in Jiangnan, the blood upon my sword still fresh. Queen Mary cannot hold a candle to that. Li Shueter chuckled and nodded. So, this Queen Mary was a decisive ruler, much like our founding emperor? Li Qing clarified, there are distinctions. Our emperor's killings were aimed at securing the realm and stabilizing the state, while Queen Mary's actions, though aimed at quelling radical factions and consolidating power, were largely driven by faith and sectarian strife. Li Shueter listened intently, her thoughts swirling with disbelief. It is hard to believe that religion holds such sway here. To the extent of influencing a government, it truly is a peculiar phenomenon. They are not the peculiar ones. If anything, we are the oddities, Li Qing remarked. We have managed to establish a government that stands firm against any sect, compelling them to yield to the state. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled a conversation with a cleric during his previous travels to the western regions, and he chuckled. Our people are all adherents of the egg religion. No one stands a chance here. Li Shueter looked on in astonishment. Upon listening to Li Qing's explanation, I could not help but chuckle softly. Stifling a yawn as I remarked, it does seem to be the case. However, I find it quite agreeable. Faith may guide individuals towards benevolence, yet it cannot satiate one's hunger. Eggs are far more practical. Unbeknownst to us, dusk descended, and Li Shueter succumbed to a deep slumber. Li Qing gently retracted his arm, placing a pillow beneath her head, and, by the flickering candlelight, completed the reading of the Mary Chronicles. Due to the limitations of the text, he struggled to comprehend several passages but gained a deeper understanding of the British regime. Setting the book aside, he extinguished the candle and, while contemplating the matter of currency issuance, gradually drifted into slumber. At dawn, as Li Qing opened his eyes, he found Li Shueter gazing at him intently from her side. His sudden awakening caused a blush to rise on her cheeks, and she feigned nonchalance, saying, I was just about to call you. Li Qing slowly sat up, glancing at the closed curtains, and inquired, "What time is it?" "It is the end of the Chen hour." "Ah." Li Qing stretched lazily, invigorated, and declared, "Let us go eat something and take a leisurely stroll. One must remain active. It is unwise to remain cooped up." In the latter half of the 16th century, London was experiencing a dramatic population surge. The densely populated city was alive with the vibrancy of the Queen's legs, her arms, the first-class restaurants for princes, textile shops, opera houses, and the ever-visible royal palace, all exuding a sense of flourishing prosperity. In terms of infrastructure, it paled in comparison to the two capitals, yet the vitality driving its burgeoning prosperity was undeniably greater. Li Qing asked, "What do you perceive?" "Well, it feels rather fine," Li Shuer replied after a moment's reflection. "Aside from a distinct sense of disconnection, I do not feel anything particularly remarkable." Li Qing inquired with a smile, "Why not ponder the reason behind this feeling of disconnection? You have visited the small nations of Jiaoji and Malacca. Did you experience such a sensation there?" "Not at all." Li Shuer frowned in contemplation, and after a brief pause, she said, "I believe it must be due to the stark differences in architectural styles, as well as in cuisine and attire." Li Qing gently shook his head, responding, "You have missed the crux of the matter. These are merely superficial aspects. The true reason lies in the absence of Confucianism and the principles of Chengzhu philosophy." Li Shuer was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that Confucianism and Chengzhu philosophy hinder the development of the Ming Dynasty?" Li Qing sighed, stating, "The greatest obstacle to reform resides therein. Whether in economic advancement or technological progress, as long as one is diligent and unafraid of toil, it is not insurmountably difficult. However, the ideological framework shaped by Confucianism and rationalism renders any alteration extraordinarily challenging." Li Shuer hesitated several times before finally saying, "I believe Confucianism and Chengzhu philosophy are not as dreadful as you suggest." Li Qing did not deny this, noting, however, those who adhere to Confucianism and Chengzhu philosophy often exhibit a lack of merit. This is due to the distortion of the sages' teachings, a failure not of the sages themselves. Li Qing offered a wry smile and nodded. The issue is that the distortion of the sages' teachings did not begin in the Ming Dynasty. It has been entrenched for a long time. The damage is now too deep to rectify, and the sages have become a shield for the literati and gentry. Without dismantling this shield, it is impossible to reach them. Li Shuer remained silent for a while before advising, "Do not be too radical. Furthermore, in my view, the ideologies and social structures here do not apply to the Ming Dynasty." Li Qing nodded, expressing that he had never intended to replicate anything directly. Rather, he sought to draw parallels and discover the suitable soil for our reform. Seeking inspiration? One might say that as well. Upon hearing this, Li Shuer relaxed, glancing towards the bustling crowd, and gently remarked, "Upon reflection, your observation highlights that the most significant difference here is the absence of Confucianism and rationalism. Indeed, I have discerned where the true schism lies." Li Qing inquired with a smile, "Where is that?" "The people here possess less freedom, yet paradoxically, they are more liberated." Li Shuer responded. Li Qing squinted his eyes with a smile and said, "You hit the nail on the head. Alas, this is exceedingly challenging." Li Shuer sighed. "I genuinely cannot envision how you will prevail." "Neither can I," Li Qing sighed, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "I believe a solution will eventually present itself." Suddenly, Li Shuer smiled, and in a playful imitation of the local dialect, she said, "My dear Li Qing, I wish you the best of luck." Chapter 588. Queen Elizabeth. As the hour drew to a close, Heywood Morris arrived as promised. "My friend Li Qing, are you prepared for the royal banquet?" Li Qing nodded with a smile. The group departed the residence, and, within a mere 15 minutes, arrived at the palace. Heywood Morris introduced Li Qing and his companion to the guards, who conducted a routine check before allowing them to pass. Both Li Qing and Li Shuer exhaled in relief, finding the queen more accessible than they had anticipated. Had this been in the Ming Dynasty, it would have been utterly impossible for foreigners to meet the emperor without an official background. Although the banquet had yet to commence, numerous nobles had already gathered, engaging in clusters of conversation. Upon the entrance of the trio, many eyes were drawn towards them. The trade between the two parties had been established for several years, making the presence of Eastern faces less surprising. However, their appearance in such a setting was indeed remarkable. Particularly, Li Qing, dressed in dark attire, captured nearly everyone's attention. Having encountered myriad situations, he was unfazed, returning their gazes with the regent's characteristic polite smile, exuding elegance and charisma. Before long, someone approached to initiate conversation. Li Qing's eloquence and fluid responses, coupled with his precise linguistic expressions and impeccable translation, garnered considerable admiration and attention. Naturally, he became the focal point of the gathering. Even Haywood Morris basked in reflected glory, pleased to note, "My friend Li Qing, your presence at the Queen's banquet is indeed a wise decision." Nobles valued social connections highly, and Li Qing's presence significantly reduced Haywood Morris's social costs, much to his delight. However, the incessant chatter and the multitude of introductions began to overwhelm Li Shuer, who felt her head spinning. Meanwhile, Li Qing reaped substantial rewards, accumulating a wealth of business cards from the nobility. As time progressed and the crowd swelled, he too began to feel a sense of unease as the number of individuals causing discomfort increased. Fortunately, this overwhelming scene did not persist for long. Approximately 15 minutes later, with the arrival of the palace guard, the conversations came to an end. Subsequently, akin to Ming Dynasty ministers assembling for court, everyone found their respective positions and stood in readiness. Toot, toot, toot. 3 trumpet blasts echoed, and the herald announced loudly, "God save our queen." Li Qing's spirits were invigorated. Li Shuer gathered her thoughts and raised her eyes towards the end of the carpet. Shortly after, a striking woman, aged between 25 and 30, clad in a resplendent gown, captured her attention. This gown was markedly different from those worn by women of the Ming Dynasty. The bodice was exquisitely fitted, tightly enveloping her bosom and accentuating alluring curves, while the waist appeared slender and elongated. Below the waist, the dress flared dramatically, with a hem that trailed nearly 2 yards behind, necessitating the assistance of 4 handmaidens to carry it. Adorned with no fewer than 200 pearls, the gown sparkled brilliantly in the light of countless lit candles. Elizabeth possessed fair, delicate skin, embodying the quintessential cool-toned complexion that harmonized beautifully with her attire. Her hair, a striking shade of auburn, was meticulously styled in an elegant updo. Her deep brown eyes, high-bridged nose with a subtle hook, and thin, vividly painted lips contributed to her striking visage. The contours of her face were not as soft as those of Han women. Instead, they bore sharp angles, which, combined with her prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and bright lips, bestowed upon her a remarkable three-dimensional beauty. While Li Shuer could easily pinpoint 9 imperfections upon closer inspection, collectively, she found none, which left her feeling somewhat defeated. In the end, she could only internally scoff. She is not even that stunning. God save our queen. As the queen made her entrance, numerous nobles shouted slogans and performed gentlemanly gestures. Li Qing and Li Shuer, attending the banquet merely as friends of the guests, stood at the end of the line and paid little heed to the proceedings. Moreover, with everyone's attention fixated on the queen, Li Shuer simply followed the crowd and knelt, refraining from shouting any slogans. Li Qing, however, did raise his voice. It was not a matter of kneeling or bowing, but merely uttering a phrase of reverence, which he did not mind. While Li Shuer observed the queen, Li Qing also took note. Upon their first meeting, he formed a general impression of her. She was a fashionable, striking, and remarkably magnanimous queen, her eyes brimming with ambition. Without the act of kneeling, there was no need for the courtiers to rise. Queen Elizabeth greeted them with a warm smile befitting her station, saying, "Welcome, everyone, to the banquet." Perhaps due to her elevated status, her words lacked any hint of translation, sounding surprisingly natural and unpretentious to Li Shuer's ears. Subsequently, a handmaiden approached with a basin of water floating with petals, allowing the nobles to cleanse their hands. After the purification ritual concluded, guests took their seats. Li Qing and Li Shuer, not being nobles, but rather the family members of nobility, did not occupy the main table, nor even the secondary one. As anticipated by Li Qing, their seats were placed in a corner of the palace, sharing a table with several other noble families. Fortunately, there were no assigned seating arrangements, and they found themselves positioned at the center of a U-shaped table, allowing them a direct view of Queen Elizabeth. In a hushed tone, Li Shuer inquired, "Have you ever dined at a court banquet?" Li Qing subtly nodded. "I once dined in Phalange." "There are no peculiar dishes, I presume?" she asked nervously. Having heard that some nobles had unusual preferences, Li Qing pondered, "There shouldn't be any." "Oh, stop staring at her. She cannot see you," he added. Li Shuer tugged at Li Qing's sleeve, remarking that he was not particularly handsome and that he paled in comparison to her youthful days. Li Qing reassured her, rest assured. Foreigners are not as barbaric as some scholars would have you believe. If it comes to that, we simply won't eat. He casually dismissed the notion of dining, as his mind was consumed by thoughts of the queen, hardly glancing at Li Qing. Frustrated, Li Qing found it inappropriate to express her displeasure in such a setting, so she resorted to sulking silently. Before long, the maidservants began serving the appetizers. The first dish was a grand, gilded pie that shimmered as if it were genuinely coated in gold. Startled, Li Qing clutched Li Qing and exclaimed, "How can this pie move?" Li Qing initially suspected she was attempting to divert his attention, but upon shifting his gaze to the pie, he realized her observation was accurate. Noticing the surrounding noble families unfazed by the spectacle, he remarked, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Before Li Qing could respond, the maidservant sliced open the pie, causing a flurry of live nightingales to flutter out. Taken aback, Li Qing nearly gasped aloud. Li Qing was also momentarily stunned, almost striking the birds in panic. Once the pie was divided, the noble guests began to eat. However, the earlier scene had unsettled Li Qing, and she found it difficult to take a bite. Just nibble at the edges. If you don't wish to eat, don't force yourself. This is merely a cold dish. The hot courses will follow. Li Qing feigned nonchalance, trying to ease her tension. As he spoke, another dish, strikingly different in style and reminiscent of the Tower of London, was presented, towering 3 feet high. Li Qing took a bite, nearly grimacing in agony. It was excessively sweet, bordering on bitter. Subsequently, he found himself merely moving his cutlery without actually tasting the food. Li Qing felt similarly. The artistic presentation of the dishes felt more like an exhibition than culinary fare, overly focused on aesthetics. Soon, all 12 appetizers were served, and the pair exchanged bewildered glances, sadly realizing that the first pie was the most palatable. Nonetheless, the dining culture here bore similarities to that of the Ming Dynasty. For instance, one could not consume hot dishes until the cold appetizers were finished and no alcohol was served. After the wine steward tested the wine with a unicorn horn, the customary rituals of toasting commenced. Li Qing found himself surrounded by noble friends and families, and drinking with them felt rather tedious. Yet he could not afford to appear lacking in elegance. Without having sampled the hot dishes, he had already consumed an excessive amount of wine, leaving him in a rather gloomy mood. As night fell, despite the glow of hundreds of candles, visibility could not compare to daylight, and throughout the evening, the queen remained oblivious to his presence, unable to leave the table to toast. Li Qing had no choice but to engage with the unfamiliar guests while contemplating how to attract the queen's attention. As the esteemed Duke of Yongqing, I am accustomed to others approaching me. This is a first for me to be so proactive, he muttered. Li Qing found this amusing and teased. Oh, the Duke of Yongqing. The queen hasn't even noticed you. Just focus on your meal. Li Qing silenced her with a piece of pie, retorting, this is just the beginning. The banquet is far from over. It will last at least until noon, and perhaps even all night. The queen certainly won't remain seated the entire time. Li Qing removed the pie from her mouth, questioning, how can you be so sure? Li Qing, sitting for too long has caused discomfort. Li Qing, I owe 500 words and will supplement them shortly. Researching is quite a headache, laughs. Chapter 589. Long-standing connection. Heywood Morris had been attentively observing Li Qing's movements. Noticing his action, he quickly bid farewell to his dance partner and followed in Li Qing's footsteps. Elizabeth had just returned to her seat after dancing 3 consecutive dances. With keen interest, she was observing the center of the dance floor when her peripheral vision caught sight of a young man with long black hair and distinct attire approaching, prompting her to shift her gaze towards him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Elizabeth's expression instantly sharpened. An Eastern individual? A subject of the Ming Dynasty? Heywood Morris, concerned that the queen might misunderstand, hastened to step in front of Li Qing, smiling as he spoke. Our esteemed queen, you are exceptionally beautiful today. Turning slightly to glance at Li Qing, he continued, this is my friend Li Qing, from the Eastern Ming Empire. After a brief moment of astonishment, Elizabeth regained her composure and elegance. A subtle smile graced her lips as she regarded Li Qing with the poise of someone of high status. Addressing Heywood Morris, our dear Heywood, you may not be aware, but in China, surnames are predominantly single character, and while there are some 2-character surnames, Li is not among them. Their surname precedes their given name. Heywood, taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, oh my God, our queen is truly erudite and wise. Following a flurry of flattery, Haywood Morris explained that this was in accordance with the naming conventions of the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing nodded with a smile, stating, "The illustrious queen surpasses my friend Haywood in knowledge by tenfold." His fluent London accent astonished even the worldly Elizabeth. "Mr. Li from the Ming Dynasty, your linguistic talent is remarkable." "Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Having long heard of the illustrious queen's elegance and erudition, I must say that seeing you in person is indeed more impressive than mere reputation." Despite the linguistic differences, once translated, Elizabeth still felt a sense of wonder. What a novel expression of admiration. She had never encountered such a compliment before. The corners of Elizabeth's crimson lips lifted, her already pleasant mood becoming even more joyous. "Mr. Li, you must be a noble from the Ming Dynasty, am I correct?" Li Qing paused, offering a non-committal smile. Elizabeth gradually rose and approached Li Qing for a closer inspection. Now nearer, she could discern him more clearly. Clad in dark garments, he stood tall with a face as refined as jade, deep-set eyes, and long, lustrous black hair. The contrast of black and white created a unique allure, shattering conventional aesthetic boundaries. Particularly striking was the indescribable air of composure and elegance that even nobles could hardly rival. In a single glance, Elizabeth was convinced this man must be of noble lineage from the Ming Dynasty. Without nobility, such a demeanor could scarcely exist. "Mr. Li from the Ming Dynasty, you are the most handsome man we have encountered, with the most beautiful hair." Li Qing was momentarily speechless and curiously inquired, "Your Majesty, do you possess a deep understanding of the Ming Dynasty?" Elizabeth replied, "We have only recently become acquainted with the Ming, but we have known of China for a long time, since the Han and Tang dynasties." Li Qing was taken aback, suddenly grasping the underlying connection. The Roman Empire. During its zenith, Europe lay within the vast expanse of the Roman Empire. Although Rome and China never engaged in direct conflict or contact, they were nonetheless aware of each other's existence, leaving behind a certain amount of documentary evidence. In this regard, one could say that both civilizations had held a long-standing, albeit indirect, acquaintance. Li Qing found herself perplexed. However, she could comprehend the direct translations of terms like Ming, Han, and Tang, which left her with a myriad of questions. Not wishing to interrupt Li Qing's performance, she opted to store her inquiries for later, to be posed once the banquet concluded. Li Qing smiled and remarked, "I believe we can enjoy a pleasant rapport and deepen our understanding of one another." Elizabeth's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with intelligence as she replied, "If Mr. Li is indeed a noble of the Ming Dynasty, our acquaintance could be even more delightful." The implication was clear. Should he not be a noble, there would be little necessity for their interaction. Li Qing could not help but smile wryly. He had initially intended to engage with the queen as an ordinary man, yet found himself distanced instead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to reveal his true identity. "Your Majesty, the radiant queen, you possess a keen insight. I am indeed a noble of the Ming Dynasty, specifically a marquis, the Marquis of Yongqing." It was evident that Elizabeth sought to befriend the nobility of the Ming Dynasty, perhaps to foster amicable diplomatic relations. Recognizing that disclosing his identity would be both advantageous and harmless, Li Qing felt no further need for concealment. Li Qing could not grasp the nuances of their exchange, yet she sensed from Li Qing's demeanor that he had not gained the upper hand in this verbal sparring. She began to regard the queen with newfound respect, recalling Li Qing's words about not underestimating a woman's intellect. First and foremost, she was a politician, and only thereafter a woman. "Greetings, radiant queen. I am the spokesperson of the Li family, the Marquis of Yongqing," Li Qing introduced herself. Elizabeth, upon hearing Li Qing's translation, inquired, "But are you not from the tea-trading Li family?" Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Elizabeth's interest was piqued, though she quickly tempered her enthusiasm and asked, "Who holds more sway within your family?" Li Qing gestured towards himself. Elizabeth nodded gently, smiling. "Mr. Li from the Ming Dynasty, can you dance?" Li Qing affirmed. "What hesitation do you have, Mr. Li?" Elizabeth prompted. Taken aback for a moment, Li Qing then made a gesture inviting her to dance. With grace and poise, Elizabeth placed her hand in Li Qing's palm, and he, as a gentleman, bowed slightly and kissed the back of her hand. As for Li Qing, upon learning of Li Qing's authoritative role, Elizabeth no longer engaged her in conversation. Li Qing was too preoccupied to notice, leaving Li Qing feeling abandoned and bewildered. "I am the spokesperson. I am the one who speaks for the Li family." The The steamship and steam railway were developed under my organization, she thought, feeling a sense of indignation that Li Qing had not accurately conveyed her importance. Watching the two glide across the dance floor, becoming the center of attention, Li Shuer returned to her seat, muttering to herself about having risen above base interests. With Elizabeth's endorsement, Li Qing's popularity surged, even attracting the attention of Haywood Morris, who, usually stern, appeared notably more approachable. The banquet continued until the stroke of midnight. After the feast, where they indulged in food and merriment, the attendees received silver hand warmers. Though the chill had largely dissipated, as the banquet concluded, the nearby noble families returned to their estates, while those from farther afield were accommodated in the royal palace. Under the queen's gracious care, Li Qing and Li Shuer were assigned to a lavish guest room. Once the maidservant was dismissed, both breathed a sigh of relief. The banquet had indeed been exhausting, lasting several hours filled with feasting and dancing. After such an ordeal, not only was Li Qing weary, but Li Shuer felt the fatigue deeply as well. However, she did not rush to rest. Instead, she inquired about Li Qing's conversation with the queen. "What did you discuss?" "Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to assist you. Even a cobbler can offer valuable counsel," she teased. Li Qing yawned and replied, "We misjudged the situation." "What do you mean?" "We previously thought that revealing our identities might provoke a reaction from the queen and the nobles, leading them to assume the Ming would act in a certain way. In hindsight, that concern was entirely unwarranted." Li Qing smiled ruefully, acknowledging the difficulties posed by cultural differences. Li Shuer pondered, "Are you suggesting they did not react at all?" Li Qing nodded, sighing. Not only did they not react, but they seemed eager to ingratiate themselves. Their thought processes are indeed quite different. Li Shuer, taken aback, contemplated this for a moment before realizing the logic behind it. The Ming Dynasty was incredibly powerful, so it was natural for them to seek favor. Li Qing rolled his eyes. "It's easy to say, but if the roles were reversed, with a formidable foreign power and an individual with official backing entering the Ming court, how would the emperor and his ministers react?" Cultural perspectives differ, so we cannot generalize," she replied. "Indeed, had I known this sooner, we could have been more straightforward from the outset." Li Qing sighed. "We have squandered half a year." Li Shuer chuckled lightly. "It wasn't a waste. At least we had fun, and you've learned a foreign language. Moreover, had we plunged directly into the palace, we would have struggled to grasp the intricacies of the lower society." Li Qing nodded slightly, then responded with enthusiasm, "Moving forward, whether understanding the power structure or the navy, we can proceed with transparency and efficiency." Li Shuer frowned. "Will the queen be so generous?" "Differing ideologies and approaches naturally lead to different actions. We have projected our own values onto them," Li Qing explained. "This queen is even more astute and capable than I anticipated. Her ambition, tact, and political acumen mark her as a true sovereign." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Do not perceive her merely as a woman. View her as a monarch for a more objective understanding." Li Shuer nodded slightly before suddenly asking, "What does we mean?" "What we?" Before Li Shuer could elaborate, Li Qing understood her inquiry and replied with a smile, "It signifies us in our context. However, in the queen's usage, it denotes something different, akin to I and the divine." "I see." Li Shuer mused. Could this not lead to misunderstandings? Even with cultural differences, a monarch should be somewhat unique, no? Li Qing scratched his head, saying, "I am uncertain how best to convey this, but you might consider that in the queen's context, we does not refer to us but rather to me and God. Thus, binding oneself with the divine implies the concept of divine right to rule." Li Qing nodded, astute observation. After a brief pause, during the pre-Qing era, both the nobility and the common folk referred to themselves as Zhan. "What prompts your sudden inquiry?" "I too wish to learn a foreign language," Li Shuer remarked. Li Qing replied, "Is that not permissible? Let us rest. Learning in dreams is remarkably swift." Li Qing yawned, adding, "Tomorrow afternoon, I have a fencing appointment with the queen. I must bid you good night." Chapter 590. The queen's speech. Li Qing finally fell asleep at the end of the midnight hour, only to awaken at dawn. Li Shuer, having risen earlier than him, had already completed her morning routine. Upon seeing him awake, she said, "I had the maid bring some millet porridge. Shall we have a bite to eat soon?" Having spent half a year together, she was well versed in the vocabulary of their commonly consumed foods. "I have no appetite." "You may eat." Li Qing yawned again. "Why not sleep a bit longer?" "I am not hungry. At my age, I do not require as much rest." Li Shuer regretted her words as she uttered them, swiftly changing the subject. Last night, I heard the queen speaking of Han and Tang. What was that about? Li Qing succinctly recounted the history of the Roman Empire. Upon understanding, Li Qing smiled. So they are aware of China. By the way, what era do you come from? It cannot be the Ming Dynasty, can it? New China, Li Qing replied softly. It has not changed? Not a bit. Li Qing stated. It is a name that has endured for thousands of years. It is hard to let go. Li Qing shared this sentiment. Are you still studying foreign languages? Li Qing paused, hesitating. Perhaps not. I have already learned in my dreams. Oh, ha. Li Qing stretched, rising to don a dark robe. Are you not going to sleep any longer? Have you forgotten? I too possess true energy, Li Qing retorted playfully. I am not like you, bouncing around for so long. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Let us take a stroll and admire the palace. As they stepped out of their quarters, they encountered Queen Elizabeth approaching. Today, she was clad not in a gown but in naval attire, exuding a sense of valor and decisiveness that accentuated her role as a ruler. Elizabeth spoke first. Our esteemed Mr. Li and Ms. Li, you rise quite early. The illustrious queen rises even earlier, Li Qing replied with a smile. Might I inquire if you are heading out? Indeed, Mr. Li. I regret to inform you that we may have to forfeit our appointment. Just now, our golden deership is set to officially commence service, and we must go to deliver a speech, Elizabeth declared, her demeanor brimming with pride and a hint of apology for the missed meeting. Li Qing promptly conveyed his congratulations and expressed his desire to witness the queen's oration. Elizabeth readily agreed and arranged for a carriage for the two of them, then hastily made her way to the port. Her actions were decisive and vigorous, entirely contrasting with the gracefulness she displayed while dancing the previous night. Li Qing remarked sincerely, this queen is more valorous than any male king. Li Qing, with admiration in his eyes, responded, in our words, we would say that she is a woman who does not cede ground to men. Suddenly, I find myself envious of her, Li Qing confessed. Li Qing chuckled. What? Do you wish to be a queen as well? Li Qing rolled her eyes. Only in this place. If we were in the Ming Dynasty, after Wu Zetian, our political soil could no longer yield an empress, let alone a queen. We wouldn't even see female generals. Li Qing smiled and turned to the attendant, inquiring, when shall we depart? The attendant glanced towards the grand gates of the palace and replied, we must wait a while longer. Li Qing understood this was to prevent others from perceiving their closeness to the queen, so he remained silent and patiently awaited their departure. After approximately 15 minutes, the attendant finally ordered the preparation of the carriage and personally drove it, escorting the two out of the royal palace. The naval vessels were docked at the harbor. Even before the speech commenced, a throng of enthusiastic naval soldiers eagerly gazed at their glorious queen. Li Qing and Li Qing did not rush forward. Instead, they alighted from the carriage early and found an excellent vantage point from which to observe the scene from a distance. While Li Qing's attention was captivated by the queen, Li Qing's focus was drawn to the warships at the port. Though not as grand as the treasure ships of the Ming Dynasty, they were far superior to those of Japan. The cannons, varying in length and arranged with precision, were evidently designed to accommodate different combat ranges, though the distance was considerable and the details were not entirely discernible. One could infer from their general outlines that they resembled falconet cannons, also known as mother and child cannons. In terms of structural principles, they were akin to the formidable artillery of the Ming. However, without witnessing their range in action, Li Qing could not make further assessments. The fleet was substantial, with 7 vessels in this area alone, the largest of which appeared to displace no less than 500 tons and was outfitted with over 40 cannons, while 6 medium-sized ships were equipped with nearly 20. While the Ming is advancing, so too are they, Li Qing mused quietly, acknowledging that, at least in terms of naval prowess, they were not genuinely lagging behind. It has begun, it has begun. Li Qing's reminder interrupted Li Qing's reflections. Would you translate? She urged. Li Qing chuckled. When did you become the queen's little admirer? The flustered Li Qing paused, momentarily perplexed by the term. Before responding with a hint of embarrassment, I must admit, this queen is quite captivating, possessing a remarkable charisma. What do you think? I concur, he replied. For the sake of the Ming, would you endure a little discomfort? Li Qing rolled his eyes. Do you still wish to listen? Embarrassed, Li Qing nodded. I can only summarize. Li Qing cleared his throat and began, my beloved subjects. Those who have wronged us are not to be feared. We must rise with courage. We shall valiantly defend our nation, making them pay a bloody price. Some have urged me to be wary of the threats posed by the army. Yet I hold a different belief. You are loyal warriors, the strength bestowed upon me by the divine. My cherished subjects, we must grow strong as the enemy approaches. I will take up arms and fight alongside you, serving as your general. We shall achieve victory, a glorious victory. Li Qing's translation was not entirely accurate. Yet Li Shuer was utterly captivated, her heart shaken. Though she could not comprehend the language, the poetic fervor of Elizabeth's impassioned speech, coupled with its rich emotional resonance, drew her in irresistibly. The speech was brief, lasting merely a quarter of an hour, yet its impact was nothing short of formidable. Victory and glory echoed through the navy, a resounding call that surged like waves, infused with a high-spirited valiance that transcended the need for words. Even without understanding, one could feel and empathize with it. Observing this scene, Li Shuer transformed from admiration to a deep-seated apprehension. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Queen Elizabeth possesses an extraordinary charm and formidable prowess. This bodes ill for the Ming Dynasty." After a pause, she added, "It is not solely the queen. These warriors are remarkable as well. To put it bluntly, our Ming army lacks such indomitable spirit." Li Qing nodded slightly, stating discreetly, "In terms of morale, they are indeed unparalleled. The disparity is significant. What shall we do?" Li Shuer pondered. "Should we take action?" "There's no need for that," Li Qing replied. "The existence of such a queen and such warriors stems from the hegemony of the Franks. It is their oppression that has forged them into this form." Li Shuer was taken aback. Born from adversity, they perish in comfort. As long as the threat of the Franks persists, this spirit will remain. Losing a queen will not lead to their downfall. Li Qing continued, "We once shared that same spirit, but now it has faded because we have grown too powerful, devoid of threats, thus diminishing the likelihood of such fervor." Li Shuer contemplated, "But do you not think this queen is indeed formidable? She is undeniably strong, a true embodiment of a powerful woman. However, this is not necessarily a negative aspect." Li Qing chuckled. "Currently, the Franks are the true colossus and the greatest potential adversary for the Ming. If we were to provoke the queen now, it could lead to a situation where we unwittingly become an asset to the Franks. Given the limitations of steamship technology and supply stations along the route, the Ming is still far removed from their reach. Let them contend amongst themselves for the time being." Li Shuer sighed in relief, refraining from further persuasion, and confessed, "On a personal level, I have genuinely taken a liking to this queen." Li Qing smiled gently, asserting, "In truth, you are also a strong woman." "Oh, I cannot compare to her," she replied. "You occupy a different ecological niche, having been nurtured in contrasting circumstances, yet in terms of contributions to your nation, you are not lacking," Li Qing affirmed with a smile. "In fact, anyone else could achieve the same. Had you grown up in her position as queen, you would excel just as well. Strong individuals always recognize each other. Your admiration for her reflects the essence of who you are," Li Qing said warmly. Li Shuer fell silent, then, with a hint of pride, remarked, "That was a pleasant compliment. Do say such things more often." Li Qing laughed. "Should I retract my earlier statement? If nurtured in the same soil, you would appreciate flattering words even more than she does." Li Shuer, "I owe you 400 words. I will rectify that shortly." Chapter 591. A patient contest. Elizabeth did not attend to Li Qing and Li Shuer after her speech. She boarded a newly commissioned warship and set sail along the coast, leaving the two behind. As a fellow politician, Li Qing understood her actions. He observed from a distance. Unperturbed, attitudes are but ephemeral. What he sought were tangible benefits. Li Shuer softly reassured him. "The artillery here is evidently inferior to that of the Ming. The casting techniques are one aspect, but more significantly, it is due to the ironworking methods." "Indeed," he concurred. Li Qing subtly nodded, recognizing that such an advantage could not endure indefinitely. It was easy to imitate once a model was established. The Ming Dynasty could simply refrain from selling. How did the blueprints of the steam engine leak from the Ming? Li Shuer was momentarily speechless, pondering before responding. "I imagine the queen's flattery is also for this purpose?" "You underestimate her. Her appetite and ambition are vast," Li Qing remarked. "In terms of economy, technology, and military prowess, she desires it all." "All of it?" Li Shuer exclaimed, surprised and skeptical. "Did she reveal everything during your first meeting?" "Of course not. She said nothing at last night's banquet. However, her eyes conveyed that she wanted much." Li Qing replied with a smile. "This is not necessarily a bad thing. Their essay saying, you get what you pay for. If the Ming opens its doors to trade, why fear an abundance of orders? Yet, we cannot sell everything. Naturally, the cutting-edge technologies cannot be sold. But there is no need to conceal some relatively outdated techniques, Li Qing continued. Papermaking, printing, the compass, gunpowder, all originated from China, yet they still found their way overseas. Didn't they? It's impossible to keep them hidden. Li Qing sighed softly. As exchanges become more frequent and convenient, the channels for technology leakage multiply. And it cannot be stopped. Once the timeliness passes, it becomes worthless. Li Shuer fell silent. What do you think the Queen specifically desires? For now, it should only be tea, steamships, and artillery. The mighty general cannon? Li Qing nodded. The trading vessels sent by the court are all equipped with the mighty general cannon. Do you think, given her astuteness, she wouldn't seek ways to test the power of Ming's artillery? Li Shuer slowly nodded. Tea and steamships are manageable. But artillery should be approached cautiously. Li Qing smiled noncommittally. Everything has its price. If the Queen can afford it, it is certainly worth considering. For example, currency-based transactions. Li Qing suggested. Li Shuer was taken aback. Isn't that price rather steep? Good goods aren't cheap, and cheap goods aren't good, Li Qing replied with a smile. As long as the profits can cover the expenses, why would the Queen refuse? After half an hour, having gained a basic understanding of the warship's speed, sensitivity, and the firing rate and range of both long and short cannons, Li Qing sought out a servant to take him and Li Shuer back. The two did not return to the palace, not out of any embarrassment, but because it was Elizabeth who needed something. Thus, they had to maintain a certain decorum. Pushing forward is not how business is conducted. They moved back into their previous inn, tidied up briefly, and once again ventured out, purchasing gifts to visit Heywood Morris. Since he had facilitated their connections, it was only proper to express their gratitude. Heywood Morris, also of an aristocratic lineage but a bastion, had much better circumstances than Thomas. His grandfather held a significant position in the Navy, and he himself had made commendable efforts, enjoying considerable resources from his family, owning an estate in the city. Upon arriving at Heywood Morris's estate, Li Qing found him engaged in lawn bowling with Thomas, accompanied by 3 other fellows. Seeing the two approach with gifts, Heywood Morris and Thomas immediately ceased their activities and approached with cheerful expressions. Did you know? My friend Li Qing, I find myself utterly overwhelmed today. From dawn until now, I have entertained 11 distinguished guests, and only you and Thomas have brought me true delight. Heywood Morris, though he grumbles, wears a smile that is anything but graceful. Clearly, Li Qing's performance last night has endowed him with an exceptionally rich network. With a smile, Li Qing remarked, I apologize, my friend Heywood, for any inconvenience I may have caused you. However, I believe you must be experiencing a bittersweet pleasure, am I right? Heywood Morris paused for a moment and then burst into hearty laughter. My friend Li Qing, you are truly amusing. You possess a remarkable ability to express yourself with such novel phrases. How humorously profound it is to say one is experiencing both pain and pleasure. It is indeed enviable how true nobles cloak their wisdom in humor. You truly embody the essence of a marquis of the Ming Dynasty. Your excellence is unparalleled. Li Qing chuckled in response. He then turned to Thomas to express his gratitude. Thomas, now realizing Li Qing's noble status, felt a sense of astonishment and a touch of pride, thinking to himself how discerning he had been. After a round of pleasantries, Heywood Morris warmly invited Li Qing to stay at his estate, offering to introduce him to his father, grandfather, and other significant members of the aristocracy. Thomas echoed the sentiment. Though he lacked an estate of his own, his family certainly possessed one. Following last night's events, as the first to engage with Li Qing and having developed a close rapport, he recognized the opportunity at hand. However, upon observing the eager gazes of the two, Li Qing refrained from giving an affirmative answer. I apologize, my friends Thomas and Heywood, but I fear the Queen may misunderstand. Clearing his throat, he continued, how could I bear to let my friends endure such bittersweet experiences? It is better to eliminate the pain. While I look forward to meeting my friends' friends and family, I do not wish to cause any distress. The two were momentarily taken aback before comprehending the deeper meaning behind Li Qing's words. I can support your facade, but residing here is another matter. Slightly disappointed, they soon realized that their core interests remained intact, leading them to once again beam with admiration for Li Qing. Miss, are you well? One inquired. Quite well, Li Shuer replied, glancing at the trio of Li Qing and then walking a short distance away before addressing her accompanying aide. Our merchant ships will mostly arrive here by late June or early July, correct? The three nodded in agreement. Once the merchant ships arrive, you shall meet up with them and return together. Before the trio could express their astonishment, Li Qing added, the promised extra wages will be fully intact. Their hearts soared with joy as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Having earned in half a year what would typically take years, how could they not rejoice? Li Qing continued. During this period, please maintain a low profile. I will arrange accommodations and provide living expenses, but there is one condition. Do not let anyone know you are my retainers. The three were taken aback. Accomplishing this would enable them to return home with the merchant ship in a few months, receiving their full wages. Failing to do so would mean waiting 5 years, or even longer, before they could return. We shall manage. We shall manage. They fervently nodded, swearing their commitment. Li Qing nodded slightly, retrieving a bag of silver pennies. Take this. The three individuals felt a tinge of embarrassment. Miss, we shall accept this, one of them remarked. The Li family has never been lacking in finances. Li Qing replied coolly. The matters I have entrusted must be executed flawlessly. Understood. They responded solemnly, in unison. Then, one of them added somewhat begrudgingly, Miss, we will head back as is. The esteemed master need not worry. I will pen a letter to Lord Yongqing. The Li family will not hold any grievances against you. Indeed, they acknowledged, the miss is benevolent, and we shall remember this kindness. Li Qing nodded gently. Choosing not to elaborate further, the three aides, sensing the atmosphere, fell silent and stood beside her, occasionally sharing a light-hearted smile. After enjoying lunch at the Haywood Morris Manor and engaging in merriment and conversation for over an hour, Li Qing finally accompanied Li Qing and the three aides back to the inn. Is everything arranged? Li Qing inquired. Unless the queen and the nobles deliberately create difficulties. They shall not trouble us, she replied. Li Qing nodded slightly. The more proactive they are, the more passive we shall be. Let us give her some space. Li Qing pondered. But let us not go too far. The queen is quite proud. However, Li Qing countered, now that she is aware of the Ming Dynasty, how can she maintain her pride? Her pride is manifested in ambition, not arrogance or vanity. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Li Qing conceded, shifting the topic. What are your plans moving forward? Indulgence in food and entertainment, Li Qing replied with a smile. We shall revel in bullfighting and dogfighting. Or perhaps attend some noble banquets to immerse ourselves in the upper echelons of society. You enjoy stories, do you not? I shall procure some books to share with you later. Li Qing felt a surge of joy, but did not wish for Li Qing to neglect his responsibilities on her account. You need not accommodate me so, she said. It is not accommodation. It is a reward, a form of compensation. Suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, Li Qing expressed, it is not your fault. Li Qing gently shook his head. I do not perceive it as my fault, nor do I consider it yours. It is natural for youth to yearn for beauty, and I happen to appear at an inopportune time. If affection is felt, there is no need for guilt. Since the queen's failure to keep her appointment, Li Qing had refrained from initiating contact, spending his days escorting Li Qing to entertainment venues and noble social gatherings, enjoying a leisurely existence. Elizabeth seemed to grasp the principle that the more one pursues, the more one becomes passive. Thus she too remained composed, refraining from reaching out to Li Qing. Despite their differing cultures and ideologies, they shared a common political understanding. Elizabeth recognized that Li Qing had ulterior motives, and he was equally aware that she understood his intentions and had her own aspirations. Their silent contest continued until, ultimately, Elizabeth conceded. There was no alternative. The Ming Dynasty possessed what she needed, and external pressures constantly plagued her, leaving the kingdom in a state of extreme insecurity. She could not afford to wait indefinitely. Moreover, she feared missing the opportunity to engage with Li Qing, a clearly extraordinary nobleman, fearing she might never encounter another like him again. The Marquis of Jinling from the Li family was indeed a rare gem. As May arrived, Elizabeth cast aside her reservations and, in accordance with the protocol for welcoming foreign envoys, formally invited Li Qing to the palace for official, serious discussions and exchanges. Chapter 592. The contest at the dining table. This banquet was entirely different from the previous one. It lacked desserts and intricate culinary artistry, featuring only roasted steak, grilled fish, and lamb, dishes that Li Qing was accustomed to. Clearly, Elizabeth had inquired about Li Qing's dietary preferences from the noble families who had dined with him during the last banquet. The attendance of nobles was sparse, comprising merely 20 or so individuals, predominantly high-ranking naval officers. Elizabeth introduced them one by one: the commander of the naval fleet, the naval financial officer, the naval inspector, the naval secretary, and the chief of naval affairs. Li Qing greeted each one, adopting a demeanor of a first-time acquaintance. Despite having met some through Thomas and Haywood, as a gesture of respect towards the Queen, after a brief and amicable introduction, they arrived at the crux of the matter. Elizabeth stated, "Esteemed Lord Li of the Yongqing Marquisate, please forgive our impertinence. We wish to ascertain the nature of your relationship with His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Ming. Do you possess the voice of a marquis?" After a pause, she added, "Lord Li, it is said that you are proficient in the Han language. We have prepared a translator well-versed in Han language and culture." Li Qing retrieved an object from his bosom and said, "I believe this can serve as proof." A servant carefully accepted the jade token and presented it to Elizabeth. Upon receiving it, Elizabeth examined it closely, her gaze drawn to the dragon totem, which stirred her emotions. She possessed a certain understanding of China and recognized the significance of the dragon in this eastern realm. However, she could not decipher the accompanying script and had to consult the translator beside her. The translator, not as proficient in Han culture as Elizabeth had claimed, provided a convoluted explanation that only allowed Elizabeth to grasp a tenuous understanding. Li Qing, stepping in for the translator, elucidated the phrase, "royal authority granted, devoid of restrictions," conveying its profound significance. With this clarification, Elizabeth was able to untangle the previously ambiguous logic and was left in awe. She felt she had accorded due respect to this marquis from the Great Ming, yet realized she had underestimated him far too much. "Esteemed Lord Li of the Yongqing Marquisate, forgive us for our repeated impertinence. How many nobles of the Great Ming possess such a jade token?" Elizabeth inquired. Li Qing replied, "Aside from myself, there is no one else." Elizabeth was taken aback. The courtiers present could scarcely believe it. After all, Li Qing was merely a marquis. Above him were dukes. The hierarchy of titles, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons, had existed since the pre-Qing era, a fact they were all well aware of. However, Li Qing's assertion suggested that dukes might not hold greater prestige than earls. With a smile, Li Qing remarked, "No matter how I express my intentions now, I cannot earn the trust of Her Radiant Majesty and the esteemed generals. Nonetheless, I believe that soon enough, you will come to trust me. As our merchant ships are on the brink of arrival, the individuals escorting the imperial merchant vessels are predominantly officials who will affirm my credentials." Li Shuer interjected, "Surely, Her Radiant Majesty would not believe that a marquis from the Great Ming, the spokesperson of the Li family of Jinling, would stoop to deceive you. And if it were a falsehood, it would inevitably be exposed, would it not?" Elizabeth exchanged glances with several ministers, nodding in agreement. Elizabeth pondered her words, a mix of inquiry and confusion evident in her tone as she remarked, "In the past 2 years, the tea supply from the Li family of Jinling has significantly diminished, which perplexes us. It is likely to decrease further, or perhaps even cease entirely." Li Qing candidly explained that once the Jinling Li family opened trade routes, they gradually handed over the operations to the court, meaning that the subsequent tea trade was predominantly managed by the imperial officials. Elizabeth nodded slightly, reflecting on this information before posing her second question. "We have heard of a unique vessel in the Ming Dynasty known as the steamship. Is such a thing truly in existence?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Not only does it exist, but it possesses formidable manufacturing capabilities. The vassal states surrounding the Ming have all acquired these vessels for trade, significantly reducing transportation costs. Moreover, they can be equipped with artillery, transforming into warships." Upon hearing this, while Elizabeth maintained her composure, the senior naval officers could hardly contain their excitement. Had it not been for the awareness that Li Qing understood their conversation, they would have urged the Queen to negotiate a purchase immediately. Elizabeth, however, did not appear so unfazed. She was well aware of the steamship's existence and had a fair understanding of its implications. Taking a deep breath, she feigned tranquility and inquired, "We would like to know the steamship's range. With a full load of supplies, it can travel nearly 400 miles. In your terms, approximately 110 nautical miles." Li Qing elaborated, "In theory, it has no range limit. As long as there is fuel available along the route, it can sail indefinitely." At this revelation, not only did the naval officers begin to breathe rapidly, but Elizabeth could no longer maintain her restraint, directly asking, "We wish to know, Is it only the vassal states of the Ming that are eligible to purchase these vessels? Li Qing shook his head slightly. Of course not. As long as there is sufficient profit, if the queen wishes to buy, we are willing to sell. Before the others could express their delight, Li Qing added, however, due to the considerable distance between us, the transportation costs are indeed substantial. Consequently, the price for you will necessarily be higher than that for the vassal states surrounding the Ming. I hope you can understand. Elizabeth nodded gently, and the senior naval officers found no fault in this explanation. Not one to be coy, Elizabeth, having reached this point in the conversation, boldly stated, Mr. Li, we greatly admire the steamships of the Ming Dynasty, and we are willing to purchase them at a fair price. That is certainly feasible, Li Qing replied. Oh my God, this is truly a delightful banquet. The commander of the Navy can hardly wait. May I ask, Mr. Li, how much for one vessel, and what is its size? Li Qing responded with a grin. The size is not determined by us, but by you. Whatever dimensions you desire, we can construct. Oh my God, is this for real? Oh my God, this is simply unimaginable. The naval officers were exhilarated, their enthusiasm palpable, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Once their excitement subsided, Li Qing calmly remarked, have you ever considered that the steamships can be sold to you, as well as to others? The ecstatic nobles were momentarily taken aback. Their elegance evaporating as expressions of harshness and severity replaced their previous delight, prompting a frown from Li Qing. Yet, Li Qing remained unfazed. Elizabeth remained composed, her authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers, compelling them to bow their heads under the intensity of her scrutinizing eyes. With a gentle smile, she addressed Mr. Li, saying, Sir Li, I beg your pardon for our earlier rudeness. Our generals harbor no discontent towards you. Rather, they are consumed by a profound disdain for our adversaries, whose tyranny has cost us dearly. Li Qing smiled and nodded, signifying his understanding. Elizabeth fixed her gaze upon Li Qing and sincerely remarked, it becomes apparent why His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming holds you in such high regard. You truly are the epitome of nobility, radiating grace that evokes our own feelings of inadequacy. After extending a Western-style apology, Elizabeth cheerfully added, we presume that what you truly wish to convey is that the steamships of the Ming can be exclusively sold to us, albeit at an additional cost. Would that be correct? Li Qing chuckled. Engaging in conversation with the illustrious queen was indeed a delightful experience. The naval officers, upon hearing this, quietly regretted their earlier lack of decorum. With a charming smile, Elizabeth continued, we believe there are many enjoyable pursuits to share with you, Mr. Li, beyond mere conversation. Li Qing cast a sideways glance at her, sensing something amiss despite not fully comprehending the discussion. Li Qing smiled and nodded, affirming her intuition. Elizabeth refrained from probing further into the conditions surrounding the sale of steamships, instead steering the conversation towards dancing and fencing. The queen was in no haste, and neither was Li Qing. Li Qing observed the exchange with curiosity, pondering, are they discussing official matters? It certainly doesn't seem so. As Elizabeth engaged in light-hearted banter, the naval officers gradually calmed, their gazes towards Li Qing shifting from hostility to a watchful vigilance. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was clear that Elizabeth was not easily deceived. However, he felt no urgency. The initiative remained firmly in his grasp. Regardless of Elizabeth's cunning, her ultimate goal was the steamships, merely setting the stage for negotiation. As long as the steamships remained unattainable, Elizabeth would not dare to be obstinate. Even should the ships come to pass, she could not afford to sever ties with him. As the discussion regarding the steamships concluded, Elizabeth warmly invited Li Qing and his companion to dine, during which she subtly inquired about the formidable General Pao. Li Qing feigned disinterest in his responses. Both parties began to exercise restraint. One aimed to diminish the desire to purchase, while the other sought to temper the inclination to sell. However, the buyer was genuinely intent on acquiring, just as the seller was earnest in their offering. One wished to minimize expenditure, the other sought to maximize profit. The naval officers soon comprehended the queen's intentions, and each one endeavored to appear nonchalant about the steamships and cannons. Yet, their performances paled in comparison to Queen Elizabeth's adeptness. Even Li Qing, despite the language barrier, sensed their feigned modesty. After lunch, Elizabeth sincerely invited Li Qing to engage in a fencing match. Li Qing gladly accepted. Li Qing felt somewhat helpless, muttering, these two are quite something. Neglecting business and state affairs, they've taken to swordplay instead. Youth truly has its advantages. As she observed the queen, elegantly clad in athletic attire, beads of sweat glistening upon her brow, yet brimming with vitality and fervor, Li Qing was filled with envy. This vibrant state she once possessed has long since faded. Youth, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. In chapter 593, The Queen's Tease, Li Qing merely observes the spectacle. The senior naval officers, however, discern the nuances. Yet, they too fail to grasp the essence. What appears to be an evenly matched contest is, in reality, a one-sided dominance, leaving Elizabeth with unspoken grievances. Initially, she feared a humiliating defeat for Li Qing and intentionally held back, but as she probed deeper, she discovered that Li Qing's swordsmanship exceeded her expectations, prompting her to gradually unleash her full potential. However, she soon realized something was amiss. When she faltered, so did Li Qing. When she was strong, Li Qing mirrored her strength. Though she maintained a facade of composure while unleashing her full might, she remained unable to gain an upper hand over Li Qing. Conversely, Li Qing, from beginning to end, exuded an air of nonchalance, executing perfectly timed defenses and graceful maneuvers without breaking a sweat, her breathing remarkably steady, perpetuating the illusion that she could easily surpass her opponent. Elizabeth grew increasingly appreciative of Li Qing, yet simultaneously wary and troubled. She recognized Li Qing as the most formidable and challenging adversary she had ever encountered. This left her feeling disoriented and powerless, a sentiment she had not experienced even during the tumultuous shifts in power when dealing with Mary and her inner circle. She could not fathom how Li Qing had achieved such proficiency in such a short span of time, nor how she had acquired such a fluent London accent. As Elizabeth's mind became clouded with distractions, her vulnerabilities became more pronounced, leading to frequent errors in her swordplay, prompting concern among her ministers. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Li Qing suddenly withdrew. Elizabeth, unable to retract her sword in time, inadvertently thrust it into Li Qing's chest, leaving her in shock. Li Qing smirked subtly. Clang. Elizabeth dropped her light sword, anxiety etched across her face. Our esteemed Mr. Li, are you all right? It's nothing, Li Qing replied with a smile. The swordsmanship of the glorious queen is exceptional. I was simply outmatched. As she spoke, Li Qing made a gesture to indicate her well-being. Oh my God, esteemed Mr. Li. You have already proven yourself remarkable, the generals exclaimed in awe. Elizabeth, unusually flushed, recognized that as a ruler and queen, she could not display weakness before her loyal ministers. Thus, she graciously accepted Li Qing's goodwill. As the entertainment concluded, the captain of the guard discreetly whispered to his subordinates. Moments later, a servant approached with a tray, distributing cups filled with a crimson liquid to the queen, Li Qing, and the other spectators. Li Qing also received a cup. She took a gentle whiff, realizing it was not wine, then took a small sip, her expression transforming in surprise. It was tea, red tea sweetened and chilled. In the warmth of May, with the midday heat setting in, savoring a glass of iced red tea was indeed a delightful indulgence. The fermented tea leaves typically possess a slight bitterness. Yet the addition of sugar and ice beautifully masked this flaw. While it lacked the rich aroma of traditional tea, the icy sweetness offered a unique flavor. The foreigners certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Li Qing narrowed her eyes and sipped delicately. However, she was the only one to drink this way. The others swiftly downed their large cups of iced red tea, for that was the true thrill. Elizabeth, too, nearly drained her cup in one breath. Relishing the comfort brought by the coolness, and smilingly inquired, Mr. Li, does this tea suit your taste? Li Qing nodded with a smile, replying, it is quite refreshing. After a brief moment of surprise at the refreshing nature of the tea, Elizabeth's deep-set eyes narrowed in delight. Engaging in conversation with Mr. Li was indeed a pleasurable experience, and she extended her invitation for him and Lady Li to reside in our royal palace. It would be an honor to accept, he replied respectfully. Elizabeth, taken aback once more, burst into hearty laughter, showering compliments upon Li Qing's humor. The naval officers joined in the banter, creating quite the amusing atmosphere. Li Qing mused to himself, who says foreigners lack understanding of human connections. Ultimately, it boiled down to one undeniable truth: Elizabeth wished to purchase, and Li Qing desired to sell. Though they maintained a veneer of restraint, neither wished to be overly rigid and risk missing this business opportunity. Once the fencing concluded, they engaged in further conversation until the assembly of nobles and ministers took their leave. Following the invitation from the attendants, Li Qing also departed to explore the palace's beauty. The palace was left with only Li Qing, Elizabeth, and a dozen royal guards stationed at a distance by the palace gates. With a twinkle in her eye, Elizabeth remarked, "Dear Mr. Li, I am now the illustrious Queen Elizabeth." At this stage of her life, Elizabeth embodied beauty, maturity, and intellect, her poised demeanor adding an extra layer of allure. Li Qing could not deny that she was an extraordinarily captivating woman. In a spirit of reciprocity, Li Qing responded, "Very well, Elizabeth. Currently, I am Mr. Li Qing of the esteemed Yongqing Marquis of the Ming Dynasty." Elizabeth's smile deepened as she mimicked Li Qing's tone. "Very well, Li Qing." Subsequently, she expressed her gratitude for Li Qing's previous leniency and conveyed her curiosity and admiration for the Ming Dynasty. Li Qing, unreserved, spoke candidly about both the strengths and weaknesses of the Ming, extending the conversation to the future geopolitical landscape. Elizabeth listened intently, increasingly valuing Li Qing and the nation of Ming. What perspective could a marquis hold about this extraordinary country? Although Elizabeth possessed a limited understanding of China and only a superficial knowledge of Ming, she was perceptive enough to realize that a glimpse could reveal much. Through Li Qing's demeanor and discourse, her assessment of Ming soared ever higher. Of course, she remained pragmatic, aware that individuals like Li Qing were not commonplace in Ming. Yet this did not diminish the strength of the nation. With heartfelt sincerity, Elizabeth declared, "If I were merely Elizabeth, I would surely fall in love with you, Li Qing." Li Qing, suppressing a smirk, cleared his throat and replied with equal sincerity, "If I were just Li Qing, I too would undoubtedly be fond of you, Elizabeth." Elizabeth, eyes narrowed in a smile that radiated admiration, stated, "While I am the illustrious queen, I am also simply Elizabeth." Li Qing understood that despite their differing values, even the most playful flirtation would not make Elizabeth blush, for she was entirely unfazed by such remarks. It is a rare sight to see Li Qing at a disadvantage, which undeniably elevates Elizabeth's spirits, prompting her to tease him further, saying, "I am indeed Elizabeth now." Li Qing, wishing to curtail the conversation, hastily found an excuse to exit the palace. Elizabeth, with the corners of her crimson lips curving upwards, mused to herself, "What a shy little man he is, though undeniably a troublesome one. My goodness, how shall we secure greater benefits for our beloved subjects? This little man is astute, adept at negotiation. And when it comes to significant interests, he is anything but shy. Have we reached an agreement?" Li Qing inquired. Li Qing slightly shook his head. "To invite us to reside in the royal palace is already a significant concession. For the time being, she will not further place herself at a disadvantage. We must wait." Li Qing nodded and suddenly blurted out, "Enthralling you." Li Qing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "That's not how you translate it. It should be Mr. Li." "I know," Li Qing shrugged innocently. "Where did your mind wander to?" Li Qing interjected, "Have you ever considered that perhaps she might genuinely take a liking to you?" With a darkened expression, Li Qing replied, "If the circumstances were right, if her power permitted, I believe she would eliminate me." I mean, if," Li Qing replied nonchalantly, "if her kingdom were on par with the Ming Dynasty, and if she had no need for anything from us, she would certainly turn against us." Li Qing, slightly disgruntled, asked, "Do you have any plans regarding this queen?" Li Qing echoed her sentiment. "If her kingdom were equal to the Ming Dynasty, and if she required nothing from us, I would assuredly eliminate her." "Isn't there an if in that?" Li Qing questioned. "When do you think the deal will be finalized?" "Soon," Li Qing replied lazily. "Once the Ming merchant ships arrive and she fully ascertains my identity, she will seek me out for discussions. The urgency lies with her. We need not rush. The conversation has already begun, and I no longer need to tread so carefully." Li Qing's expression shifted as she asked, "What will you do?" Li Qing stated, "I intend to delve deeply into naval affairs, extracting its essence to optimize our military." "How will you delve deeply?" "By immersing myself in naval studies." "Will the queen be amenable?" Li Qing smiled. "She is currently going to great lengths to please me. I believe she will not refuse." "Please?" Li Qing exclaimed. "She wouldn't resort to seduction, would she?" Li Qing rolled his eyes, exasperated. "You overthink everything. She is merely rationally utilizing her advantages, showcasing her charm. I have told you many times not to gauge her with the mindset of a modest woman. She does not perceive herself as one. At least not in the way you envision. She lacks the subtlety, shyness, and timidity of Han women, yet she will not behave inappropriately." Li Qing added, "In my judgment, apart from God and her subjects, There is nothing that can strip her of her rationality. Just making a joke, Li Qing chuckled awkwardly. If you genuinely liked her, I would be rather pleased. Li Qing shook his head and redirected the conversation. In the coming days, I shall be quite busy. You attend to your matters. Do not concern yourself with me. Li Qing remarked. This is the royal palace, and the queen seeks our assistance, so you may carry on with your affairs without worry. She understood that their visit was not solely for her reward and compensation. There were pressing matters to address. After having enjoyed myself for the better part of the last 6 months, I feel the need for a brief respite, Li Qing continued. Li Qing nodded slightly. During the evening meal with the queen, Li Qing expressed her desire to visit the navy. After a momentary hesitation, Elizabeth acquiesced, generously providing a carriage for the round trip and graciously stating that Li Qing could visit wherever she pleased. The might of the Ming Dynasty did not necessitate a covert assessment. If they intended to strike, they would do so directly without any convoluted undertakings. Chapter 594. The arrival of the imperial trade delegation. Li Qing became increasingly occupied, leaving no time for leisurely pursuits such as bullfighting or dog racing, even neglecting good friends Thomas and Haywood. Her days were spent traversing between the port and the palace. However, amidst her early departures and late returns, she endeavored to care for Li Qing, sharing her experiences to alleviate her boredom and occasionally taking leave to explore together. Li Qing's life was not entirely monotonous. In her leisure moments, Elizabeth often invited her for card games or outdoor bowling. Elizabeth had initially thought the young man would be difficult to manage, yet to her disappointment, the elderly lady proved to be equally formidable. The illustrious queen truly experienced what it meant to be impervious to persuasion. In the hustle of their busy days, time flew swiftly. May passed in the blink of an eye, and the weather grew increasingly warm. Accompanying this warmth were Li Qing and Queen Elizabeth, both aware that they could no longer maintain their composure. Li Qing was anxious that if the Ming Dynasty's trade delegation arrived without Elizabeth clearly expressing her intent to purchase, the lucrative deal would likely slip away. Conversely, Elizabeth was concerned that if Li Qing remained as steadfast as ever, the opportunity for negotiation would diminish. Time waits for no one, and before they could devise a deeper psychological strategy, the Ming Dynasty's trade delegation had arrived. Li Qing momentarily concluded her inquiries into the navy, under the pretext of accompanying Li Qing, while closely observing Elizabeth's movements to adapt her stance as needed. The prolonged stalemate left Elizabeth uncertain, fearing that time might not be on her side, prompting her to dispatch a trusted confidant for amicable engagement with the Ming Dynasty's official representatives at the coastal port. A middle-aged man with a fair complexion stepped onto the shore, navigating a long wooden plank, exhaling a sigh of relief as he murmured, "This journey nearly cost us our lives. Your hard work shall not go unnoticed. Upon our return, the emperor and the crown prince will surely reward you." A young eunuch flattered, fanning him. "You see, after this trip, the great seal of the Court of Rights will be in your hands. Do not speak such nonsense." The middle-aged eunuch retorted angrily, "Master Huang has been exceedingly gracious to us. How could we ever repay kindness with enmity?" "Ah, yes, Master Huang values loyalty above all. That is not what I meant. I merely suggested that given Master Huang's advanced years, you should help alleviate his burdens." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged eunuch's expression softened somewhat, only to be clouded again with frustration as he lamented, "You see, your understanding of the situation is rather superficial. If we could truly take over from Lord Huang, we wouldn't find ourselves in this desolate place." The young eunuch was about to utter further flattering remarks when he noticed the captain of the Imperial Guards approaching swiftly, prompting him to silence himself. "What is it?" he inquired. "Reporting to Lord Feng, an envoy from the palace wishes to meet you." Feng Bao momentarily paused, perplexed, and queried, "Is this a mandatory procedure for our first visit?" The captain of the Imperial Guards replied with a respectful gesture, "There is typically some form of communication, but this occasion is somewhat different. Do elaborate." "The envoy wishes to invite you to the palace, stating that their queen desires to meet you." Feng Bao rolled his eyes and scoffed, "How audacious! A barbarian nation, and a woman at that, expects us to meet her in person? Your Grace, lower your voice. We are in close proximity. We must be cautious not to be overheard," the captain warned, glancing at the envoy's contingent not far off. "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We are here to earn silver, and if there is any discord, it may jeopardize our business and displease the emperor and the crown prince. The officials in the outer court may even seek to impeach." Feng Bao clicked his tongue. begrudgingly conceding, ahem, the esteemed celestial empire must indeed maintain its grace. Since they have extended a sincere invitation, it would be remiss of us to disregard propriety. Pausing, he added, gather about 100 of our brothers to accompany me. In unfamiliar territory, and having just uttered harsh words, Feng Bao felt a twinge of anxiety. He then pulled his adopted son aside and said, Jiu, keep a close watch over our accounts. I intend to verify everything later. Those who have sailed with other eunuchs in the past shall do the same with us, if not more. But should anyone dare to reach out prematurely, I shall have their hands severed. After a moment, he lowered his voice. There are 2 merchant ships from the Li family behind. Take care of them. Ensure they know who has provided the goods. Do not worry, father. I have been to sea before. I understand these matters well. The young eunuch said with a sycophantic grin. The Li family will surely recognize Lord Feng's contribution. Indeed, Feng Bao replied, satisfaction evident in his demeanor as he cleared his throat. Lead the way, Captain. Li Shui inquired. The merchant ships have arrived? Li Qing responded, they have. Li Shui remarked, it seems the queen is not as urgent as you imagined. Li Qing replied, even if the queen is eager, she will not display it openly. Since the merchant ships have just arrived, let us wait a bit longer. As long as the merchant ships remain, we have a fallback. Li Shui chuckled, clearly. You are also keen to sell. Be careful of being too greedy. It may lead to a disastrous outcome. What do you know? Applying pressure before negotiations is of utmost importance. If we show any signs of weakness now, all previous efforts will be in vain. Li Qing, feeling vexed, muttered, we have weathered greater storms. What could possibly go wrong now? The advantage lies with us. There is no need to concern ourselves. Li Shui could hardly contain her amusement. Are you anxious? Me anxious? Li Qing scoffed. Where do you see any anxiety in me? She wouldn't miss the opportunity to make a purchase. Li Shui pouted and remarked, with the court's merchant ships arriving, ours will naturally follow suit. I must step out to resolve matters concerning the 3 associates. Wait, Li Qing interjected, shaking his head. If the queen misconstrues our eagerness as impatience, it would be a grave mistake. Li Shui nodded helplessly and said, at this hour, the queen is generally not busy. How about I probe into her sentiments a bit? Trust me, I won't reveal anything. You see, she herself is already rather exposed. However, I usually seek her out. Isn't that also a form of exposure? Li Qing scratched his head and replied, let her seek you out. I don't believe she can truly withstand it. Victory was within reach. And Li Qing did not wish to display even the slightest hint of yielding. If he could not seize this formidable woman in one decisive move, the opportunity for exorbitant demands would vanish. To demonstrate their composure, Li Qing and Li Shui remained indoors, blissfully unaware that Feng Bao had already arrived at the palace gates. Queen Elizabeth and several trusted ministers were engaged in conversation with him. Feng Bao, having seen the world, had once emerged victorious amidst the chaos of battle as a military overseer. While Li Qing was responsible for the chaos, he was in charge of the victory. Naturally, he would not be intimidated by Queen Elizabeth. The pride of the Celestial Empire was on full display. Elizabeth could easily discern that her counterpart held her, or rather her kingdom, in contempt. Yet, she felt no anger. The notion that strength dictated value was prevalent everywhere. The ministers beside her were filled with frustration, but more so with anger at their own inadequacy. Their words, however, remained elegantly composed, devoid of any harshness. Feng Bao, growing somewhat impatient, thought to himself, these red-haired and yellow-haired folks, how long will they go on with their rambling? On this sweltering day, why not invite this envoy from the Celestial Empire inside for some respite? Clearing his throat, Feng Bao interrupted the translator, saying, I have no objections, but my brothers have traveled far and wide. If you have no other matters, I would like to take my brothers to fill our stomachs. It was merely a matter of dining. The chief envoy, fearing the translator might misunderstand, added a clarification. Infuriated, Feng Bao raised his hand and scolded, what the devil? Can't you speak properly? If the foreigners hear this, they will think we cannot afford a meal. Feng Bao exclaimed, do not translate this. The translator scratched his head, glancing between Feng Bao and the queen, ultimately shaking his head slightly in response to her. Several lords and ministers were baffled. Yet Elizabeth seemed to grasp the situation and warmly invited Feng Bao inside. She also considered the hundreds of imperial guards accompanying him, instructing the attendants to make arrangements, even turning a blind eye to the swords they carried. Within the grand palace hall, Feng Bao gazed at the distinctly styled architecture, feeling quite intrigued. Elizabeth then had the translator introduce him, satisfying his curiosity, and took the opportunity to excuse herself from the hall. Li Qing, we have invited an important guest. May you join us? Of course, I would be honored, came the voice of Li Qing even before he had entered. In truth, he was also eager. With an air of composure and a smile of elegance, he jested, "Is it Elizabeth we have now, or the glorious queen?" Elizabeth chuckled and replied, "Our dear Li Qing. That depends on whether you prefer Elizabeth or the glorious queen." Having failed to tease her, Li Qing, somewhat chagrined, rubbed his nose and then inquired, "Is the queen's guest an officer of the Navy?" Elizabeth smiled and said, "Indeed, an officer of the Navy, though our esteemed Mr. Li may or may not be acquainted." Li Qing raised an eyebrow, and a wave of elation surged within him. He swiftly suppressed his excitement and replied with an elegant smile, "Your Majesty's words have only heightened my anticipation." The queen sighed inwardly, feeling exasperated at his unabashed charm, referring to him as a bashful little man. Elizabeth smiled warmly, suddenly extending her hand, inviting Li Qing to take it. Though reluctant, he was acutely aware of the implications of refusing her in such a pivotal moment. Fearing it might intimidate the queen, after a brief internal struggle, he clasped her hand. Meanwhile, Feng Bao was savoring his iced tea while attentively listening to the translator expound upon the architectural culture of the palace. Suddenly, he heard the queen's voice behind him and instinctively turned to glance. To his astonishment, he found himself dumbfounded. The esteemed guest was being diligently translated for. Yet, Feng Bao absorbed none of it, his face reflecting disbelief and shock. Li Qing, too, was taken aback, pondering, why is Feng Bao here? Isn't he supposed to be Huang Jin's successor? What brings him aboard a trading vessel? Elizabeth observed both Li Qing and Feng Bao. Quickly realizing that Li Qing had not deceived her, his noble status was indeed genuine. Consequently, she tightened her grip on Li Qing's hand. Feng Bao found the scene utterly absurd. A surreal thought crossed his mind. "Ah, you clever and spirited Duke Yongqing. Have you truly ventured across the seas to engage with foreigners?" Chapter 595. A subtle shock for the Queen. Li Qing, known for his thick skin and rare bouts of embarrassment, now found himself in an awkward predicament. Feng Bao's gaze evoked in him a sense of guilt, as if he had been caught in a clandestine affair. He contemplated withdrawing his hand, but Elizabeth's grip tightened further. "Please, don't do this. I fear it may lead to misunderstandings," he conveyed to her through a knowing glance. Elizabeth was oblivious, asserting, "I am Elizabeth now." Li Qing could certainly withdraw his hand. Even a mighty warrior could not impede him. However, doing so would humiliate Elizabeth, a concern that transcended mere elegance. It would be a slap in the face. "Godfather, Godfather," Feng Bao's close aide whispered, "shouldn't you say something? We represent the dignity of the Celestial Empire." Awakened from his reverie, Feng Bao quickly adjusted his court attire and stepped forward with respectful haste, bowing deeply. "I, Feng Bao, pay my respects to Duke Yongqing." Li Qing exhaled quietly in relief, using the pretext of assisting Feng Bao to release Elizabeth's hand, smiling as he said, "Feng Gonggong, it has been many years since our last meeting. I trust you have fared well." Feng Bao, taken aback by the honor, bent low with a sycophantic grin. "Thanks to your grace, my lord, I am well. The Emperor and Lord Huang have missed you dearly. What brings you here?" Li Qing responded with a serene smile. "In stillness, one often yearns for movement. Thus I ventured out to witness different vistas." "Oh." Feng Bao glanced at Elizabeth, chuckling awkwardly. "Your interests are indeed refined, my lord." Elizabeth, being a sovereign, found Feng Bao's actions rather lacking in grace. However, Li Qing did not correct Feng Bao. The latter's lack of elegance only served to highlight his transcendent status, which would prove advantageous for the forthcoming negotiations. Feng Bao did not disappoint Li Qing, disregarding the crowd and fawning solely over him. To Feng Bao, nobles and queens were merely a band of foreign barbarians, unworthy of his expressions. While ingratiating himself with the eternal Qing Marquis was of utmost importance. "How is His Majesty?" Feng Bao inquired. "His Majesty is quite well, and so is Lord Huang. All is well, though without your lordship, the capital feels rather lonely." With a sycophantic demeanor, Feng Bao flattered, completely ignoring Elizabeth and her ministers. Li Qing, undeterred, continued his inquiries. "In terms of court meetings and the handling of state affairs, does the emperor oversee more, or does the crown prince?" "In most instances, it is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who manages the governance. As the emperor rarely attends court, spending most of his time with Lord Huang in the Grand Hall. Though he does occasionally admonish the officials, Feng Bao spoke freely, his radical obsequiousness requiring no translation. Li Qing pressed on, "What of Grand Scholarly? And how is the promotion of mathematics faring?" "Grand Scholarly has already retired and returned to his hometown," Feng Bao replied, fully aware of the situation due to his position at the center of power as a potential successor to the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. The promotion of mathematics has already been piloted in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Listening intently, Li Qing nodded slightly. Once Feng Bao finished, Li Qing refrained from further inquiries and turned to Elizabeth. "I apologize, Your Radiant Majesty, for my rudeness. I must systematically understand the current state of our court. Please excuse me." Elizabeth suppressed the tumultuous waves within her, mustering an elegant and charming smile as she graciously responded, "Our dear Li Qing, of course, you may." Li Qing smiled and turned to exit, with Feng Bao immediately following, disregarding Elizabeth and the others. "Do bear in mind the propriety of the Celestial Empire," Li Qing remarked without glancing back. Feng Bao stiffened momentarily, cleared his throat, and offered a polite smile to the Queen, saying, "We must report some official matters to the Eternal Qing Marquis. Please excuse us." As for the princes and ministers beside Elizabeth, Feng Bao could not even be bothered to acknowledge them. The palace hall fell into a profound silence, with all faces reflecting discontent. Feng Bao's inherent arrogance had struck them deeply, and even his final courtesy to the Queen was merely in obedience to Li Qing's directive. If a Ming envoy could exhibit such haughtiness, just how formidable was the Ming Dynasty? The stark contrast between the arrogance directed at Li Qing and the servility exhibited by Feng Bao raised unsettling thoughts for Elizabeth. She had never underestimated this humorous, graceful, and polite noble of the Ming, yet reality had repeatedly proven her to be mistaken in her assessment. After a moment, Elizabeth composed herself, elegantly returning to her seat, signaling for her trusted ministers to sit as well. As the ministers settled, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Elizabeth took a deep breath, gazed at the translator, and commanded with authority, "Please recount in detail the conversation between Mr. Li and the Ming envoy." Upon hearing the entirety of the discourse, the noble lords and ministers could no longer maintain their composure. Elizabeth, too, lost her poise completely, her speech revealing a hint of translation affectation. "Oh my God, Mr. Li dares to question the Emperor of the Ming, to inquire about the Crown Prince of the Ming, to meddle in the core affairs of the Ming Empire. It appears that Mr. Li possesses the ability to impose restraint upon the Emperor of the Ming." Even recalling the calm demeanor of Li Qing and the obsequious flattery of Feng Bao, Elizabeth found it impossible to regain her composure. As a ruler, she understood that while one may feign many things, there is one thing that cannot be simulated: the tyranny of my will over all things. Although Li Qing did not overtly display this tyranny, his demeanor was composed and elegant, yet his actions vividly illustrated such dominance. Taking several deep breaths to force herself to regain her calm, she addressed her loyal ministers. "My dear generals, it seems we have gravely misjudged Mr. Li, the Marquis of Yongqing of the Ming. We should consider ourselves fortunate to engage with Mr. Li as equals." The noble lords and ministers nodded in agreement, fully concurring. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the exceptional elegance and rarity of such a nobleman as Mr. Li from the Ming. Admiral Robert Dudley, his expression grave, remarked, "My dear glorious Queen, it seems we must take a more proactive stance. Mr. Li is indeed graceful and possesses the demeanor of nobility. Yet this does not imply that he will yield on significant matters. Just as he was elegant moments ago, he also exuded a certain dominance that we can no longer afford to overlook." William Cecil, the kingdom's advisor, interjected, "Indeed, my dear Queen, I completely concur with Admiral Dudley. I believe this may be our only opportunity. If we miss the chance to engage with Mr. Li, the Marquis of Yongqing, we may never have the opportunity to procure the steamships of the Ming or the cannons of the esteemed general." Francis Walsingham, the master of espionage, added, "The kingdoms of Portugal and Spain are eyeing us covetously. We cannot compete with them. This is merely a temporary truce. Should they unite, our valiant soldiers would stand no chance against them." The urging of her trusted advisors left Elizabeth unable to maintain her restraint any longer. Exhausted, she nodded and declared, "We shall persuade Mr. Li and strive for a relatively favorable and economical price." Robert Dudley smiled and said, "My dear, charismatic, glorious Queen, I have faith in your charm and capability. May God bless our endeavors." Upon hearing this, the ministers smiled in agreement, seemingly finding nothing amiss in such sentiments. Elizabeth herself felt no disquiet, confidently and elegantly stating, "We believe we shall be fortunate." The ministers rose in unison, bowing reverently and sincerely proclaiming, "God and the glorious Queen are wise and sagacious." At Li Qing's residence, is there a considerable band of Japanese pirates roaming along the southeastern coast? How have Qi Jiguang and Yu Dayo fared? Is the commerce and industry still flourishing? Feng Bao responded, "Indeed, the Lord is remarkably perceptive. There are indeed some reckless pirates, yet they are merely small bands of marauders. Thoroughly defeated by Qi Jiguang, who left them searching for their teeth, they have not posed any threat to commerce or industry. In Fujian, with Yu Dayo present, the situation remains relatively tranquil." Li Qing let out a sigh of relief, contemplating before inquiring, "What about the matters concerning Hunan, Hubei, Anhui, Jiangsu, and the expansion of the provincial administration? The situation in the two lakes has been settled, and the issues regarding Anhui and Jiangsu are also nearly finalized." "Nearly?" Li Qing frowned. "Does that mean it hasn't been completely resolved yet?" Feng Bao chuckled awkwardly. "In truth, it is almost finalized. However, there are some minor issues, primarily stemming from the capital, Yingtianfu." "Yingtianfu? Please elaborate." Meanwhile, Li Shui'er perked up her ears, as a native of Jinling, naturally intrigued by the discussion. Feng Bao scratched his head. "The matter is rather intricate. Yingtianfu wishes to maintain control over Anhui and Jiangsu, while Jiangsu desires Yingtianfu to oversee only itself. Anhui, on the other hand, disagrees, asserting that it is the birthplace of the great ancestor, and thus, the Yingtianfu established by the great ancestor rightfully belongs to Anhui. Moreover, Jiangsu already possesses Suzhou. They cannot monopolize all the benefits. The emperor aims to completely marginalize Yingtianfu, granting it independence, yet neither Jiangsu nor Anhui agrees, nor does Yingtianfu. The southern provinces have continuously petitioned, and ministers in the court are advocating for the 6 ministries of southern Jili." Li Shui'er felt overwhelmed, thinking to herself, "Well, this has turned into a tangled mess." Li Qing also felt a headache coming on. With the backing of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, Yingtianfu's status as an autonomous entity was unlikely to waver. Now that Jiangnan had been divided, the fate of Yingtianfu naturally became a focal point. As a direct administration of the Ming Dynasty, it had consistently wielded considerable political power, serving as a retirement haven for officials and a reservoir for talent. Jinling itself was a significant provincial capital, and the economic benefits brought by the Li family alone were enough to incite envy. Previously, when resources were shared equally, this had not posed an issue. Now that division was imminent, everyone naturally desired to claim a larger share. Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, "Is the situation severe?" Feng Bao replied sheepishly, "It's manageable. Yingtianfu, Anhui, and Jiangsu each have their own calculations. Their aggressiveness is not particularly strong. The emperor's authority is formidable, and although the officials in the outer court are dissatisfied, they do not dare to undermine the emperor. Currently, the situation remains in a stalemate." Chapter 596. The little queen takes control very well. Li Qing sighed in acknowledgement. "Since the impact on the court is minimal, there is no need for excessive worry. I still have faith in Zhu Hozong's capabilities." He then continued, "I have a significant business transaction here that requires your cooperation." Feng Bao's spirits lifted, and he assured, "At your command, my lord. I would tread upon the mountain of blades or plunge into the sea of fire without a hint of hesitation. No need for such extremes. Simply assist me in staging a performance. Though it is not truly a performance, just act as you normally would." Li Qing briefly outlined his plans. Upon hearing this, Feng Bao's heart raced with astonishment. "Can this really succeed? Fulfill your responsibilities, and it will be a considerable achievement," Li Qing stated. Feng Bao swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Then, cautiously, he added, "My lord, we cannot remain here for too long. Could you possibly expedite matters a bit?" Li Qing remarked, "It won't take long, at most. 3 to 5 days if all goes swiftly. After such a prolonged contest, this is merely the final tremor, requiring little time." Feng Bao sighed in relief, assuring once more his complete cooperation. Yet, there was an oddity in his gaze directed at Li Qing. Li Qing, reluctant to elucidate, yet compelled to do so, expressed with a hint of exasperation, "I am innocent in relation to Queen Elizabeth. It is not as you presume." Feng Bao nodded repeatedly, a knowing expression gracing his face. Li Qing inhaled deeply, stifling the urge to strike, and stated seriously, "This is a matter of profound significance for the Ming Dynasty, apart from the emperor. No one else must be privy to today's events. Remember that." "Yes," Feng Bao responded earnestly, inquiring whether they should dismiss the imperial guards immediately. Having once escaped from the clutches of countless foes in the north with the aid of the Yongqing Marquis, Feng Bao felt no fear with him by his side. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing replied, "They have toiled long. Let them dine before resuming their respective duties. And now, accompany me to meet the queen." "Understood." Upon returning to the palace hall, Elizabeth extended even greater courtesies to Li Qing, while the nobles displayed increasing reverence. "Our dear Li Qing, must we bid you farewell?" Elizabeth inquired, her tone laced with ambiguity and tension. Li Qing, seizing the opportunity, sighed, "My beloved radiant queen, His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming requires my assistance. Though I am reluctant to part ways with you, alas." Feng Bao, bewildered by their exchange, could only admire the Yongqing Marquis's eloquence. Elizabeth's anxiety intensified. Li Qing, secretly amused yet feigning regret, declared, "I have been away from the Ming for quite some time. Without political gain, I truly have no reason to linger." He paused, adding, "I am profoundly grateful for your warm hospitality, radiant queen. I trust we shall have the opportunity to meet again. 5 years? 10 years? We are still young. There will be chances." Seeing him poised to depart, Elizabeth could no longer maintain her composure and implored, "Our dear Li Qing, you have political gains. You have ample reason to remain." Li Qing's expression transformed to one of astonishment, doubt creeping in as he asked, "What do you mean, radiant queen?" Elizabeth, feeling despondent, recognized that Li Qing was merely performing, and though she possessed no evidence, she felt compelled to acquiesce. "We wish to purchase steamships and the formidable artillery of the Ming." Li Qing hesitated, pondering, "Forgive my boldness. May I inquire if this is the wish of the radiant queen, or—" He cast a glance at the assembly of nobles. "Our loyalty is wholly devoted to God and the radiant queen," they chorused in unison. Upon hearing this, Li Qing no longer hesitated, stating, "Very well, my dear queen. In gratitude for your generosity, I am willing to advocate on your behalf to our emperor, provided you offer him a reward sufficient to entice him." Elizabeth took a deep breath, maintaining her grace and composure, and graciously invited, "Mr. Li, please take a seat. Esteemed envoy of your nation, please be seated." The translator conveyed this to Feng Bao, who, however, chose not to sit, standing behind Li Qing like a loyal retainer. Upon witnessing the situation, Elizabeth and the others elevated Li Qing's stature once more. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over Li Qing, and with a composed smile, he said, "Your Majesty, the radiant queen, may place the first bid." Elizabeth shot him a reproachful glance, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Do we dictate the price? It is only valid once you, Mr. Li, have spoken." Feng Bao observed this exchange and thought to himself, "And they claim to be transparent? TSK. It seems this foreign lady possesses quite an understanding of allure. Yet, with such hair in those eyes, I wonder how the Duke of Yongqing finds rest without fear of nightmares." Li Qing glanced at Feng Bao, who appeared lost in thought, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness at Elizabeth's audacity. "Very well, I shall make my stance clear," Li Qing declared, refusing to grant her any further opportunity for mischief. "Regarding the steamships, we can offer them at the price of the vassal states surrounding the Ming Empire, with only a slight addition for necessary transportation costs." The court officials immediately became animated, eagerly awaiting the queen's response. Elizabeth maintained a serene expression, her earlier charm dissipating as she inquired, "Is there more?" "We require payment in our currency," Li Qing replied. Elizabeth furrowed her brow, momentarily perplexed. Li Qing elaborated, "We do not accept gold or silver for transactions. We only accept the currency issued by our Ming Empire, known as the Ming Silver Note, which is specifically designated for large transactions." Li Qing briefly described its appearance and function. Initially, Elizabeth frowned, then appeared astonished, ultimately falling into silence. The assembled nobles mirrored her confusion, remaining uncharacteristically quiet. Li Qing, however, did not rush them, leisurely sipping his iced tea. After a moment of tense silence, Elizabeth tentatively proposed, "If the Ming Empire does not accept gold or silver for the purchase of steam warships and the majestic general cannons, might we consider a barter?" William Cecil, the royal advisor, quickly chimed in, "We could offer soft, warm wool, along with jackets made from wool and sheepskin. Perhaps 10,000 pieces in exchange for a steamship of similar size to the Golden Deer. Would that be agreeable? Li Qing felt a stir of interest. The sheepskin jackets, though not as opulent as the Ming cloaks, were still quite substantial. Moreover, the influx of silver had diminished purchasing power, making each sheepskin jacket worth approximately 15 taels of silver. 10,000 jackets would thus equate to 150,000 taels. In contrast, a warship akin to the Golden Deer could be considered a small vessel in the Ming Empire with a factory price of merely 30,000 taels. And even with transportation costs, it wouldn't exceed 50,000 taels. After 150 years of maritime trade, few goods could yield such triple profits, save for the current tea trade. Additionally, the wool jackets were precisely what the Ming Empire required for warmth, given its vast population and the insufficient supply from the pastures beyond the borders. After finishing his iced tea, Li Qing steadied his mindset and rationally declined, saying, "I apologize, Your Radiance, but that will not suffice. We only accept Ming silver notes for purchases and no other forms of settlement." Elizabeth clenched her teeth and responded, "So, Mr. Li, you are indicating that we must first exchange our wool jackets for Ming silver notes, and then use those notes to purchase the steamships and the majestic general cannons?" "No, no, no," Li Qing interjected. "For the moment, we shall only sell the steamships. I still need to deliberate regarding the majestic general cannons." Elizabeth could no longer maintain her poise, feeling the coldness radiating from Li Qing, who had so recently addressed her as dear. How could he so swiftly transform into someone so heartless? She then heard Li Qing continue, "According to our settlement terms, there is no need for 10,000 woolen jackets. Approximately 6 or 7,000 would suffice to exchange for a steamship of the same caliber as your Golden Deer." Elizabeth, feeling a surge of frustration, replied, "My dear Mr. Li, this is unfair. The great Ming silver notes can either represent substantial currency or be reduced to mere waste paper, dependent solely on the whims of the great Ming. We are left in a position of disadvantage." "No, no, no," Li Qing interjected. "I have stated that the great Ming silver notes can be exchanged for silver. If in the future you no longer require to purchase great Ming steamships or military weaponry, you may convert them back into silver at any time." Li Qing elaborated on the merits of the silver notes. However, Elizabeth remained skeptical of his words. She was quite displeased with this heartless little man. Nevertheless, being a queen, she did not succumb entirely to her emotions. After a moment of internal conflict, she proposed, "My dear Mr. Li, how about we issue a currency of our own? Surely we can find a way to negotiate." Li Qing cut her off without a shred of mercy, stating coolly, "My dear queen, do you not yet comprehend? You have no room for negotiation." Elizabeth was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the elegant Mr. Li could be so simultaneously affectionate yet frigid. Li Qing continued, "My dear queen, can you guess how the great Ming would respond if they were to offer the same terms to the Franks?" Elizabeth felt a chill. She was aware that the great Ming referred to Portugal and Spain collectively as the Franks. Li Qing pressed on, "I believe they would be quite amenable, whereas you, my dear queen, seem to lack foresight." He paused, his demeanor transforming into one of cold indifference and haughtiness as he declared, "Forgive my candor, but you are far too weak and impoverished. The great Ming would not stoop to deceive you for such trifles. What do you possess that the great Ming covets?" With that, Li Qing rose, stating, "Though her glorious majesty has wounded me, I still appreciate the hospitality you have extended during these days. I am afraid we must bid farewell. Have I harmed him?" Elizabeth seethed with anger, only to see Li Qing turn and walk away, truly departing. She had no time to ponder or calculate. She hurried after him, calling out, "We are willing." Chapter 597. The Queen's compromise. Li Qing halted but did not turn immediately. After a moment's pause, he turned back, regaining his noble elegance and courtesy. "My dear glorious queen, you have made a wise decision, and I am pleased for you." Elizabeth, usually rational and seldom overtaken by emotion, found herself in a tempest of feelings today, nearly losing her composure. After silently invoking the name of God numerous times, she revealed an unnatural smile and said, "We wish to personally witness your warships. We desire to embark upon your battleships and experience the might of your formidable general cannon." "Certainly," Li Qing replied with a gentle and refined smile. "As prospective buyers, such a request is entirely reasonable, and we shall accommodate it." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's expression softened slightly. The demeanor of the assembled lords and ministers also relaxed a bit. The parties, who had nearly come to blows, restored their grace and civility. We wish to prepare for tomorrow, and may we visit the day after? Elizabeth revised her request. That is perfectly acceptable, Li Qing responded warmly, like a refreshing spring breeze. Elizabeth exhaled a breath of suppressed frustration, stepped forward, and linked her arm with Li Qing's, directing a smile towards Feng Bao. As an envoy from the Ming Dynasty, we cordially invite you to our banquet. Upon hearing the translation, Feng Bao readily accepted. While he would not concede to the foreigner, he certainly owed a courtesy to the esteemed Duke Yongqing. Besides, he was genuinely hungry. The banquet was prepared according to Li Qing's palate, devoid of overly artistic dishes. And Feng Bao, feeling famished, found the meal quite delectable. After dining, Feng Bao, having received Li Qing's instructions, departed for the port with a contingent of over 100 well-fed imperial guards. Meanwhile, the lords and ministers gradually took their leave, and the royal palace once again fell into tranquility. Elizabeth sighed softly and said, "Dear Mr. Li, we are willing to settle in Ming silver currency, but we require more than just steamships." Li Qing nodded with a smile. Naturally, silver currency is the currency issued by the Ming, and it can indeed be used to purchase a variety of goods from the Ming. No, Mr. Li misunderstands us, Elizabeth asserted firmly. We desire the general canon as well, and not limited to just that. Li Qing pondered for a moment before responding. The Ming Dynasty has opened its doors for trade for over 150 years. Under normal circumstances, I should not refuse such requests from Her Majesty Queen Glory. However, forgive my lack of elegance. You currently lack the capacity to wield the general cannon. Elizabeth furrowed her brow slightly, waiting expectantly. Li Qing continued. We have an old saying in the Ming. One must eat a meal bite by bite and handle matters one at a time. This is especially true in military affairs, where overly aggressive escalation often yields undesirable results, or even counterproductive outcomes. Pausing for a moment, he added, "Of course, the general cannon can be sold to you. But not at this moment. Please trust me, I do this for your own good." Elizabeth scrutinized Li Qing. He maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Why would we refrain from pursuing profitable business? Surely, you do not believe that the Ming would feel threatened by selling you some ships and cannons?" Elizabeth felt a rush of warmth to her face and shook her head in indignation. "Of course not. The might of the Ming is beyond the reach of our kingdom. Besides, if the Ming truly harbored such concerns, it would be far better not to sell at all. The Ming does not lack for money." Elizabeth took a deep breath and stated, "That is not the true reason. At least, Mr. Li has not disclosed everything." "Very well, then I shall be candid." Li Qing pondered his words and inquired, "Mighty Queen of Glory, what advantages does a steam warship possess?" Elizabeth replied, "Speed and freedom." "Freedom?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the meaning, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is freedom. The greatest advantage of a steamship lies in its ability to navigate without sails. It can disregard wind direction, seizing control in battle or retreat at will, leaving the enemy powerless and unable to anticipate our moves." Elizabeth wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in understanding. "So, Mr. Li, how does this relate to the sale of the formidable general cannon?" Li Qing shrugged and remarked, "Ah, Queen of Glory, did I not convey this to you already?" Elizabeth was taken aback. Li Qing responded with a smile. As Elizabeth furrowed her brow, about to speak, a sudden realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Mr. Li implies that the steamship will serve as our trump card, and since it is a trump card, we must reveal it gradually?" "Excellent deduction, my dear Queen of Glory. However, the primary reason is that you are currently unable to harness it." Li Qing replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I harbor no ill intentions toward you or your kingdom. In fact, I hope you can supplant the Franks." Elizabeth was stunned. "Why?" "Because you are my beloved queen," Li Qing cheekily responded, though the true reason remained unsaid. Elizabeth was skeptical, as she knew Li Qing was not one to be swayed by emotions. Yet, she could not voice her doubts openly. That would indeed be our honor. She feigned a smile, requesting Mr. Li to advise the emperor of the Ming Dynasty to permit them to purchase the formidable general cannon in the future. Li Qing assured her, "Before the merchant ship returns to the Ming, I shall compose a letter for the envoy to deliver to the emperor." "Will your emperor agree?" Li Qing smiled nonchalantly. "He will." His casual demeanor, akin to the triviality of having tea after a meal, lent credibility to his words. Yet it was this very nonchalance that exuded an air of dominance. As a fellow politician and ruler, Elizabeth understood the weight behind such apparent ease. "We shall exchange woolen jackets for Ming silver coins," and then use those coins to procure steamships. Even under the best circumstances, this will take 2 years. Can Mr. Li remain in our kingdom for 2 years? This was Elizabeth's greatest concern. She was willing to trust Li Qing, but could not extend that trust to everyone from the Ming. Li Qing contemplated for a moment before stating, at least for the next 2 years, I shall not return to the Ming. However, I will not remain here indefinitely. Rest assured, I shall not stray too far or for too long. Elizabeth found this difficult to accept, suppressing her emotions while displaying a charming smile. Dear Mr. Li, Elizabeth can always remain herself. Li Qing rejoiced, that is truly wonderful. So, Mr. Li, at once, Li Qing rose and performed an elegant invitation to dance. Elizabeth extended her hand. After the dance, Li Qing waved his sleeve, departing without a trace, leaving Elizabeth in a whirlwind of emotions. Is the agreement settled? Indeed, Li Qing exhaled, smiling contentedly. I have finally managed to secure the queen, with all military equipment to be settled in Ming silver coins. Li Shuer exclaimed in disbelief. I can hardly believe it has gone so smoothly. In business, one must respond to the urgent needs of others, Li Qing replied lazily. Ultimately, it is a mutual endeavor. The lack of progress was merely a matter of pricing. Li Shuer nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that this approach is somewhat improper. Do share your thoughts, Li Qing urged. I can't quite articulate it, but it feels wrong, unfavorable for them, and for us as well, Li Shuer said with a hint of frustration. Li Qing sighed and admitted, indeed, there are downsides. I am fully aware of that. Li Shuer regarded him with curiosity. To put it plainly, this is akin to consuming the future's provisions, Li Qing explained. Li Shuer's eyes brightened as she nodded vigorously, inquiring, do you have a countermeasure? Li Qing took a deep breath and responded, when the tide turns, and the consumption of future resources comes to an end. Li Shuer was momentarily taken aback. 2 days later, as dawn broke, Li Qing was stirred awake by a cacophony of sounds. Exiting his lavish quarters, he found Queen Elizabeth and her trusted ministers, along with high-ranking naval officials, all prepared. A row of opulent carriages stood ready, and the royal guard was assembled. The two approached, and Li Qing smiled, saying, I apologize for my tardiness. Elizabeth returned his smile, saying, not at all, dear Mr. Li, you have arrived just in time. With an elegant gesture, she invited him aboard her carriage. Li Shuer, under the direction of the attendants, took a carriage behind, trailing in a cloud of dust. As the sun illuminated the sky, they set off, the royal guard clearing their way, ensuring a swift journey. By midday, the group arrived at the coastal port. Having received Li Qing's guidance, Feng Bao had made all necessary arrangements. Upon their arrival, he promptly approached, beaming with enthusiasm. My lord, everything is prepared. Li Qing nodded slightly, turning to Elizabeth, who also nodded and signaled for her ministers to follow. Subsequently, under Feng Bao's coordination, the group boarded a small vessel that served as a scout, making their way towards the medium-sized warship behind the merchant vessels. The escorting warship was not far from the coast, merely 2 nautical miles away. Within a quarter of an hour, they arrived at its vicinity. This was a warship that Elizabeth had seen before, not just once. But now she and her ministers were observing it up close for the first time, let alone boarding it. Stretching 27 to 28 zhang in length and nearly 10 zhang wide, with a robust mast and enormous sails, the anchor chain was thicker than a burly man's arm. Oh my God, this is truly magnificent. I feel as if I am not on a ship, but on solid ground, exclaimed the ministers, especially the naval officials, who were beside themselves with excitement. Elizabeth, too, was visibly astonished, just as she had consistently overestimated Li Qing while underestimating his prowess. She similarly underestimated the size of the Ming Dynasty's warships. She knew it was large, but stepping aboard revealed the true enormity of it. The Golden Deer had a displacement of 500 tons, while this medium-sized Ming warship boasted a displacement of 10,000 tons, a staggering 20-fold difference that left her in awe. Wishing everyone a delightful May Day holiday. Chapter 598, The Cost of Emotions. Concerning the dimensions of the battleship, they had made estimations, and those estimations were remarkably accurate. However, mere paper data could not compare with the shock of a visual impact. The sturdy deck, the robust cannons, and the towering masts left Elizabeth awestruck, while the faces of the naval high command flushed with excitement. After a considerable time, the group barely managed to regain their composure. Yet, almost immediately, Elizabeth made an impulsive decision. Dear Mr. Li, Would the Ming be willing to sell such a battleship? Could it be sold to us? Li Qing responded with a smile, neither affirming nor denying. The voice of Admiral Robert Dudley trembled with excitement as he stammered, "We are willing to pay a price that would surely entice the Ming. Even for just one ship, merely one." Feng Bao could not comprehend, but the body language of the others made him frown. Was this not a display of utter desperation? Li Qing sighed and replied, "It is not that the Ming is unwilling to sell, but rather that you would find it futile to purchase. The logic of warfare differs, and the scale of your military does not align with the capabilities of such a battleship. Even if you possessed it, you would be unable to unleash its full potential. It would merely serve as a work of art." A flicker of sadness crossed Elizabeth's eyes. She understood that Li Qing spoke the truth, yet the words were indeed hurtful. Robert Dudley gradually regained his composure, and the others slowly detached from their fervor, beginning to reassess the military trade from a pragmatic perspective. After a while, Robert Dudley remarked, "Esteemed Mr. Li, we thank you for dispelling our unrealistic notions. At this stage, we indeed lack the strength to possess it, but we can certainly command a battleship 5 times the size of the Golden Deer. We are capable." Elizabeth also turned her gaze to Li Qing. Her eyes filled with hope. Li Qing did not outright refuse. Instead, he stated, "That would entail a different price. A battleship is not akin to a woolen jacket. With each increment in size, the required investment of effort grows immensely. To acquire a vessel 5 times the size of the Golden Deer would necessitate a payment 10 times its price, leaving us at a loss." Li Qing raised the stakes. However, it was not entirely an exorbitant demand. The larger the battleship, the greater the requirements for materials and craftsmanship. Using the same price multiplier, the Ming would indeed incur losses. This reasoning was clear to Queen Elizabeth, Admiral Robert Dudley, and all present. Elizabeth inquired, "Then, Mr. Li, at what price multiplier would the Ming be willing to sell?" Li Qing pondered for a moment, then responded with a hearty laugh, "Forget about multipliers. Let me propose a figure. The purchase price shall be equivalent to 100,000 woolen jackets in silver currency." Upon hearing the figure of 100,000 woolen jackets, even a political powerhouse like Elizabeth could not help but display a look of discomfort. Just imagine the spectacle of 100,000 woolen jackets piled together. 100,000 for just one ship. Moreover, her subjects also required woolen jackets. The kingdom's financial situation was far from optimistic, and this surplus military budget left Elizabeth utterly exhausted. However, while Elizabeth harbored such thoughts, the Naval High Command, led by Robert Dudley, held a contrary view. As admirals, their concerns did not extend to the economy or the welfare of the populace. Their sole focus was the expansion of the Navy. Thus, they turned their eager, almost pleading gazes towards the Queen. Elizabeth could not feign ignorance. She found herself devoid of choices. With the formidable kingdom of Portugal and the ever-watchful kingdom of Spain looming externally, and a faction of fervent naval radicals stirring unrest internally, the additional military budget could neither be reduced nor neglected. It was a matter of either procuring warships from the Ming or facing pillage by enemies, resulting in nothing but the sacrifice of her subjects. In that moment, this internally fortified and ambitiously radiant queen felt utterly helpless, as vulnerable as any delicate maiden. Unyielding and resolute, she cast a beseeching glance towards Li Qing. Yet, he remained oblivious. Friendship was one thing, business another. As for emotions, Li Qing deemed there to be none with Elizabeth, nor had he ever contemplated discussing sentiments with her. There was no room for feelings when finances were at stake. Elizabeth was deeply disappointed and wounded, though she had anticipated such a reaction. She withdrew her gaze, striving to maintain her regal dignity, and spoke. "Then, Mr. Li, might we witness the might of your formidable general cannon?" "Of course," Li Qing replied, instantly shifting from aloofness to warmth. After all, he was the principal party and deserved to be treated with proper respect. He glanced at Feng Bao, who promptly bowed and hurried away. A quarter of an hour later, a soldier ignited the fuse, followed by a second, then a third. The crackling sounds of the ignited fuses mingled together, drowning out the ocean breeze and capturing everyone's attention. Soon after, a thunderous cacophony erupted, reverberating in their ears as cannonballs shot forth from the mouths of the cannons, tracing elegant parabolic arcs through the air, which was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Li Qing gazed ahead, greedily inhaling the air, his face alight with enjoyment. Elizabeth and the others watched intently, their expressions grave and serious. Moments later, cannonballs fell in rapid succession, splashing the waves. Elizabeth's demeanor grew solemn, while Robert Dudley and the others displayed astonishment. The range of the formidable general cannon was undoubtedly no less than 2 miles. They began to understand why the Ming warships had anchored at such a considerable distance from the shallow waters. This distance lay well within the reach of the Ming artillery. Elizabeth was not particularly surprised. She had long been aware of this data, choosing not to disclose it to the admirals for fear of hurting their pride. Now, with this verification, her emotions regarding purchasing arms with silver coins had completely dissipated, though her feelings on the price remained significant, as her kingdom was not affluent. Arms were unlike tea. While tea possessed economic value and could stimulate economic benefits, serving as a means to amass wealth, military equipment was different. Whether steamships or formidable general cannons, they were mere consumables, not items for consumption. When her subjects enjoyed and consumed, they would naturally not mind footing the bill. Tea, on the other hand, allowed her to reasonably and gently amass wealth. As for whether the subjects of the Ming Dynasty can benefit from military equipment, the answer is undoubtedly affirmative, albeit indirectly. Elizabeth could easily envision that once a decree was issued to strive for the acquisition of Ming silver coins and to purchase military apparatus with Ming currency, discontent among the populace would inevitably arise. The common folk are far more concerned with their personal affairs than with grand national matters. The formidable general cannon had only been fired once, and that too was merely a long-range model. As for short-range artillery, they possessed it as well, not lagging significantly behind, rendering further demonstration unnecessary. Robert Dudley inquired, "Esteemed Mr. Li, are there not many more formidable general cannons yet to be showcased?" Li Qing, rendered speechless, mused to himself. "Do you think these are merely firecrackers?" "Oh, my friend Robert, those formidable general cannons are of the medium to short-range variety, for which you have no purchasing interest." With a smile, Li Qing said, "If Commander Robert wishes for us to see more, I shall make arrangements immediately." Robert Dudley, upon hearing this, lost his curiosity. Those who shared Robert Dudley's sentiments promptly fell silent. Elizabeth took a deep breath and asked, "Mr. Li, may we tour the ship's cabin?" Before Li Qing could respond, she added, "This seems quite reasonable, does it not?" Li Qing, nodding with a smile, replied, "As Her Majesty commands, please, everyone." The ship's cabin comprised 3 levels, with a substantial portion allocated for cargo, not reflective of a true wartime configuration. Regarding the ship's construction, as Elizabeth mentioned, it is reasonable for the party in the position of authority to have a general understanding of the counterpart. After all, one cannot be entirely ignorant of goods acquired with hard-earned money, can they? The neatly arranged wooden planks, the simplistic yet functional layout, and the grand yet unpretentious structure amazed Elizabeth and her companions, expanding their perspectives. So, this is how ships can be constructed. However, Li Qing did not permit them to visit the lowest level, for it housed the core of the vessel, and since they had no intention of purchasing that model, he had no obligation to grant them access. The journey from the coast to the ship and back took little more than half an hour. Yet the impact of the experience would resonate with them for quite some time. Elizabeth did not linger excessively or display overt eagerness to purchase. Upon disembarking, she commanded a return to the palace. The Queen's honor guard arrived at the palace by evening, and as soon as Elizabeth returned, she extended a private invitation to Li Qing for a dinner together. Li Shuer cautioned, "Be wary of deception." Li Qing chuckled and replied, "The Queen would not act foolishly. She is far more rational and resilient than you might imagine." "Suit yourself," Li Shuer said nonchalantly, then added, "Shall we visit the port again tomorrow?" Li Qing, aware this was in regard to arranging matters for the Li family, nodded slightly, and then asked, "How about the dinner together?" "They haven't invited me," Li Shuer muttered. "You discuss important matters. I shall not interfere, but do not return too late." Li Qing nodded, amused. The dinner was quite simple, consisting of 4 dishes, 2 fruit platters, 2 wine glasses, and a table adorned with candles. Tonight, there were only 2 of them, with not even a palace attendant present. Elizabeth poured a glass of wine for Li Qing, then served herself, raising her glass to clink with his before consuming it in one swift motion. One glass led to another, and yet another. Having attended numerous banquets since childhood and ascended to the throne, Elizabeth had cultivated a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Unfortunately, Li Qing was no ordinary individual. He was not even human. Without having tasted a morsel of food, the 2 had each downed 5 substantial cups. A hint of crimson graced the tip of Elizabeth's slightly hooked nose as she exhaled a breath heavy with the scent of wine, finally speaking, "My dear Li Qing, I believe you must comprehend that we are not affluent." She spoke not on behalf of we, but rather I. Li Qing nodded slightly, replying earnestly, "In our great Ming, we have always upheld integrity, and we shall not forsake our honor simply because you lack wealth. My dear Queen, you may not be aware of how greatly we value the dignity of our celestial empire." Chapter 599, a treacherous scheme with a touch of self-mockery and a hint of melancholy. Elizabeth smiled faintly, saying, "Mr. Li, do you truly not understand? Or do you choose not to? We do not possess the wealth to procure your warships and cannons." Li Qing paused in silence for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I understand that." The deep-set eyes of Elizabeth sparkled, brighter than the flickering candlelight, as she gazed at Li Qing with anticipation. Unexpectedly, his next words shattered her expectation, nearly causing her to overturn the table. "You could simply seize them," Li Qing asserted matter-of-factly. "Rather than being plundered, why not plunder others? If the Florentines can raid you, why can't you raid them? Are you even aware of the gravity of your words?" Elizabeth had never encountered someone so unabashedly audacious. With disappointment, she remarked, "I had always envisioned Mr. Li as a noble figure, humorous, witty, and elegant." Li Qing remained silent and sighed. "I prefer the radiant queen to Elizabeth. We are both politicians, and you should understand that in the realm of political power, there is no room for sentimentality." He paused before continuing, stating that discussing emotions was not a matter of affection, but rather a recognition that engaging with him as a politician was far more advantageous. If he were merely a simple, elegant nobleman, she would only interact with him in a political capacity. Elizabeth fell into silence. Li Qing continued, "When Elizabeth ascended to the throne, she ceased to exist. The Elizabeth before me is merely the guise of the radiant queen. You know this." "As do I." Elizabeth stared blankly, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she sighed softly and nodded slowly. "What you say is true. There is no Elizabeth. Only the radiant queen. However, please allow me to speak one last time as Elizabeth." Li Qing nodded in agreement. "If Mr. Li were my subject, my minister, rather than a man of the great Ming, I would genuinely consider marrying you." Li Qing shook his head. "Even then, it is not Elizabeth, but rather the radiant queen that captivates you. What draws you is not me, but extraordinary capability, remarkable status, and unparalleled power. You are attracted solely to strength, fundamentally. You are but a pure politician, devoid of emotional depth." Elizabeth paused, a bitter smile crossing her lips as she nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she swiftly gathered her emotions, regaining the poise of a queen, and remarked, "Surely, Mr. Li and Emperor Ming would not desire us to be unable to afford it." Li Qing remained noncommittal. Elizabeth continued, "Yet, we truly cannot afford it. We can afford it. It is excessively expensive. We can afford it." Elizabeth was utterly defeated by Li Qing's audacity. Li Qing seemed entirely unashamed, continuing, "In truth, you possess a means, for becoming powerful at any cost is the most effective solution to your predicament. At least for your current situation. Of course, this path is fraught with risks, and you might hesitate, though I am uncertain why. Nonetheless, if you are willing to open your heart, within the limits of your capacity, I can assist you, and I am eager to help." Upon finishing, Li Qing gazed earnestly at Elizabeth. Elizabeth, in turn, looked deeply at Li Qing, her eyes reflecting admiration, capitulation, and a profound sense of wariness. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, "Mary Queen is still alive?" Li Qing was taken aback. This was a notion he had never entertained. "She is alive? How did you manage this, Your Majesty?" "We have imprisoned her," replied Elizabeth. Li Qing furrowed his brow, sinking into contemplation. He would not utter foolishness regarding resolving the predicament of Queen Mary. Had it been possible to kill her, Elizabeth would have done so long ago. After a moment, Li Qing spoke. "We have an ancient saying among the Han people. Would the Queen care to hear it?" Elizabeth nodded slightly. "To acquire, one must first give." Li Qing further elucidated its meaning, continuing, "You do not kill Mary because you cannot? Why not create a justification for her demise?" "For the kingdom," Elizabeth enunciated deliberately. Yet Li Qing countered, "For the kingdom, you should be even more compelled to kill her. I believe familial ties hold little significance for the Queen of Glory." Elizabeth, while silent on the latter statement, was intrigued by the former. "For the kingdom, one ought to kill her?" Li Qing nodded and explained, "The Queen believes she cannot be killed. Fearing her death would disrupt the regime. In truth, You could entirely shape the narrative that her survival is what jeopardizes the state of affairs. A flicker of brilliance shone in Elizabeth's eyes, as if she had captured a glimmer of light in the darkness. Yet, this illumination was insufficient to brighten the night sky. She unconsciously leaned forward, eager for Li Qing's next words. Li Qing continued, "Although Queen Mary is imprisoned, she still retains a certain number of supporters, correct?" Elizabeth nodded. "If I am not mistaken, most of these individuals are nobles, and among them, the most affluent ones." Elizabeth nodded, her expression one of astonishment. "Do not be surprised. It is the very notion of Mary Queen's survival that astonishes me." Li Qing chuckled lightly, and then stated earnestly, "I believe this presents an opportunity for the Queen of Glory." Elizabeth inhaled deeply, leaning forward once more. "What opportunity?" "To acquire, one must first give." Elizabeth paused, and then that glimmer of light exploded, illuminating the entire night sky. By leveraging those nobles to amass vast wealth through the acquisition of great amounts of Ming silver, they would inevitably infringe upon the interests of countless subjects. Once the wealth is secured, one could resort to murder, conveniently framing Mary for the crimes. Elizabeth articulated this in one breath, then turned to Li Qing. "Is that correct?" Li Qing nodded earnestly and said, "My dear Queen, you are truly remarkable." This statement was not merely flattery. The variance in culture and the differing modes of political maneuvering had prevented him from being entirely candid. Yet, Elizabeth grasped the essence of his words, understanding that to label her a political matriarch was an understatement. The bright glimmer in Elizabeth's eyes gradually dimmed as she murmured, "How shall we proceed?" Li Qing smiled calmly and replied, "Surely, the Queen is well aware. There is no need for hesitation." Observing the struggle and turmoil etched on Elizabeth's face, Li Qing added, "God will forgive you. On one side lies unending poverty, and on the other, transient suffering that sparks vibrant life. I believe God would undoubtedly choose the latter." The look of struggle on Elizabeth's face began to fade, replaced by a fierce determination. She declared, "As for the Anti-Enclosure Act, we shall loosen regulations to ensure ample wool for the Ming Dynasty." Li Qing corrected her, "It is not merely for the Ming, but rather to fortify your reign and liberate your kingdom from the mire." After a brief pause, he humbly inquired, "May I ask if those who invoke the Queen's apprehension are indeed the Duke's family? Are Thomas and Haywood also on the Queen's list for elimination?" Thomas and Haywood had been generous and supportive towards Li Qing, and he wished to shield them from danger. Elizabeth glanced at him with a teasing smile, remarking, "It appears our Mr. Li possesses a heart after all." Li Qing replied, "Who among us, if not mere plants, can be devoid of feelings?" Elizabeth pondered this statement, her demeanor turning somber as she lamented, "Yet we find ourselves in this predicament. All is merely for the greater good." Li Qing affirmed her belief. Elizabeth was not a woman prone to excessive sentimentality or artifice. She concurred with Li Qing's philosophy. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolutely made up her mind. "For Mr. Li's sake, we may spare them. However, this will require your assistance." "Of course," Li Qing responded. Curious, Elizabeth asked, "Is it truly just for monetary gain that Mr. Li engages in this?" Li Qing, taken aback, replied, "What does the Queen presume?" Elizabeth chuckled, teasingly suggesting, "Is it not to please Elizabeth?" Li Qing's response elicited a wider smile from Elizabeth. This little man was extraordinarily formidable, excelling in every dimension. It was only when broaching this topic that one could triumph over him, evoking a rare shyness. "Mr. Li is indeed a bashful little man," she remarked, her mood lifting. "Do you find our women beautiful, Mr. Li?" "Well, they are fair enough," he replied. "Do you require the service of a beauty?" Elizabeth continued her playful banter, adding, "Should Mr. Li consent, they are at your disposal. You may take one back to the Ming when you depart." Li Qing sighed, aware that some conversations were best left unspoken. Otherwise, Elizabeth would persist in her teasing. "My dear Queen, we are not so different. We both desire wealth and strength." Li Qing asserted, "Your nation boasts countless handsome men, and as Queen, you could have any you wish. Yet, you have never considered that we remain loyal to our respective countries and people, having long since cast aside personal sentiments, have we not?" Elizabeth expressed her surprise, saying, "Mr. Li, you are so young yet possess such wisdom." Li Qing chuckled and shook his head, stating, "I am older than you, significantly so. I am already an old man." "An old man?" Li Qing chose not to elaborate, deeming it unnecessary. The other party would hardly believe it, so silence was preferable. Li Yisabel did not probe further and raised her glass again, saying, The wine tonight is delightful. Indeed. Cheers, Li Qing replied. Ding. Are you still awake? Why are you back so early? Li Qing was speechless. Did you not ask me to return early? Li Shuer murmured, it shouldn't be. This queen has not been captivated by you. What poor judgment. If she were truly enamored, it would be disheartening, yet the absence of such affection was equally unsettling. How could it be that the finest man in the realm was overlooked by the queen? Li Shuer was despondent. Li Qing found her behavior perplexing. He lightly tapped her head, admonishing, you should rest early. I have some writing to do. What are you writing? Li Qing stretched and replied. The structure of the British Navy. I'll have Feng Bao take it back, so that Zhu Hozong can also peruse different articles. Additionally, matters of arms trading and the Ming silver currency. You have socialized for half the day and consumed so much wine. Allow me to write on your behalf. No need. I can manage myself, Li Qing murmured. Even if she pours me 10 cups, I can handle it. As the night grew late, they veered into casual conversation. Since the conclusion of the Hongwu chapter, he had yet to engage with the treasures. He suddenly felt the desire to converse and address some of their inquiries. Those who were disinterested could skip ahead. Prepare your stools. I shall begin. Question. The Jiajing chapter is rather lengthy. When will it conclude? Answer. Indeed. The Jiajing chapter is excessively long. I share your sentiment, yet it must be so for several reasons. 1. The duration of his reign was extensive. 2. By the time of the Jiajing era, the Ming was poised to embark on a distinctly different path, embracing internationalization. With a century and a half of accumulation, it would be remiss to focus solely on the Ming rather than the world. 3. The population of the Ming was immense. Without external ventures, it would be insufficient to support such a large populace. This is the path Li Qing must pursue. Question. You promised to update consistently. Why the inconsistency? Answer. As the narrative lengthens, it becomes increasingly challenging to write, with numerous considerations to balance. Although the chapters follow one another, it is not a series of endless, standalone stories. It is a cohesive tale that must maintain continuity while laying groundwork for future developments. To do otherwise would be a disservice to you, my cherished readers, and to Li Qing himself. To speak candidly, as I pen this, I find myself quite fatigued. Continuous updates for 2.5 years have drained my spirit. This is not a formulaic narrative, and I cannot write swiftly, particularly as Qing Hong's typing speed is rather slow. Of course, these are merely excuses, currently. Qing Hong has indeed become somewhat indolent, so I implore you to bear with me. Whispering, if you can bear it. Whispering too, by the way, compared to many contemporaries in the genre, Qing Hong is managing, albeit barely. My chapters are longer than theirs. Above are the most frequently asked questions from you, my dear readers, and I hope this serves as a direct response. Now, let us address a few other matters, responding to some readers' doubts and selecting a few representative queries, without any particular order, limited to those I have observed. 1. In the same period, the Ming Dynasty was not referred to as Britain. Indeed, during the Ming Dynasty, the British were referred to as Emilia. However, adhering to this nomenclature would hinder any association with Li Qing, which is why the designation Britain was adopted. The notion of a treasure ship with a displacement of 10,000 tons seems rather extravagant, does it not? According to historical records from the Ming Dynasty, the largest of Zheng He's treasure ships measured an impressive 44 zhang and 4 qi in length and 18 zhang in width. To provide a clearer perspective, 1 zhang in the Ming era is equivalent to approximately 31 meters. Thus, if we envision it as a residential building with 3 meters per floor, its length would equate to that of a 42-story edifice, while its width would approximate a 17-story structure. Consequently, its displacement is estimated to be 20,000 tons. Indeed, 2/3 of that figure. In terms of dimensions, it rivals contemporary ships. The 10,000 ton estimation was derived from the aforementioned data. It is certainly not a whimsical conjecture. It is noteworthy that the dimensions of Zheng He's treasure ships have been met with skepticism, as historians generally believe they have been exaggerated. As is well known, the literary scene during the Ming Dynasty thrived, and fiction, naturally, tends to embellish. The process of compiling the Ming history was interspersed with a plethora of fictional content, rendering the authentic data challenging to substantiate. Regarding the most contentious and enduring question of why there was no colonization, some may wonder why Li Qing did not utilize his formidable military might to decisively conquer Britain or subjugate the Japanese. The answer lies in the fact that politics and power must possess boundaries. This concept had already reached consensus during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. At that time, Britain had yet to establish a constitutional monarchy, so one might ask, what purpose would Li Qing serve there? This matter will be elaborated upon in due course. Will the Ming Dynasty adopt a constitutional monarchy? This too shall be addressed later. Admittedly, this book contains certain logical inconsistencies. However, it does present a relatively sound underlying logic under the imperial authority of Qing Han. In conclusion, I wish to express that this is merely a novel of reasonable merit. I must admit that I have long been unable to restrain Li Qing. Thank you all for your unwavering support and understanding throughout this journey. I bow deeply. I wish you all good health and success in all endeavors. The road ahead remains long, and together, we shall continue to forge ahead. Chapter 600. Am I growing old? Or is it merely the chill of the season? The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Qing and Li Shui departed the royal palace, accompanied by 3 attendants, heading towards the coastal port to arrange for their merchant ship and to inquire about the well-being of the Li family. Upon learning that all was well at home, their spirits lightened. Subsequently, Li Qing sought out Feng Bao, handing him a thick envelope containing his reflections, insights, and visions for the future global landscape, urging him to personally deliver it to the emperor. Feng Bao received it with utmost care, assuring him, and inquired if there were any further instructions. Li Qing gently shook his head, indicating that he need only fulfill his designated responsibilities. Feng Bao nodded in compliance, but hesitated, attempting to broach the subject of whether their household was suitable for something. Suitable for what? Li Qing inquired, leaving Feng Bao momentarily at a loss for words. Li Qing suddenly realized. So, you are the head of the Grand Council? Feng Bao chuckled. The old eunuch Huang has aged. The emperor is fond of him and intends to cultivate a mere servant like me. But can His Highness the Crown Prince truly accept this? Li Qing smiled gently and replied, how does Feng Gonggong know that this is not a trial before being entrusted with significant responsibilities? Feng Bao was taken aback. Li Qing guided his thoughts further, saying, it is often said that one does not understand the value of rice and firewood until they manage a household. The Crown Prince will eventually take charge of the Ming Dynasty, and being the head of the Grand Council, also known as the Chancellor, means you are being given an early opportunity to familiarize yourself with the financial routes of the Ming. What does this signify? Feng Bao was momentarily stunned, then nodded vigorously, joy illuminating his face. Ah, I must thank His Highness for the insight. I understand now. Li Qing nodded with a smile and reiterated. That thick letter must not be mishandled. It must be delivered to the emperor personally. Feng Bao solemnly assured, rest assured, Your Highness. I will personally hand it to the emperor. Having successfully concluded their negotiations, Li Qing no longer wished to stay in the palace. After bidding farewell to the queen, he proceeded to Haywood's estate. The entire day was spent with Haywood and Thomas engaging in bullfighting, dog contests, playing outdoor bowling, and card games. During this time, under the auspices of the Li family, they established some trade collaborations, while also suggesting, under the guise of providing first-hand intelligence, that they abandon commerce for military endeavors, asserting that Britain's future lay at sea, and that direct action would be more fruitful than mere trade. Both men were aware of Li Qing's close ties with the queen, as well as the kingdom's military and trade cooperation with the Ming Dynasty. Coupled with Li Qing's status as a marquis and their long-standing friendship, they did not hesitate to propose to their family based on this first-hand intelligence. Soon thereafter, a wave of land grabbing swept through Britain's old elite. The land grabbers were primarily established nobles, chiefly from ducal families, who exploited their financial power to relentlessly consolidate their holdings, amassing unjust wealth. In response, Elizabeth issued stern warnings and imposed heavy taxes on these families, while allocating a portion of the revenue to appease the lower classes and the remainder towards naval construction. Subsequently, Elizabeth enacted a new decree prohibiting the Navy from engaging in trade and vice versa. Amid this enforced separation, she also provided various compensations, monetary, positional, and status-related, to quell discontent within the Navy. The impact of these measures was profound. They not only exacerbated the already difficult lives of the lower classes, but also severely affected the Navy, leading to frequent personnel changes and a noticeable decline in overall combat effectiveness. Observing this tumultuous scene, Li Qing felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Elizabeth might falter under such immense pressure. However, it proved that a strong woman is indeed formidable. Elizabeth did not disappoint him. The turbulent situation did not breach her psychological defenses, and she ultimately withstood the darkness before dawn. She persevered, employing a compelling speech infused with divine reassurance and a hopeful vision for the kingdom's future to soothe unrest, thereby preventing chaos and safeguarding the foundations of her regime. Nevertheless, the adverse consequences soon began to surface. The rampant land enclosure exacerbated land monopolization, driving the Kingdom of Britain inexorably down a regressive path toward slavery. Elizabeth's complacency and indulgence plunged her subjects into a deeper abyss of suffering, simultaneously facilitating the swift accumulation of wealth through a process that was both bloody and brutal. The instigator, Li Qing, regarded the turmoil with an unsettling indifference, displaying little emotional fluctuation. As time meandered on, summer yielded to autumn, and autumn surrendered to winter. Just before the vast expanse froze over, Feng Bao finally returned to the Ming Dynasty, arriving in Shuntian Prefecture. In the capital of the Ming Dynasty, within the Grand Hall, Zhu Hozong reclined lazily against a couch, engrossed in the Yongle Encyclopedia. Nearby, Huang Jin diligently tended to the fire, roasting sweet potatoes, his weathered face glowing with warmth, his graying hair tinged with a rosy hue. Yawning, Huang Jin flipped the sweet potatoes, assessing their readiness, and turned to the dragon couch, announcing, "Your Majesty, they are done." Zhu Hozong stirred, eventually setting down his book, stretching languidly before responding, "Let them be for now. Accompany me on a stroll. They will cool off soon enough." Huang Jin nodded and fetched a thick cloak from the wardrobe, draping it over the emperor's shoulders before donning his own and following Zhu Hozong out of the warm chamber. The sky loomed heavy, the north wind howled, and the chill pierced through. Zhu Hozong tightened his cloak, musing aloud, "Am I growing old? Or has the weather turned particularly frigid?" Huang Jin refrained from answering, as both interpretations were flawed. Zhu Hozong did not press for a reply and descended the steps first, with Huang Jin trailing closely behind. Both master and servant walked in silence, their pace slow as they braved the biting wind, step by step. After a considerable while, Zhu Hozong paused to inquire, "How many elixirs remain?" "There are still plenty, enough for at least 2 more years," Huang Jin replied. Zhu Hozong fell silent momentarily before stating, "In this bitter cold, attending court is truly arduous. Send 100 or so to the crown prince to reward some of the elder ministers." Huang Jin chuckled softly. "Your Majesty, you dispatched some to His Highness the Crown Prince a fortnight ago." "Did I?" Zhu Hozong inquired, slightly bemused. Huang Jin quickly added, "I shall send more shortly." "Very well," Zhu Hozong conceded with a slight nod, resuming his stride. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried forward, taking small steps as he spoke softly, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience." "Admit him," Zhu Hozong commanded. The young eunuch bowed and hastened away. Zhu Hozong paused, gazing up at a distant point in the sky, lost in thought. Before long, the Crown Prince Zhu Ziyan approached briskly, accompanied by the young eunuch, and respectfully bowed. "Your humble son pays his respects to father. I have told you numerous times, there is no need for formalities when seeking an audience. A son should naturally approach his father." "Yes, I have remembered," Zhu Ziyan replied, rising. "Thank you, father," he added as he stood. Huang Jin offered a respectful bow to the crown prince before stepping back. Zhu Ziyan advanced, supporting his father's arm as he reported, "Father, the merchant ships from Britain have returned, yielding a profit of over 2 million taels after deducting the costs of tea, transportation, and labor." Zhu Hozong nodded imperceptibly. In light of the court's vast expenditures, this sum hardly stirred any emotional response. "Are you tired?" Zhu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, and then respectfully replied, "I am not burdened, Your Majesty." Zhu Hozong nodded slightly, letting out a soft sigh. "It is already the 40th year of the Jiajing era. I have been an emperor for 4 decades. Not only in the context of the Ming Dynasty, but also throughout history. Such longevity is rarely seen. To live on in old age is akin to being a usurper." Zhu Ziyan felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could respond, his father continued, "As the crown prince for so long, did you still believe I was testing you?" Zhu Ziyan swallowed hard, speaking in a strained voice. "Your Majesty has not yet reached the age of 60. How can one say you are old? Your words truly instill fear in me." Zhu Hozong sighed again and inquired, "Zhu Ziyan, have you ever contemplated ascending the throne ahead of schedule?" "I have never considered it," Zhu Ziyan replied. "But what if your father encourages you to think so?" Zhu Ziyan found himself at a loss for words, stammering for a moment, "As a son and a subject." It is my duty to alleviate the burdens of your majesty. I fear not the toil, for it is my responsibility and obligation. However, I must humbly decline the notion of ascending the throne prematurely. I am not testing anything. Zhu Hozong reiterated. Our Ming Dynasty has seen the existence of a retired emperor and instances of crown princes ascending the throne ahead of time. Why do you feel such trepidation? Zhu Zihan fell silent for a moment before responding. The weight of the imperial authority is too great. I still require further experience. I kindly ask for more time, father. Zhu Hozong exhaled softly, choosing not to press further, and instead remarked, Yang and Iqian have endured much. You are not young anymore. While attending to state affairs, you must also consider the matter of heirs. Yes, I am unfilial, Zhu Zihan replied. Zhu Hozong shook his head slightly and asked, You did not come today merely to visit your father, did you? Your wisdom is unparalleled, father, Zhu Zihan replied sheepishly, producing a thick envelope from his bosom. This is a letter from the Duke of Yongqing. Li Qing? Zhu Hozong's voice suddenly rose in pitch. He has come to the capital? No, not exactly, Zhu Zihan explained. It is Feng Bao. He encountered the Duke of Yongqing in Britain. Zhu Hozong was taken aback. While he was not surprised that Li Qing had ventured overseas, the fact that he had traveled so far and encountered Feng Bao astonished him. The world is not so vast after all, Zhu Zihan smiled apologetically. Please summon Feng Bao to an audience. Of course, I shall see to it immediately, Zhu Zihan replied, his expression somewhat awkward as he nodded and turned to leave. Zhu Hozong squeezed the thick envelope, glancing at the inscription personally opened by the emperor, and felt a surge of happiness. Casting aside his earlier melancholy as he strode towards the warm chamber to warm himself by the fire. Upon entering, Zhu Hozong eagerly approached the writing desk, seated himself, and tore open the sealed envelope. Extracting a substantial stack of letter paper, his spirits lifted. Huang Jin paused momentarily before reheating the potatoes, curious to ask, Your Majesty, is there good news? It is nothing particularly joyous, Zhu Hozong replied, his expression becoming composed. Li Qing has sent a letter. Hearing this, Huang Jin perked up, asking, Your Majesty, where is Li Qing now? In a small western country, Zhu Hozong casually remarked, engrossed in the contents of the letter. A myriad of emotions, astonishment, curiosity, delight, flashed across his face, each expression vivid and captivating. He even neglected to take a bite of the potato that Huang Jin had offered him. Huang Jin seized the opportunity to glance at the contents of the letter. Not fully comprehending it, he decided to set it aside, intending to inquire directly with the emperor later. The paper was thick, filled with an abundance of text, yet devoid of superfluous words. The information contained was overwhelmingly substantial. Zhu Hozong's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, and any grievances he had regarding Li Qing's maritime expedition faded away. Previously, he had believed that Li Qing sought merely rest and merriment, but the arrival of this letter led him to overturn that notion. Li Qing was not on a leisurely jaunt. He was on a quest for treasure. After a considerable time, Zhu Hozong laid down the hefty letter and then took the roasted sweet potato from Huang Jin's hands, taking a bite and exclaiming, Li Qing has indeed struck gold this time. Over 2 million taels of silver pales in comparison to this discovery. Huang Jin then inquired, Your Majesty, what else did Li Qing mention? Matters concerning the military and economy. Zhu Hozong suddenly asked, What of the crown prince? Have him send for a servant. Why has it taken so long? Huang Jin appeared perplexed. Go, summon him. At once, Your Majesty. Huang Jin respectfully acknowledged, and, having turned to take a few steps, saw the crown prince entering, thus halting his progress. Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived. Come forth, my son. Zhu Hozong interrupted, gesturing for him to approach. Take a good look at this letter. Yes, Zhu Zihan hastened forward. Zhu Hozong rose to offer him a seat and resumed his focused enjoyment of the roasted sweet potato. In a cheerful mood, a smile gracing his lips, Huang Jin whispered, Your Majesty, aside from official matters, did Li Qing mention anything else? Zhu Hozong took another bite of the sweet potato and replied, Indeed, he expressed that he misses you. Huang Jin felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. Scratching his head as he asked, Did Li Qing say when he would return? Zhu Hozong paused in his chewing, slightly shaking his head. He did not specify. Once he has completed his tasks and enjoyed his adventures, he will naturally return. Huang Jin appeared somewhat disappointed, gently nodding. After a while, Zhu Zihan set down the letter, reorganizing it as he stated, Father, I have finished reading. What are your thoughts? Quite favorable. That is, At this moment, a young eunuch entered, hesitating to speak. Zhu Zian promptly seized the opportunity to change the subject. What is it? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, Feng Bao seeks an audience. Zhu Hozhong glanced at his son, nodding in acknowledgement. Admit him. Shortly thereafter, Feng Bao, noticeably thinner and darker, entered, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to your Majesty. And to the Crown Prince. Rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Zhu Hozhong set aside the sweet potato and inquired, how did you encounter Li Qing? Your Majesty, upon my arrival, I received an invitation from the Queen of Britain. I dared not tarnish the dignity of our celestial empire, so I accepted, Feng Bao replied. As soon as I entered the palace, I met with Lord Yongqing. Zhu Hozhong was taken aback, as were Huang Jin and Zhu Zian, who wore expressions of astonishment. Continue. Ah yes. Feng Bao licked his lips and continued. Lord Yongqing inquired about various court affairs. What court affairs? Zhu Hozhong prompted. No rush, take your time. And recount every detail. Feng Bao complied, carefully choosing his words, and began to narrate. It was not until a full quarter of an hour later that he finally paused. His throat parched. So, it seems the Queen of Britain has taken quite a liking to Li Qing? Ah, Feng Baoshan chuckled. The Queen indeed has a unique affection for the Duke of Yongqing, though whether she is truly enamored with the servant remains uncertain. Suddenly, Zhu Hozhong inquired, what is the Queen's appearance? Speak candidly. Your Majesty, came the reply, she is not particularly attractive. With her red hair, prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, she resembles a person of foreign descent. How appealing could she possibly be? Zhu Hozhong exchanged a glance with Huang Jin. The master and servant could not help but think how great a sacrifice Li Qing had made. He was truly audacious. Zhu Hozhong sighed and asked, has the other party seen our warships? Yes, Feng Bao affirmed, but they only toured the upper 2 decks. The Duke of Yongqing did not permit them to see the lowest level, nor did they fully witness the might of the Grand General's cannons. Feng Bao elaborated on the circumstances at the time. Zhu Hozhong nodded slightly and inquired, aside from what has been mentioned, did Li Qing say or do anything else? This servant is unaware, Feng Bao replied. The Duke of Yongqing merely instructed me to ensure this letter reached your Majesty. At these words, Zhu Hozhong glanced at Zhu Zian, who felt a chill run down his spine. Zhu Hozhong said nothing further, only addressed Feng Bao. You have rendered a service, and both the Crown Prince and I shall not neglect your reward. Feng Bao immediately knelt and bowed deeply, reverently stating, it is my duty as a servant. To contribute to the glory of the Ming Dynasty is my honor. Zhu Hozhong smiled gently, waving his sleeve. You have worked hard. Go and rest. The rewards you deserve shall not be lacking. Yes, this servant takes leave, Feng Bao said, his heart uplifted as he bowed respectfully and departed contentedly. Once Feng Bao left, Zhu Hozhong's smile gradually faded as he gazed meaningfully at his son. Zhu Zian displayed a look of trepidation, rendered speechless. Alas, Zhu Hozhong sighed. A son knows not his father. With a sudden thud, Zhu Zian knelt down, proclaiming, I, the son, have sinned. What sin do you bear? Zhu Hozhong chuckled softly, shaking his head. There is no sin. A new emperor brings new ministers. Your feelings are entirely understandable, yet you need not be so troubled. For you can ascend to the throne whenever you desire. I have no such intention, Zhu Zian insisted. Thus, Zhu Hozhong remarked wearily, a son knows not his father. Zhu Hozhong continued, you believe Feng Bao to be my spy, a tool to monitor you, and thus you have deliberately neglected him, believing I wish to keep him at bay. But have you ever considered that if I truly sought to guard against you, I would not have allowed you to take charge of state affairs prematurely? Or do you still think I am testing you? I truly do not think this way. Zhu Zian replied hastily. I merely, perhaps in his haste, he found himself at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Zhu Hozhong, unconcerned, continued, outsiders believe I am pursuing immortality, that I seek eternal life. I am resolute in my belief that I can achieve longevity, yet they do not realize that Li Qing has already revealed the truth to me. Immortality? A mere illusion, all of it. Zhu Zian raised his head, looking at his father with uncertainty. After a long pause, he summoned his courage and said, I assure you, Father, I harbor no suspicions towards you. As for Feng Bao, I do entertain thoughts akin to a new emperor brings new ministers. Indeed, I have contemplated nurturing and supporting close attendants to take charge of the office of rights. But towards you, I swear, I hold no doubts. Zhu Hozhong's gaze was piercing. For once, Zhu Zian, who had always feared his father, faced him directly. For a long while, Zhu Hozhong smiled, a smile of satisfaction. Good, good, good. At last, you exhibit some semblance of an emperor. Before Zhu Zaiqi could express his trepidation, Zhu Hozhong added, if that is the case, then let us proceed with you as the emperor. What? Zhu Hozhong continued, with the arrival of the new year. It is time for our great Ming to embrace a transformation as we approach the 40th year of the Jiajing era. Father, I am Zhu Zaiqi. Suddenly, Zhu Hozhong's anger flared. My patience is finite. I have been exceedingly patient with you. Do you not wish to be the emperor? Then why do you wish to remain the crown prince? I have more than one son. If you are unwilling, then let Ziyun take your place. I shall ask you one last time. Are you willing to inherit the great legacy? Do you possess the confidence to take on this vast land? Zhu Zaiqi's heart raced, his mind in turmoil. 3, 2, 1. Zhu Hozhong began to count, offering no time for contemplation. Yes, I am willing. I am willing. Zhu Zaiqi exclaimed hastily, eager to affirm his commitment before his father could change his mind. I am willing to inherit the great legacy, and I have the confidence to take on this vast land. Zhu Hozhong let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself, indeed, one must be pushed to act. I had previously learned my lesson well and had become overly cautious. Very well, Zhu Hozhong declared, after the new year. You shall be the 11th emperor of the great Ming. I shall obey, Zhu Zaiqi mechanically replied, his mind racing with the realization. Is this truly happening? Huang Jin felt a genuine joy. At last, the emperor may find respite. Having grown up alongside the emperor and entered the capital together, Huang Jin understood all too well the struggles faced by the emperor over the past 40 years. Initially bullied by Empress Zhang and Yang Tingyi, and later suppressed by Li Qing, the emperor had been compelled to act solely for the public good, forced to betray his true self. This had continued for 4 decades, 40 years of political maneuvering, of power struggles, of diligent service, and of self-betrayal. Few could comprehend the suffering endured throughout this time. At last, it seemed the heavy burden could be set down, and the emperor could rest. Huang Jin's happiness was heartfelt. However, the crown prince's next words extinguished his joy. Father, after I inherit the great legacy, may I still seek your counsel on state affairs? The ever-kind Huang Jin, upon hearing this, felt an urge to disregard propriety and give him a rebuke. Zhu Hozhong paused and nodded, of course. Ah, Zhu Zaiqi sighed in relief. Father, I have one more request. I seek your approval. Speak. Huang Jin urged, while Zhu Hozhong's expression remained unchanged. I am willing to inherit the great legacy, to safeguard the realm established by our ancestors, and to strive for the welfare of the people of the great Ming. However, I cannot change the era name. Zhu Zaiqi spoke earnestly. I understand that you fear I may be at a loss upon suddenly taking the throne after countless generations, and this is your paternal love for me. Yet, how could I presumptuously accept the brilliance that belongs to Jiajing? With that, Zhu Zaiqi deeply bowed. A father's love is as vast as the heavens. How could a son be unfilial? Chapter 602. The profound intent of Li Qing. Huang Jin quietly withdrew. He squatted beneath the eaves, leaning against the crimson wooden pillar, nestled there, occasionally dabbing at the corners of his eyes. His aged visage was filled with joy, though at times he appeared lost in thought. In the warmth of the chamber, Zhu Hozhong was no longer imposing. At this moment, he was stripped of his imperial persona, embodying merely a benevolent father. Seated across from each other at the writing desk, Zhu Hozhong pushed a thick stack of letters toward Zhu Zaiqiang, saying, "Review it once more." Zhu Zaiqiang complied, picking it up with focused attention, analyzing the contents while contemplating his father's thoughts. The overwhelming burden on his mind rendered him unable to conceal his fatigue. After a full quarter of an hour, he finally set the letter down, carefully weighing his words before speaking slowly. The Naval Committee oversees the Naval Financial Officer, Naval Inspector, Secretary, and Military Supplies Officer, responsible for the construction, maintenance, supply, and recruitment of warships. Essentially, this bears no significant difference from our naval forces, merely more straightforward. As for the fleet's combat system and the ranks aboard the vessels, I believe. Noticing his father's non-committal demeanor, Zhu Zaiqiang hesitated, reluctant to make a hasty decision, and continued analyzing. The commander is responsible for tactical deployment, the shipyard oversees operational command, the naval aviation chief plans the navigation routes and maneuvers, the bosun manages the sailors' daily affairs, and the artillery chief coordinates the gunners, overseeing munitions and shooting accuracy. We possess similar configurations, yet there are distinctions. Zhu Hozong remained silent, allowing his son to continue. Zhu Ziqiang wet his lips and pressed on. Although the core functional configurations are alike, upon closer examination, they differ. The division of responsibilities on their part is more meticulous and precise. To put it more accurately, their naval authority is more decentralized, unlike ours, where the commander oversees everything, managing every minute detail without question. The lines of Zhu Hozong's face softened slightly as he inquired, "Which do you believe is superior?" "Each has its merits," Zhu Ziqiang pondered. This ambiguous and vague response failed to satisfy his father. Zhu Ziqiang felt compelled to elaborate. The advantage of their system is that it completely avoids laymen directing experts. Each person is accountable for their area of expertise, wielding considerable power within their domain. This delineation of responsibility ensures that no one dares to lag behind. Suddenly, Zhu Ziqiang felt that such remarks might unduly exalt others, and he fell silent, feeling somewhat abashed. "There is no need for you and me to hold back. There are no external ministers present. Speak freely about whatever comes to mind," Zhu Hozong encouraged. "Your analysis is excellent. Continue." Bolstered by his father's affirmation, Zhu Ziqiang grew bolder, cleared his throat, and continued. "Under differing systems, the combat effectiveness varies significantly. Forgive my frankness, but if everything were as the Marquis of Yongqing stated, then under equal conditions of ships, artillery, and soldiers, the Ming would likely not be their match. Do you not agree, father? Speak plainly and finish your thoughts," Zhu Ziqiang remarked, taking a sip of tea before continuing. "The advantages of clearly defined divisions of labor and delineated responsibilities are manifold. However, the drawbacks are equally significant, the most prominent being the tendency to only engage in uphill battles. In times of adversity, when survival hangs in the balance, all parties naturally collaborate and coordinate, uniting their efforts to unleash remarkable combat power. Conversely, applying this system in favorable circumstances can yield counterproductive results, as exemplified by our Ming Dynasty. In times of strength, individual perspectives proliferate, leading to discord and a lack of compliance, while the dispersion of power fosters widespread corruption." Zhu Ziqiang continued. "When each department believes victory is easily attainable, complacency sets in. A slight relaxation in one department can accumulate into catastrophic consequences during wartime. At such a juncture, without a commanding leader who can govern all and whose authority is unquestionable, we risk becoming a disjointed entity." After a brief pause, he added, "This is merely my personal opinion. Should I be mistaken, I humbly seek your guidance, father." Zhu Hozong displayed a look of satisfaction and replied, "You are quite right. Your insights are commendable." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziqiang felt a significant alleviation of his tension. Yet, he heard his father inquire further. "What do you believe is the purpose behind Li Qing's writings?" Zhu Ziqiang pondered for a moment and responded, "I surmise that Duke Yongqing aims to make us aware that there are merits among the foreign barbarians, with the intention of broadening our horizons." Zhu Hozong nodded approvingly, saying, "Indeed, your answer is quite astute." Therefore, Zhu Ziqiang found himself at a loss. Given that his performance was above the passing mark, Zhu Hozong spared him further difficulty, stating, "To learn from strengths and compensate for weaknesses." Zhu Ziqiang replied awkwardly, "Father, we lack the necessary conditions for that. The soil is different. I have just expressed the dangers of applying such concepts, which you also acknowledged. Create the conditions to learn from strengths and offset weaknesses," Zhu Hozong asserted. While a drastic military reform is certainly inadvisable, a conservative and gentle approach to gradual change can be adopted. National strategies are never achieved in a single leap. They evolve and develop incrementally. You have noted that the Westerners possess their own merits. If so, we must not only learn from them, but also strive to surpass them. Much like the formidable General Pao. "Father, you are indeed wise," Zhu Ziqiang remarked. "Do you have any good strategies?" Zhu Hozong contemplated for a moment before stating, "It is inevitable that maritime conflicts will erupt in the future, and this timeline will not be far off. Especially with Li Qing's recent journey to the West accelerating this process." "Why is that?" Zhu Ziqiang inquired, puzzled. "Did he not mention it in his letter?" At this, Zhu Ziqiang picked up the letter again to scrutinize it, but found nothing that indicated such, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at his father. Zhu Hozong sighed. "You must learn to see beyond the surface to discern the essence and predict the trajectory of events." Zhu Ziqiang, not comprehending, asked, "Please enlighten me, father." Do you believe Li Qing's intention to circulate Ming Dynasty silver currency in Britain is solely for the wealth of the British kingdom? Zhu Ziqiang paused, tentatively responding. Isn't Duke Yongqing seeking to acquire wealth? Indeed, but his ambitions extend beyond the confines of the British kingdom, Zhu Hoxiong clarified. Li Qing's sights are set on the entirety of the West, yet the exact magnitude and number of kingdoms in the West remains uncertain. To be precise, Li Qing aims at the various kingdoms known in the West. Zhu Ziqiang was somewhat perplexed and inquired, if that is the case, shouldn't the Duke of Yongqing focus his efforts on the Frangipani? Zhu Hoxiong chuckled softly and shook his head. Your thinking is rather superficial. Not to mention the difficulties of implementing the great Ming silver notes in Frangipani. Even if it were successful, what benefits would it yield? Zhu Ziqiang was taken aback. Frangipani is the dominant power among Western nations. How could there be no advantage? He was mistaken, gravely mistaken. Zhu Hoxiong ceased his laughter and asked, do you not wonder why Britain agreed to purchase arms from the great Ming using silver notes? Are they unaware of their dependence on others? What compels them to take such risks? Zhu Ziqiang scratched his head in silence. It is profit, immense profit, Zhu Hoxiong stated calmly. It is the prospect of greater returns that drives them to embrace risk. Noticing his son still struggling to comprehend, Zhu Hoxiong elaborated, as Li Qing noted, Britain is surrounded by formidable foes. Hence, they are eager to grow stronger. Their weakness also grants them greater room for expansion. Zhu Hoxiong continued, tell me, is it easier for Frangipani to double its strength, or for Britain to do so? Naturally, it is the latter, Zhu Ziqiang responded, coming to a realization. Now I understand. The Duke of Yongqing seeks to harvest the benefits arising from Britain's continuous growth, while Frangipani's room for growth is considerably limited, thus yielding little. Not too foolish. Zhu Hoxiong nodded. This, too, is something the ruling class in Britain comprehends, yet they willingly accept it because, even when conceding to the great Ming, they still stand to gain. Zhu Ziqiang nodded, sincerely exclaiming, truly worthy of the Duke of Yongqing. His foresight is profound, and his methods astute. Suddenly reminded of the obscure matters regarding Li Qing and the British Queen that Feng Bao had mentioned, he added, the spirit of the Duke of Yongqing, sacrificing personal gain for the greater good, is indeed admirable. Zhu Hoxiong was rendered speechless. What else do you perceive from this? Is there more? Zhu Ziqiang scratched his head again, picking up the letter to review. After a while, he finally had another insight, saying, I believe the Duke of Yongqing's actions bear resemblance to the strategies employed during the reigns of Emperor Xuanzong and Emperor Yingzong, using a method akin to a delicate balance, to achieve equilibrium on the Western continent. Your ability to discern this layer is commendable, Zhu Hoxiong remarked. However, this is merely the surface, or rather, a temporary objective. In the long run, Li Qing is still dedicated to establishing a stable regime in the Western continent. Zhu Ziqiang furrowed his brow slightly and stated, I believe a fragmented Western continent would be more advantageous for the great Ming. Your perspective is not entirely incorrect, yet it is rather short-sighted, Zhu Hoxiong replied. What of a unified West? What does the great Ming have to fear? Zhu Ziqiang was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the Duke of Yongqing's true aim is not merely the promotion of silver notes, but the unification of the West? Close enough, Zhu Hoxiong affirmed. But what benefits would this bring to the great Ming? Indeed, there are substantial benefits, Zhu Hoxiong asserted. As early as the reign of Emperor Shen, Li Qing and Emperor Shen engaged in profound discussions regarding colonial development. Zhu Ziqiang nodded slightly. I am aware of this. It is recorded in the historical accounts that they abandoned the idea, deeming such a mode of development unsuitable for the great Ming. No. What has been relinquished is merely the superficial aspect of colonial development, not its core essence. Zhu Hoxiong smiled gently, stating that while the Franks are colonizing far and wide, it is the Ming Dynasty that reaps the rewards. Have you pondered the reason? Chapter 603. The minister is unaware of the sovereign. Zhu Ziqiang was enlightened, exclaiming, colonization is merely a means. The acquisition of profit is the ultimate objective. A relatively stable Western continent allows for enhanced production, which in turn sustains the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, Zhu Hoxiong nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. You may not be exceptionally clever, yet you are no fool. Over the years, you have matured considerably. In truth, these matters are not beyond your grasp. If you ponder and delve deeper, you would arrive at similar conclusions. Often, it is not a lack of ability that hinders you, but rather your numerous hesitations. However, soon you shall be free of such doubts, for you are destined to become the emperor of the Ming. Zhu Ziqian felt a flush of embarrassment and replied awkwardly, Father, your praise is excessive. I am but a fraction of your greatness. Zhu Hozhong dismissed the flattery and redirected the conversation, stating, to be precise, we are also traversing the path of colonial development, albeit through a more sophisticated approach. We aim to achieve colonial expansion via economic trade to seize benefits. Thus, we cannot afford to incite chaos among foreign nations. If they descend into turmoil, who will labor for us? As a great power, we must embody the dignity befitting our status. Our previous skirmishes with the nomads to the north stemmed from their proximity and the historical tribulations we have faced from that direction. At that time, we lacked the capacity to absorb the northern territories, so our actions were merely pragmatic measures. However, if we remain timid towards a continent thousands of miles away, how could the Celestial Empire be taken seriously? Zhu Hozhong sighed. In truth, Japan serves as a cautionary tale. We must not repeat its mistakes. Zhu Ziqian, taken aback, inquired, Are you suggesting that Lord Yongqing's strategies in Japan were flawed? To criticize now may seem akin to biting the hand that feeds. Yet from our current perspective, Japan's situation proves disadvantageous for the Ming in the long run. Zhu Hozhong elaborated. Consider the recent pirate incursions. Had Japan possessed a unified government, such occurrences would be inconceivable. With but a decree from me, the pirates would require no extermination from us. The Ashikaga shogunate would swiftly take action. If they fail to do so, I would intervene myself. Yet, in the absence of a unified authority, it falls upon us to quell the marauders. Zhu Ziqian remained in stunned silence for a considerable time, ultimately expressing his heartfelt admiration. Father, your wisdom is truly rare throughout the ages. After a pause, he concluded that Lord Yongqing's endeavors could be likened to reaping multiple rewards from a single fish. Previously, he recognized Li Qing's prowess, but lacked a direct appreciation for it. Today, having read this letter and listened to his father's insights, he finally grasped the true weight of Li Qing's contributions to the illustrious Ming Dynasty. Who dares assert that gold is flawless? It possesses an abundance of value. Zhu Hozhong smiled knowingly, reflecting, in truth, this is not the entirety of Li Qing's ambitions. There is more? Zhu Ziqian swallowed hard, goosebumps rising on his skin. However, this time the emperor did not elaborate. He merely hinted, in the future, you shall understand. Li Qing is different from us. We are bound by familial ties to the realm, while he is devoted to the greater world. Our perspectives, our approaches to matters, and our ways of addressing issues diverge. Yet, fundamentally, we share similar aspirations, at least we are not foes. Zhu Ziqian, somewhat perplexed, wished to inquire further, but the emperor dismissed him. Go attend to your own affairs. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave. Zhu Ziqian rose, bowed, and turned to exit. Wait a moment. Zhu Hozhong suddenly called after him. Zhu Ziqian halted. The succession of the throne is no trivial matter. It cannot be announced on a whim. Return and let it be known, so that the ministers may prepare themselves mentally. Zhu Ziqian responded reluctantly. Father, would it not be better if you issued a formal decree? What? Are you afraid of the backlash? I merely believe such an important matter ought to be declared by your majesty, Zhu Ziqian replied. Zhu Hozhong smiled wryly. If it is so troublesome to secure your belief in my genuine intention to pass the throne, how can I expect the ministers to trust me? If I announce it, they will think it a mere test, an attempt to gauge loyalty. They will distance themselves from you, kneeling at the palace gates, shedding tears, proclaiming that the Ming cannot exist without me, all to demonstrate their unwavering loyalty, devoid of any ambition to distinguish themselves. Your words, however, would resonate more sincerely. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Ziqian respectfully acquiesced. Let the date be set for the 16th of the first month in the 40th year of Jiajing, Zhu Hozhong stated. There is no need for secrecy. All may be informed. Zhu Ziqian took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. I shall obey the decree. Noting that the emperor had no further instructions, Zhu Ziqian bowed once more and exited the warm pavilion. Zhu Hozhong perused a series of letters, sighed deeply, and carefully organized them before placing them in an envelope and locking them away in a drawer. He then donned his heavy cloak and stepped out of the warm pavilion. What are you daydreaming about? Zhu Hozhong chided Huang Jin. Startled, Huang Jin turned to see the emperor and sheepishly replied, I found myself idly lost in thought. Zhu Hozhong chuckled. You must be missing Li Qing, are you not? Indeed, just a little. Huang Jin scratched his head awkwardly. Surely, Your Majesty, Mrs. Li Qing's return as well. Zhu Hozong smiled and inquired. Do you recall what Li Qing mentioned? What was that? The elixirs are in constant supply. Zhu Hozong said with a grin. If they were to run out, would I simply accept it? Huang Jin's eyes brightened, finally grasping why the emperor had been so generous in distributing the elixirs. It is not out of concern for the old minister, he added cautiously, but your majesty, what if the elixirs run dry and Li Qing does not return? Li Qing has never gone back on his word. But this time is different. Huang Jin furrowed his sparse brows. Li Qing has made extra preparations to ensure there is no interruption in your supply. Yet if he does not return after they are all consumed, I shall send someone to bring him back, Zhu Hozong asserted. After all, I am still the emperor. Huang Jin smiled wryly. Your majesty, you are perhaps deceiving yourself. What self-deception? I merely lack a reason to summon him back, Zhu Hozong countered. Do you truly believe those elixirs hold any real value for me? Huang Jin was taken aback. It has long ceased to serve any purpose. People often say that all medicine contains poison, and even the finest elixirs should not be consumed daily. Zhu Hozong sighed, remarking that it merely satisfies psychological needs. Whether one partakes or abstains makes little difference. Huang Jin suddenly grew melancholic, murmuring, does that mean His Majesty cannot live to 100? Only Huang Jin would dare to voice such a thought, and it was precisely because of this boldness that Zhu Hozong remained unperturbed. He chuckled and replied, how many in this world truly live to 100? The longevity spoken of by the populace is but a fleeting notion. Throughout history, how many emperors have reached their golden years? Less than half of those who have crossed the threshold of 50. I, having been frail and ailing since childhood, have seen my father and uncle's fates dictated by the heavens' decree, and to have reached this age is indeed a remarkable feat in truth. Ever since he discovered the fallacy of immortality, Zhu Hozong no longer placed undue significance on such matters. For him, if eternal life were unattainable, then living a century held little joy, as death would ultimately prevail. Huang Jin spoke glumly. Let us compare ourselves to those who live long. Zhu Hozong chuckled and shook his head, stepping forward to sit on the stone steps beneath the eaves, gently stating, if longevity were akin to Li Qing's existence, then there would be little to envy. Li Qing exemplified the anguish of eternal life, and I harbor no admiration for it. Upon reflection, death is simply death. The opulence of the tomb cannot remain unoccupied forever, can it? To treat death as one would life, to regard the deceased as still present. Such is the filial piety and worldview of this era. People, from the common folk to the emperor, believe that death is merely a transformation into another mode of existence, not an end to all things. Otherwise, when the fourth prince departed, he would not have repeatedly inquired, in veiled ways, whether Li Qing's father would blame him, resent him, or hate him. Having recognized the impossibility of eternal life and witnessed Li Qing's profound suffering, Zhu Hozong found himself unafraid of death. Huang Jin inhaled deeply and nodded gently. Fear not, for Li Qing shall return. The Ming Dynasty is his true home. Zhu Hozong rose, brushing off his clothes, and said, let us gather our belongings. We shall return to the Qianqing Palace tomorrow. Your Majesty, did you not relinquish your burdens? Huang Jin inquired. Zhu Hozong shrugged, playfully responding, but I have yet to do so. As long as I am not yet the retired emperor, the crown prince cannot claim the mantle of emperor. Following this, the ministers will put on their performances. Shall we join them in their revelry? Very well, I shall prepare at once, Huang Jin thought, and cheerfully went about her tasks. Ah, being a little foolish is indeed for the best. A moment of sorrow followed by a moment of joy. Zhu Hozong envied Huang Jin's outlook. For even as she grew older, her spirit remained youthful and childlike. Zhu Zaiyan, understanding his father's intentions, ceased his pretensions and summoned Mr. Gao upon returning to the palace, clearly conveying the truth of the matter. Upon hearing this, Gao Gong was instantly struck with terror, exclaiming, Your Highness, how could you be so reckless? In Gao Gong's view, this was the emperor testing the crown prince, and the prince had fallen into the trap. Your Highness, how could you proceed thus? This is disastrous, Gao Gong fretted, pacing restlessly, lamenting the prince's folly. Zhu Zaiyan, feeling troubled and speechless, came to comprehend even more why his father had chosen him for this announcement. Had the emperor declared it himself, the ministers would likely have fought tooth and nail to prevent him from abdicating. Clearly, the ministers would never believe that the emperor would genuinely abdicate. Mr. Gao, I summoned you not to meander aimlessly, but rather to assist in refining my discourse. It is evident that His Majesty desires longevity. He has entrusted me with the affairs of state in anticipation of his succession. High officials like you should recognize that the Emperor's intentions are transparent, seeking to maintain power while striving for eternal life. With a heavy heart, Gao Gong proclaimed, "Your Highness, as the Crown Prince, you must not rush. Patience is paramount." Suddenly, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized he had overstepped. "I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness," but Zhu Ziyan interrupted coldly. "There are no buts. The 16th day of the first month in the 40th year of the Jiajing reign shall be my ascension day." Gao Gong was taken aback, his thoughts racing. How could the Crown Prince be so consumed by the desire for the throne? He could envision a future where Zhu Ziyan's impulsiveness would lead to his downfall. Desperately, he pounded his thigh in frustration. Yet, Zhu Ziyan's ire was palpable. "Do you believe I am unworthy of inheriting the throne?" Gao Gong, sensing the gravity of the situation, quelled his anxiety and replied, "Your Highness, you misunderstand my intentions. I harbor no such thoughts. I merely feel what you feel." Zhu Ziyan retorted, his displeasure evident. "I am the son of the Emperor and the rightful heir to the Ming Dynasty. Why should I feel trepidation?" Gao Gong instinctively wanted to argue, but realized the Crown Prince was in a volatile mood. Instead, he acquiesced, "Indeed, Your Highness, your wisdom is undeniable. I beseech you to forgive my indiscretion." Zhu Ziyan's demeanor softened slightly as he continued, "I understand that you are concerned for my well-being. But my ascension is the Emperor's will, not a mere trial. Other emperors have abdicated to their heirs. There is nothing to fear. Please convey this message." "Me?" Gao Gong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Do you hesitate, sir?" "It is not that I hesitate, Your Highness. I merely find this sudden shift overwhelming." Gao Gong sighed deeply and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Forgive my boldness, but what if the Emperor were to change his mind in the future?" Zhu Ziyan paused, taken aback by the implication. Gao Gong continued, "One cannot reverse an arrow once it has been shot. The matter of succession should not be taken lightly. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhu Ziyan might have wavered, but this was different. He was acutely aware of his father's genuine desire to pass the throne, not as a test or a temporary arrangement, but as a means to prepare him for the inevitable challenges ahead. After all, the ministers who emerged during the Jiajing era were exceptionally formidable. Moreover, the likes of Li Qing would not frequently appear in the political arena. Thus, the necessity and sincerity of the Emperor's actions were beyond doubt. Zhu Ziyan inhaled deeply and forced a smile. "Difficult to believe. I senti it? Alas, I too find it hard to accept. The gap between father and son, ruler and minister, is indeed a burden for the Emperor." Gao Gong stood in stunned silence. "Let it be," Zhu Ziyan said wearily, waving his hand. "If you find it burdensome, seek out Grand Scholar Su. I shall speak with him directly." Gao Gong, having a commendable rank, had long associated with the first tier due to his connection with the Crown Prince. At this juncture, there was no room for suspicion. He promptly stated, "If such matters require Your Highness's personal intervention, then what need is there for me? I shall take my leave at once." Upon finishing his words, he bowed deeply and turned to depart. Zhu Ziqiang felt a slight relief. While he could afford such leniency with Gao Gong, he could not extend the same courtesy to Su Jie and the other ministers, for their demeanor towards him paled in comparison to their treatment of his father. The same rhetoric would not easily persuade Su Jie and his peers. Soon, he would inherit the throne and ascend as emperor, Zhu Ziqiang mused, lost in thought. Instead of the anticipated joy, he felt a twinge of trepidation, a touch of unease, and a sense of stage fright. With his father's legacy looming large and the ministers being exceptionally astute, how could Zhu Ziqiang not feel intimidated? Suddenly, he recalled Feng Bao's half-threatening, half-coercive demand for the letters from Li Qing, and Zhu Ziqiang realized he had made a grave misstep. With his impending ascension, there was no time to cultivate close attendance. Feng Bao, having served in the imperial ceremonial office for quite some time, was competent and experienced, and it seemed unwise to create further turmoil. Zhu Ziqiang exhaled deeply and called out, "Bring someone here." Gao Gong, in a flurry, strode through the Wenhua gate, heading straight for the Wenhua Hall. Su Jie was engrossed in drafting documents. Ever since Yin Song retired to his hometown, only Su Jie remained in the cabinet. It is often said that power acts as the finest aphrodisiac, and indeed, this sentiment rang true. Although Su Jie was no longer young and burdened with heavy responsibilities, he exuded a youthful vitality. One could say he was brimming with energy. Su Galao, Su Galao. Upon hearing the commotion and realizing someone was about to burst in, Su Jie furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, Gao Gong truly lacks decorum. Unaware of the necessity to announce his arrival first. Irritated, he slammed down his pen and turned his face, yet his expression softened, akin to a gentle spring breeze. As he smiled at the barely entering Gao Gong, saying, I recognized your voice, Minister Gao. A young eunuch followed closely, awkwardly explaining, Indeed, it was Minister Gao who rushed in. Su Galao, please forgive him. Even a eunuch possesses more decorum than you. Gao Gong. Su Jie inhaled deeply, offering a casual smile. No matter. Your urgency must pertain to significant matters. You may withdraw now. The young eunuch bowed and exited. Gao Gong, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of his actions, stepped forward 2 paces, clasping his hands in salute. I pay my respects to Su Galao. No need for such formalities. Su Jie lifted his teacup. Taking a delicate sip, pray tell, what brings you here in such haste? Matters of the realm. Su Jie paused, setting down the teacup and adopting a listening posture. Gao Gong advanced 2 more steps, lowering his voice. On the 16th day of the 1st month in the 40th year of Jiajing, the crown prince will ascend the throne. What? On the 16th day of the 1st month in the 40th year of Jiajing, the crown prince will ascend the throne. Gao Gong repeated. Su Jie had heard the first declaration, yet was taken aback by Gao Gong's audacity to repeat it, causing a surge of both shock and anger within him. Su Galao. Gao Daren. Su Jie interrupted him, his gaze intense. I did not hear that. On the 40th year of Jiajing, Gao Gong. Su Jie's composure shattered. Gao Gong stood there, astonished. Su Jie took a deep breath, managing to suppress the fury that surged within him, and calmly remarked, One must answer nature's call. I beg your pardon. With that, he rose and departed, leaving Gao Gong standing there in astonishment. How infuriating, this imbecile. Su Jie thought to himself as he hurried towards the restroom, his teeth clenched and his body trembling with rage. Despite his many years of service, he had never encountered such a fool as this one. Su Galao, please wait. Seeing Gao Gong daring to pursue him, Su Jie nearly choked with indignation, but dared not pause to listen to his outrageous claims. Thus, he summoned extraordinary resolve. Rushing out of the ceremonial space with the intent to escape, Gao Gong, despite his efforts, could not keep up. Yet, he exhibited remarkable patience, waiting outside. Moments turned into a quarter of an hour, then another, and finally 2. Su Jie felt numb, his body, his limbs, even his scalp. But 2/4 of an hour was indeed his limit. Trembling and shivering, Su Jie finally emerged, preemptively declaring, Lord Gao did not visit today. I have heard nothing. Gao Gong replied, following the reign of Zhu Hozhong and Zhu Ziyan, I too have felt the weight of powerlessness. Su Galao, hear me. Gao Gong implored. Su Jie, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted, What do you intend to do? Do you wish to endanger us all? Gao Gong, equally incensed, responded. On the 16th day of the 1st month in the 40th year of Jiajing, the crown prince ascended the throne. This is the emperor's will and the command of his highness. I do not wish to do anything. As for what Su Daxueshi claims about endangering everyone, I do not comprehend. I ask you to be more explicit. Su Jie closed his eyes in anguish. He could not fathom what had gone awry with Gao Gong or the crown prince, yet he understood that these two were resolutely determined to drag him into their turmoil. He had invested in the crown prince, yet now, at the pinnacle of his civil service career, how could he possibly wade into such murky waters? Silently fuming, Su Jie strode towards the Wenhua Hall, ignoring Gao Gong entirely. However, while he chose to disregard Gao Gong, the latter would not let him pass, resolutely blocking his path. If Su Daxueshi does not believe me, then let us visit the crown prince together, Gao Gong insisted. Su Jie was seething with rage. I am the chief minister of this court. Gao Gong stood firm, responding, if Su Daxueshi believes I have offended you, I apologize. However, I have come today on the crown prince's orders. I implore you not to make my task more difficult. Typically a man of profound patience, Su Jie could no longer contain his emotions and exclaimed, You, Gao Gong, are courting death. Do not implicate me in your folly. I shall repeat myself. You did not come here today, and I have heard nothing. I know not what you are speaking of, nor do I care. Having nearly lost his mind, Su Jie shouted, dragging his unwilling legs and defiantly confronting Gao Gong. The latter retreated step by step until he finally grasped Su Jie firmly. Speaking in a low tone, I do not wish to court death. nor do I intend to drag Su Daxueshi under. I reiterate. I have come today on the Crown Prince's orders, and furthermore, the early ascension of the Crown Prince is indeed the Emperor's intention. Does Su Daxueshi believe I would dare to misrepresent the Emperor and the Crown Prince's commands? Gao Gong smirked coldly, remarking that if it were truly so, why not simply sever his own head for a swift resolution? Su Jie was taken aback. Gao Gong exhaled deeply and stated that the Crown Prince had issued an edict, commanding Su Daxueshi to inform all officials so that the various ministers would be apprised of this news. He had conveyed the message, and how to proceed was left to Su Daxueshi's own discretion. With that, he turned to leave. Stop, Su Jie said sternly, gritting his teeth. Is this truly how the Crown Prince interprets the Emperor's words? As the Crown Prince's tutor, what is wrong with your judgment? In Su Jie's view, even if the words originated from the Emperor, they served as a probe, a test, both for the Crown Prince and the ministers. He felt disheartened by the Crown Prince and enraged by Gao Gong. Gao Gong offered no explanation. In such a state, even if Su Qin or Zhang Yi were to arrive, it would be futile. If Su Daxueshi did not believe him, he could seek verification from the Crown Prince or the Emperor. Verification? Is that even possible? Such an act would be an affront, a sign of disloyalty. Su Jie felt as though he might explode with indignation. I shall not seek verification. I shall do nothing. I reiterate, today I am deaf and blind, having neither seen nor heard your nonsensical claims. Gao Gong replied nonchalantly, by saying such things, Su Daxueshi is thus defying the edict, both of the Crown Prince and the Emperor. In Chapter 605, titled Everyone's Machinations, Gao Gong currently held the position of Minister of Rights and concurrently served as the Grand Scholar of the National Academy. In terms of official rank, he was indeed formidable among the court officials, yet he was leagues away from Su Jie's stature. Even a Minister of War would not dare to speak to Su Jie in such a manner. Gao Gong's demeanor was not a result of a fiery temper, but a deliberate tactic. In essence, Gao Gong harbored ill intentions. He manipulated the disparity of information, leading Su Jie to misjudge the situation, thereby causing him to lose favor in the eyes of the Crown Prince. Had a thorough and nuanced explanation been provided from the outset, Su Jie would never have lost his composure. It appeared as though Su Jie denied him the opportunity to explain, but in reality, it was Gao Gong who intentionally deprived him of that chance. As the tides of the Ming Dynasty were about to change, Gao Gong, with his background as a Hanlin scholar and the Crown Prince's trusted confidant, was nearly assured a place in the cabinet and thus needed to strategize in advance. With each new ruler comes a new set of ministers. Gao Gong was a rising star, while Su Jie, as an elder statesman of the Jiajing era, would inevitably fade into obscurity. In terms of capability, Gao Gong believed he was not inferior to Su Jie. In terms of connections, he felt he surpassed him entirely. Given this situation, Gao Gong certainly would not indulge Su Jie with flattery. He continued to mislead Su Jie, saying, "The Crown Prince holds Su Daxueshi in high regard. I implore you not to disappoint him." Su Jie, predictably, took the bait, retorting, "I have no desire for feudal disputes. Let today's matter rest. Any displeasure from the Emperor or the Crown Prince shall not concern you, Lord Gao." With that, he stretched his somewhat stiff legs, brushed past Gao Gong, and headed towards the Wenhua Hall. This scenario was not a reflection of Su Jie's incompetence. Rather, he had fallen victim to the disparity of information, all while overestimating his understanding of the Emperor, failing to believe that the Emperor would genuinely consider abdication. In Su Jie's view, causing the Emperor to lose face would ultimately put him at ease, aligning with the Emperor's true needs. As for the Emperor's wrath, it would amount to little more than a verbal reprimand. Not only would he not truly be angered, but he would increasingly appreciate his understanding. Gao Gong refrained from pursuing further, remaining in place to watch Su Jie depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he turned to seek out the Crown Prince. In the Qianqing Palace, Gao Gong recounted the events in meticulous detail, all of which were the unembellished truth, as there was no need for exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyan felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. However, such matters could not be conveyed directly to the officials. It was unthinkable to summon them merely to announce, "I am soon to ascend the throne." What would the ministers think? Such news could only be relayed through another's voice. "If your Highness trusts me, then leave it to me," Gao Gong proposed. "I certainly trust you, sir," Zhu Ziyan sighed, "but your influence is limited, and I fear it may prove ineffective." Gao Gong replied earnestly, Your Highness has bestowed upon me immense favor. How could I falter in the face of difficulty? The matter of early succession must be proclaimed by the emperor or petitioned by ministers. The principal party can only defer and decline thrice. It is unreasonable to speak personally. Zhu Ziyan let out a weary sigh and inquired, "Do you have any good strategies?" "Forgive my frankness. I possess no clever schemes." Gao Gong confessed with a hint of bitterness. "I can only speak earnestly, as even I have come to trust the emperor's intentions for succession based solely on my unwavering faith in your Highness." Pausing, Gao Gong suggested, "I may not be able to invite Scholar Su, but perhaps the Crown Prince could. Given the gravity of the situation, your Highness should exhibit magnanimity." Zhu Ziyan nodded slightly and said, "You may attend to your matters. I shall personally visit the Wenhua Hall." "Your Highness is wise," Gao Gong acknowledged, bowing hurriedly before departing with haste. The seeds of doubt had been sown, and he was confident that the Crown Prince would find no resolution. As anticipated, Zhu Ziyan set off with enthusiasm only to return disheartened, as Su Jie merely engaged in evasive tactics, maintaining an attitude as if the Crown Prince had never visited. In desperation, Zhu Ziyan had no choice but to utilize the inner court, summoning Feng Bao. In a single day, after several summons, Feng Bao felt increasingly anxious. To his surprise, however, the Crown Prince exhibited a remarkable transformation, completely shedding his previous aloofness. Not only was he amiable, but he did not require Feng Bao to perform any formalities and even granted him a seat. This unexpected favor left Feng Bao both astonished and more apprehensive. "What orders does your Highness have?" "I would gladly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire," Feng Bao declared, uncertain of the Crown Prince's intentions. Yet pledging his loyalty seemed prudent. Indeed, the Crown Prince's demeanor remained cordial. "The letter you were to personally deliver to His Majesty from Duke Yongqing has been intercepted by me. Do you harbor any grievances?" Feng Bao stiffened, hastily rising to bow. Stammering, "I harbor no such thoughts. I am the Emperor's servant, and I am the Crown Prince's servant." "Ah, arise, and sit," Zhu Ziyan said with a gentle smile. Nodding appreciatively, "Your awareness brings me great relief." After carefully choosing his words, Zhu Ziyan began to justify his past actions. One cannot understand the value of household expenses without managing a household. In recent years, I have engaged more with state affairs and have come to realize the challenges of governance. The Ming Dynasty is perpetually expending resources, and the financial burden is immense. You, serving in the ceremonial office, must also be aware of this. Feng Bao gradually rose and took his seat, suddenly finding these words eerily familiar. In the northern desert and the western regions, the court profited significantly from popularizing education, yet expenditures were equally substantial. Zhu Ziqi sighed softly, stating, "My father has entrusted me with the responsibility of governance. How could I not dedicate myself wholeheartedly?" He continued, "Do you understand why I have allowed you to accompany the merchant ships to the west for trade?" Feng Bao responded instinctively, "I understand, Your Highness. This is your trust in me, a means to test and cultivate my abilities." While expressing this, Feng Bao also marveled. It must be the noble Marquis Yongqing. His insight has truly grasped the prince's profound intentions. Zhu Ziqi felt a sense of relief, nodding as he acknowledged, "At least my earnest efforts have not been in vain." Following an exchange of commendations for Feng Bao's willingness to deliver letters, Zhu Ziqi remarked, "Initially, I intended to further your training before appointing you to oversee the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs." He deliberately elongated his words and paused strategically. Feng Bao, captivated, awaited the continuation with an anxious expression. Clearing his throat, Zhu Ziqi proceeded, "However, circumstances have shifted. My father wishes for me to assume control earlier. Consequently, I must appoint you to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs sooner than expected. Do you have confidence in this responsibility?" Feng Bao bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I would dedicate my all, not daring to disappoint your Highness's nurturing." Upon uttering these words, he suddenly grasped their deeper implication, staring in astonishment at the prince. Zhu Ziqi nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. As you surmised, on the 16th day of the first month in the 40th year of the Jiajing era, you will officially assume command of the Directorate." "Yes, I shall obey your Highness's decree," Feng Bao replied, his face flushed with excitement. Zhu Ziqi smiled and nodded. Then, as if recalling something, his expression turned somber, and he sighed deeply. Feng Bao immediately addressed him. "It is my duty to alleviate your worries. Please command me." He added, There are matters which my father cannot articulate directly, and I too find it difficult to convey. Do you understand? Feng Bao paused briefly before eagerly nodding. I understand. I shall mobilize the inner court servants and the eastern depot to inform the officials and the citizens of this monumental news. The eunuchs and external ministers did not share the same way of thinking, and having entered the residence of the prince early, Feng Bao had come to understand him well. Knowing that without the emperor's directive, this prince would not dare to act so boldly. Moreover, it was not unprecedented in the Ming Dynasty for a regent or crown prince to ascend prematurely. The emperor, engrossed in his pursuit of immortality and disinterested in state affairs, might hand over governance to his son, which Feng Bao found entirely reasonable. May I inquire, Your Highness, when shall this commence? Zhu Ziki was taken aback. Not anticipating the ease of the situation, it felt almost surreal. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, naturally, the sooner, the better, for matters of such magnitude. Early arrangements can circumvent unforeseen complications. Yes, I shall comply, Feng Bao responded, rising to bow once more, tentatively asking, shall I proceed now? Zhu Ziki nodded, stating, in due time, I shall inform Master Huang. Feng Bao felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet was reluctant to hold back, hesitating before saying, I also wish for Master Huang to have a lighter burden. Oh, Zhu Ziki chuckled softly. He then appealed to their shared sentiments, saying gently, let us allow them, the masters and servants, to bear some ease while we, the masters and servants, endure the toil. We must also shoulder our share of hardship, mustn't we? The subtext of this statement is unmistakable. The emperor will favor you just as he cherished eunuch Huang. How could Feng Bao not be elated? The emperor's affection for eunuch Huang is well known both within and beyond the palace walls. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. With a deep bow, Feng Bao set off, brimming with enthusiasm. As it turned out, eunuchs sometimes proved to be even more efficient than ministers. Gao Gong's fiery rhetoric could not compete with Feng Bao's commanding voice. Eunuchs, lacking sons of their own, often yearn for the paternal bond. Believing it entirely natural for a father to pass the throne to his son, never contemplating the notions of trials or tests. Within the palace lies the inner court, and outside, the eastern depot, both vigorously propagating the notion of unity. In just 2 days, the common folk at the market were already aware of it. Ironically, at this juncture, ministers led by Su Jie remained skeptical of the emperor's genuine intentions to abdicate. Shortly thereafter, the emperor returned to the Grand Hall of High Virtue. At this moment, the majority of ministers, spearheaded by Su Jie, promptly pledged their loyalty and allegiance. What prince? Our hearts beat solely for the emperor. A nation cannot survive a day without a ruler. Although the prince is commendable, he still requires further cultivation. There were tears, kneeling, and even accusations of treason. Yet, the emperor remained indifferent to their loyalty, even finding it bothersome, and returned to the Grand Hall of High Virtue once again. This left the ministers bewildered, with Su Jie wearing a perplexed expression. However, he soon keenly realized that the emperor's abdication might indeed be genuine, connecting it to Gao Gong's earlier arrogance. Su Jie finally comprehended the situation, and simultaneously, he was genuinely incensed. By heaven, Gao Suqing has plotted against me, Su Jie fumed. He then began to deceive his colleagues while distancing himself from them, being the first to pledge loyalty to the prince. Chapter 606. Zhang Jujing re-enters the realm of power at long last. Zhang Jujing returned, having contributed to the dissemination of mathematics through his teaching in the provinces. Gazing at the city gates within arm's reach, he felt as though he had traversed a lifetime. Although merely 2 years had passed, it felt akin to half a lifetime. Zhang Jujing softly murmured, after all these years, the emperor's unfavorable impression of me has likely faded. Coupled with my contributions to education, I must have earned some merit. In the past, during the inquiry at Lianjiaten, the emperor had clearly shown signs of appreciation, and I was recommended by the esteemed Duke Yongqing. The emperor may not genuinely harbor a bad impression of me. Perhaps it is merely a deliberate attempt to refine my capabilities. After this self-soothing analysis, Zhang Jujing concluded that he could no longer remain obscure. It was time to strive for recognition. One must seize opportunities early, a belief deeply ingrained in Zhang Jujing's ethos. Having been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, he harbored a strong aversion to concepts such as patience and temperance. During his youthful provincial examinations, he was suppressed under the guise of requiring experience. When he entered the court as an adult, he faced similar constraints under the pretext of needing refinement. Deep down, Zhang Jujing felt no gratitude, as he believed that true genius ought not to require such things. In his worldview, this was nothing short of a squandering of life. Alas, he found himself powerless. I am not the Duke Yongqing, blessed with a long life. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Zhang Jujing softly murmured to himself. Master Su is now the Prime Minister of the Cabinet and the sole Grand Secretary. I must entrust my requests to him. Zhang Jujing raised his voice. Let us first proceed to the Su residence. At the third quarter of the hour of the monkey, Su Jie finally departed from the Wenhua Hall. Clocking out for the day, he was no longer the confident figure of spring. Weariness etched his features, and a shroud of gloom enveloped his heart, filled with melancholy. The Crown Prince had accepted his overtures and showed no lingering resentment towards his previous actions, yet Su Jie understood that the prince merely required him, rather than genuinely embracing him. Whether it be a new ruler or a new minister or favoritism, what accounts for such circumstances? Absolute loyalty. Yet, his demeanor betrayed a loyalty that was far from absolute. Ah, Gao Suqing, you are rather impatient and too dismissive of me, the current Prime Minister and Grand Secretary. Su Jie recognized the challenge of bridging the chasm with the Crown Prince, and was acutely aware that Gao Gong would not easily grant him his wishes. Sir, Master Zhang is seeking you, the bearers announced as the sedan chair halted. Su Jie paused, pondering which Master Zhang it might be. When a familiar voice reached his ears, student Zhang Jujing pays his respects to Master Su. Upon realizing it was his most esteemed student, the clouds of gloom on Su Jie's face dissipated considerably. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and stepped down. Ah, you may all return. There is no need to carry the sedan any longer. Su Jie dismissed his household servants and turned to Zhang Jujing with a warm expression. When did you return? Zhang Jujing bowed. I have come back to the capital, yet I have not reported to the Hanlin Academy. Su Jie nodded slightly, glancing behind Zhang Jujing. Did you come from your residence? Zhang Jujing affirmed. It is also a burden on you, Master Su. The vast cabinet relies solely on your support. This statement was meant as a compliment, and secondarily to express concern. Unexpectedly, Su Jie did not respond with the casual smile he anticipated, but instead wore a countenance of deep dejection. Uncle Da, the winds of change are stirring in the capital. Zhang Jujing was taken aback and pondered. Do you mean the cabinet is adding new members? Su Jie offered a bitter smile and shook his head. The Crown Prince is to ascend to the throne. Ah? Zhang Jujing exclaimed in shock, quickly turning towards the palace, then gazing further towards the Grand Gaoxian Hall, finally returning his questioning look to Su Jie. Su Jie gently shook his head. It is not as you think. The emperor is well, and the Crown Prince is merely ascending the throne ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing's brow furrowed deeply, hesitating as he spoke. Master Su, could this not be a test? Su Jie's smile grew even more sorrowful as he sighed. I too entertained such thoughts, and thus I suffered greatly. They continued walking as they spoke. Indeed, Zhang Jujing followed closely. Through Su Jie's account, Zhang Jujing finally grasped the magnitude of what he had missed, yet he felt no regret. Rather, he experienced a sense of relief. Fortunately, I missed it. At the same time, a wave of unexpected joy surged within him. It was surprising how quickly Gao Gong's connections could be put to use. Zhang Jujing stifled his excitement and comforted Su Jie. Do not worry, master. You have always been a steadfast supporter of the Crown Prince. This is merely a misunderstanding. Once the words are spoken, all will be well. Su Jie fell silent for a moment before inquiring, Uncle Da, what is your perspective on Gao Gong? Zhang Jujing pondered his words and remarked, the student previously had some dealings with this individual who possesses both capability and ambition unmatched by ordinary folk. More importantly, this person enjoys the utmost trust of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What kind of trust, you may ask? As you, Master Su, are aware, in the days when the Crown Prince was still the Duke of Yu, I had the honor of imparting knowledge to him. Zhang Jujing continued, reflecting on his first-hand observations. Whenever His Highness found himself at a crossroads, he would invariably summon Gao Gong for counsel, without exception. Su Jie, suppressing his emotions, urged him to continue. Zhang Jujing stated that Gao Gong's recommendations were generally embraced, at least based on what I have witnessed. Noticing Su Jie's suddenly grave expression, Zhang Jujing hastily shifted his tone, adding, this is merely my perspective. It does not encompass the entirety of the situation. Moreover, what transpired then is in the past. His Highness has ascended to the position of Crown Prince and will soon become Emperor, and circumstances may not remain as they once were. Su Jie sighed. Melancholic. I suspect it remains rather similar now. The student thinks you are overly concerned, Zhang Jujing remarked. Previously, he was merely His Highness. Now he is poised to become Emperor. The heights of power are distinct, and it is certain that he will not remain unchanged. Oh, a new emperor brings forth new ministers, Zhang Jujing said with a slight smile. An emperor's focus lies upon the realm, the nation, and not on any single individual. Though Gao Gong is commendable, he pales in comparison to you, Master Su. Then, his smile faded, and a sense of melancholy enveloped him. I lament having disappointed you. Master Su, not only have I failed to rise to the occasion, but my position seems to regress. Now, with the tides shifting, I am unable to repay your nurturing guidance. Su Jie, understanding the unspoken implications, felt no resentment. He had always held a favorable view of this scholar, even during Zhang Jujing's moments of neglect. Your achievements in local education over these past 2 years are evident. The court does not overlook those who have rendered service. Su Jie replied with a gentle smile. You are still young, and the future is bright. Do not lose your spirit. Ah, your teachings resonate, Master Su. Zhang Jujing replied sheepishly, his heart brimming with joy. While the educational accomplishments are commendable, they are not extraordinary. Many have achieved similar feats, yet without the right patronage. Such achievements would be in vain. Zhang Jujing immediately asserted. The divide between the Crown Prince and you is not significant. I am confident in bridging it. Su Jie nodded slightly. You were originally the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Academy, and now, having proven your merit, it is only natural to advance within the academy. Zhang Jujing expressed his gratitude and awaited further developments. Su Jie contemplated briefly before appointing him as the right minister of the Rites Spring Pavilion. Zhang Jujing respectfully acknowledged this and tentatively suggested, Master Su, the influence of the Hanlin Academy and the National University should not be underestimated. Su Jie chuckled and nodded. Then let us also assign you to the National University as its director. Do not aspire to the position of Grand Scholar just yet. Though Gao Gong may rise to vacate such a position, it is beyond your current reach. As your educational achievements do not suffice to support that ambition. Your words are wise, Master Su. Zhang Jujing nodded repeatedly, his spirits lifted. Although these 2 positions are not high, they offer considerable opportunities for development. You are to report to the Hanlin Academy at once, within a few days. Someone will submit a memorial to commend your contributions. For now, maintain a low profile and remember not to make a fuss over your meals. Zhang Jujing understood this well, but still feigned a look of obedience. Yes, I shall remember this. Indeed, go ahead and report to the Hanlin Academy. Oh, it is not a problem at this moment. The students will first escort Master Su home. Su Jie smiled and did not refuse. As the esteemed Chancellor of the state, he would naturally not personally recommend anyone. A mere hint would suffice for his subordinates to eagerly submit petitions. Zhang Jujing's promotion was remarkably smooth, marking his formal re-entry into the political arena. With his position in the Rites Spring Pavilion, he gained opportunities to engage with the Crown Prince, as well as increased interactions with Gao Gong. Gao Gong maintained a favorable impression of Zhang Jujing and did not regard him with disdain merely because he was a student of Su Jie. However, Zhu Ziyan remained wary of Zhang Jujing, only granting him a modicum of goodwill due to Su Jie and Gao Gong. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the 40th year of the Jiajing era quietly arrived. During this period, the ministers transitioned through 3 stages, from skepticism to tentative belief, and finally to complete conviction that the emperor genuinely intended to abdicate the throne. Since the emperor's intentions were sincere, they naturally would not oppose the crown prince. Each vying to express their loyalty. Zhu Ziyan, of course, welcomed all, for how could he afford to create discord with his ministers before even ascending the throne? A new year heralded new beginnings, and the capital was enveloped in an atmosphere of harmony. On the first day of the 40th year of Jiajing, Emperor Zhu Hozong distributed red envelopes to his ministers for the last time, taking this opportunity to formally issue the edict of abdication in favor of the crown prince. This time, no one opposed. In fact, they were rather pleased. The emperor's singular focus on cultivating his immortality was undoubtedly a boon for them. As the officials dispersed, the father and son took a leisurely stroll in front of the Fengtian Hall, engaging in conversation. Zhu Hozong, devoid of imperial sternness, wore a gentle expression and inquired, "In half a month, you will ascend the throne. Are you feeling anxious?" "Not particularly, just a little," Zhu Ziyan replied. "Haha, even father was anxious back in the day. Who wouldn't he be?" Zhu Hozong chuckled lightly, showing no signs of displeasure. With the precedent of Emperor Xianzong passing the throne to Emperor Xiaozong, there was no need for concern. Let the ministers debate a regnal title. Next year, it shall be yours. "Father," Zhu Hozong raised his hand to halt him, saying, "How can an emperor ascend without a regnal title of his own? The 40th year of Jiajing has been long enough." Zhu Ziyan hesitated, responding, "Then let us first deliberate on the regnal title and keep it in reserve for future use." "You rascal!" Zhu Hozong laughed and scolded. "Why does that sound like you're urging me to hasten my demise?" Chapter 607. Embracing a new era. The years of interaction between father and son, coupled with this abdication, had significantly bridged the gap between Zhu Ziyan and his father, diminishing some of the awe he held. Zhu Ziyan did not kneel to offer apologies, nor did he exhibit any trepidation. Instead, he sincerely stated, "I have always felt that this should not belong to me. The throne has been passed to you. How can it not be yours?" Zhu Hozong replied thoughtfully, "Throughout history, from the imperial families to the common folk, who has not inherited their family legacies? If we are to discuss it, father also benefited from your uncle, not only the throne but also his political achievements before his departure." With that, he smiled again, adding, "However, to be fair, the inheritance left to the successor by him is nowhere near as plentiful as what I will leave for you. Indeed, it is vastly more." Zhu Ziyan replied with a smile, pausing before gently adding, "Though the political measures of my uncle were somewhat excessive, there were still many commendable aspects." Zhu Hozong chuckled and remarked, "Empathy is key. If father were like him, he too would have exerted excessive force." Zhu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Hozong refrained from elaborating, instead stating, "Your father hopes that the legacy you leave for your son will surpass the one bestowed upon you." Zhu Zitao nodded earnestly, replying, "I will do my utmost, and I implore you to oversee my endeavors." With a wry smile, Zhu Hozong remarked, "Ah, my father has grown old. Even the desire to supervise may falter. Should you encounter uncertainties, feel free to seek my counsel. I shall impart my wisdom. However, do not expect me to be as vigorous as I once was. Such talk is unwarranted." "Father, you are not old," Zhu Zitao protested. Zhu Hozong merely smiled. A blend of bitterness and lightness etched upon his face. After 40 long years as emperor, the burdens weighed heavily upon him. Reigning was arduous, and being a benevolent sovereign was even more challenging. At a loss for words, Zhu Zitao simply stated, "You are still young. Father, let us not dwell on such matters. Immortality and the pursuit of enlightenment have always eluded us." Zhu Hozong continued, "Your father is not destined for longevity, nor should you dwell on such thoughts. Focus on your role as emperor. That is the true path." "I shall remember your words," Zhu Zitao vowed. Zhu Hozong then turned to his son, saying, "In this great Ming Dynasty, with such subjects, your path will be fraught with difficulty. It would be wise to delegate some authority and govern collaboratively with your ministers." Zhu Zitao was taken aback. Such sentiments seemed out of character for his father. The strength of imperial power fluctuates. The stronger it becomes, the weaker it may appear. Yet regardless of its evolution, as long as the dynasty remains intact, imperial authority ultimately faces decline. With the passage of time and the evolution of eras, the age of strong emperors has waned. While you may wish to emulate your father, you must acknowledge your limitations. Blindly imitating will only lead to failure. It is better to adapt to the prevailing circumstances. A wave of sorrow washed over Zhu Zitao, and he stubbornly retorted, "Father, our Ming stands atop the annals of history. Can we not break the curse of impermanence?" Zhu Hozong paused, shaking his head slightly. "I do not know. I cannot foresee, nor can you. What I do know is that in this great Ming, with such subjects, you cannot wield absolute imperial power. The times do not permit such a course." "What of Li Qing?" Zhu Zitao inquired. "He has been a steadfast supporter of imperial authority since the 10 dynasties. With his assistance, can I not succeed?" "What leads you to believe that Li Qing will aid you?" Zhu Hozong questioned. "Since the Hongwu era, he has never truly remained idle." Zhu Zitao insisted. "He would not stand idly by." "Indeed, he would not," Zhu Hozong clarified, "but his loyalty is solely towards the Ming." Zhu Zitao expressed confusion. "Is there a difference?" Zhu Hozong gently replied, "The Ming has transcended history, becoming detached from it, with no historical precedents to rely upon. We cannot afford to be overly optimistic in times of prosperity, nor overly pessimistic in times of uncertainty. Attend to your own duties, and let others manage the rest. Father, you speak of Li Qing? Zhu Zitao pondered. He is formidable, far beyond your imagination, yet he is also vulnerable, more so than you realize. Ultimately, he is merely a mortal with a prolonged lifespan, not a deity. Do not elevate him to mythic status. After a pause, Zhu Hozhong added, Li Qing, too, will meet his end. His days are finite. Zhu Zitao was left in stunned silence. Zhu Hozhong continued, these words were not meant for you. Yet after much contemplation, I felt compelled to share them. My intention is not to dishearten you, nor to incite despair, but to illuminate your position, the state of imperial authority, and the circumstances of the Ming in this era, so that you may gain a clearer understanding of yourself and the broader context. The Father wishes for you to maintain an optimistic and beautiful mindset even after understanding the less savory aspects of life, to bravely face the tumultuous tides of the era. Zhu Hochong gazed at his son with a look of concern, recognizing that blind optimism can lead to great misfortune, just as a clear-eyed pessimism can. It is only through a lucid, rational, and optimistic perspective that one can truly navigate life correctly. Zhu Zizhan was filled with mixed emotions. Though he did not fully comprehend the depth of his father's words. Father, I do not entirely grasp what you are saying, he confessed. You will come to understand in time, Zhu Hochong replied. There is no need to press for answers. As you gain experience, clarity will come. I only wish to provide you with a general understanding to prevent a future emotional upheaval when the truth unfolds. Zhu Zizhan nodded silently, feeling the weight of his father's words. What, are you frightened? Zhu Hochong inquired. No, I am merely saddened. It is a difficult feeling, Zhu Zizhan replied glumly. Zhu Hochong chuckled. Father, why do you seem so cheerful? Zhu Hochong smiled. I have simply chosen to remain optimistic after learning everything. He added, do not burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure. You are merely scaring yourself. It is you who frightens me, Zhu Zizhan muttered. Father previously said that the Ming Dynasty I inherit is the greatest in history, as is its imperial power. Is that not so? The first part is indeed true. And so is the latter, Zhu Hochong affirmed. Did I not tell you? The strength of imperial power ebbs and flows. Zhu Zizhan, filled with frustration and a bitter smile, responded, Father, could you not clarify this a bit more? Zhu Hochong, adopting a childlike tone, replied, Is it possible that you are simply not clever enough? This playful remark did not belittle Zhu Zizhan, but instead illuminated his own lack of insight. Could you not help me grow faster, Father? Zhu Zizhan lamented. Help you grow? If I do that, you will perish like a seedling. Zhu Hochong laughed heartily. And Zhu Zizhan, catching his father's infectious spirit, managed to smile, feeling his burden lighten somewhat, though frustration still lingered. What you have shared today has been quite distressing for me, Zhu Zizhan admitted. It is far better than being lost in the delusion that our Ming Dynasty is invincible now and forever. Suddenly, Zhu Hochong's smile faded, and he said, Zhu Zizhan. Startled, Zhu Zizhan replied, I am here. Embrace the era that is yours. My era, Zhu Zizhan responded hesitantly. Zhu Hochong nodded solemnly. Your era, the Ming Dynasty under your stewardship. I have completed my portion. It is now your turn to tackle the challenges ahead. Go forth and confront them. With that, Zhu Hochong departed with a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with lightness and joy. Zhu Zizhan stood in stunned silence for a long while, slowly coming to a realization, murmuring to himself, what kind of Ming Dynasty is this, and what will the era be like? What role will Li Qing play? Ultimately, Zhu Zizhan could not fully grasp the meaning, only identifying the questions without discovering the answers. However, one thing became clear to him. This was his examination. It required him to engage with the questions, unravel the problems, and submit his own answers. What is the answer sheet? His father had already articulated it. The legacy left for his descendants, the inheritance for future generations. The emperor's response was remarkably outstanding, and he is expected to present an even more exceptional performance in the future. This expectation comes not only from the throne, but also from his father. Zhu Zaiqiang is uncertain whether he can meet these expectations. All he knows is that he must dedicate himself wholeheartedly. The first day of the new year in the 40th year of the Jiajing era is destined to linger in Zhu Zaiqiang's memory for the rest of his life. The sheer volume of information and the depth of content require meticulous analysis, contemplation, and study. Zhu Zaiqiang no longer asks questions he does not understand. He recognizes that this knowledge is beyond his current grasp and understands the truth that what is learned from books is inherently superficial. Zhu Ziqiang gathers his emotions and prepares to embrace the era that belongs to him. In the blink of an eye, it is time for the Lantern Festival. Zhu Ziqiang lacks the appetite for Tang Yuan, as do the ministers in the court. Everyone is absorbed in the forthcoming coronation ceremony. Su Jie, Gao Gong, Zhang Juzheng, and Feng Bao, along with many others, are all, like Zhu Ziqiang, ready to embrace the new epoch. In the Grand Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Hozong, Huang Jin, and others enjoy delicious Tang Yuan made by the palace chefs. In Britain, Li Qing and Li Shuer savor the Tang Yuan made by Li Qing himself. What troubles you? Nothing. Li Qing softly shakes his head, pondering, I just feel something significant is about to happen. What significant event? Li Shuer suddenly realizes, are you referring to the Ming Dynasty? Li Qing chuckles and continues eating the Tang Yuan. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Li Shuer smiles. The emperor is in good health, and with your elixir, how could anything be amiss? You are simply being overly cautious. After a pause, she adds, if you're worried, we can return. I have enjoyed this trip and feel quite content. There are no regrets. This place pales in comparison to the brilliance of the Ming. Li Qing rolls his eyes. Did you truly think this was merely for your sake? Do not flatter yourself. Li Shuer understands that he does not wish for her to feel guilty and responds. I certainly understand the reasons behind it. I have always known. Really? Of course, it is all because of the queen, Li Shuer teases. Perhaps I should ask the emperor to arrange a marriage for you. Li Qing retorts, how imprudent. Li Shuer chuckles and tentatively asks, are you truly not going back? Li Qing nods. The silver payment has yet to be settled. If we leave now, Elizabeth and the entire British court will certainly feel uneasy. With Zhu Hozong in the Ming Dynasty, there should not be any major issues. Li Shuer jests. In my opinion, you simply cannot be idle. Though you have not been idle at all. Chapter 1. The ascension of the new emperor on the 16th day of the first month in the 40th year of Jiajing. At the break of dawn, Zhu Ziqiang awakens quietly and steps out of his chamber. The servants of the Eastern Palace are already bustling about. Since his father took residence in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he has primarily resided in the Palace of Heavenly Purity, but the coronation ceremony requires following proper protocols. Hence he spent the previous night here. The night is pitch black, yet the Eastern Palace is ablaze with lights. Zhu Ziqiang gazes at the night sky, lost in thought, his mind filled with the realization, from this day forth, I am the emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Clad in the dragon robe, wearing the imperial crown, he proceeds to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to pay homage to his father. As dawn breaks, the first rays of sunlight illuminate the golden rooftops, and Zhu Ziqiang arrives at the imperial palace. Subsequently, the officials urged Zhu Zihin to ascend, yet he humbly declined. After persistent entreaties, he reluctantly acquiesced to their pleas and entered the Hall of Heavenly Purity. Ascending the imperial throne, the bells and drums resounded, and the long-live music was performed. The chancellor, Su Jie, proclaimed the first edict of his reign, establishing the era name, reducing taxes, and granting amnesty to the realm. The officials performed the grand ceremony of homage, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times, exclaiming, long live our emperor, long live, long live. The emperor accepted their reverence, and the officials took turns offering their congratulations. The emperor reviewed their tributes. The Ministry of Rites transcribed the Ascension Edict and dispatched it to various provinces, prefectures, states, and counties of the Ming Dynasty, as well as conveying it to vassal states such as Korea, Jiaoji, Luzon, and Ryukyu. The Directorate of Ceremonial read the emperor's second decree, conferring a title of honor upon his father, posthumously elevating him to the status of Taishang Huang, granting a title of honor to his mother, posthumously enshrining her as Empress Dowager, and bestowing the title of Empress upon Consort Shen, while elevating Consort Li to the rank of Noble Consort. Then, the emperor proceeded to the Grand Ancestral Temple to pay tribute to the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, the Renzong Emperor Zhu Gaoqi, and the Xianzong Emperor Zhu Zhanji, reciting the eulogies. Following this, he performed sacrifices at the altar of the nation, praying for abundant harvests and a prosperous, peaceful realm. Subsequently, he conferred rewards upon the officials. After this entire procedure, Zhu Zihin felt utterly exhausted. Although he had not engaged in any physically demanding tasks, merely following the established protocols he had long been aware of. As he re-entered the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Zhu Zihin's emotions were starkly different from before. Perhaps it was because from this day forth, he truly embodied the essence of an emperor, donning the dragon robe, issuing edicts, and referring to himself as I. The joy he had anticipated was overshadowed by an immense weight of responsibility. Zhu Zihan found it difficult to articulate his feelings, particularly as he observed the jubilant expressions of his ministers, which only complicated his emotions further. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Hozong stood atop the elevated platform. Lost in thought, Huang Jin stood behind him, silently following his gaze toward the imperial palace. Can he bear this burden? He pondered. Certainly, Huang Jin quickly reassured. Your Highness has been wise since childhood. Zhu Hozong seemed not to hear, muttering to himself, Longqing, prosperous and celebratory. Yes, this era name is quite commendable. Huang Jin wanted to suggest that the name Jiajing was even better, but swallowed his words, instead echoing, Indeed, indeed, your Majesty has keen insight. Zhu Hozong glanced at him and corrected, It is Taishang Huang. Yes, Taishang Huang has keen insight. Huang Jin quickly amended. Zhu Hozong said no more and turned away, continuing to drift in thought, with Huang Jin accompanying him in silence. With the new emperor's ascension, certain individuals saw their fortunes rise. For instance, Gao Gong was rapidly promoted to Vice Minister of Personnel, while Feng Bao ascended to the position of Director of Ceremonial. Additionally, the family of Empress Chun was granted the title of Duke of Guan and appointed to command the troops in Zhongqing. The small circle of power surrounding the new emperor thus took center stage in the political arena. However, the interests of the established factions were not significantly harmed, and they received some rewards in return, with the Taishang Huang observing from the sidelines. Thus, this transition of imperial power unfolded quite smoothly. The main uncertainty lay in deciphering the emperor's true thoughts, whether he would indeed remain indifferent to governance or not. As heavy snow fell and the cold winds howled, the realm of power remained fervently ablaze. Zhu Ziqiang did not exhibit the typical fervor associated with newly appointed officials. Rather, he maintained a demeanor of remarkable modesty. Aside from the customary measures of tax reductions and a general amnesty, he refrained from enacting new national policies, opting instead to continue the policies established during his father's reign. Supporting the western regions, integrating the northern deserts, and promoting education were ample undertakings for him. However, there are always those who refuse to remain in obscurity. For instance, Gao Gong, a favored figure of the new emperor, was eager to propose a series of political reforms to assert his worth. He presented an extensive memorial detailing reforms in administration, military affairs, border policies, finance, and justice, leaving Zhu Ziqiang overwhelmed. Yet, the emperor declined these proposals, citing his recent ascension and his unfamiliarity with the affairs of state and the welfare of the populace. Su Jie and others were astonished by Gao Gong's audacity and grew increasingly dissatisfied with this ambitious newcomer. Despite having attained the position of Left Minister of Personnel, Gao Gong remained insatiable. Thus, a new power struggle began to unfold, unnoticed by both Gao Gong and Zhu Ziqiang. Zhu Hozong, however, was aware of the brewing tensions, yet he chose to remain uninvolved. It was not due to laziness, but rather an acceptance that power struggles are inevitable and should be allowed to progress naturally. Zhu Hozong discerned the sense of crisis in Su Jie, Gao Gong's ambition, Feng Bao's desire for recognition, and Zhang Jujing's restlessness. Yet, he refrained from alerting his son, trusting that these individuals were self-aware and adhered to the rules, acting within the established framework. He observed with keen interest, watching the unfolding drama as his son navigated these challenges. In Jinling, in a small courtyard, Li Qing, Zhu Hozhao, Zhu Ziqiang, and Li Xiaobao gathered. This was a seminar initiated by Zhu Hozhao in response to the shifts occurring in the capital. News of the new emperor's ascension had already circulated. Li Qing expressed concern. Zhu Hozhao was filled with indignation, while his brother-in-law and younger uncle remained indifferent. What nonsense! Zhu Hozhao exclaimed in fury, lamenting his diligent practice of alchemical arts only to see this rascal retire prematurely. Does he not owe me any respect? The three looked at him quizzically, prompting Zhu Hozhao to bang his cane on the table in frustration. At this critical juncture, during one of the most pivotal times for the Ming Dynasty, he simply abandons his responsibilities. Can there be such an emperor? The three nodded in agreement. Indeed, there can be. Where does that happen? They replied. Zhu Hozhao's irritation persisted as Zhu Ziqiang remarked, Uncle, you seem to apply a double standard. While officials may act with impunity, The common folk must not light their lamps. You know nothing. Can the circumstances of my time be compared to the present? Li Qing sighed, acknowledging the differences. This issue is neither trivial nor monumental. The Ming Dynasty is engaged in numerous endeavors, and the emperor's sudden abdication is detrimental to the political landscape. Li Xiaobao, wishing to jest with his grandfather, thought better of it upon hearing his grandfather's sentiments. Instead, he offered a nervous laugh. The new emperor has already ascended. It is impossible for him to revert to being a prince, is it? That, of course, was out of the question. However, should the retired emperor immerse himself entirely in the pursuit of transcendence, the sacrifices made by the elder would likely be undermined. Li Qing lamented, regretting that the elder and the younger aunt were thousands of miles away. Otherwise, Zhu Hozhao interjected, saying that at this point, they should not concern themselves with the younger aunt. He suggested that when the merchant ships set sail in March, a servant from the Li family could deliver a letter, urging them to return promptly. Li Qing hesitated. Xiao Bao, feeling somewhat displeased, could not help but retort, "Grandfather Zhu, your words are rather excessive. It is not easy for our great-grandfather to find a moment of respite. How can you be so unfeeling? If Li Qing's efforts prove futile, it would be even more unjust to his labor." Zhu Hozhao remained unfazed by Xiao Bao's response. Li Qing pondered. The issue lies in the uncertainty of whether the elder and the younger aunt have changed locations. At this moment, no one knows where they are. The West is not limited to just one Britain. In this vast sea of humanity, how can we possibly find them? Shall I go? Xiao Bao eagerly suggested. Li Qing and Zhu Hozhao exclaimed in unison, "Silence." Zhu Zili thoughtfully proposed, "Uncle, why don't the two of us make a trip to the capital?" "Absolutely not." Li Qing firmly rejected. "Neither of you can be seen in public. If something were to go awry, the situation would only worsen." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hozhao remarked, "If we do not go, we can have him come to us." The three were taken aback. Zhu Hozhao chuckled, "I do not mean to say, but he would be eager to do so." Li Qing frowned. With the new emperor ascending the throne, is it truly safe for the retired emperor to travel far? Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. With the new emperor already crowned, the retired emperor has no need to fear for his safety. At this juncture, jeopardizing the emperor's security would be immensely risky and of little gain. No one would dare to undertake such a venture. Xiao Bao timidly interjected, "What if it's the new emperor?" Zhu Hozhao smacked him on the head, retorting harshly, "How highly do you regard the new emperor? And how little do you think of Jiajing?" Zhu Zili, feeling helpless, remarked, "Uncle, I sincerely believe you are overthinking this. Even if my father were to become the retired emperor, he would not entirely relinquish control. Otherwise, Mr. Li would not have departed so reassuredly." Zhu Hozhao replied, "Am I not allowed to think of my brother? Perhaps it is best to abandon the idea." Li Qing, too, felt a twinge of concern, acknowledging that Zhu Zili had a point. Over the decades, as a military general, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Then what do you want us to do?" he asked. "Issue a notice." Zhu Hozhao insisted. "You three, one military general, one child, and one blockhead. What deliberation could we possibly have? I've granted you face. Now just follow through without overstepping." "Zhu Shou, are you looking for a fight?" Zhu Zili and Xiao Bao quickly intervened, each grabbing one of them to prevent an imminent clash, their faces filled with exasperation. Zhu Hozhao continued, "Let us employ a dual approach. Draft a confidential letter for a servant to take to Britain to find the younger aunt, and compose another secret missive in the name of the eternal youth Marquis Li Qing to send to the capital. That shall be our course of action." In this critical moment, in terms of decisiveness, Li Qing found himself at a disadvantage compared to Zhu Hozhao, acknowledging that he was not as astute in understanding the broader picture. Thus, despite his anger at Zhu Hozhao's pretentiousness, he acquiesced. Meeting adjourned. Li Qing waved his sleeve and departed, with Xiao Bao trailing behind to offer comfort. However, Zhu Hozhao did not rush to leave and did not permit his nephew to do so either. "Uncle, do you have further matters to discuss?" Zhu Zili inquired, perplexed. Zhu Hozhao nodded gently, shedding the earlier recklessness, his face now a portrait of melancholy. Chapter 2. Relying on the mountains. It was the first time Zhu Zili witnessed his uncle in such a state, and he quickly offered words of consolation. "Uncle, I sincerely believe you are overthinking this. My father would never, I know." Zhu Hozhao replied calmly, "What I just displayed was merely an act." Zhu Zili was taken aback. "But, uncle, what is your intention?" "I am aging, and so is your father. Our time is no longer abundant." Zhu Hozhao sighed. While we still have the strength, let us gather once more, express what needs to be said, and allow you and your father some time together." An inexplicable sadness washed over Zhu Zili as he spoke. "Mr. Li will not remain absent forever. Uncle, you are still robust. And my father has not yet reached his 60th year. You are worrying unnecessarily," Zhu Hozhao remarked. "With the new emperor ascending the throne, he naturally wishes to achieve something significant. However, with the Grand Emperor watching from the sidelines, he will inevitably feel constrained. It is essential to grant him the space to truly gauge the capabilities of this new sovereign. From a malicious perspective, the new emperor has recently inherited the mantle and is too weak at this juncture to dare disturb your father. Should this moment pass, your father may never have the chance to venture out again." From the minister's viewpoint, the Grand Emperor's departure from the capital would facilitate their manipulation of the new emperor. Hence, they would not obstruct the Grand Emperor's journey south. Having ruled for 40 years, how could he not be weary? Li Qing deserves to rest, just as he does. Zhu Zili was momentarily stunned. Well, there is no need for sorrow. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves aside, and a new generation inevitably replaces the old. This, too, is a form of liberation for your father. Zhu Zili nodded in understanding and inquired, "Does your wish for Mr. Li to return carry deeper significance?" "There is no profound implication. It would be ideal for Li Qing to return, but if he does not, he has his reasons, and it bears no substantial consequence." "But both you and my father are growing old," Zhu Zili replied, his expression melancholic. "What if he truly does not return for over a decade? Then let it be 10 years or more," Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "Though I have always treated Li Qing as one to be utilized until his last breath, he does not see it that way. In truth, the current emperor holds little importance for him now." "Little importance?" "Indeed, since the promotion of simplified characters began," Zhu Hozhao stated. Zhu Zili was perplexed, his gaze seeking clarification. Zhu Hozhao refrained from elaborating, merely saying, "Li Qing's allegiance to the emperor serves the greater good of the Ming Dynasty. Should he withdraw that allegiance, it remains for the sake of the Ming as well. Therefore, do not conceive that Li Qing would tether the emperor's personal fate to that of the Ming as he did a century ago. Understand?" "I do not comprehend," Zhu Zili questioned. "Are you suggesting that the emperor may cease to be the emperor?" Zhu Hozhao shook his head. "The emperor is, of course, still the emperor. It is merely that his significance in Li Qing's heart has diminished." Zhu Zili, engulfed in sorrow, stood in stunned silence. "So, does this mean Mr. Li will no longer concern himself with the emperor's life or death? Why are you so slow to grasp this?" Zhu Hozhao said with exasperation. "I have already stated that it is simply a matter of diminished significance. Uncle, do you truly not have much time left? What? Are you reluctant to see your uncle depart?" "I am," Zhu Zili admitted, his eyes glistening, utterly devoid of adult composure. "Ah, who among us can escape death? Li Qing cannot live indefinitely. Why ponder so far ahead? After all, uncle is no longer with us." Subsequently, Zhu Hozhao's smile faded, and he spoke softly. "Your aunt has little time left, and I too am not blessed with abundance. Alas, our cousinly bond is not particularly strong. You must not emulate us. Uncle, why do you speak as if you were delivering a last testament?" Zhu Zili said, feeling quite anxious. Zhu Hozhao hesitated, his frustration evident. "You, rascal, truly have a knack for ruining the mood. Enough of this, let us change the subject. How is your brother, Zhu Zion?" "Zion has always been composed," Zhu Zili replied. Zhu Hozhao awaited further elaboration, but none came. "Is that all?" Zhu Zili replied awkwardly. "Compared to my father and uncle, Zion certainly has his shortcomings, yet he surpasses me." "Very well then. I had presumed you were an exception," Zhu Hozhao sighed, shaking his head. "It appears the apple does not fall far from the tree." With that, he stood with the aid of his cane and said, "Your father will undoubtedly come. Cherish this meeting." Zhu Zili nodded somberly, understanding that this might very well be his last encounter with his father. In the grand hall of the palace, Zhu Zion spoke at length, while Zhu Hozhong remained lost in thought. After a while, he remarked, "Zion, you need not seek my counsel on every matter. You are now the emperor. While your father can guide you, it is essential that you cultivate your own thoughts and convictions." Zhu Hozhong, feeling exasperated, said, "Must I be the one to make all the decisions? You are the emperor, not I. I am not fit to compare with my father." "Fool!" Zhu Hozhong erupted in anger, though his fury soon subsided into a sigh. "Are you afraid of failing and incurring my wrath? Son, do not strive for perfection. No one is flawless from the onset. especially in the role of emperor, Zhu Hozhong advised with resignation. Imagine that your father has already passed. Do not let the weight of expectation bind you. Understood, father. Shall I make room for you? Zhu Ziyan inquired. What? Zhu Ziyan was taken aback. Prepare to take a stroll. Feel free to act as you wish. Zhu Ziyan was startled. Your Majesty, your health is invaluable. Silence. Zhu Hozhong scolded. Look at you. You exhibit none of the poise of a sovereign. You resemble a child who is yet to be weaned. Truly, you have ascended the throne in vain. Father, please reconsider. Zhu Ziyan implored. Having reconsidered, Zhu Hozhong replied with a stern expression, I have come to understand that you merely take advantage of your circumstances, relying on me without any inclination to challenge yourself. Today, there are matters at hand. I owe 1,003. My dear ones, do not wait. Let us reconvene tomorrow for a fresh start. Chapter 3. Purging the Administration, Your Majesty. When shall we depart? Huang Jin inquired, rubbing his hands together. Zhu Hozhong cast him a sidelong glance and jested. Are you that eager? It matters not to me. As long as you are pleased, Huang Jin chuckled. As long as I am with your Majesty, it matters not where we go. Zhu Hozhong smirked slightly and said, Times have changed. The new emperor has ascended the throne, and we no longer need to be clandestine. Go, summon Liu Bing. Very well. In the Qianqing Palace, an impassioned Zhu Ziyan called for the equally fervent Gao Gong. Your previous counsel, dear minister, has been a subject of my contemplation over these recent days, pondered and repondered, with discernible merit. Yet, it must be noted that one cannot achieve greatness in a single endeavor. Thus, it is prudent to address matters one step at a time. Zhu Ziqian said thoughtfully. Throughout history, the purging of corruption within governance has always been of paramount importance. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile embankment can be destroyed by an ant's burrow. Thus, eradicating the pests of the state is beneficial for both the nation and its people at any time. Your Majesty is wise. Gao Gong eagerly praised, his face alight with anticipation. Zhu Ziqian did not disappoint him, declaring, I intend to initiate an imperial inspection shortly, co-led by the cabinet and the Ministry of Personnel. The Grand Minister's affairs are extensive. Thus, as the left Assistant Minister of Personnel, you must exert yourself diligently. It is widely acknowledged that when the emperor requires one's toil, it often precedes one's elevation in rank. Having endured the trials of the royal furnace, Gao Gong was not one to resign himself to obscurity now that the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. I shall obey your command, my sovereign, and devote myself wholeheartedly to this task. He replied, his countenance flushed with excitement. Zhu Ziqian smiled gently and inquired, Do you require an assistant? Gao Gong discerned the underlying implication. As the left Assistant Minister of Personnel, second only to the minister himself, he had no shortage of aides. The emperor's inquiry was undoubtedly aimed at nurturing other talents beyond his own. However, Gao Gong harbored no envy. With the new emperor's ascent to the throne, it was only natural to cultivate a new political force. As a favored figure of the new ruler, he would undoubtedly emerge as a leader within this fresh political assembly. Your Majesty, in your boundless benevolence, please instruct me, he said. I propose Zhang Jujing, who has just returned from the provinces and possesses both local insight and minimal entanglements with court officials, to serve as your assistant. What do you think? Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Zhang Jujing is indeed a capable minister, Gao Gong responded respectfully, his spirits lifted. Understanding oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. Winning over Su Jie's students would undoubtedly yield far greater results against him. Since the Crown Prince's ascension was on the horizon, Gao Gong's singular focus had been Su Jie. As for Zhang Jujing, he did not view him as a political adversary. Moreover, he was confident in securing Zhang's allegiance. After all, when the Crown Prince was merely the Prince of Yu, Zhang had proactively aligned himself with him. Now that the Prince of Yu had become the emperor, it was evident whom Zhang would choose. Zhu Ziqian smiled, stating, My decision to appoint Zhang Jujing is entirely due to your endorsement, dear minister. I trust your judgment in recognizing talent. You may convey this edict. Upon hearing this, Gao Gong was profoundly moved and replied with utmost respect. I shall not fail in my mission, nor betray your expectations, your Majesty. Zhu Ziqian nodded lightly and instructed, Prepare swiftly to carry out this task. Yes, I take my leave, Gao Gong said, bowing deeply as he exited the grand hall. Zhu Ziqian pondered for a moment and then addressed his close attendant. Summon Su Jie. Yes, a little over half a quarter of an hour later. Su Jie entered the grand hall accompanied by a young eunuch. He feigned a slight breathlessness to demonstrate his reverence for the new emperor, and upon entering, he bowed deeply. I, Su Jie, pay my respects to your majesty. Do not stand on ceremony, Zhu Ziqian replied, showcasing his affection for the elder minister with a warm smile. Bring a chair for Minister Su. Without waiting for Su Jie to express his modesty, Zhu Ziyan smiled and said, during the reign of my father, when discussing matters of state, Su Aiqing always had a seat at the table. Now that I ascend the throne, it is only fitting that he continues to have one. Su Aiqing is a pillar of our nation. How could I not cherish him? Understanding this as a gesture of goodwill from the new emperor, Su Jie quickly accepted and humbly replied, I have achieved no merit. It is all due to the wisdom and benevolence of the late emperor, as well as your own illustrious virtues. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they moved on to the main topic. Zhu Ziyan cleared his throat and stated, in ancient times, wise rulers governed the realm by recognizing and utilizing the talents of their subjects, selecting the virtuous and capable, and remaining vigilant in matters of state. Our esteemed ancestors, from the great Emperor Gao to Emperor Cheng and the late emperor, have all adhered to this principle. If the administration is not transparent, how can the realm be clear? Despite annual efforts to rectify the bureaucracy, the pervasive corruption remains difficult to eradicate. Only through diligence can we achieve great governance. While the Ming Dynasty flourishes, it also harbors many afflictions. Thus, I wish to initiate a thorough inspection of the capital. What say you, Su Aiqing? Having invoked the examples of virtuous rulers and the dynastic emperors of the Ming, Su Jie felt he could hardly object. Traditionally, upon ascending the throne, new emperors who sought to govern effectively invariably began by addressing bureaucratic corruption. This initiative, backed by countless precedents, was entirely reasonable, leaving Su Jie with no grounds for refusal. Your Majesty is indeed wise, he promptly declared. I am willing to assist you in purging the bureaucracy of our great Ming, ensuring clarity in our governance. Zhu Ziyan nodded with a smile. I kindly request that you draft an edict to be disseminated from the capital to the provinces, announcing the commencement of the inspections in March. He paused, adding, the execution of this task will be overseen by Gao Gong and Zhang Juzhing, while you, Su Aiqing, shall oversee the overall direction. Su Jie was momentarily taken aback, but respectfully replied, I shall obey your command. Although Gao Gong was being entrusted with such significant responsibilities, which stirred a sense of discomfort in Su Jie, he found some solace in the knowledge that his own student was also among those favored. He recognized that the emperor's decision carried an intention to placate him. Su Jie could not help but ponder. Had the new emperor, so soon after his ascension, already demonstrated such astute political acumen? Was this entirely his own initiative, or had he received counsel from the late emperor? He found himself uncertain. Regardless of the source, the new emperor's demeanor today instilled in Su Jie a greater sense of respect and trepidation. Clearly, while the new emperor may not have reached the heights of the late emperor, he was not as easily swayed as one might have presumed. The initial decree encountered no opposition, which greatly pleased Zhu Ziyan and bolstered his confidence. He exhaled, saying, the purpose of summoning Su Aiqing today extends beyond the matter of bureaucratic reform. There is another significant issue, a matter of even greater import. An issue of greater importance? Su Jie was momentarily taken aback and inquired respectfully, please, Your Majesty, enlighten me. The Ming silver currency. Upon hearing this, Su Jie silently lamented, instinctively fearing that the emperor intended to drain resources from the merchant guilds once more. However, the emperor's subsequent remarks left him utterly astonished. The court had reached an agreement with the Kingdom of Britain to sell steamships in exchange for Ming silver currency, with plans to later sell formidable artillery and firearms. Su Jie was taken aback. As the Grand Secretary and a high-ranking official, he was well acquainted with the state of affairs in the Ming. Yet this revelation was entirely new to him. When had the court established such an agreement with Britain? His understanding of Britain was limited to a nation of tea-loving Westerners, and he knew nothing beyond that. Your Majesty, when did this happen? Su Jie suddenly felt like an outsider in the political arena, a sense of crisis enveloping him. Zhu Ziqian smiled and replied, it was a recent event. Feng Bao brought back news through maritime trade. Do you not consider this a moment of great joy, Su Qing? Su Jie clicked his tongue, anxious as he said, Your Majesty, this seems outside the jurisdiction of the Court of Rights. Setting aside this recent harvest, it is improper for eunuchs to interfere in governance. Zhu Ziqian reassured him, you misunderstand. It is neither the court of rights nor feng bao. To be frank, I learned of this not long ago, along with my father. Su Jie was taken aback and blurted out, "The Duke of Yongqing? Indeed, you are quite astute, Su Aiqing." Zhu Zaiqian nodded. The Kingdom of Britain has suffered greatly under the oppression of the Franks and is in dire need of means for self-preservation. They possess resources that our Ming Dynasty requires. Zhu Zaiqian did not conceal the truth. Such matters cannot be hidden, nor is there any need to do so. Of course, he did not divulge everything. For instance, he refrained from discussing the undisclosed matters between Li Qing and the Queen. After listening intently, Su Jie found himself lost in thought. So, the Kingdom of Britain must first exchange goods for silver, and then use that silver to purchase warships and other military equipment. With the pricing power entirely in the hands of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Zaiqian nodded. Indeed, should Britain withstand the Franks and even seize resources from them, our financial income will significantly increase. Su Jie swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, how much of this surplus revenue will enter the national treasury? And how much will go into the inner treasury? Zhu Zaiqian furrowed his brows slightly and retorted, "What do you think, Su Aiqing?" Su Jie chuckled awkwardly. "Be it the national treasury or the inner treasury, they all belong to your majesty. How they are allocated is at your majesty's discretion." After a pause, he continued, "Your majesty, with all due respect, historically, the court's financial income has typically been divided into 7 parts for the national treasury and 3 parts for the inner treasury. Now, it seems to have reversed. Apart from grain, the national treasury is almost depleted and lacks funds, which is indeed troubling." Su Jie sighed. Money and grain are the cornerstones of the nation, while officials are its backbone. Without resources, how can the backbone possess confidence? The specifics of the inner treasury's finances are unknown to anyone. Officials can only see the national treasury. If this situation continues, the flourishing Ming Dynasty will lose its credibility. This was not mere exaggeration. It is said that the Ming is prosperous and flourishing, yet the national treasury remains empty. Such a state of affairs has persisted for several years. If this trend continues, over time, officials will naturally begin to doubt the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Zaiqian understood this, as did Zhu Hozong. But understanding does little good. The treasury lacks funds, and so does the inner treasury. The scale of court expenditures is evident. Had it not been for the Li family's cooperation in this charade, the finances would have already faced a crisis. For years, the court has been in a state of true deficit, merely living off borrowed resources. Yet, such matters cannot be openly discussed. If concealed, ministers will perceive the emperor as tyrannical. If not concealed, confidence will truly dissipate. In such a situation, the Ming Dynasty finds itself in a state of deficit. Can it still be deemed a flourishing era? At least those in power are unlikely to believe so. Should doubts arise from the top down, the consequences could be incalculable. Zhu Zaiqian remained silent for a moment before stating, "This matter shall be given my earnest consideration." Su Jie let out a slight sigh of relief and clasped his hands in agreement. Chapter 4. Su Gaozhong. Alas, the royal treasury lacks funds. Zhu Zaiqian lamented. Speaking to himself, "Do not think that you do not believe, for I too find this absurd. It is excessively extravagant." After a spell of solitary melancholy, Zhu Zaiqian began to fret over the new policies. The rectification of governance has been a task that emperors across dynasties have undertaken upon ascending the throne. The examination of officials is indeed a system of the Ming Dynasty. This is not a novel reform. Zhu Zaiqian pondered deeply for quite some time, yet found himself at a loss. In truth, he could hardly be blamed. His late father left him little leeway. Thus, there was scant opportunity for innovation. New policies, deficits. New policies, deficits, Zhu Zaiqian murmured repeatedly, feeling overwhelmed. The financial deficit of the court could not be concealed indefinitely. Both income and expenditure were matters of clear record. His father managed to keep it hidden from the ministers only because, during times of fiscal surplus, he had hoarded a significant amount. And his royal uncle had also left behind considerable wealth, which led to the ministers having no concrete understanding of the treasury's riches. However, such a situation could not persist. The reality of the deficit would eventually surface. A heavy heart weighed upon Zhu Zaiqian, his gaze vacant. What shall I do? Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as if a thought had struck him. Excitement gradually supplanted his despair as he murmured, the new policy could be about generating revenue. At last, Zhu Zaiqian had found a thread amidst the chaos and began to explore ideas, concentrating on how to amass funds. In the Grand High Pavilion, Lu Bing arrived upon summons. Bowing respectfully, your servant pays his respects to the Supreme Emperor. Please, no need for formalities, Zhu Hozong replied with a pleasant demeanor. I am preparing to journey south to the Jiangnan region. Would you care to accompany me? If he did not wish for Lu Bing to join, he would not have summoned him. After a moment of astonishment, Lu Bing respectfully replied, It would be my honor, Your Majesty. Huang Jin chuckled. It has been far too long since we have enjoyed each other's company. However, Lu Bing did not share Huang Jin's lightheartedness. The Supreme Emperor's priceless life was at stake, and such excursions were fraught with risks. As the head of the Imperial Guard, he bore the responsibility for security and had little inclination for leisure. Your Majesty, may I have some time to prepare? Zhu Hozong nodded with a smile, saying, There is no rush. The river's ice has yet to thaw. We shall commence our journey in March. Thus you have ample time to make arrangements. Lu Bing felt somewhat relieved and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, this time we need not conceal our intentions, correct? With the new emperor having ascended, there was no longer a need for secrecy. Zhu Hozong nodded slightly. However, let us not make too grand an affair. 100 or so skilled individuals from the inner court will suffice. That is too few. Let us consider 500 then. 200. 400. 150. Your servant shall comply. I will make the necessary arrangements. Su Qing, you mentioned that the emperor intends to initiate the examination of officials and has appointed you to oversee it. Shall I serve as your deputy? What? Uncle Da is unwilling. Gao Gong jested. If Master Zhang feels it beneath him, I shall request the emperor to appoint another. Ah, Su Qing truly has a way with words. Zhang Jujing inhaled deeply, bowing profoundly. Thank you, brother Su Qing. Gao Gong feigned generosity. Nonsense. I merely seek to elevate the worthy for the sake of the nation, believing in the capabilities of my younger brother Zhang. The emperor's directive to convey such an edict was intended for Gao Gong to accept this favor without reservation. Uncle Da, the emperor aspires to achieve great ambitions. As his loyal subjects, we must dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly and not be distracted by external matters. Gao Gong, with a serious expression, stated, As a left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the emperor entrusts us with significant responsibilities, which is a tremendous honor and grace that must not be squandered. Zhang Jujing nodded earnestly. Though you do not say it, brother Su Qing, I am well aware that such matters may indeed offend others. Yet, being a servant of the emperor entails sharing in his burdens, and I shall not disappoint him, nor shall I let you down, brother Su Qing. After a pause, he sincerely added, You have garnered the emperor's trust, having risen from the position of sacrificial scholar at the Imperial Academy to the left assistant minister, which has undoubtedly drawn envious glances. Now, taking on such a monumental task will surely provoke discontent. During the capital's inspections, should any difficulties or unpleasantness arise, let me handle those matters. Gao Gong had always held Zhang Jujing in high regard, and hearing these words fostered a sense of closeness. He feigned displeasure, saying, Brother Su Qing, such remarks seem to belittle me. Do you think I, Gao Gong, am only fit for enjoying wealth and nobility and incapable of enduring hardships? Am I merely someone who shies away from challenges? Zhang Jujing, with a serious demeanor, replied, Now is not the time for modesty. Currently, there is only Chancellor Su in the cabinet, and this situation will not persist. The emperor's intention in appointing you to lead the capital's inspections is evident. You are certainly not one to shy away from difficulties. Yet, if we were to disappoint the emperor's sincere intentions, we must weigh the consequences. Before Gao Gong could utter more formalities, Zhang Jujing continued, I am not a favored courtier in the presence of the new emperor. The other ministers harbor no subjective malice towards me. Moreover, he chuckled, Brother Su Qing, you are aware that I share a connection with Chancellor Su. In light of Chancellor Su's standing, many dignitaries will not hold my shortcomings against me. How could I fail to reciprocate your kindness? His words were both sincere and truthful, entirely considerate of Gao Gong's feelings, which naturally touched him. Gao Gong took a deep breath and said, With your kind words, Brother Zhang, should I indeed have the fortune to enter the cabinet, I shall advocate for worthy individuals for both public and private reasons. As he spoke, he gazed intently at Zhang Jujing, inquiring, Brother Zhang, how old is Chancellor Su this year? Chancellor Su is quite advanced in years, Zhang Jujing replied, maintaining his composure, and sighed lightly. His diligent service over the decades is truly commendable. Gao Gong's lips curled into a slight smile before returning to his usual demeanor, nodding, Indeed, it is commendable. Zhang Zhuxing exhaled with relief and remarked with a smile, "Fortunately, with you, Brother Suqing, I believe that once you enter the cabinet, Chancellor Su will find his burdens considerably lightened." Gao Gong nodded with a smile. He was quite pleased with Zhang Zhuxing's attitude and felt no concern regarding potential threats from him in the future. In terms of capability, he considered himself superior to Zhang Zhuxing, and in terms of connections, he believed he surpassed him significantly, leaving no reason for worry. Conversely, Su Jie was his true rival. In high spirits, Gao Gong declared, "Brother Zhang, let us proceed to the Ministry of Personnel. Lord Gao should refer to me as Director Zhang," Zhang Zhuxing reminded him. "In matters of official business, one must observe the hierarchy." Ha. Understood. It shall not happen again." In the evening at Su's residence, the master and disciple sat facing each other. Su Jie remarked, "Uncle Da, Gao Gong is too ostentatious. You must be cautious, lest you find yourself stained by the fallout of the capital's inspections." Zhang Zhuxing nodded slightly and hesitated before speaking. "Master Su, as his deputy, if I remain silent and do nothing about Gao Gong, it would be a disservice to His Majesty. My ability to serve as Gao Gong's deputy is largely due to your esteemed reputation, Master Su. If I take no action, it would reflect poorly on you as well. I believe the Emperor's intention here is to test you. Our relationship is no secret, and no matter what I do, the Emperor will inevitably associate it with you." Su Jie furrowed his brow, contemplating his response. "Your analysis is astute. Indeed, we cannot afford to be perfunctory. However, you must not emulate Gao Gong. Remember, the bird that sticks its head out is the one that gets shot." Zhang Zhuxing understood. He respectfully acknowledged this and after a moment's reflection said, "Master Su, there is something I am uncertain whether I should voice. Is there anything between us that cannot be said?" Su Jie replied, somewhat displeased. "Speak freely. Why the hesitation?" Zhang Zhuxing awkwardly nodded, then earnestly continued, "The Emperor has elevated Gao Gong to the position of Left Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, immediately followed by entrusting him with the affairs of the capital's inspections. It is almost as if he is revealing his intentions openly." Su Jie fell silent for a moment, then gently nodded. "Indeed, the Emperor is clearly indicating his desire to include Gao Gong in the cabinet. Your insight is commendable, Master Zhang." Zhang Zhuxing inclined his head and inquired, "Master Su, if the Emperor insists on including Gao Gong in the cabinet, can you withstand it?" Su Jie responded with a hint of irritation. "You truly hold me in high regard, my student. The number of grand secretaries in the cabinet has never been fixed. Prior to the Hongzhi era, it was generally more than 3. However, during the Hongzhi reign, the 3 outstanding ministers became so renowned that the cabinet, having triumphed in its internal conflicts, maintained a fixed number of 3. Currently, I am the only one in the cabinet. It is only reasonable for the Emperor to add more members." Su Jie suddenly paused, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Are you suggesting that I recommend Gao Gong for this position?" Zhang Zhuxing candidly replied, "If you cannot oppose it, why not go with the flow?" Su Jie scrutinized Zhang Zhuxing, his gaze profound. Zhang Zhuxing met his scrutiny with composure and stated, "I believe this approach offers 3 advantages. First, it aligns with the Emperor's wishes, fostering a sense of closeness between him and you, Master Su. Second, it is beneficial for Gao Gong, as should he continue to treat you with disdain, it would be deemed ignoble. Third, if Gao Gong remains adamant in his rivalry with you, he will surely incur the Emperor's displeasure." Zhang Zhuxing continued, "With the new Emperor ascending the throne, he wishes to expand his ambitions, and employing Gao Gong is aimed at rejuvenating the court. However, if Gao Gong's obstinate behavior hinders the Emperor's endeavors, can he still be tolerated?" Su Jie was momentarily taken aback, his expression softening as he sighed. "The younger generation is indeed formidable. They are truly formidable." Zhang Zhuxing humbly responded, "You flatter me, Master Su. It is merely that Gao Gong's aggressive demeanor has stirred your emotions, thus making it difficult for you to think calmly. This is not your fault." Su Jie chuckled wryly, saying, "With each new emperor comes a new courtier. Ever since the crown prince ascended the throne, I have had a strong premonition that my tenure as the chief grand secretary may not last long." "You are mistaken, Master Su," Zhang Zhuxing asserted earnestly. "You are irreplaceable. Gao Gong cannot take your place." Su Jie gently shook his head, lamenting, "No one can enjoy a prolonged period of fortune, and no flower blooms eternally. There is no such thing as perpetual prosperity, save for that prodigy." Zhang Zhuxing thought of Li Qing, his eyes brightening as he tentatively asked, "Master Su, Do you know the recent circumstances of the Duke of Yongqing? Today, I learned that Su Jie cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly remarked, "What? Do you wish to learn from Lord Yongqing?" Zhang Jujing chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Su sure, you jest. While I indeed harbor such aspirations, I lack the courage. And even more so, the means." He continued, "It has simply been a while since I last heard any news of him, and I am somewhat curious." Su Jie responded affirmatively, stating, "That fellow has gone to Britain." Zhang Jujing, taken aback, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Su sure, where's Britain exactly?" "I cannot tell you precisely, but it is certainly far away, a small barbaric nation to the west." Su Jie candidly shared the information he had recently acquired from the emperor. Zhang Jujing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of fervor. A true man ought to aspire this way. Yet, shortly thereafter, he was overcome by a sense of despondency. Li Qing was simply too formidable, inspiring a sense of hopelessness. Striving to regain his composure, Zhang Jujing mused, "So, does this imply that the financial revenue of the Ming will experience a significant increase?" Su Jie cautioned, "Let us not be overly optimistic. This may merely be the emperor's wishful thinking. How much purchasing power can a small barbaric nation truly possess? What about its capacity for supplying goods?" He further elaborated, "Moreover, even if there is indeed a substantial increase in revenue, if it all funnels into the inner treasury, it would not be a cause for celebration." Zhang Jujing frowned inwardly, disagreeing with this assessment. He forced a laugh, saying, "Regardless, it is not wholly negative. Money will ultimately flow into the great cauldron of the Ming." Su Jie hesitated briefly, shaking his head slightly. "You are unaware of many matters due to your lack of high office. Thus, your perspective is limited. In truth, the financial situation of the Ming, particularly in recent years, is rather grim." "How can this be?" Zhang Jujing could not fathom. "Is it possible that the abundant taxes are insufficient?" "The reality is that they are insufficient," Su Jie sighed. "I even suspect that the inner treasury holds little wealth." Zhang Jujing was taken aback. "Do not be too astonished. This is not impossible. The court's income and expenditure can be calculated. But what cannot be determined is the amount of silver left in the inner treasury before Emperor Wuzong's passing, as well as how much was intercepted by the emperor during the years when the finances were not in deficit." Su Jie remarked, "The deficit in recent years is far greater than you might imagine, significantly so. The inner treasury has also spent extensively, with most expenditures coming from it. I estimate that the current reserves in the inner treasury do not exceed 10 million taels." Suppressing a laugh, Zhang Jujing queried, "Are you suggesting, Su sure, that the Ming has become a paper tiger?" "Perhaps I am simply being overly cautious," Su Jie sighed, then shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on this. A newly appointed official is often fervent, especially when it is the emperor. During this inspection, the emperor will undoubtedly be closely monitoring. One must not be perfunctory. Nor should one escalate every matter to extremes. One must strike a balance." Zhang Jujing acknowledged, "I understand." Su Jie added, "Before the conclusion of the inspection, unless there are pressing matters, you need not visit." He advised, "Remember, a tight external stance paired with a relaxed internal approach is the key to achieving a harmonious outcome." "Yes, I shall adhere to your teachings, Su sure." Su Jie nodded slightly, his gaze filled with concern, worried for both the finances of the Ming and his own political future. As the edicts from the capital circulated, they soon reached the provinces, prefectures, states, and counties, stirring a tempest beneath the tranquil surface. The Jingsha system was instituted during the Ming Dynasty, with the emperor aiming for a clear governance, rendering any opposition unthinkable. The populace, keenly aware of the changes within the government even before the Jingsha commenced, noted an evident transformation in the demeanor of officials. Not only did the county magistrates exhibit a more benevolent countenance, but even the minor clerks appeared more amiable. Zhu Hozong expressed satisfaction with his son's adherence to protocol, subtly advising him as spring approached, with just over a month remaining before the onset of summer. Despite the lingering chill that still caused ice to form on water vessels in the early mornings, the Grand Canal had become navigable. The trio of swordsmen, accompanied by skilled bodyguards from the inner court, seized the opportunity to indulge in abundant feasting while traveling from the capital to Tongzhou. Huang Jin, still yearning for more, remarked on the convenience brought by the steam locomotive, despite its slower pace compared to a galloping horse. Its exceptional smoothness and lack of jolts made it far more comfortable than the imperial dragon carriage. Lu Bing jested, suggesting Huang Jin might as well return while he and the former emperor ventured to Jiangnan. Such fanciful thinking, Huang Jin retorted. Can you truly serve the former emperor well? Enough of this banter, interrupted Zhu Hozong. Let us board the ship. Shall we not take a moment to rest, Your Majesty? There's no need. One can rest aboard the vessel, Zhu Hozong declared, already eager to proceed, striding ahead of the others, who hurried to catch up. The group of well-armed bodyguards encircled the three, maintaining a vigilant watch. With Zhu Hozong's departure, officials in the capital felt a profound sense of relief, significantly alleviating the psychological burden imposed by the Jingcha. Many high-ranking officials astutely realized that this time, Emperor Jiajing had genuinely delegated authority, sincerely embracing his role as the former emperor, while the new emperor would assume the true mantle of leadership. This was a momentous signal of optimism for all involved. Consequently, the previously tranquil political landscape began to ripple with change. Zhu Zion's honeymoon period officially came to an end, and the pressure intensified sharply. Zhu Hozong was well aware of this, yet he understood that such experiences were essential for an emperor's growth. Without enduring trials, how could one mature? The party did not head directly to Jinling. Upon reaching Suzhou, Zhu Hozong disembarked, eager to reunite with an old acquaintance. At the provincial governor's office, he stood before the entrance, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, Liu Bing emerged to report, "Former Emperor, Governor Yang, is ready to receive you." Zhu Hozong nodded slightly and entered, greeted by the exclamations of "Long live the former emperor." Finally, he met his old friend Yang Shen, who had aged considerably and could barely perform the ceremonial bow with the assistance of Shen Lian. Zhu Hozong did not spare him the formality, allowing him to rise only after the exchange of greetings. Observing Yang Shen in such a frail state tempered Zhu Hozong's lingering ire. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Hozong inquired, "In years past, you spoke of the nation nurturing its scholars for over a century, devoted to duty and loyalty. Today, facing such treatment, do you harbor regrets?" Yang Shen shook his head slightly, exhibiting commendable fortitude. Zhu Hozong chuckled softly, his expression inscrutable. "Do you long to return home?" The implication was clear. Should Yang Shen wish it, Zhu Hozong would grant him the chance to return to his roots. However, the words he wished to convey did not escape Yang Shen's lips. Since ancient times, it has been customary for subjects to present themselves before the emperor. Today, the emperor graces a subject with his presence, which reveals the sovereign's fondness for his humble servant, leaving Yang Shen in a state of trepidation. With a smile, Yang Shen paused momentarily before inquiring, "What brings the Grand Emperor to Suzhou?" At the sight of Yang Shen's demeanor, Zhu Hozong uncontrollably recalled his father, his expression darkening as he replied coolly, "What? Does Scholar Yang intend to impeach me?" Yang Shen offered a bitter smile, fell silent for a moment, and then recited the virtues of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the fame of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The 7 heroes and 5 overlords contended during the spring and autumn period. In an instant, fortunes rise and fall, a few names inscribed in the annals of history, while countless desolate mounds lie in the north. The fields sown by predecessors are reaped by their descendants. What of the dragon's struggle and the tiger's fight? Shen Lian felt a shiver run through him, while Liu Bing's countenance grew grave. Huang Jin squinted his eyes, yet Zhu Hozong remained remarkably composed. He understood that Yang Shen was merely engaging in self-mockery, perhaps also expressing a sense of apology for past actions. Thus, he retorted with sarcasm, "Indeed. It was a fierce contest back then." Yang Shen chuckled softly, his murky eyes fixed on Zhu Hozong as he remarked, "Your Majesty is now the Grand Emperor. Why bother?" Zhu Hozong fell silent. Shen Lian seized the opportunity to smooth over the tension, stating, "Grand Emperor, we received a battle report yesterday. 5 days prior, Qi Jiguang engaged the Japanese pirates in Taizhou, annihilating over 700 foes with 0 casualties on our side." Zhu Hozong reined in his emotions, nodding with a smile as he inquired, "Such a victory. Shall we expedite the report to the court?" Shen Lian respectfully replied, "Naturally, it has already been reported. It should be reaching the capital shortly." "The Japanese pirates are becoming increasingly audacious," Liu Bing declared indignantly. "Do they truly believe the court cannot contend with Japan?" Shen Lian chuckled awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying. Yang Shen interjected, "It is futile. Japan lacks a unified government. With numerous daimyos governing independently, there is no one to exert pressure upon." Liu Bing was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Zhu Hozong maintained a composed demeanor, casting a glance at Yang Shun before pondering aloud. Let us find a quiet place. Indeed, Grand Emperor, please, Shun Lian responded, leading the way as Yang Shun followed at a leisurely pace. In Yang Shun's study, as the group departed, only the two sovereigns remained, enveloped in a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. In truth, the grievances each harbored towards the other had long since dissipated with the passage of time. Yet, the initial uproar had been too grand, leaving both parties unable to save face. Now, although the resentment had faded, neither could lower themselves to admit fault. It was akin to a couple meeting again after a prolonged separation, no longer fixated on the reasons for their breakup, yet incapable of rekindling their romance. After a prolonged silence, Yang Shun broke the quiet, choosing to eschew the past, and instead addressed the present, asking, "Has the Grand Emperor reached a decision regarding the status of Southern Jili?" "I have long since made a decision. Did you not know?" Zhu Hozong replied. Yang Shun pondered briefly before stating, "Forgive my frankness, but Southern Jili cannot truly achieve independence. The best outcome would be its incorporation into Jiangsu." Zhu Hozong scoffed. "Then let it linger. The court has ample time. Prolonging matters is of no consequence." Yang Shun chose not to dwell on this further, redirecting the conversation, now that Jiangnan has been divided into Jiangsu and Anhui. Should not the governor of Jiangnan be revised as well? Zhu Hozong glanced at the increasingly frail Yang Shun and replied nonchalantly, "I believe it is unnecessary." Yang Shun offered a rueful smile and inquired, "What of Shun Lian? Do you think he can bear the responsibilities of a governor for two provinces?" "Certainly. Later, report to the emperor. The plaque at the governor's office should be replaced with governor of Su and Wan," Zhu Hozong said slowly. He then inquired, "Did Li Qing visit 2 years ago?" "Indeed," came the reply. "What did he tell you?" "He spoke of matters that were truly alarming." Yang Shun glanced at Zhu Hozong and asked, "The Grand Emperor must also be aware, right?" Zhu Hozong nodded slightly, pondering, "What do you think?" "Too reckless." Yang Shun voiced his concerns. "The actions of the Earl of Yongqing are genuinely disconcerting. To be frank, I do not harbor much optimism." "What does the Grand Emperor think?" Zhu Hozong sighed bitterly. "Does my opinion matter? I cannot halt it, nor can the Emperor. No one can stop it." Chapter 6. An exception. Yang Shun was taken aback. In his impression, the Jiajing Emperor had always been a self-important, even arrogant ruler, one who would not concede defeat, a monarch who deemed himself unparalleled. Zhu Hozong, understanding his thoughts, lamented, "In truth, the tone was set from the time of your father. By the time I took over, the momentum was lost. It is not that I do not wish to act, but that I am unable to." "My father?" Yang Shun pondered, recalling that the Zhengde era promoted simplified characters. Although it was Li Qing's initiative, the emperor acquiesced, and credit also goes to your father. At that time, the situation was unclear. Your father may have been unaware, or perhaps only partially aware, but it was all for you. Zhu Hozong remarked, "Li Qing is not a man of compassion, otherwise. How could such a busy individual travel thousands of miles to send you into exile?" Yang Shun suddenly understood, muttering, "No wonder the Earl of Yongqing mentioned not wanting to break his promise. May I inquire, where is the Earl of Yongqing now?" "In Britain." Yang Shun pondered for a moment, bewildered. "That does not seem to be a vassal state of our Ming Dynasty, but rather a small western nation thousands of miles away." Zhu Hozong explained, "Through his efforts, the court has established a trade partnership with Britain, thus opening a new financial avenue for the court." Yang Shun was taken aback, then found it amusing. The court's trade with Western nations seems to have been ongoing for many years. Even if the Earl of Yongqing does not participate, it is different. It involves trade settled with Ming silver notes. Silver notes? Yes, the currency used among members of the merchant guild for transactions, Zhu Hozong elaborated. "They first earn silver notes, and then use them to purchase our ships and munitions." Yang Shun was astonished. How did the Earl persuade them? Zhu Hozong recalled the undisclosed dealings between Li Qing and the Queen of Britain, cleared his throat, and said, "Who knows? You know he always finds a way." Yang Shun was momentarily stunned but accepted this notion. Selling arms, well, that is not unfeasible, with a profitable avenue. It could also accelerate the pace of research and development. He gently nodded, asking, "The Earl of Yongqing did not travel thousands of miles merely for Britain, did he?" "Britain alone suffices." Zhu Hozong briefly outlined Li Qing's intentions to support Britain and the benefits it would bring to the Ming Dynasty. He concluded, "Aside from that, Li Qing's journey to Britain likely has reformative objectives." Upon hearing this, Yang Shun furrowed his brow deeply. What could a small, barbaric Western nation possibly teach the Ming Dynasty? Perhaps it is a matter of learning from each other's strengths and absorbing nutrients. Zhu Hozhong sighed softly. Years ago, he replied to my letter, detailing his observations there, which indeed possessed certain merits. Yang Shen, unconvinced, sighed and remarked, the Duke of Yongqing possesses many admirable qualities, yet at times, he tends to be overly idealistic, even somewhat naive. Zhu Hozhong wholeheartedly agreed, but recognized the futility of the situation. The momentum had reached a point of no return. Alas, the tide has turned, and significant matters cannot be reversed, he lamented. After a moment of silence, Yang Shen spoke, I have little time remaining. The Grand Emperor still exists. When you next encounter the Duke, I implore you to counsel him. I do not believe that decentralizing power to the common people is a prudent course of action, and it is likely to yield adverse consequences. Zhu Hozhong scoffed. Do you think that is feasible? Yang Shen was momentarily taken aback. Li Qing was not one to act impulsively. His actions were always the result of careful deliberation and lengthy preparation. For the current state of affairs, he had laid the groundwork over 10, no, now 11 dynasties, nearly 2 centuries of effort. Counsel him? Huh, not even 100 oxen could sway him, Zhu Hozhong declared. However, I believe he is not as naive or immature as you and I might assume. With the experience and wisdom acquired over 11 dynasties, how could he remain so innocent? The Grand Emperor pondered how the Duke of Yongqing would resolve this dilemma. I do not know, Zhu Hozhong replied succinctly. Yang Shen was bewildered, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. Do you wish to resign and return to your homeland? In the presence of many earlier, Zhu Hozhong assumed that Yang Shen would kneel and concede. However, Yang Shen did not oblige. I do not wish to, nor cannot. Yang Shen replied with a bittersweet smile, Your Majesty, my current health cannot endure long journeys. Continuing as a governor may grant me a year, but returning home is no longer an option. Zhu Hozhong was moved, contemplating his words, yet hesitating to voice them. After a long pause, he asked, Since Li Qing visited you, he must have attended to your health? Indeed, had it not been for the Duke of Yongqing's skilled hands, I would likely have already departed from this world, Yang Shen acknowledged. Is it due to the strain from nurturing Shen Lian? Yang Shen neither confirmed nor denied, instead inquiring, Will the Grand Emperor truly abandon all matters? Will Li Qing still concern himself with the Emperor? Zhu Hozhong replied bitterly. Li Qing's battlefield is no longer in the court. Even during my reign over these decades, how much time has he spent in the court? Now that the situation is more critical, do you think he will revert to his previous ways? Yang Shen fell silent. Zhu Hozhong continued. It is human nature to rely on one's surroundings for sustenance. As long as I hold power, the new emperor remains a prince. The ministers will continue to endure until the day my mandate concludes, at which point, will the new emperor withstand the ensuing upheaval? Yang Shen nodded in contemplative silence. I shall arrange for someone to return to the capital to summon imperial physicians for your treatment, Zhu Hozhong declared. Li Shizhen's compendium of materia medica is nearing completion, and during this time, the skills of many court physicians have significantly improved. After a pause, he added, provided the patient is not the emperor, the physicians can generally perform to their full potential. If accompanied by a physician, you might still be able to return home. Zhu Hozhong took a deep breath and stated, Once or twice may be forgiven, but thrice shall not. I shall make an exception this once and ask you one last time. Do you wish to return home? Yang Shen silently shook his head. As a governor of Jiangnan for so many years, how could I abandon my duties? Shen Xuanfu has only been in Jiangnan for 2 years. He is not yet ready to assume full responsibility. I cannot simply walk away. Zhu Hozhong's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, woven with threads of disappointment intermingled with admiration. Finally, he nodded and said, If that is the case, continue in your role as governor. With that, he rose and added, My visit to Suzhou this time was not solely for you. Rather, I wish to experience the charm of Suzhou, often heralded as the paradise on earth. Yang Shen, supporting himself against the table, stood and performed a respectful bow. I understand, Your Majesty, and I shall see you off. No need for that, Zhu Hozhong replied, turning to walk away. After taking a few steps, he halted and remarked, What Li Qing mentioned to you, subtly convey it to Shen Lian without revealing everything. Merely provide him with a general understanding. Yang Shen acknowledged with a respectful tone. As Zhu Hozhong moved towards the door, he spoke over his shoulder. That poem you composed is quite commendable, grand in scope and rich in imagery. Yet, You ultimately failed to take care of yourself, as the verses advised. I shall abide by your words, your majesty, and you too must take good care of yourself. Zhu Hozhong offered no further response and exited the study. Your majesty, are we heading to the Cold Mountain Temple in Gusu next? Huang Jin asked eagerly as they left the governor's office. Zhu Hozhong rolled his eyes. I am not like certain individuals who have faith in Buddhism. Why would I visit the Cold Mountain Temple? Upon uttering this, he felt the statement bore ambiguity, potentially hinting at the late Emperor Taizu. So he cleared his throat and declared, we will go directly to Jinling. Understood, Huang Jin replied, unfazed, for wherever his master went, he would follow, and it mattered little to him. Liu Bing, aware of the former crown prince's situation, was not surprised and promptly instructed his subordinates to make arrangements. However, the former emperor then added, Liu Bing, arrange for someone to return to the capital and bring several imperial physicians to attend to Yangshin's health. Liu Bing was taken aback. Do I need to repeat myself? Yes, I shall comply. Liu Bing hastily arranged the matter. In Jinling, the weather was considerably more pleasant than in Shuntianfu. The midday sun radiated warmth, lulling one into a sense of drowsiness. This time, they were not sneaking out, and their journey was unmasked. Thus, they could not stay in Li Qing's modest abode as before. Zhu Hozhong took residence directly in the imperial palace, notifying the 6 ministries and numerous nobles to attend the ancestral rites at Shaoling in 3 days. Upon hearing this news at the Yongqing Marquisate, the uncle and nephew felt a surge of enthusiasm. As devoted descendants of Emperor Taizu, they too wished to pay their respects. However, they lacked a legitimate reason and proper standing. Thus, they sought out Li Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian declined outright, sarcastically remarking, do you two even have the audacity to pay respects to your ancestors? Unexpectedly, a secret edict from the former emperor soon followed. The letter subtly indicated that Zhu Hozhao and Zhu Zili could participate as relatives of the Yongqing Marquis. With the former emperor's words in play, Li Xian could no longer obstruct the matter. This was not the capital. The two had lived in Jinling for many years, posing no risk of exposure. Zhu Zili was brimming with excitement, eager to seek out his father and ascend Mount Zijin. Uncle, you have also been to Mount Zijin and paid homage to our ancestor. Haven't you? Isn't that an obvious question? Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. At that time, I was still the emperor. What is Shaoling like? Zhu Zili asked with great curiosity. For as a descendant of Emperor Taizu and a former crown prince, he had never ascended Mount Zijin, nor had he paid respects to Taizu, the grandest imperial mausoleum of the Ming Dynasty, unparalleled in its stature. Zhu Zili perceived his uncle's words as mere folly, yet after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Uncle, if my father arrives in Jinling as the Grand Emperor, does that mean our opportunities to engage with him will vanish? Rest assured, opportunities abound, Zhu Hozhao replied. The delicacies at Weiwu Tower are simply exquisite. Your father shall not forego them. Oh, and do be cautious of that rotund man with the small eyes. He possesses a rather formidable temper. Huang Jin, is that what he's called? Zhu Hozhao nodded in affirmation. Huang Jin is likely well acquainted with my affairs. Zhu Zili chuckled. He is a devoted confidant of my father, fully aware of matters here. You need not worry, uncle. Master Huang is a man of integrity. Chapter 7. Cherishing grandchildren in the early morn. Zhu Hoxiong concluded his morning court session and savored the distinctive breakfast delicacies of Jinling. When Zhu Di relocated the capital to Shuntian Prefecture, he carried away many local culinary delights, which could be found in the capital, yet their flavors diverged markedly. Perhaps, as time passed, the local fare evolved to suit northern palates, or perhaps it was merely a reflection of his mood. Zhu Hoxiong felt that the breakfast here was indeed of a higher caliber. Huang Jin had already satisfied his hunger under the pretext of testing for poison. Squatting on the stone steps beneath the palace eaves, keenly observing Liu Bing display his martial prowess with great interest. Among the trio of swordsmanship, Liu Bing was the youngest. Barely in his 50s, yet exuded an air of vigor and vitality in his movements. A quarter of an hour later, Liu Bing concluded his training, wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, and approached Huang Jin with a sense of pride, proclaiming, Impressive, don't you think? It's merely passable, Huang Jin retorted, dismissively. I dare say you could manage to achieve a draw against me. Liu Bing, perplexed, replied, What? Huang Jin clicked his tongue, reminding him. Have you forgotten the time I almost struck you down? Liu Bing replied, Oh yes, I recall Li Qing mentioning that you shouldn't overexert yourself. It could lead to sudden demise. Huang Jin, reminiscing, advised, "You have already attained the title of martial champion and serve as the commander of the Jinui. There's no need for such relentless diligence. Sometimes, stillness is preferable to motion. Consider how turtles enjoy longevity." Lu Bing, disinclined to continue the conversation, scoffed. "What I practice is the martial arts secret manual given by Duke Yongqing, which is quite beneficial for health. You wouldn't understand." "Hey, am I to be treated as a fool?" Huang Jin narrowed his eyes, preparing to rise, but Lu Bing swiftly slapped his sturdy shoulder, causing Huang Jin to plop back down. Lu Bing couldn't help but bask in his triumph, smugly stating, "You believe winning through ambush and deceit proves your superiority in martial arts?" Huang Jin, vexed, replied, "You clearly misunderstand. As Li Qing said, my approach is one strength overcoming 10 techniques." "One strength overcoming 10 techniques? Surely, you jest," Lu Bing retorted, laughing in disbelief. "It's merely a matter of leveraging your weight." Upon seeing the Grand Emperor exit the hall, Lu Bing ceased his banter, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Grand Emperor Zhu Hoxiong, performing a chest-expanding exercise, nodded. "There are still 2 baskets of vegetarian buns, rice porridge, and some side dishes. Do partake." "Yes, thank you for your grace, Grand Emperor." Lu Bing bowed deeply, casting a fleeting glare at Huang Jin before departing. Huang Jin, undeterred, cheerfully remarked, "Grand Emperor, shall we pay a visit to the Duke Yongqing's residence shortly? There is no need to hurry." Zhu Hoxiong descended the steps and began slicing watermelon, remarking that they should first explore the bustling and prosperous city of Jinling, with plans to visit the Yongqing Marquis's residence in the afternoon. Huang Jin nodded and inquired, "Will you still attend the morning court in the days to come?" "What morning court?" Zhu Hoxiong continued his task, exuding an air of bemusement. "I am now the Grand Emperor. What need have I for morning court? Today's audience is merely to give instructions regarding ancestral sacrifices and to advise the various departments not to make mountains out of molehills, which would disrupt the lives of the people. I have grown weary of attending court for decades." Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed. The Grand Emperor has diligently served for 40 years. It is only fitting that you take a well-deserved rest." Zhu Hoxiong's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said no more, continuing to slice the watermelon. As the hour of Chun approached its end, the trio exited the palace, accompanied by over a dozen elite palace guards dressed in the attire of commoners, leisurely wandering through the vibrant streets of Jinling. The news of the Grand Emperor's visit to the capital had yet to circulate among the populace, and thus the group attracted little attention. The city was teeming with dignitaries and nobles, and it was quite common for one to stroll through the streets with a retinue. At this time in mid-March, the chill in the air was gradually dissipating, making it a delightful experience to saunter along the bustling thoroughfares under the gentle sunlight. Even the usually stern Lu Bing wore an expression of contentment. At the Yongqing Marquis's residence, Zhu Ziyi had returned to live with his brother-in-law. He had risen early, awaiting the esteemed arrival of his father. Li Ying felt somewhat anxious. After all, her father-in-law was now the Grand Emperor, and she could no longer feign ignorance as she had before. In the pavilion, little Bao observed his sister and brother-in-law, both nervous and expectant, and jested. "It's not like you haven't seen each other before. Is it really necessary to be this way?" With that, he stood up to take his sister's chubby nephew, saying, "Let me play with him for a while. I'll keep an eye on the child while you wait. Be careful. I do care for my nephew." Little Bao chuckled and departed. Zhu Ziyi, with a look of resignation, cautioned, "Don't wander too far. You know what to expect when the Grand Emperor arrives." "I understand." Little Bao replied dismissively, carrying the plump child to another courtyard. Meanwhile, at the Weiwu Tower, Zhu Wei had taken the day off. At the counter, Zhu Hoxiao reclined in a chair akin to Li Qing's, perusing a popular novel to pass the time. "Grandfather Zhu, I've taken my nephew out," Li Bao announced, one hand supporting the child's rear while he tapped the counter with the other. Zhu Hoxiao raised his head slowly, glancing at his diminutive grandnephew, and asked, "Has he been fed?" "Yes, I made sure the wet nurse fed him before we came." Zhu Hoxiao nodded, stretched lazily, and declared, "It's about time. Let us head to the private room. The guests should be arriving soon, so let those two wait." He then instructed the head waiter that if anyone sought him, they should be directed to his exclusive private room, assuring that he would be waiting there without needing to guide them, as they should already know the way. If not, they were not the ones he was expecting. Meanwhile, the trio felt they had barely begun to explore when the sun had reached its zenith, and their early meal had nearly digested. Zhu Hoxiong promptly declared, "To Weiwu Tower." Zhu Hozhao and little Bao ascended the stairs, followed closely by the rest of the group. Upon the mention of Zhu Shou's esteemed name by Zhu Hozhong, the attendant promptly relayed the message as instructed by the master. Zhu Hozhong, with a slight smirk, suggested that they dine downstairs while he and Lu Bing ascended. Lu Bing acquiesced. Zhu Hozhong and Huang Jin preceded the ascent to the upper floor. In the elegant chamber, Zhu Hozhao was amusing his young nephew, a charming little boy who had yet to reach the timid stage of childhood. With his rosy cheeks, a mere tease would elicit a broad grin from him, truly delightful. Clang, clang, clang. Zhu Shou, open the door. It is I, a deep voice resonated, akin to a secret signal between spies. Zhu Hozhao paused his antics and replied nonchalantly, come in. The door swung open, and Zhu Hozhong entered at a leisurely pace, followed by Huang Jin, who instinctively closed the door behind them. Lu Bing, arriving just after, saw the door shut and muttered a curse at Huang, resigning himself to the role of a sentinel. The little treasure stood up, hurriedly approached, and bowed softly. Li Bao pays respects to the Grand Emperor. Do not bow. Zhu Hozhong responded with a gentle demeanor, observing the child who had grown considerably since their last meeting, nearly on the cusp of adulthood. Thank you, Grand Emperor. The little treasure replied, stepping forward. Grand Emperor, this is my nephew. Huang Jin, momentarily perplexed, thought to himself, is your nephew truly remarkable? Is this an attempt to justify why that Zhu boss should not bow? While lost in contemplation, he noticed the Grand Emperor's breath quicken. Suddenly, Zhu Hozhong hastened forward, eager to take the infant into his arms. Be careful, Zhu Hozhao admonished. The child is delicate. Zhu Hozhong froze momentarily, then straightened up with a hint of irritation. Give him to me. Zhu Hozhao shot a glance at Huang Jin and huffed. What are you glaring at? Get out. Huang Jin, bewildered, stammered. Ah, Huang Jin. You should step outside. Zhu Hozhong insisted. You and Lu Bing can dine downstairs. Go on, go on. Reluctantly, Huang Jin felt that this Zhu boss was being unreasonable and feared for his master's well-being. Go on, quickly, Zhu Hozhong urged. I am well acquainted with Zhu boss. Besides, what could an old man possibly pose as a concern? Off you go to eat. Huang Jin, grumbling in agreement, did not forget to cast one last glare before the elegant chamber door closed once more. Zhu Hozhong, with an eager expression, spread his palms wide. Zhu Hozhao ceased his teasing and gently placed the infant's bottom into Zhu Hozhong's hands, allowing the child's head to rest in the crook of his arm. No need to look further. It is a boy. Whether boy or girl, it matters not, Zhu Hozhong replied, halting his inquisitive gestures. The delight in his eyes intensified as he leaned down to tenderly pinch the baby's rosy cheeks, unable to contain his joy. Oh my, what a handsome little fellow. Though the infant was destined to be far removed from the throne, he remained Zhu Hozhong's grandson, and as the firstborn of the eldest son, naturally, Zhu Hozhong held a special fondness for this grandson, a reflection of the emperor's preference for male heirs. The baby was particularly sociable, welcoming embraces from all and laughing at every playful gesture. With eyes as pure and dark as black buttons, a cherubic face, and a thin, rosy tongue, he exuded a delightful milky fragrance that could melt anyone's heart, were it not for the fear of his beard pricking the precious child. Zhu Hozhong would have relished in giving him a good kiss. Has he been named? Reporting to the Grand Emperor, he has not yet been named, Li Bao replied. Perhaps the Grand Emperor could bestow a name upon him? Zhu Hozhong, contemplating the name for his son, paused and realized that the child was no longer a prince and would not enjoy the privileges afforded by his imperial father. Such a display of arrogance seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, he amended his words, expressing that good things often require patience and suggesting that the couple should take care of this matter. As he spoke, the infant stretched his limbs, causing the swaddling blanket to loosen slightly. Such vigor brought a smile to Zhu Hozhong's face. Suddenly, the little one seemed to recall something and was about to voice a reminder, but was a moment too late. A stream of liquid shot forth through the gap in the blanket, splattering Zhu Hozhong's face. The little one felt a jolt of surprise, not knowing how to react. Zhu Hozhao erupted in laughter, slapping the table in amusement, unable to maintain his composure. This bout of laughter brought little Bao back to reality. He quickly grabbed a cloth from the table and offered it, while cradling his nephew in his arms. Meanwhile, Zhu Hozhao remarked, "What remarkable strength." Zhu Hozhong, wiping his cheek and casting a disapproving glare at Zhu Hozhao, soon found himself chuckling as well. Chapter 8. The cricket, unaware of the commotion he had caused, the infant, having satisfied his physiological needs, yawned and drifted off to sleep. Little Bao tucked the blanket around him, chuckling softly. This little fellow has quite the appetite, eats a lot. Naturally. Zhu Hozhong smiled nonchalantly, gesturing that it was of no concern. Zhu Hozhao added, he might wake up hungry again soon. And there is nothing here for him to eat. Let us return him to the manor. Little Bao, feeling relieved at this suggestion, bowed slightly to the former emperor and retreated with the child in his arms. Once the two cousins were alone, the atmosphere was calm. There were no heated exchanges or cold stares. In a couple of days, during the ancestral rites, you will join us, as Li Qing has informed you? Zhu Hozhong inquired. Yes, he has, came the response. At our age, each day is a day less, and we each bear our own burdens. This meeting may indeed be our last. Zhu Hozhong sighed, expressing that all that could be resolved had been addressed, and he wished to leave no regrets. Zhu Hozhao nodded slightly. How is your health? If I were in your condition, I might share your fate, but as I am not, I shall differ from you, Zhu Hozhao replied, momentarily taken aback, offering a wry smile. After a brief silence, Zhu Hozhao added, at the very least, we might have another 10 years, perhaps? It is difficult to say. Zhu Hozhong gently shook his head, and then smiled slightly. In truth, it matters not, whether one lives a year longer or a decade, we all must face mortality. Length of life becomes trivial in the grand scheme, and I have grown indifferent to such matters now. And you? Me? Zhu Hozhao sighed. I am significantly older than you. It is unreasonable to linger behind you. Perhaps only 3 or 5 years remain. Zhu Hozhong furrowed his brow, glancing at him again. Yet, you do not appear to be in such a state. It is merely gilded on the outside, while the interior is tattered, Zhu Hozhao replied. Zhu Hozhong teased. Is that how one uses such a phrase? Or are you apologizing to me, confessing your shortcomings, feeling inadequate before me? Zhu Hozhao chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the jest. Zhu Hozhong, losing interest in the banter, asked, have you made your decision? Yes. Return? Indeed. Zhu Hozhong nodded slightly and sighed. It is indeed time to return. The money has been spent, after all, and it cannot be for naught. What about here? How do you plan to arrange things? Arrange? Zhu Hozhao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. What is there to arrange? A lack of arrangement is the best arrangement. Zhu Hozhong agreed, stating, then we shall have Li Qing swap the pillars for the attire of the tomb. Indeed, I was thinking the same, Zhu Hozhao replied, before turning to inquire. By the way, are you aware of Li Qing's affairs in Britain? Yes, I am, Zhu Hozhong pondered. This matter bodes well for the Ming Dynasty, regardless of the outcome. It brings only advantages. My sole concern has always been one, reform. Indeed, it is a troubling thought. The complexity of this issue is daunting. And it would surely be enough to keep Li Qing occupied. Only enough to keep Li Qing occupied? Zhu Hozhong scoffed. The Ming Dynasty has its own share to contend with. Zhu Hozhao shrugged helplessly. Can you persuade them? Can I? Worrying is futile, so let us not dwell on it. I am not like you. After a moment of silence, Zhu Hozhong asked, in terms of understanding him, you are somewhat superior. Where do you think he will begin? Yangming School of Mind, Zhu Hozhao replied. No, that will not do. Wang's philosophy is too esoteric, too easily misinterpreted. It must not be pursued. Zhu Hozhong shook his head vigorously. I do not believe Li Qing would take such a path, friendship aside. He is not one to sacrifice the public good for personal ties. Zhu Hozhao responded. Promoting Yangming's school is not predicated upon Li Qing's personal relationship with Wang. There is no monetary concern in this matter. If so, why do you think Li Qing would choose Wang's philosophy as a starting point? You have already stated the reason. Zhu Hozhao remarked. Zhu Hozhong paused, exclaiming, because it is easily misinterpreted? Precisely, Zhu Hozhao affirmed. The constraints of Confucian thought are excessively rigid. Only through extremism can one break free, and the high threshold of the school of mind guarantees that most will misinterpret it. However, this deviation has its direction. Does it not? The radicalism of thought shatters the confines of ideology. Zhu Hozhong, feeling vexed, retorted, what is this? Fighting poison with poison? Zhu Hozhao replied. At least there is no better entry point available. Could Li Qing truly take such a course? Zhu Hozhong questioned. If Li Qing achieves significant success in Britain, he might indeed find an alternative route. However, I believe that even with major accomplishments, he would likely still pivot from the school of mind. Why is that? The school of mind is fundamentally rooted in Confucianism, interwoven with Buddhist and Taoist principles. It is more suited to our context and more favorable for dissemination and comprehension. In such matters, Li Qing cannot, nor would he dare, act recklessly. Zhu Hozhong was about to speak again when a knock on the door interrupted him, prompting him to cease. The attendant, having received permission, entered, presenting an array of exquisite dishes and signature wines. Following this brief interlude, the two brothers shifted to a more casual conversation as they savored the delightful cuisine and smooth beverages. Zhu Hozhong's state of mind gradually settled, and he spoke without the previous edge of tension. Will he succeed? Surely. He will he not? He has never faced defeat. Cunning as these cousins were, they found themselves lacking confidence regarding this matter, for it was entirely unpredictable. In truth, both brothers had privately contemplated the situation countless times. Yet none could ascertain how Li Qing would ultimately prevail. The conversation continued as Zhu Hozhong raised his cup and remarked, "If your words truly come to pass and the teachings of the mind are disseminated, what then shall we expect? Or perhaps, what will Li Qing's next move be?" Zhu Hozhao sighed. "How should I know? I am not any more astute than you. We are quite alike. If you cannot fathom it, how could I?" Zhu Hozhong appeared troubled. Pouring himself another drink, he mused, "I believe that even if the teachings of the mind are promoted, it will merely be a transitional phase, not the ultimate resolution. What do you think?" Zhu Hozhao nodded in agreement. "I suspect you are correct. The teachings of the mind are merely a means, not an end. I cannot predict how Li Qing will ultimately proceed, but I am certain it will not be through the teachings of the mind. We can both see their shortcomings, and Li Qing cannot possibly be oblivious to them." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hozhao inquired, "Would you consider lifting the restrictions on the teachings of the mind?" "Lifting them?" Zhu Hozhong chuckled, taking a sip of his wine, and said with a sense of superiority, "Sure, let Li Qing come to me and plead. I shall not initiate." Zhu Hozhao was taken aback, then chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. "You now possess the capability and the right to let Li Qing face hardship. I must admit, I am rather eager to see how he fares." "Alas," Zhu Hozhong lamented, "regrettably, you will likely not witness it." "Did Li Qing mention when he would return?" "Not specifically, but it will not be long. At least during your lifetime, he will assuredly return." "Such certainty?" Zhu Hozhao replied. He did not embark alone. Zhu Hozhong was momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to understand. Zhu Hozhao sighed. Li Qing is, after all, not entirely at ease with his conscience. He is not as indifferent and ruthless as he pretends. This matter shall likely weigh on him for a lifetime. Just as Zhu Hozhong was about to nod in agreement, a thought struck him, and he shook his head. "Not necessarily. You may not yet be aware, but Li Qing has connections with the Queen of Britain." Zhu Hozhong instinctively lowered his voice and glanced toward the door, as if Li Qing might be outside, eavesdropping and ready to burst in to confront him. Zhu Hozhao, intrigued, could hardly contain his excitement. No matter how capable Li Qing is, he cannot possibly influence you from such a distance. "Do share." Zhu Hozhong, realizing there was no reason to hold back, chuckled and said, "How do you think Li Qing managed to persuade the Queen of Britain to willingly purchase ships and the formidable Admiral cannon from the Ming Dynasty using our silver notes?" At the mention of the Admiral cannon, Zhu Hozhong felt a wave of discomfort and scoffed. "You are truly shameless, always seeking to embellish your own image, even with cannons." All right, dear brother, do not mock me. Are you not also seeking to enhance your own reputation? What of your so-called jiajing copy?" Zhu Hozhao retorted, "Moreover, I was not yet a formidable general at that time. You had it all premeditated. As for the jiajing copy, it only adds to my ire." Zhu Hozhong exclaimed, "That scoundrel stole the original. Must I not create a copy?" Zhu Hozhao sneered. "And what of the jiajing compendium of materia medica?" "Let us not digress," Zhu Hozhong interjected. "Do you still wish to hear more?" "Let us not stray further," Zhu Hozhao quickly replied. "Speak of Li Qing. Why discuss ourselves? Hurry, tell me." "Li Qing and the Queen of Britain are undoubtedly entangled in a scandal." Zhu Hozhong swiftly reached a conclusion, exuding confidence. "Oh, how so?" Zhu Hozhao, who had forsaken wine, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, was ablaze with intrigue. Zhu Hozhong, with a disdainful sneer, remarked, "Hand in hand, arm in arm, Li Qing even embraces her. Is that not a clear indication of an affair? How scandalous!" Zhu Hozhao grinned, revealing his teeth in a somewhat feral manner. Then, in a moment of doubt, queried, "How do you know this? Am I one to fabricate tales?" Zhu Hozhong retorted, displeased. "I am the chief scribe of the Grand Secretariat. This is a matter of record." Feng Bao witnessed it firsthand in the palace, where Li Qing, in the presence of Feng Bao and British dignitaries, displayed affection, and it seemed a dance ensued. What a spectacle! Zhu Hozhong could nearly proclaim it as truth. If it were not genuine, would Feng Bao speak thus? Zhu Hozhong scoffed. A eunuch would not dare to concoct a story about the Duke of Yongqing, nor would he dare to deceive the emperor. Zhu Hozhao nodded vigorously, excitement evident as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "This cannot be false. How unexpected!" Li Qing, with his bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, appears quite innocent yet engages in such antics. Chapter 9. The confusion of Qingzhou in the Duke of Yongqing's residence. The young couple awaited the arrival of the retired emperor from dawn until noon, and even as the hour grew late, their anticipation waned, leading to a sense of disappointment. Yet, amidst her disheartenment, Li Qing felt a sense of relief. She bore no ill feelings toward her father-in-law, but the weight of the retired emperor's status was daunting. Historically, being a daughter-in-law has always been challenging, especially within the imperial family. While she had not benefited from the family's privileges, she was bound to adhere to their rules. Observing her husband's gloom, Li Qing gently reassured him, "My dear, your father has just arrived in Jinling and surely has numerous matters to attend to. Moreover, the ancestral rites are soon approaching. There is no need to rush this moment." Zhu Zili nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon his younger brother-in-law, who approached with a shifty demeanor, inquiring, "Where is your nephew?" "Ah, he just had a feeding and is asleep," Li Bao replied, somewhat bashfully. "He sleeps soundly." Zhu Zili, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, "Are you harboring any guilty secrets?" "Of course not. Am I that kind of person?" Li Bao chuckled nervously, thinking to himself, "The one who soiled your father is your son. What does that have to do with me?" Zhu Zili dismissed the thought, jokingly suggesting, "Today is a rare occasion for your brother-in-law to rest. Shall we share a couple of drinks?" No. I'm still young and cannot partake in alcohol." Zhu Zili teased. "At 16, you still consider yourself young? Do not be in haste. Many noble young ladies in Jinling are certainly anxious." "Who is 16? Li Bao protested. "According to my great-grandfather's calculations, I am merely 14, still a youth." "You do enjoy playing the part of a child," Zhu Zili murmured, shaking his head with a smile. Suddenly curious, Li Qing inquired, "Little Bao, has grandfather mentioned anything about marriage?" "Alas, sister, all my time is devoted to my studies. I am only 14 and still growing. I shall not consider such matters until I reach adulthood." Grandfather shares this sentiment. In this era, it is common for young women to marry at the tender age of 16 or 17, particularly in more affluent regions. In poorer areas, it is not uncommon for girls to wed as young as 14 or 15. Conversely, the timeline for men is considerably longer, as marrying at the age of adulthood is hardly regarded as late. Many who are passionately devoted to the pursuit of scholarly achievements often postpone marriage until their 20s or even later, which is a frequent occurrence. The young couple finds no compelling reason to rush into marriage. Given the circumstances of the younger brother-in-law, it is evident that even after reaching adulthood, there are ample eligible young women eagerly awaiting marriage. However, the couple looks down upon his attempts to feign youthfulness. Li Qing scoffs, "Stop with the pity act. You are no longer a child." "But my great-grandfather truly said so." Li Bao responds helplessly, adding, "Besides, no one considers me a child anymore." The couple synchronously rolls their eyes, sharing an understanding glance. Li Bao sighs, "With greater ability comes greater responsibility. I suppose I am simply too exceptional." "I believe you are just being mischievous," Li Xian retorts darkly as he approaches. "Where have you taken your nephew? The poor little fellow can't even be roused." "I didn't he go? Oh, I went to the Weiwu building." Li Bao replies, somewhat sulkily, "It was Grandpa Zhu who asked me to take him." Zhu Zui glances at the younger brother-in-law and attempts to mediate, saying, "Grandfather, this is hardly a matter worth your anger. Didn't I mention? The Taishang Huang will be visiting today," Li Xian says with a stern expression. "Ying, go wake the little one and try to soothe him. Let us have him behave nicely since the Taishang Huang is only here for a short while." Ying agrees, preparing to go and fetch her son. Li Bao interjects, "The Taishang Huang has already met him, just a short while ago, at the Weiwu building." He recounts the entire encounter. Upon hearing this, the three of them appear momentarily stunned. Zhu Zai is the first to regain his composure, asking, "What did he say?" Li Bao scratches his head and chuckles. He truly has a strong presence. The three respond, "The Taishang Huang was not angry. In fact, he seemed quite pleased." Li Bao states dryly, "Grandpa Zhu can attest to that." At that moment, the four of them simultaneously notice the steward approaching with Huang Jin, thus falling silent. Li Xian steps forward, "Eunuch Huang, We have met with the Yongqing Marquis. Huang Jin responds with a warm smile. The Taishang Huang is already on his way here. Oh, by the way, he has dined at the Weiwu building and will not require a lavish spread. A simple offering of tea will suffice. As he speaks, Huang Jin turns to Zhu Ziyi and Li Qing, saying, the Taishang Huang mentioned that the last visit should mirror this one. There is no need for elaborate formalities. This visit is primarily to rectify previous regrets, so please do not feel constrained. The two nod in agreement. Huang Jin continues. The Taishang Huang has also advised that the child is still growing, so do not disturb him. He will be here for a while, and there will be plenty of time to meet. The two agree once more. Li Qing breathes a sigh of relief, smiling as he says, Eunuch Huang, please lead the way. Yongqing Marquis, you are too kind. Please, after you, Huang Jin replies. The group arrives at the Yongqing Marquis' residence to await the arrival of the Taishang Huang. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Zhu Hozong appears in the sight of the crowd, flanked by a dozen elite guards. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Hozong did not arrive in a dragon carriage or sedan chair, but has come on foot. To the astonishment of all present, Zhu Hozhao was among them. Conversing animatedly with the younger fellow, his grin rather lewd. This unexpected scene caused Li Qing's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Nevertheless, one must remember that the Emperor Zhengde was indeed the emperor. One could not dismiss the situation lightly. In a moment of surprise, the two brothers had approached. Li Qing quickly composed himself, leading the others forward, respectfully stating, Li Qing pays his respects to Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu Hozhao nodded slightly and replied, let us speak inside. Yes, please, Lord Zhu, came the response. The palace guards then filed in one after another. With so many eyes upon them, Li Qing refrained from further comment and discreetly signaled to his grandson. Li Bao understood, subtly tugging at the elder Zhu's sleeve, guiding him away from the group to a secluded spot. Lord Zhu, do Lu Zhihui and Lord Huang know about your situation? He inquired. What nonsense? Zhu Hozhao retorted. Is this something they should be privy to? Ah, have you forgotten? I am the grandfather of the husband of the granddaughter of the Duke of Yongqing. Zhu Hozhao shot a disdainful glance at Li Bao and, leaning on his cane, made his way to the front hall. In the hall, the group took their seats. Lu Bing did not join them, instead remaining outside with over a dozen palace guards, leaving only Huang Jin to accompany them. Though the Jinyui were currently under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Depot, they still reported directly to the emperor, and as long as Zhu Zili's identity was not mentioned, casual conversation would not be disseminated. Thus, the group felt no psychological burden. Conversations flowed from mundane market life to the realms of commerce, and then from trade to technological advancements. Zhu Hozhao's relaxed demeanor gradually eased the tension among the attendees. He was quite the conversationalist, while Zhu Hozhao had a knack for enlivening the atmosphere. As they sipped tea and exchanged pleasantries, bursts of laughter echoed throughout the hall. Whether intentional or accidental, under the guidance of their elder cousins, the discussion inevitably shifted towards Li Qing. It was common knowledge that Zhu Hozhao was aware of Li Qing's affairs, and everyone present shared that awareness. With Zhu Hozhao's cunning direction and Zhu Hozhao's loquacious nature, curiosity about Li Qing's life overseas began to flourish among the guests. Unsurprisingly, those seated were soon enlightened about the little-known matters between Li Qing and the Queen of Britain. Li Qing was taken aback. Such things exist? Li Bao exclaimed. It must be thanks to our revered grandfather. Li Qing was left dumbfounded. Heavens, our ancestor actually. Zhu Zili sighed. Ah, what a noble man he is. Huang Jin observed with wide eyes. It had been quite some time since he had been so astonished. This was news to him as well. Those present were seasoned individuals, well-versed in various matters, yet what they heard today was truly astonishing. It is human nature to indulge in gossip, yet to consume the tales of one's own ancestor added a thrilling sense of moral disruption. The enormity of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving the group in a state of disbelief. The two brothers were quite satisfied with the reactions of their companions, feeling a further sense of gratification, akin to the thrill of leading virtuous women astray. This morally ambiguous behavior, while wicked, was undeniably exhilarating. Suddenly, Li Xiaobao exclaimed, when our grandfather returns, I shouldn't end up with an extra foreign ancestor, should I? That is quite a possibility, came the reply. Zhu Hozhao gently patted the shoulder of Xiaobao, his face reflecting deep compassion. Xiaobao, oh Li Qing, he. Li Qing, Zhu Zili, oh. The crowd found it hard to accept, grappling with disbelief. Grandfather. I must seek out great-grandfather, Li Bao declared resolutely. I cannot allow great-grandfather to stray further down the wrong path. Li Xian's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Zhu Zilai sighed, saying, a gentleman values wealth obtained through rightful means. Mr. Li, there is truly no need for such actions. However, Li Yingying grew concerned for her great-aunt, casting a pleading glance at Zhu Hozhao, asking, Grandfather Zhu, do you have any means? Zhu Hozhao, closing his eyes in anguish, lamented, Li Qing is already tainted. We cannot afford to lose both the lady and the soldiers. The assembly fell silent, although it was difficult to believe. How could the eunuchs of the Ministry of Rites conspire against Qingzu? How could they deceive the emperor? Qingzu is truly muddled, alas. Achoo, achoo, Li Qing sneezed repeatedly. Unable to cease, Li Shuer could not help but worry. Could it be that you are ill? Not at all, since my arrival in the Ming Dynasty. I have been in perfect health. It is merely a slight itch in my nose, Li Qing replied, rubbing the tip of his nose. Perhaps it is a pollen allergy? Li Shuer mused. I have never seen you like this before. Could it be that you are not destined to survive until your era? Li Qing shook his head gently. I know my own body. That is not the case. Perhaps someone is scheming against me from the shadows. Li Shuer, at a loss for words, retorted. Who would dare to conspire against you? Li Qing pondered for a moment, sniffing, then said, let us go watch the bullfighting. Today's contest features the queen as a participant. Li Shuer pouted, grumbling, I want to go. Don't expect to collect any winnings. Instantly, Li Shuer's mood brightened. And with a forced smile, she exclaimed, very well, I shall go. Chapter 10. The arrogant Franks at the bullfighting arena. The crowd was sparse, composed predominantly of nobles, naval committee officials, and their families, totaling no more than 50 individuals. Following Elizabeth's acceptance of Li Qing's counsel, the Kingdom of Britain had plunged into turmoil. While the regime had not been overturned, it had significantly impacted public sentiment. Aside from the military, Elizabeth rarely appeared before the common folk. However, the results were promising. Under relaxed regulations and even tacit approval of the Enclosure Act, the speed of wealth accumulation was remarkably efficient. The rapid expansion of sheep farms astonished Li Qing. Although it was built upon the suffering of the lower classes, the nobility, as well as the queen, showed little emotional upheaval, and naturally, Li Qing would not indulge in pity. Thomas and Haywood Morris frequently accompanied Li Qing, winning considerable sums. Before the bullfighting commenced, they eagerly approached him, inquiring about his betting preferences. My friend Li Qing, which bull terrier do you favor? Li Qing glanced at the hanging odds chart and replied, the fifth one, I suppose. Due to Li Qing's consistent victories and unexpected upsets, the organizers had eliminated the betting option for bull victories, compelling Li Qing to settle for the second highest odds. Li Shuer promptly handed over 2 bags of gold pennies. Li Qing took the bet and passed it to Thomas for assistance. Once Thomas and Haywood Morris had placed their wagers, he spoke softly, let us linger for a few more months. When the imperial merchant ships arrive again, and the matter of the Ming silver notes is thoroughly settled, we shall depart. Depart so soon? Li Shuer expressed her surprise, then nodded in agreement. Indeed. It is time to return. Xiaobao is already 16. It is high time he married and settled down. Not to return to Ming. Li Qing gently shook his head. What I mean is a temporary departure from Britain to explore other smaller nations. Besides, Xiaobao is merely 14, still a youth, far from establishing a family. With a mix of astonishment and delight, Li Shuer pressed her lips together, refraining from correcting Li Qing's method of counting ages. A tour before we return? Indeed. One must see things through to the end. We cannot focus solely on our own benefits. We must also consider the other party, or else this venture will not endure. Li Qing remarked. We need to ensure that they expend the Ming silver notes we provide and that the Ming ships are secured. Only then can we deem it a success. Are we to estimate that we shall remain for another 2 years? Perhaps even longer. Li Qing pondered. I wish to bolster Britain to a level where it can contend with the French. This is somewhat challenging for now. Let us support them until they are no longer at risk of being consumed by the French. At that point, we shall return. Li Shuer inquired curiously. Isn't it true that the French cannot consume Britain at present? It is not the same, Li Qing replied. The French do not lack the capacity. Rather, there is no cost-effectiveness. However, should Britain reveal its potential to threaten the French in the future, the French will no longer be concerned with cost-effectiveness. Li Shuer nodded. Slightly chagrined, I see now that my understanding was superficial. Li Qing smiled and was about to elaborate when the esteemed master spy of Britain, Francis Walsingham, approached. He thus shifted his greeting. "My friend Francis, has the Queen invited me to her side to observe the contest?" Francis Walsingham shook his head with a smile. "Dear Mr. Li, may I observe the contest from here?" "Of course." Li Qing's readiness surprised Francis Walsingham. According to his investigations, this nobleman from Ming, the Duke of Yongqing, had never lost a bet in various gambling events, consistently reaping substantial rewards. Although the sums were not astronomical, they entirely covered his expenses. This is quite unreasonable. Francis Walsingham had ample reason and confidence to believe that Li Qing was cheating, despite lacking evidence. Today, he aimed to discern how Li Qing might be cheating, or rather if he would dare to do so in his presence. Naturally, he did not wish to expose Li Qing and cause him embarrassment. He merely found Li Qing's behavior rather lacking in elegance. After a brief moment of surprise, Francis Walsingham donned his signature sly smile, seated himself beside Li Qing, and seemingly casually inquired, "Dear Mr. Li, which bull mastiff did you bet on to win?" "The fifth one, which is to say, the last one." Li Qing replied with a cheerful smile. Francis Walsingham inwardly confirmed his suspicions and curiously asked, "Why choose the last one?" "Because the odds are greatest for the last one," Li Qing stated candidly. "In gambling, it is not merely about chance, it is about strategy." "Dear Mr. Li, I must remind you that this is largely a matter of luck," Francis Walsingham remarked with a shrug. Li Qing also shrugged, saying, "I have always been quite fortunate. As you may not know, I have never lost." "I know," Francis thought to himself, yet a graceful smile adorned his face. "I hope, dear Mr. Li, that your good fortune continues as always." "It certainly will, dear Francis." "Which dog did you wager on?" "The third one, according to my calculations. It has the highest probability of winning." "I wish you good luck as well," Li Qing said with a warm smile. "Oh, by the way, my dear Francis, which do you know better, the Kingdom of France, or perhaps I should say the Kingdom of Portugal and the Kingdom of Spain?" Francis paused, hesitantly asking, "Why does dear Mr. Li inquire about this?" "Because you are the master spy of the British Kingdom," Li Qing replied with a smile. "I dare say there is no one in the realm who understands them better than you." Li Qing's candor and sincerity left Francis momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, he said, "I truly apologize, dear Mr. Li. This involves confidential intelligence, and I cannot divulge it." Li Qing smiled lightly and said, "What if the Queen does not mind?" Francis was taken aback. The next moment, Li Qing stood up and walked directly toward Her Majesty, the Queen. After a brief exchange, the Queen nodded in his direction. Li Qing soon returned, chuckling, "Your Queen has granted her consent. If you do not believe me, feel free to verify." Francis fell silent for a moment, then nodded gently. "What does Mr. Li wish to know?" "In a direct confrontation against the French, what are your odds?" "I mean, without holding back." "That question is not valid," Francis replied, his expression darkening. "For us to go all out against them would not be advantageous." Li Qing laughed. No. This question is indeed valid. With the military trade collaboration established with the Ming Dynasty, the British Kingdom possesses the potential to threaten them. In such a scenario, my friend Francis, do you still think they would consider whether it is worthwhile?" Francis was taken aback, his complexion suddenly changing. "Please forgive my impertinence. I asked these questions to assist you," Li Qing said with a smile. "From a standpoint of interests, your downfall would not bode well for the Ming Dynasty either." Francis pondered for a moment and acknowledged this perspective. No chance of victory. None at all. According to Mr. Li's hypothesis, none. However, in the event of actual war, there is a 30% chance of success, Francis stated. "Now, we have gained insight into the personalities, preferences, and even the unsavory secrets of many high-ranking naval officers. If managed properly, we could render them incapable of exerting their full combat potential." Truly worthy of the title Master Spy, Li Qing thought to himself and inquired, "Where exactly do we fall short?" "Warships, navy, artillery, and financial resources." Francis spoke with a hint of melancholy, contemplating the magnitude and scale of their defeat. "My dear Mr. Li, you may be unaware that they once arrogantly envisioned dividing the world in half, one half for each of them. Subsequently, they enviously remarked, 'The Ming Dynasty is a formidable nation, so powerful that their hubris waned after facing the Ming. They adjusted their ambition to splitting the world in half, excluding the Ming.'" Li Qing, though speechless, gleaned immense insights. The Franks, dissatisfied with Europe, sought global colonization. Indeed, Francis's subsequent remarks confirmed Li Qing's suspicions. "Dear Mr. Li, I must be bold enough to ask why, despite your undeniable strength. You do not pursue colonial expansion? Francis inquired, perplexed. If you abstain, they will seize the opportunity. And once they consume what is available, our plight will worsen. Li Qing replied with a gentle smile, colonial development does not align with our principles and ideals. Upon hearing this, Francis felt a mix of frustration and sorrow, ultimately lamenting, sometimes, kindness and benevolence can inflict harm, particularly upon ourselves. The Ming cherishes peace. And as your trading partner, rest assured, the Ming will not allow you to be devoured, Li Qing assured him. Francis was not entirely convinced, after a moment of silence. He responded, Dear Mr. Li, please trust me. Although I am a master of espionage, my loyalty does not lie with the Ming. The Franks you speak of may not directly engage the Ming, but they will undoubtedly consume the surrounding nations. Once they achieve the strength to confront the Ming, their cannons will inevitably be aimed at you. Li Qing furrowed his brow, choosing not to refute immediately. Francis solemnly stated, According to my intelligence, the Ming steam warships are being replicated by the Franks. Given their financial resources and capabilities, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Your formidable general's cannon, while superior, is not invincible. Li Qing did not doubt the latter part. After all, the formidable general's cannon was inspired by others. Are you suggesting that the Franks have acquired the blueprints for steamships and are ardently developing them? He inquired. Indeed, Francis affirmed, they appear to have steamships already, though they may have procured them directly from Ming vassal states. I cannot ascertain which scenario is accurate, but it is certain that they are significantly stronger now than when they clashed with the Ming. Chapter 11. The worth of elegance dwindles. The raucous barks of bulldogs erupted, prompting Francis to divert the conversation and take a keen interest in the bullfighting spectacle, though much of his attention remained fixed on Li Qing. He was curious to witness how Li Qing would manipulate the situation. Li Qing, disinterested in the event, narrowed his deep-set eyes, his mind swirling with thoughts of the Franks, division, steam warships, and other related notions, until he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Li Shuer gestured for him to observe the scene below. Li Qing shook off his distractions and glanced down, where the first bulldog had made a remarkable showing, having bitten off a small piece of flesh from the bull's nose, leaving a gruesome sight of blood and gore. If this continues, the bull will inevitably not endure until the third bull terrier appears. Francis's laughter rang out at an opportune moment. My dear Mr. Li, you seem to be rather unfortunate today. Li Qing smiled lightly and replied, It is too early to draw conclusions. As long as the bull remains standing, anything is possible. With that, he casually snapped his fingers in front of Francis. His gesture subtle and nonchalant, akin to a habitual movement of someone bored. Francis, oblivious to any impropriety, was preoccupied with thoughts of how Li Qing might be cheating, or if he would cheat at all. In the midst of his contemplation, the anguished yelps of the bull terrier suddenly pierced the air. Francis quickly focused on the arena, only to witness the bull's massive hoof pressing down on the terrier's back as it lowered its head to jab at the dog with its horns. How could this be? Francis was bewildered, having missed merely a few breaths of the scene. How had the situation reversed so dramatically? Canine creatures, typically resilient, were no match for such a weight. After this blow, the bull terrier was rendered incapacitated, and it was unlikely it would survive the day. Francis was left dumbfounded. Li Qing gazed at him with a smile, remarking, Mr. Francis, it seems fortune still favors me. After a moment of astonishment, Francis replied, As you say, Mr. Li, it is still too early to conclude anything. Well, let us await the outcome. The bull terrier was swiftly removed by the event staff, soon followed by a second, glimmering contender. However, this terrier's performance was shockingly poor, leaving spectators astounded. As it raced towards the bull, poised to leap and bite, it stumbled, falling face first and kicking up a cloud of dust, sliding right beneath the bull's hooves, which then trampled it mercilessly. The staff could not save the dog's life. Francis looked at Li Qing in disbelief. Li Qing shrugged innocently and chuckled. I told you, my luck is invariably good. The third and fourth bull terriers met similarly comedic fates, leaving many nobles baffled. Even Queen Elizabeth appeared astonished. Throughout this, Francis observed Li Qing, yet gleaned nothing, utterly perplexed. After the first bullfighting event concluded, Li Qing's 2 bags of gold pennies had multiplied into 10, while Li Shuer tossed a single gold penny into the air, catching it with delight. Thomas and Haywood also amassed a fortune in gold coins, eagerly inquiring about Li Qing's betting options for the second round. Francis wavered. believing Li Qing's luck was extraordinary and wishing to bet alongside him for some additional profit. However, Li Qing opted not to place any bets, claiming that luck is finite and should not be overexploited. In truth, he found the money cumbersome and did not wish to disturb the queen's enjoyment of the event. The subsequent 2 rounds did not yield any more surprises, but were nonetheless thrilling, captivating the noble audience who cheered enthusiastically. Most, relying on their experience to place bets, received satisfactory returns. Yet, Thomas and Haywood, ever the gamblers, sought to capitalize on upsets, only to suffer tremendous losses. After the bullfighting event concluded, the atmosphere remained loud with dog and cockfighting. Li Qing found the noise overwhelming and chose to exit early, taking a leisurely stroll outside with Li Shuer. Overhearing a conversation between Li Qing and Francis, Li Shuer offered a differing perspective. There is no need for excessive concern. While the foreign powers may have advanced, we too have not remained stagnant. Moreover, should they encroach upon the territories of the Ming Dynasty, as the suzerain, the court would undoubtedly take action. What you consider, others may not overlook. Li Qing responded. After years of maritime trade, the Ming Dynasty, being an exporting nation, has imparted its culture, history, and political landscape to them, which they cannot entirely disregard or approach recklessly. Li Shuer countered, the fact that my father once dealt them such a severe blow, forcing them to exclude the Ming from their plans to divide the world, speaks volumes. I believe this master of espionage holds greater value. Are you suggesting we utilize the characteristics of the Jibe to spread spies across the globe? Li Shuer nodded. The Jibe was established as an intelligence agency, making such endeavors feasible. In the past, their control over intelligence in the northern borders exemplifies this well enough. That is different. Li Qing gently shook his head. Throughout history, calamities for the Central Plains dynasties have often originated from the north. In the case of the Ming, the Yuan dynasty ruled the Central Plains for a century before being expelled by the founding emperor. The continuous interactions that followed yielded significant outcomes. Indeed, the primary challenge lies in language, Li Shuer sighed. Finding someone fluent in Mongolian is relatively easy, but it is much harder to find someone proficient in the local dialects. Even our own staff only grasp superficial knowledge. Perhaps we could establish a foreign language department dedicated to training the Jibe, which shouldn't be overly difficult. Li Qing replied. Language is but one aspect. The crux lies in cultural understanding and ethnic considerations. Ethnic considerations? Li Shuer mused. As long as they have sound vision, they should be able to recognize our origins. Li Qing chuckled wryly. The Jibe's effectiveness in the northern regions is predicated upon the existence of smuggling networks. They could disguise themselves as fur traders or herbal merchants to gather intelligence from the common folk, but that approach would not work here. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuer ceased her rebuttal and tentatively suggested, what if we directed the Jibe to operate from the vassal states? That has already been underway. The court has consistently dispatched the Jibe to gather intelligence from the smaller nations surrounding the Ming, such as Japan, Korea, and Ryukyu. However, these missions have primarily focused on political matters, which are rather vague. This aspect indeed warrants improvement. I will write a letter to be sent back with the next merchant ship for Zhuhozong. Li Qing suddenly fell silent. What troubles you? Li Shuer inquired, noticing his furrowed brow. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. I can't help but wonder if Zhuhozong has chosen to abandon his duties in my absence. Li Shuer was taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding. Surely he wouldn't do that? But if he were to do so, what then? Nothing can be done. Li Qing sighed softly. In truth, the early ascension of the crown prince may not be entirely disadvantageous, especially considering his capabilities are not particularly remarkable. It mirrors the past when Emperor Xiaozong came to the throne. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that if Zhuhozong had delayed his ascension by 2 more years, it might have proven more beneficial. Li Shuer nodded slightly and advised, in truth, there is little to be troubled about, or rather, there is no need for concern at present. Even if everything unfolds as Francis suggests, the Ming Dynasty has no reason to fear. It may appear so on the surface, yet you overlook a crucial point. What is that? The Ming navigates the river by feeling the stones, while others navigate the river by feeling the Ming, which could lead to a scenario where, over time, the disparity between the 2 parties diminishes. Li Qing remarked. Regardless of whether the steam vessels of the Franks are purchased or self-developed, their progress from nothing to existence is far swifter than ours, significantly so. Li Shuer was taken aback, her complexion subtly changing. I had considered this previously, but it seems rather hasty. As time progresses, communication becomes increasingly efficient, and the speed at which they catch up will only accelerate, Li Qing continued. How can we prevent this? It cannot be prevented, Li Qing asserted decisively. Unless we close our borders, but even then, complete prevention is unattainable, and such actions would be counterproductive, akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Li Shuer fell silent. You have a plan, don't you? Engage in battle, Li Qing declared. That is the best solution. The issue is that one cannot simply choose to fight, Li Shuer replied with resignation, setting aside the matter of justifying the conflict. The cost of war across such vast distances is enormous. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, therein lies the problem. Li Shuer pressed. You have another solution, right? Yes. What is it? Me. Li Qing replied. A direct confrontation is unlikely to be feasible. We must resort to more covert methods. Assassinate the king? Li Qing chuckled. Do not impose all scenarios upon the Ming. They are not the same. Sabotaging is far more effective than assassination, such as burning their shipyards or blowing up their munitions depots. This would genuinely weaken them. Li Shuer was taken aback. What is it? Oh, nothing, she stammered. I have always seen you as a strategist, orchestrating grand maneuvers from afar, engaging in high-level political struggles and intrigues. Suddenly, this brutal approach is somewhat disconcerting. Li Qing laughed. What is elegance worth? Is this not somewhat beneath your stature? It does not befit your identity as the Marquis of Yongqing, Li Shuer muttered. In her mind, Li Qing had always been akin to Zhou Gongjin, with his feather fan and silk cap, effortlessly reducing enemies to ashes amidst laughter. This violent behavior was, indeed, a severe departure from that image. Li Qing rolled his eyes. What value is there in reputation? I have engaged in such matters countless times. By the way, prepare yourself mentally for what is to come. Prepare for what? Isn't it obvious? I will be the one dealing with violence, while you stand by. Li Shuer still did not comprehend. Li Qing clarified. I will take you along to wreak havoc, to blow things up here and there. Ooh, Li Shuer mused. That sounds rather exhilarating. She shamefully realized that she was somewhat looking forward to it, and could not help but inquire, when exactly will this take place? As early as June or July, or perhaps by August at the latest. All right, Li Shuer nodded, starting to envision the possibilities. In the previous moment, she felt her reputation was at stake. Yet now she imagined herself and Li Qing as chivalrous heroes, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Chapter 12. The ancestors are watching Ming Dynasty. Early morning. Before the sacred way of the Shaoling tomb, Zhu Hozhao, Zhu Ziru, Li Xian, and Li Xiaobao were already awaiting the arrival of the Grand Emperor. The ancestral ceremony this time was exceedingly grand. Not only the Taishang Huang, but also the majority of officials and nobles arrived a day in advance to await the occasion. It was the first time since Zhu Di relocated the capital that the Taishang Huang personally visited the tomb of the filial emperor. How could it not be solemn? While Li Xian engaged in conversation with others, the three of them sought a secluded spot to pass the time. Uncle, is there anything we need to pay attention to during the ancestor worship? Zhu Zili, since he ceased to be the crown prince and came to Jinling, had been engrossed in research projects, having forgotten most of what he had previously learned. Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes, saying, There's nothing to be concerned about. Just go with the flow. As the old saying goes, there's no need to learn the ways of farming. We simply follow the lead of others. Zhu Zili, bemused, turned to his brother-in-law. Li Bao, also attending the ancestral worship for the first time, chuckled awkwardly. Worshipping the ancestors is nothing more than bowing. Why are you so nervous, brother-in-law? Can't you manage a bow? Is that all there is to it? Are you not eager to participate? Zhu Hozhao retorted, somewhat displeased. Even if one wishes to bow, they might not have the opportunity. Zhu Zili, with a furrowed brow, replied helplessly, Uncle, you misunderstand. I meant to ask how we should behave and what we ought to say when it's our turn. We can't just mimic everything without understanding, can we? Zhu Hozhao sighed. Oh, my dear nephew, do you truly think you're a person of significance? How could it possibly be your turn? You're not even a prominent figure. Do you expect to conduct a separate worship for the Taizu? Li Bao, equally exasperated with his brother-in-law, teased. You can hardly even glimpse the Taizu's spirit tablet. As a member of the Yongqing Marquis family, aside from the back of the person in front of you, what can you see? When they kneel, you kneel too. It's merely a formality. Do you think you can have a chat with the Taizu? Zhu Zili's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering him momentarily speechless, and he felt a tinge of melancholy. Alas, indeed, I have no qualifications. All right, enough with the sighing. I'm not in a much better position than you are, Zhu Hozhao remarked. It's merely to compensate for our own shortcomings. As for the Taizu, he cannot see us. Besides, if he truly could see us, I would be too afraid to attend. Zhu Zili responded, the palace. Zhu Hochong gazed into the mirror, adjusting his dragon robe and imperial crown, occasionally stroking his beard. He placed great importance on the ancestral worship today and felt a sense of anticipation. The achievements of the 40th year of the Jiajing reign were indeed remarkable. Such a record was exceptionally commendable. Huang Jin entered, reminding him, Taishang Huang, it is now 1/4 the hour of Chun. The ceremonial procession is ready. Zhu Hochong checked his appearance once more, nodded, and exited the palace, stepping onto the prepared dragon sedan chair. In the next moment, drums and music resounded. Huang Jin and Liu Bing flanked him, their expressions solemn. The procession departed from the palace, passing through Hongwu Gate and Cheyang Gate, making its way towards the tomb of the filial emperor. With drums leading the way, the imperial guards donned their splendid attire, exuding an air of elegance. While the imperial army formed ranks along the route, with many citizens eager to catch a glimpse of the emperor's visage. The emperor sat within his dragon carriage, his visage concealed from view, yet this did not deter them from returning to boast. Zhu Hozhong occasionally lifted the curtain to admire the scenery along the way. Through the ranks of the imperial guards, he beheld the kneeling populace and, in his heart, reveled in the thought, such is the Ming Dynasty, such is the reign of Jiajing, that the common folk naturally revere and worship. At this moment, Zhu Hozhong resembled a child who has aced an examination and received a certificate, eager to return home and share the news with his parents. His spirits soaring with extraordinary joy. The imperial palace lay in close proximity to the Shaoling tomb, even with the ceremonial procession moving at a leisurely pace. It took merely half an hour to arrive at the sacred path before the tomb. The ministers and certain noble relatives had long awaited their arrival, and upon witnessing the Grand Emperor descend from his dragon carriage, they all bowed in unison. This time, Zhu Hozhao did not neglect the customary gestures. However, he knelt not before Zhu Hozhong. With a calm demeanor, Zhu Hozhong traversed past the ministers, leading the way. Subsequently, the ministers rose and followed closely behind him, proceeding to the eastern side of the Hall of Offerings, where the Grand Emperor purified his hands. The ceremonial officials sang the washing hymn, and then the music of welcome resounded. Zhu Hozhong led the assembly in reverence, performing 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. Zhu Hozhao and his nephew, Zhu Ziki, lingered at the rear of the crowd, as Li Bao remarked, seeing nothing but the backsides of others. They could only faintly hear the prayers offered to the spirit of the great ancestor as Emperor Jiajing burned incense. Amidst his despondency, Zhu Ziki felt a sense of relief, suddenly realizing that not having to step forward for the performance was rather agreeable. Once the harmony of the middle concluded, Zhu Hozhong knelt to present his achievements on a silk-covered table for the great ancestor's review. Following this, the harmony of serenity was played. Upon the music's conclusion, the ceremonial official recited a congratulatory message, subsequently detailing the accomplishments of the Jiajing reign, reporting the achievements to the great ancestor. From the first year of Jiajing to the 39th, every accomplishment, great and small, was meticulously documented, encompassing matters from the economy to the welfare of the people. From military affairs to technological advancements, territorial expansion, and the overall prosperity of the realm. The content was both splendid and eloquent, yet fundamentally grounded in reality. Throughout the recitation, everyone present, including Zhu Hozhong himself, remained kneeling, their legs growing numb from the prolonged posture. Zhu Hozhao silently mused. Thankfully, he had only reigned for 40 years. Had it been a few more, his limbs would have surely suffered even further. After approximately 1/4 hour, the ceremonial official completed his task, prompting Zhu Hozhong to rise and accept the congratulatory message and the record of Jiajing's achievements, which he then burned in the sacrificial furnace. Once the burning was completed, they finally entered the formal sacrificial rites. Zhu Hozhong, holding the golden goblet, first offered wine while the longevity and harmony was played. For the second offering, the joy and harmony was performed, and for the final offering, the prosperity and harmony was played. Following these 3 offerings, the ceremonial official presented the auspicious wine before Zhu Hozhong, who drank it and then prostrated himself before the great ancestor in gratitude for the ancestral blessings. This process was lengthy and solemn, with every participant, including Zhu Hozhong, displaying utmost diligence and profound reverence. In this era, whether deities, spirits, or bodhisattvas were invoked, belief was given to those who resonated with them, yet ancestors held a unique significance. Ancestors possess spirit. This was the prevailing belief among all. If ancestors did not manifest their presence, it was deemed a reflection of one's filial piety. Conversely, if they did, it was not attributed to one's own merit, but to the ancestors' benevolence towards their descendants. The Ming Dynasty governed through filial piety, a notion deeply ingrained in the very marrow of society. Since the demise of Zhu Yuanzhang, he has transcended into a deity of the Ming Dynasty, embodying a true divine essence, not merely that of an emperor. This reverence extends to officials as well, stemming from deeply rooted beliefs rather than mere political correctness. To the founding emperor, one can only approach with sincere devotion. Even Zhu Hozhao, who is often seen as capricious, displayed heartfelt piety as he prostrated himself, bowing repeatedly with utmost diligence, enduring the discomfort of aching legs and a sore back, all to honor his ancestors, who also happened to be the architects of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Ziyi, though distanced from the royal lineage, still holds immense pride in his heritage today, in his heart, as well as in the hearts of all Zhu family members. Being a descendant of this humble emperor from Huaiyou signifies unparalleled glory. The ancestral rites continued until the final hours of noon. Zhu Hozhao and Zhu Ziyi found themselves at the end of a lengthy procession, occasionally glancing back at the purple gold mountain, filled with nostalgia and profound emotions. Everyone understood that this was their last ancestral tribute. Even Zhu Ziyi, despite his youth, recognized that he would not have another opportunity or the standing to partake in such rites again. Nonetheless, they were still members of the Zhu family, at least. They belonged to the esteemed lineage of the Yongqing Marquisate. In a pavilion, the uncle and nephew sat facing each other. Zhu Ziyi, feeling melancholic, softly remarked, "Elder uncle, this formal ancestral ceremony arranged by father during his visit to Jinling is all for us, so please do not harbor anger towards him." "What nonsense is this?" Zhu Hozhao retorted, still shaken from the recent rites. "While I acknowledge his intentions to care for us, it is primarily for his own benefit. After all, isn't it to flaunt before our founding ancestor?" "Yet, that is the truth," Zhu Ziyi replied. "I never denied it," Zhu Hozhao mumbled, then continued, "Regardless, I am still his elder brother. Why should I be the one to be upset with him? It should be the other way around." Zhu Ziyi, forthright, stated, "When it comes to vexing others, father is no match for you, elder uncle." Zhu Hozhao glared. "Have you become bold, young man?" Zhu Ziyi, feeling dejected, responded, "See. You resort to childish antics when you cannot argue your point." Zhu Hozhao feigned injury, sighing, "Ah, it seems that a son is always dearer. Alas, I pour out my heart, and my own son betrays me instantly." "Elder uncle, please don't be like this. That was not my intention." "It was my fault as a nephew," Zhu Ziyi replied. "Just as long as you understand." Zhu Hozhao suddenly felt less sorrowful and inquired, "If you and your father fell into water, who would you save first?" Zhu Ziyi, "I owe you 400 words. I shall rectify that immediately." Chapter 13. The world is not worth it at the Meridian Gate. Zhu Thuxing stood upon the city walls, facing the setting sun, savoring the evening breeze as he strolled leisurely. Flanked by Huang Jin and Lu Bing, he was attended on either side. Clad in his resplendent yellow dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem, Zhu Thuxing no longer bore the regal majesty he had in the morning. Instead, he appeared pensive. The three swordsmen, having grown up together, could intuitively sense the melancholy within the retired emperor. Acknowledging the emperor's sorrow, they maintained a solemn silence, their expressions subdued. As the sun dipped lower, the trio walked a distance, striving to keep the sunset within their sight. Alas, though the sunset was beautiful, such splendid moments are fleeting. The complexion of Zhu Hozong shifted from a vibrant orange to a deep crimson, gradually fading to a dull hue. Although it was not yet April and the onset of summer was still some time away, the chill of dusk began to envelop the air as the sun dipped towards the horizon. Huang Jin softly reminded, "Your Majesty, the sky is darkening. Perhaps you should return to your chambers to rest?" Zhu Hozong remained silent, tilting his head slightly upwards, continuing to gaze towards Qixia Mountain, captivated by the descending dark red sun. After a considerable pause, the sun finally vanished and twilight settled in. "Do you know whom I am reminded of?" Zhu Hozong suddenly inquired. Huang Jin and Lu Bing exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, inviting the emperor to elaborate. "I recall Yang Tingyi, Empress Zhang, Yang Shun, and many others, Zhu Hozong mused, his countenance momentarily lost in thought as he softly recited, "The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, its waves wash away heroes, right and wrong. Success and failure, all vanish in a turn. The verdant hills remain, while the sun sets again and again." Huang Jin wished to offer words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for how to begin. Liu Bing, however, was different. Despite his origins as a martial champion, he possessed a remarkable eloquence. As for Yang Shun, the notions of right and wrong, success and failure are indeed ephemeral. Yet for your majesty, they are not. You are like the enduring hills, standing strong for a century, a millennium. Are the hills truly enduring? Zhu Hozong mused. Indeed, they persist within the annals of history. Liu Bing replied earnestly. Huang Jin nodded emphatically, proclaiming, "This bustling city of Jinling, this flourishing Ming Dynasty, is utterly devoid of emptiness." Zhu Hozong smiled gently, murmuring, "Tomorrow, the sun shall rise as usual, yet I am merely today's setting sun." When one surveys the vast river of history, life seems rather brief. Or perhaps not too brief, just enough. Any longer would be exhausting, perhaps even tiresome. Huang Jin scratched his head. "Your Majesty, are you perhaps thinking of Li Qing? What need have I for him?" Zhu Hozong replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "I have my duties, and he has his own affairs. We are all but unfortunate souls." The following day, Zhu Hozong awoke naturally, having slept soundly. After a simple breakfast, he returned to bed, causing great concern for Huang Jin and Liu Bing. Fearing the emperor might fall into a state of despondency, they urged him to explore the splendor of Jinling. Yet, Zhu Hozong seemed disinterested in any outing, appearing exceedingly fatigued and expressing a desire merely to rest. The two men understood that the emperor's state of mind had encountered significant turmoil and had been divided. The fate of Ying Tianfu naturally became a focal point. After a brief discussion, they decided to approach the former crown prince for assistance in comforting the emperor. Both Huang Jin and Liu Bing were aware of Zhu Ziqi's situation, yet inviting him into the palace directly seemed impractical. Thus, they resolved to extend an invitation to the Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing, asking him to bring along Zhu Ziqi. Subjects and servants may not suffice, but surely a son will do, they reasoned. At the Duke of Yongqing's residence, upon receiving the news, Li Qing hurriedly sought out Zhu Ziqi to explain the circumstances. Zhu Ziqi, upon hearing the news, grew anxious. However, he recognized his limitations and said, "Grandfather, this matter is beyond both of us. It requires uncle to intervene." Li Qing hesitated, acknowledging the difficulty, let alone the fact that he is not on the invitation list. His status complicates matters. It matters not. It has been 40 years of jiajing. What could possibly be amiss? Zhu Ziqi countered. "Do you have confidence in your ability to guide the emperor?" Li Qing, feeling somewhat deflated, replied, "I am merely a martial general. I am not the main character in this tale. Yet, I too harbor no certainty." Zhu Ziqi sighed, remarking that such matters were most adeptly handled by his uncle. In the absence of Mr. Li, only his uncle could resolve this intricate issue. Li Qing inhaled deeply, resignedly stating, "Very well. Please summon him at once so we may all proceed to the palace together." Zhu Ziqi nodded and hurried off. Zhu Hozhao was hastily carried over by the servants of the Marquis's residence, nearly falling apart from the jostling. Upon seeing his nephew, he erupted into a tirade, chastising him for his lack of respect and filial piety. "Enough with the scolding. Father is in trouble," Zhu Ziqi interjected, briefly summarizing the situation. Zhu Hozhao paused, then relaxed, saying, "Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's merely a matter of sensitivity, nothing grave." Li Qing replied sternly, "If it were truly trivial, neither eunuch Huang nor Commander Liu would react this way." "Indeed, uncle, this is hardly a moment for levity," Zhu Ziqi urged. He inquired, "Do you have a solution?" Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes, responding, "Isn't it obvious? After 40 arduous years, his achievements are unparalleled in history. Yet, few truly comprehend his struggles. The formal ancestral rites yesterday were simply to convey to our ancestors how challenging and remarkable his journey has been. However, our forefather cannot speak to commend him, leading to a sense of disappointment. In the eyes of the ministers, it is only natural for the emperor to be misunderstood, without the privilege to acknowledge his grievances. With the leisure to reflect on past tribulations, a flood of unexpressed grievances and indignation can overwhelm one, fostering a sentiment that life is unworthy. Seeing Zhu Hozhao articulate his thoughts so convincingly, Li Qing and Zhu Zili exchanged glances, simultaneously asking, "So, you can resolve this?" As I mentioned, it's merely a matter of sensitivity, nothing significant. Excellent. Li Qing clapped Zhu Hozhao on the shoulder, declaring, "Then we shall entrust everything to you." On what grounds? Zhu Zili mumbled. On the basis of your 40 years of carefree existence. Zhu Hozhao found himself momentarily speechless, begrudgingly conceding, "Fine, I'll act according to the situation." The two men were perplexed, asking, "How shall we gauge the situation?" Zhu Hozhao, feeling exasperated, stated, "It's all on me then. Is that acceptable?" "Indeed." Li Qing and Zhu Zili nodded in unison. With Li Qing and Li Shui absent, in the face of a significant issue, only Zhu Hozhao could provide them with reassurance. Zhu Hozhao, feeling speechless, remarked, "Look at how you two crumble under pressure. Thankfully, Xiao Bao is not like you." "Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. You are the most formidable," Li Qing retorted, uninterested in banter, quickly suggesting, "Let us go. We shall accompany you in making amends." Zhu Zili agreed, stating earnestly, "Uncle, you must take responsibility for your actions. I truly wish to strike you both." Zhu Hozhao grumbled, having just pleaded for their assistance, now finding himself blamed for their predicament. "Let us proceed to the palace of heavenly purity." Zhu Hohong leaned against the dragon couch, lost in thought, his expression one of weariness and existential disillusionment. The retired emperor and Marquis Yongqing request an audience. Refuse them entry. They have already entered the palace and await outside the hall. Zhu Hohong furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Huang Jin, you are quite audacious." This servant acknowledges her transgressions. Huang Jin understood that his master was not genuinely angry with him. With a respectful demeanor, he offered an apology and quietly said, "The former crown prince has arrived and wishes to speak with you." Zhu Hozhong paused momentarily, then scoffed, "He certainly has a lot to say." "Very well, let him enter." Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor, Yongqing Marquis has also brought along that Zhu gentleman. Should I send him away?" Huang Jin inquired, cautiously observing the Grand Emperor's expression. Zhu Hozhong's lips curled into a cold smile. "Does he dare to come here? What audacity! I shall have him sent back." "Did I say to send him back?" Huang Jin asked, bewildered. "Why are you still standing there?" Yes, I will summon them in at once." Huang Jin nodded and hurried off. A short while later, 3 individuals entered the palace chamber. Huang Jin, understanding the situation, refrained from following them inside, dismissing the young eunuch and taking his place alongside Liu Bing as sentinels at the door. To them, Yongqing Marquis and Zhu gentlemen were mere accessories. It was the former crown prince who was the main attraction. "Liu Bing, what do you suppose has caused the Grand Emperor to act this way?" Liu Bing remained silent. "Do you think the former crown prince can successfully counsel the Grand Emperor?" Liu Bing still refrained from responding. "Are you deaf? Speak." Liu Bing took a deep breath and said, "Come here." Huang Jin, looking bewildered, stepped forward. Liu Bing brought his fingers together and poked Huang Jin several times. Huang Jin exclaimed, "Oh." Liu Bing blew on his joined fingers and huffed, "You chatter too much," speculating about the Grand Emperor's mood. Huang Jin, his face contorted with pain, retorted, "When the Grand Emperor recovers, I swear I'll make you regret your words." Liu Bing rolled his eyes, remaining indifferent. Inside the palace chamber, Zhu Hozhao approached the dragon couch and tugged at Zhu Hozhong, saying, "What a beautiful spring day. Lying in bed is utterly dull. Don't push me away." Zhu Hozhong flung him off, sulking as he lay back down, covering himself with a blanket and turning his back to the others. "Get lost." Li Qing and Zhu Ziyi exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Just a few days prior, when they visited the Yongqing Marquis' residence, the brothers were on good terms. It seemed that the elder brother had not provoked the younger one. Zhu Hozhao, true to his lineage, displayed remarkable boldness as he too lay down without removing his shoes, mumbling, "This is quite comfortable. Squeeze in a bit. By the way, yesterday's ancestral rites were rather exhausting." Zhu Hozhong erupted in fury, sitting up with a cold demeanor. "Do you truly consider yourself a person? Otherwise what? Am I supposed to be a pig?" Zhu Hozhao replied lazily, gazing upwards. "I'm not saying this, but you're being overly dramatic. Is it really such a big deal?" Zhu Hozhong was livid. 40 years. 40 years. He gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with rage. "You dare to say it's not a big deal? How audacious of you." Zhu Hozhao, unfazed by the spittle that sprayed onto his face, maintained a provocative demeanor, chuckling. Haven't you let it go already? I just can't stand seeing you like this. Zhu Hozhong reached out, grasping Zhu Hozhao by the neck, as if he intended to strangle him in his wrath. Li Qing and Zhu Zili were taken aback, yet they dared not raise their voices in alarm. Instead, they stepped forward to mediate, softly imploring, "Your Majesty, please refrain from such behavior." In Chapter 14, The Pain of Youth, Zhu Hozhao, unlike his predecessor Zhu Hoxuan, no longer posed a challenge. He had no desire to resist, allowing Zhu Hoxuan to grip him. Enduring the humiliation with a sense of resignation, the price paid being a roll of the eyes and a protruding tongue. Naturally, Li Qing and Zhu Zili could not stand idly by. They joined forces to pull Zhu Hoxuan away. After a series of labored breaths, Zhu Hozhao finally spoke. "Is that sufficient? Not enough. Then shall we continue? Speak less." Li Qing retorted, vexed, realizing he should never have brought this individual along. Zhu Zili shared his cousin's exasperation, thinking that the intention was to counsel rather than to provoke. "Father, let it go," Zhu Zili urged. "Get out of my sight." Zhu Hoxuan exploded with fury, calling his son an ungrateful wretch. Zhu Hozhao gradually sat up, descending from the bed, and remarked, "It feels stifling here. Let us take a stroll. I am aware of the situation, yet some remain oblivious. Even if they come to know, it may not resonate deeply. Certain sentiments must be articulated by you, for others cannot empathize." Zhu Hoxuan fell silent, contemplating for a long while. "Do you all think I am being unreasonable?" "Not at all," Li Qing and Zhu Zili quickly denied. Zhu Hozhao continued, "No one perceives your actions as unreasonable, not even Li Qing. However, the truth remains that no one can truly empathize with you. You cannot expect others to grasp your feelings accurately. Even if they do, you may doubt their understanding, deeming it insufficient." Zhu Hoxuan ceased his discourse, turning to place his feet upon the immaculate floor. Zhu Zili, perceptive as ever, promptly knelt to assist his father with his shoes. Then, Zhu Hoxuan rose and strode purposefully outside. As Zhu Hozhao was about to follow, he was restrained on either side, with his companions signaling him to refrain from exacerbating the situation. Irritated, Zhu Hozhao broke free and pursued his father. Li Qing and Zhu Zili exchanged glances. Burdened with helplessness and frustration, yet uncertain how to navigate the current predicament, they too followed, silently wishing for no further complications. "Your Majesty," Huang Jin and Lu Bing, who had nearly come to blows, hurriedly bowed in greeting. Zhu Hoxuan ignored them, continuing on his path. The two exchanged bewildered looks with the trio, who remained mute. After a brief moment of silent confrontation, the five of them followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the Meridian Gate. Lu Bing assumed that the former emperor intended to explore the city of Jinling and prepared to arrange for the palace guards to accompany them. However, upon witnessing the emperor ascend the city wall, he ceased his preparations and joined the others. Zhu Hoxuan maintained his silence, standing atop the Meridian Gate, lost in thought before continuing his promenade. The others remained silent, trailing behind, save for Zhu Hozhao, who bore an anxious heart. They understood that the former emperor's state of mind was troubled, yet were at a loss as to how to remedy it. Zhu Hozhao recognized the source of the issue, yet he understood that only Zhu Hoxuan could find healing for himself. After a considerable interval, Zhu Hoxuan finally spoke. In the 16th year of Jingde, Emperor Wuzong passed away unexpectedly. In accordance with the founding principles of the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Wuzong designated me as his successor to the throne. The crowd's spirit was lifted. Though they did not comprehend why the former emperor spoke of this, they recognized it as a good omen and held their breath, listening intently. At that time, I was merely 14 years old. Suddenly receiving the late Emperor Wuzong's edict filled me with trepidation far exceeding any joy. I felt no ambition, only an overwhelming sense of anxiety. 14 years old, Zhu Hozhong murmured, yet no one paid heed to the feelings of that youthful boy, for reason seemed irrelevant. Oh, often in life, many matters are devoid of logic. I had never encountered so many officials before. As I gazed at those unfamiliar faces, I felt no pride in being their sovereign. I was only engulfed by fear and unease. They unceremoniously took me along, insisting I ascend to the throne. I bid farewell to my mother and sisters, complying with Emperor Wuzong's will, and journeyed towards the capital. Silence enveloped the room. This was a well-known tale. Yet prior to this moment, no one had considered the emotions and sensations of the youthful boy at that time. Those individuals treated me with courtesy and respect, yet I could only sense an unspoken distance. I faintly understood that the emperor was not as I had imagined. The vastness of heaven and earth paled in comparison to the emperor's might. At that moment, I dared not voice my thoughts, as I had no one trustworthy by my side, only Huang Jin. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Huang Jin's face. Being an emperor at the tender age of 14 was neither a matter of pride nor a cause for grievance. In my Ming Dynasty, the Yingzong ascended the throne at 8, and Wuzong was merely 16 when he became emperor. At my age, there was little to complain about, yet my situation was different. Zhu Hozhong, in shock, said, "Others have been crown princes since childhood, receiving imperial education, becoming familiar with officials early on, while I was sheltered by my father." Looking around, apart from Huang Jin, I had nothing. Who could I rely on? Zhu Ziqi's eyes reddened, welling with tears. Until that moment, he had only perceived his father as wise and mighty, assuming the mantle of leadership at 14 and embarking on the path of a sagacious ruler. Yet he had never contemplated what burdens his father bore at that same age. Thus, I arrived in the capital, witnessing its grandeur and prosperity. In comparison, Anlu was merely a destitute village, and that innate sense of inferiority was inescapable. Zhu Hozhong's tone gradually grew calm. Outside Xuanwu Gate, the ceremonial procession came to a halt. At that time, I did not grasp why. Despite being a confirmed emperor, I still had to announce my arrival. I dared not question it, yet I soon understood. The officials of the Ministry of Rites instructed me to enter through the Donghua Gate. Though I was merely a prince from a small locality and a mere 14-year-old boy, I was aware of the protocols regarding which gate the emperor or crown prince would enter. At this juncture, Zhu Hozhong smiled, albeit with a tinge of melancholy. It was a smile laced with profound frustration and helplessness. I knew I ought not to comply with their directives, yet I was at a loss as to what to do. I aspired to emulate Emperor Wen of Han, yet I felt too feeble, my attempts clumsy and misguided. Many believed the courtier's concessions were the fruits of my cunning, but in truth, they were not. I merely indulged in childishness, compelling the ministers and the Empress Dowager to compromise in a most unreasonable and petulant manner. They were not vanquished by me. Rather, they held the dignity of the court in higher regard. Zhu Hozhong remarked, "Yet in the end, I achieved my desire, entering the palace through the main gate, followed by the tedious process of persuasion to ascend the throne. I still vividly recall that robe of state. It was immense, and my slender shoulders could scarcely bear its weight. I momentarily doubted whether they had mistakenly brought forth the dragon robe of Emperor Wuzong for me to wear. I dared not voice my thoughts, only enduring in silence. I felt like a puppet, moving at their slightest tug. The details of the coronation ceremony have since faded from memory, yet I distinctly remember my reluctance to meet anyone's gaze, as well as the sheer enormity of that dragon robe. The edict of enthronement had long been drafted, and the era name was naturally included, Shaoji. Based on their prior conduct, I discerned the deeper implication of this era name concerning the bloodline of Emperor Hongji. Ah, how pretentious it seems, does it not? A prince who should never have ascended to the throne, fortunate enough to become emperor, yet still displaying such selectivity, truly lacking in gratitude, as they all surmised. However, I beg to differ. What I inherited was the legacy of the Zhu clan, not that of Emperor Hongji. Emperor Zhengde was the direct grandson of Emperor Xianzong, just as I am. According to the ancestral teachings of the Ming Dynasty, I am the most qualified to assume the throne. With the bloodline of Emperor Xianzong, why should I owe them any gratitude? Thus, I grasped the imperial brush. Do you know? It was my first time wielding the brush. It felt surprisingly light, yet I struggled to lift it. With every ounce of strength, I erased Shaoji, pondering for a lengthy moment before inscribing my own era name, Jiajing. Jiajing. Zhu Hozhong seemed particularly pleased with this era name, almost proud of his rebellious act, repeating it several times before continuing. Jia means beauty, and Jing signifies peace. Jiajing embodies a flourishing and harmonious existence. Due to previous discontent, Yang Tingyi and the Dowager Empress Zhang refrained from making my choice of era name an ordeal, tacitly accepting my designation. From that day forth, I became the true emperor of the Ming Dynasty. I believe that this marked both an end and a beginning. Yet I was naively mistaken. Ultimately, I inherited the throne of my elder brother, which theoretically ought not to be my own. I understood this, and they were acutely aware, continually reminding me of the obligation to express gratitude. I felt inferior. The capital, Anlu, emperor, and heir, all these titles relentlessly tormented my sensitive and fragile heart, to the extent that, Even when their actions were not directed at me, I perceived them as such. Zhu Hozhong spoke calmly. I am aware of my humble origins, and I dare not act otherwise. I can only seek to appease Yang Tingyi and the Dowager Empress Zhang, praying they no longer target me. Yet my display of weakness only emboldened them further. The others listened in silence, their emotions complex. Even Zhu Hozhao felt the weight of this discourse, for it did not align entirely with his expectations. Zhu Hozhong spoke not of the 40 years of hardship and diligence, but rather of the injustice faced during his youth. Zhu Hozhao comprehended why Zhu Hozhong could not surmount this hurdle. The pain of youth lingers throughout a lifetime. A lifetime of unresolvable grievances has led to a profound understanding of why Zhu Hozhong harbors such animosity towards Yang Tingyi and his son, an animosity that remains unyielding and cannot be assuaged. It is not pettiness, but rather an unhealed wound within his heart, one that will linger throughout his existence. Yet, curiously, no one has ever contemplated this, nor have they attempted to empathize or comprehend his plight. At most, they express sympathy for his arduous journey over the past 4 decades. Without considering the sorrows of his youth, Zhu Hozhong has finally grasped the essence of his cousin's deepest grievances. Chapter 15. Time will ultimately heal when regrets are addressed. Long-buried pains become painfully apparent. After 40 years, Zhu Hozhong finds it difficult to forget. Every recollection stirs an overwhelming sense of indignation. He softly murmurs, "A significant portion of my life has elapsed. What is there that cannot be overcome? Yet, I find myself unable to move past it. I still do not believe I am at fault. I am not wrong. My reign is founded upon filial piety. Should I forsake my parents in pursuit of the throne? Can parents be disregarded? The ancestral teachings of the Ming state. When a father dies, the son inherits. When an elder brother passes, the younger brother steps in. My ascension to the throne is both reasonable and lawful. What fault lies within that? If I do not acknowledge Emperor Xiaozong as my father, does that negate my descent from Emperor Taizu? Does it erase my lineage from Emperor Xinzong? Does it strip me of the Zhu surname? It is truly absurd." Zhu Hozhong scoffed. If we speak of political considerations, do Yang Tingyi and his associates lack them? The direct line of succession belongs to Emperor Xiaozong, not to Emperor Xinzong, nor to Emperor Taizu. It was Emperor Taizu who fought for the realm, not Emperor Xiaozong. In terms of proximity to Emperor Taizu, how am I different from Emperor Wuzong? Zhu Zai felt a knot in his throat, anxiously glancing at his uncle. Zhu Hozhong maintained a calm demeanor, neither angry nor pleased, exuding tranquility. I do not perceive myself as in the wrong, nor do I believe that Yang Tingyi feels any fault, nor does Yang Shun. As Zhu Hozhong's emotions settled, he reflected that, even aside from individual political considerations, no one was truly at fault from their respective viewpoints. I am aware that, regardless of the circumstances, my actions and methods may be perceived as self-serving. Because I am the son of a prince, because I was not originally entitled to inherit the throne, because my father was not the emperor, because I hail from humble origins. I know, more than anyone else, that they need not remind me of this. But what of my origins? Was not Emperor Taizong of Han born a commoner? Was not Emperor Taizong of Tang also not a true heir? Similarly, Emperor Yongle of our dynasty was not born to the purple, yet they are all revered as great sovereigns, beloved by the populace. I never wished for conflict. It was they who compelled me to engage, who forced my hand. From the outcome, it seems I ought to be grateful to them. Yet why should I express such gratitude? Are they truly irredeemable villains? In all fairness, it was Yang Tingyi who stabilized the situation following Emperor Wuzong's sudden demise. He ensured a smooth transition of imperial power. From the perspective of the Ming Emperor, Yang Tingyi is a benefactor. Yet I find it difficult to extend my magnanimity. I cannot persuade myself to overlook the matters at hand. Zhu Hozhong laughed bitterly. I cannot simply disregard my grievances. However, if I were to acknowledge them, it might suggest a sense of betrayal, an insatiable desire for both sides. Yet who has ever considered that it was I who eagerly sought this throne? Was it I who wept and pleaded to ascend? It certainly was not. From beginning to end, it has always been their incessant demands, while I could only be magnanimous. Otherwise, I would be seen as petty and small-minded. The seeds of resentment, planted in my youth, have tormented me for decades, consuming much of my life, and even today, I find it impossible to let go. Yet, to whom can I voice this grievance? Expressing it would only render me melodramatic, yielding no effect, and no one would understand, much less empathize. But Zhu Hozhong still yearned to speak. He had to speak. Otherwise, these burdens would be buried with him in the grave. The gentle sunlight enveloped him. Yet Zhu Hozhong felt no warmth. Even the brightest rays could not dry a heart steeped in dampness. For a long time, His Majesty governed the realm with his robes flowing, drawing from the very cosmos. Zhu Hozhao remarked that the dragon robe was grand. Yet the achievements of the Jiajing era were even greater. Huang Jin and Liu Bing exchanged astonished glances at Zhu Hozhao, then nodded in agreement. Li Qing and Zhu Zili felt the same. However, Zhu Hozhong remained emotionally unmoved, pondering in silence for a long while before softly stating, "I wish to walk alone. There is no need for you to accompany me." With that, he proceeded alone. Immediately, Zhu Hozhao followed suit. Liu Bing's expression darkened, and he was about to intervene. But Li Qing stepped in front of him. "Why is the Marquis of Yongqing acting this way?" Li Qing questioned. "We are all members of the court. But he is not. Perhaps the retired emperor can be more casual with him. What rationale is this?" Liu Bing felt it was nonsensical and completely disagreed. "Please let me pass," he insisted. "What the Marquis says holds some merit." Zhu Zili interjected, positioning himself before Liu Bing. "An elderly man who needs a cane to walk. What is there to worry about? We shall wait here." Li Qing nodded. The retired emperor has known Zhu for a long time and can converse easily with him. Surely. Eunuch Huang understands this. Liu Bing glanced at Huang Jin, who nodded in affirmation. After a moment of inner conflict, Liu Bing abandoned his intent to obstruct. The two brothers walked a distance before pausing. Zhu Hozhong gazed into the distance and said softly, "It is hard to comprehend, isn't it?" "Not at all. It is quite understandable," Zhu Hozhao replied with a serene smile. "Why should I bear this burden alone? By speaking out, I allow others to share in the sorrow, to endure their own inner turmoil, and to feel guilt, which may ultimately release the pent-up frustrations accumulated over decades." Zhu Hozhao stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing towards the horizon. After a moment, Zhu Hozhao continued, "I expected you would apologize to me." "Why should I apologize?" Zhu Hozhao chuckled softly. "Is 4 decades of trauma simply a matter of an apology? If I apologize, I relieve myself of psychological burdens. Wouldn't that be rather unfair to you?" Zhu Hozhong stood stunned, lost in thought. The death of the Jingde emperor had occurred 40 years ago, and now the reign of the Jiajing emperor had also come to a close. The tides of the Yangtze River pushed forward, ushering in a new generation. And the world is no longer in our hands. There is no need to regard ourselves with such weight. Zhu Hozhao spoke softly. "We cannot know the outcome, nor can we speculate. However, I believe Li Qing will not betray the Ming Dynasty, nor will he betray himself. As for you, I reiterate, rather than expend your energy on self-inflicted strife, it is wiser to direct that energy outward. If that brings you solace, then do so. Why concern yourself with notions of sentimentality?" Zhu Hozhong remained silent. "In truth, my feelings towards you are not as deeply rooted in hatred as you might presume," Zhu Hozhong remarked. "It has always been this way. This is a necessity, indeed. You ought to express your gratitude to the esteemed former emperor for his magnanimity," Zhu Hozhong suggested. Zhu Hozhao chuckled and shook his head. "Why? Because I am your brother," he responded with an air of certainty. Zhu Hozhong found himself at a loss for words. I am destined to never attain your level of nonchalance. I cannot match the inner strength of the sole heir of the Ming Dynasty. There is no need to envy anyone. Each individual possesses their own unique brilliance." Zhu Hozhao said with a smile. "You have areas where you surpass me, and I have my shortcomings as well. There is no necessity for comparison. In truth, such comparisons are not for us to dictate. Let time and history take their course, allowing future generations to judge." The corners of Zhu Hozhong's mouth curled slightly as he coldly retorted, "Then, what do you possess to compare with me?" Zhu Hozhao replied. Zhu Hozhong let out a long sigh and murmured, "What is past, and what cannot be traversed, will eventually fade away." "Indeed, do you feel somewhat better?" "A little bit. That is good to hear." Upon arriving home at the Yongqing Marquis' residence, Li Qing and Zhu Zili eagerly inquired about the details. Zhu Hozhao stated, "I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The good." "No, the bad." Zhu Zili interjected anxiously. "What is the bad news?" "The pain of youth cannot be overcome." Li Qing stood in stunned silence, while Zhu Zili's expression darkened. "And what of the good news?" "It will eventually pass." Li Qing remarked with frustration. "What sort of good news is that?" Such words, coming from his lips, are laden with the weight of the past. Zhu Hozhao said, "What has passed, and what cannot be traversed, will eventually fade away." This is his original sentiment. To utter such words is not without its own history. The two were momentarily taken aback. Well, there is nothing wrong with being a bit melodramatic. Having been twisted and tormented for much of one's life, and having engaged in dark scheming, it is difficult to change. Is it truly undesirable to change? Li Qing found this notion perplexing. Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. Only by genuinely recognizing one's faults can one hope to amend them. But if one does come to such realization, then what of the past decades? Li Qing fell into a contemplative silence. It is precisely this nearly distorted entanglement that has allowed him to persevere thus far, to reach this point, and to establish remarkable achievements that cannot be dismissed, can they? Zhu Hozhao sighed lightly, reassuringly stating that his condition is merely intermittent and not a constant state. Zhu Ziru inquired nervously, "Is that truly the case? If you doubt me, then why ask?" Zhu Hozhao retorted with exasperation, "Believe it or not, just don't call upon me in the future." "Uncle, that was not my intention." Zhu Ziru quickly apologized, adding comfortingly that regarding your father's words, "Dear uncle, do not take them too much to heart. It is not entirely your fault." "Oh, I am unlike him. I never impose hardships upon myself," Zhu Hozhao scoffed. "Why exhaust oneself when one can expend energy on others? A brother is akin to a father. Who would begrudge their own son?" Zhu Ziru exclaimed. "I should not have attempted to comfort you." Li Qing also found himself at a loss for words, muttering, "I must ask, do you feel no twinge of remorse today?" "Why should I?" Zhu Hozhao replied, puzzled. "I may have abandoned the task, but prior to that, I certainly laid the groundwork for him. How will history portray me, and how will it depict him? I have played the role of the villain, and he reaps all the benefits. How have I wronged him?" After a brief pause, do not merely listen to his pretentiousness. If given a choice, if he could revisit his decisions, he would undoubtedly rush to the capital to become emperor once more. The two responded, "If you don't believe it, so be it." Zhu Hozhao scoffed, saying, "With your intellect, aside from managing your own lives, you are not much different from fools. You are being excessively arrogant." Li Qing retorted angrily. Zhu Hozhao, undeterred, threatened, "Oh, try touching even a single finger of mine. I am but a flickering candle at the end of its wick. Should you lay a hand on me, do you believe I would not bring your Li family to utter ruin?" Gratitude extended to the esteemed author Bumoji for the golden ticket urging updates, and to the illustrious dream of ancient and modern for their recognition. Chapter 16. The direction of new policies after expressing their heartfelt grievances, whether it was Huang Jin or Liu Bing, or Li Qing and Zhu Ziyu. All felt sorrow and compassion for Emperor Jiajing. Observing their emotions, Zhu Holong inexplicably felt a sense of comfort. In truth, he desired little, merely yearning for understanding and empathy. With his objective achieved, he no longer wallowed in pretentiousness or immersed himself in suffering. Gradually, Zhu Holong regained his cheerfulness, wandering through Nanjing, inspecting the Longjiang shipyard, and enjoying the sights of research bases with great delight. Zhu Hozhao, however, found himself somewhat displeased. Ever since that day, this fellow had dined at his tavern without paying a single coin, indulging in the finest dishes. Indeed, Zhu Hozhao's words rang true. It is better to expend others than to deplete oneself. The capital's inspections had already spread to Yingtianfu. Coupled with the influence of the retired emperor, the atmosphere in Yingtianfu, which was relatively harmonious, became even more so. The populace thrived, flourishing abundantly, accentuating the prosperity of the southern water towns, which made Zhu Holong feel increasingly formidable. He often pondered, in all of history, how many emperors can compare to the achievements of my reign? This was not mere arrogance. It was grounded in fact. None could rival him. Although not all the glory was his alone, and he indeed stood on the shoulders of his ancestors to advance further, the current Ming Dynasty was undeniably unparalleled throughout history. It is indeed Zhu Holong mused with satisfaction. It is a well-known truth that one person's happiness often rests upon another's suffering. For instance, Zhu Ziyu. Having been emperor for only a few months, he had lost considerable weight and appeared utterly haggard. In the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Ziyu stared blankly at the pile of memorials on his desk, his face reflecting a profound disillusionment, silently contemplating, "Father, when will you return?" Relying on the strengths of others, Zhu Ziyu suddenly realized that when the mountain collapses and the waters recede, his own inadequacies became glaringly apparent. After brooding for a while, he began to review the memorials. Yet soon, an unnameable anger surged within him. Accusations, accusations, and more accusations. whether it was mutual reproaches among the officials, which were understandable during the inspection period, or the inexplicable need to indict him as emperor. Zhu Ziyu questioned himself, diligent and meticulous to the point of walking on eggshells, attending morning court without fail and ensuring no memorials piled up. Yet despite his best efforts, he remained beset by issues, a fact he found difficult to accept. Is this never-ending? Zhu Ziyu felt a surge of frustration, yet dared not express it openly, enduring in silence while seeking breakthroughs in new policies. This task was bestowed upon him by the emperor, and Zhu Ziqiang dared not treat it lightly, nor did he wish to disappoint his father. Your Majesty, Minister Su requests an audience, reported a court attendant. Zhu Ziqiang exhaled softly and granted permission. Shortly thereafter, Su Jie entered, accompanied by a young eunuch, and bowed in reverence, stating, Your Majesty, the merchant ship is ready, and the Ming silver currency is adequately prepared. According to the calculations of the Bureau of Astronomy, it is auspicious to set sail in 3 days. Zhu Ziqiang nodded slightly. Minister Su, I presume you have more to convey than just this? Su Jie's face flushed with embarrassment as he reluctantly affirmed, Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. I have an important matter to present. Speak, Zhu Ziqiang urged. I believe the significance of this voyage cannot be underestimated, and it would be unwise to send just any eunuch to oversee it, Su Jie earnestly replied. I recommend eunuch Feng accompany the merchant ship. He possesses experience at sea, and moreover, he is acquainted with Lord Yongqing. Such a crucial affair warrants the utmost diligence. I implore Your Majesty to grant permission. Zhu Ziqiang paused, quickly discerning the underlying implications. Huang Jin had served as a senior eunuch for decades, maintaining a peaceful demeanor, while Feng Bao was known for his restless nature, which could bode ill for the outer court. The influence of the 3 prominent eunuchs, Wang Zhen, Wang Ji, and Lu Jin, had already inflicted considerable harm upon the outer court, and it was imperative that another such figure did not arise. Nevertheless, the gravity of this matter was undeniable, and of all the eunuchs in the Directorate of Ceremonial, Feng Bao and Li Qing were the most familiar with the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Ziqiang remarked, Is there any preliminary progress with the court investigation? Anticipating the emperor's inquiry, Su Jie promptly produced a list from his sleeve, responding with utmost respect, Your Majesty. There has been initial success. Thanks to the profound virtue of our ancestors, most officials in the capital maintain integrity, with only a handful engaging in corrupt practices. I humbly submit this for Your Majesty's discerning judgment. Zhu Ziqiang glanced at the list presented by the eunuch, his brow furrowing deeply upon noting that it contained only a dozen names, the highest ranking of whom was merely a secondary official. Clearly, this did not reflect the reality. Is this all? He inquired. Your Majesty, the investigation has only just commenced, Su Jie tactfully replied. The list proposed by the senior minister is expected to be more extensive, but further scrutiny is required. I would not dare to tarnish Your Majesty's clarity. Zhu Ziqiang took a deep breath and nodded slightly. The diligent efforts of Gao Gong and Zhang Jujing were commendable, yet the cabinet and the 6 ministries held the authority to conduct assessments, and the court investigations had traditionally been carried out in such a manner. Zhu Ziqiang was reluctant to disrupt established practices. However, Su Jie's approach left him feeling quite displeased. Minister Su is indeed prudent, he remarked coolly. As a trusted advisor to my father, I too wish for Minister Su to be a trusted aide to me, serving the sovereign's interests and alleviating the burdens of governance. Su Jie bowed deeply, affirming with respect, and then added earnestly, Your Majesty, as you ascend the throne, I dare suggest that you adhere to the governance strategies of the late emperor, prioritizing stability for the time being. Zhu Ziqiang remained silent. Having been taught by his father for such an extended period, he understood the subtext and recognized that Su Jie was not merely being perfunctory. I understand. For this voyage of the merchant ship, Feng Bao shall be in charge. Your Majesty's insight is astute, Su Jie replied, bowing with a demeanor of respect and sincerity. Yet, this very demeanor of Su Jie incited a sudden wave of aversion within Zhu Ziqiang. Undoubtedly, Su Jie was a competent chancellor. Yet he did not resonate with the current disposition of Zhu Ziqiang. Zhu Ziqiang was still youthful, having just ascended to the throne. And with his illustrious father as a precedent, how could he resign himself to mediocrity, merely focusing on stability? If there are no pressing matters, Su Qing, you may attend to your duties. Zhu Ziqiang suppressed his dissatisfaction and said gently, I shall summon Feng Bao shortly. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. Su Jie bowed and exited. Zhu Ziqiang's chest heaved for a moment, but he managed to contain his emotions. However, while he was able to endure, others were not. Shortly after Su Jie departed, Gao Gong arrived, immediately lodging a complaint against Su Jie. Your Majesty, I, along with Zhang Jujing, have been diligently gathering evidence and conducting a careful investigation, yet upon reaching the cabinet, a significant portion of our findings, 6 or 7 out of 10, were dismissed, citing insufficient evidence. Gao Gong lamented, his frustration palpable. The calm Zhu Ziqiang, having just regained his composure, felt his temper flare anew at Gao Gong's outburst, unable to resist exclaiming, "What a delightful elder of the licorice pavilion!" Upon hearing this, Gao Gong was elated and seized the opportunity, suggesting, "Your Majesty, why not bypass the cabinet altogether? I could present my findings directly to you." Zhu Ziqiang felt tempted, yet wisely declined. To do so would be tantamount to informing the cabinet and the Minister of Personnel that a new emperor brings new ministers, signaling their imminent dismissal. "I am already aware of this matter. Before your arrival, I had already reprimanded Su Jie," Zhu Ziqiang reassured him. "I am well aware of your efforts." With the emperor's assurance, Gao Gong could not press further and sought another avenue to advance the conversation. "Your Majesty, I understand you have been preoccupied with the concerns of the new policies. In the midst of my duties, I have also reflected on the issues surrounding the reforms and have formulated some thoughts." Zhu Ziqiang's interest piqued, and he urged, "Please, share your insights. Reform the system." Zhu Ziqiang was taken aback. "Clarify your thoughts." "Yes, my suggestion is to curb land consolidation by abolishing the special privileges afforded to officials and gentry," Gao Gong explained. During the reign of Emperor Qingzu, significant reductions in these privileges were enacted alongside the implementation of land taxes, which greatly curtailed land consolidation. However, the gentry still enjoys a 30% advantage, which I believe should also be abolished. Zhu Ziqiang's expression shifted as he pondered. Even the venerable Emperor Qingzu retained a 30% privilege, and my sagacious father did not completely revoke these advantages. I believe this matter warrants further deliberation. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. Gao Gong insisted urgently. The current circumstances differ greatly, Your Majesty. The widespread education initiatives have already produced significant results. And with the introduction of mathematics as a subject, the situation has reached a critical juncture. The number of candidates participating in the imperial examinations will only continue to rise. If we do not reform land consolidation, it will escalate rapidly. Slow down, Zhu Ziqiang interjected, alarmed. My father had already devised a strategy for this. The number of participants in the examinations is indeed increasing, but the slots are limited. It is not, as you suggest. However, Gao Gong boldly countered, "Forgive my audacity, but this is not a sustainable solution. Only by severing the roots can we effectively curtail land consolidation." After a pause, he hesitated before adding, "I have heard, only heard, that the Su family in Songjiang Prefecture possesses a staggering amount of land. Your Majesty, if the livelihoods of an entire city's populace rest in the hands of a single family, how will Your Majesty navigate such a situation?" Zhu Ziqiang's expression darkened abruptly. Gao Gong lifted his official robe and bowed deeply. "In the past, Your Highness bestowed upon me kindness as profound as mountains. Now that Your Highness has ascended the throne, I must speak. How can I remain silent? For the sake of our ancestors' empire and the enduring legacy of the Ming Dynasty, I earnestly implore Your Majesty to reflect carefully." Chapter 17. Malice. Firstly, Gao Gong was a competent high-ranking official, and secondly, he was acutely aware of the potential ramifications of the policy in question. It was evident, without the need for speculation or implementation, that should he dare to propose it in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he would instantly become the target of public ire. Yet, Gao Gong proceeded regardless. Conversely, Zhu Ziqiang, after a fleeting surge of fervor, began to harbor a hint of regret. The consequences of this policy, once laid bare, were easy to foresee. As the saying goes, to obstruct another's path to wealth is akin to murdering one's parents. If even this 30% preferential treatment were to be revoked, it would be tantamount to being unable to earn a living even while on one's knees. How could the officials and gentry of the realm possibly acquiesce to such an injustice? Minister Gao, the immediate priority is to address the capital inspections. Zhu Ziqiang hesitated to reverse his stance, clearing his throat and stating, "Historically, reforms are fraught with difficulty. This matter is of great significance and far-reaching impact. We must deliberate before taking action. In terms of understanding the new emperor, Gao Gong surpassed Su Jie and Zhang Jujing. Upon hearing Zhu Ziqian's remarks, he recognized that the emperor was once again succumbing to indecisiveness. He understood that if today's resolve to affirm the emperor's determination was not thoroughly established, there might never be another opportunity to revisit the matter. Your Majesty, throughout history, land annexation has never been curtailed. Why is that? Gao Gong posed and answered his own question. Is it because the common folk lack the capacity to withstand risks, resorting to selling their fields in times of natural disasters or man-made calamities? Yes. Is it because the gentry employ ruthless means to compel the common folk to part with their lands? Yes. Yet, these are not the principal reasons. The core issue lies solely in the privileges enjoyed by the gentry. With heartfelt sincerity, Gao Gong continued, when the gentry receives 10 parts preferential treatment, the common folk receive only 2, and the court loses 10. If the gentry enjoys 3 parts preferential treatment, the common folk receive 1, the gentry receives 2, and the court loses 3. As long as the preferential treatment for officials and gentry remains, this phenomenon will persist, and the court's losses will accumulate day by day, ultimately equating to a loss of 3 versus 10, which is nearly indistinguishable, Your Majesty. Zhu Ziqian paused for a moment before replying, Minister Gao, you may be somewhat extreme in your views. Your Majesty, did you not just say? Gao Gong did not finish his thought, but his meaning was clear. Zhu Ziqian's expression shifted slightly, stating, if we reduce the preferential treatment by 7, leaving 3, and with the added burden of land tax reform, the situation of land annexation in our Ming Dynasty is lighter compared to previous dynasties. Your assertion that the two are nearly indistinguishable is a considerable deviation from reality. After a moment's pause, he continued, of course, I comprehend the earnestness of your concerns. This strategy may be worth considering once my foundation is firmly established, but it is not timely at present. Gao Gong found himself at a loss for words. On one hand, the emperor spoke the truth. On the other hand, the emperor's vacillation was equally real. What future opportunity for trial? It was clearly an intention to abandon the matter. Gao Gong felt a pang of grief as if his head had struck the ground. He implored, Your Majesty, do you truly wish to betray the expectations of the Grand Emperor? Zhu Ziqiang, feeling a twinge of displeasure, reflected on his prior breach of promise and thus tempered his anger, responding with composure. Ruling a vast nation is akin to delicately preparing a small dish. One cannot recklessly disregard the consequences due to a momentary surge of emotion. If you truly wish to dwell on right and wrong, then I must concede that the fault lies with me. The emperor is without fault. Gao Gong quickly corrected his posture, respectfully bowing his head in apology. I spoke indiscreetly, and I beseech Your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. Zhu Ziqiang let out a subtle sigh of relief and replied with a gentle demeanor, Please rise, my esteemed minister. Your candidness is commendable. What sin is there in that? Is His Majesty not displeased with my impetuosity? Gao Gong cautiously inquired. What impetuosity is this? Zhu Ziqiang chuckled, shaking his head, and encouraged, in the future, you must continue to speak your mind boldly. Do not let today's events transform you into a mere statue. Overly cautious for your own safety. I shall comply with your wishes. Gao Gong seemed to have awaited this affirmation, bowing deeply. If Your Majesty has no further orders, I shall take my leave. Zhu Ziqiang nodded with a smile, yet soon furrowed his brow, an instinct telling him that something was amiss. The following day during court assembly, Zhu Ziqiang discerned the source of his unease. Gao Gong, addressing the assembly from a fiscal standpoint and national interest, boldly reiterated his counsel from the previous day in the presence of all. His words were sharper, his tone filled with heartfelt urgency. He nearly declared, should we not proceed thus, our nation will face ruin. Such behavior was akin to tossing a torpedo into a tranquil pond. The court erupted into chaos. Some opposed him, others countered his arguments, some seethed with anger, while others secretly reveled in the discord. Su Jie, caught between fury and a hint of delight, realized the implications of Gao Gong's actions. Everyone knew of the close rapport between Gao Gong and the new emperor, leading all, including Su Jie, to assume that this was indeed the emperor's directive. Consequently, while the ministers publicly criticized Gao Gong, their ire was secretly directed at Zhu Ziqiang. This unforeseen turn of events was the most challenging dilemma Zhu Ziqiang had faced since his ascension to the throne. Confronted by the tumultuous sentiment of the court, he found himself at a loss. unsure of how to navigate the situation. The morning assembly concluded abruptly, yet the matter was far from resolved. Seeking popularity comes with a price. The old guard, led by Su Jie, would not let such an opportunity slip away. With Gao Gong's downfall, the emperor would be unable to protect him. At the Su residence, Zhang Jujing arrived, filled with confusion, and inquired, "Su Shi, did you not mention previously that during the capital inspection, there are now special circumstances?" Su Jie raised his hand to interrupt, gravely stating, "Gao Gong is acting far too recklessly, fundamentally undermining the foundation of our Ming Dynasty." Su Jie succinctly conveyed the events of the court to Zhang Jujing. "Uncle Da, this is an opportunity for you. You must seize it." "Uncle Da, I am here." Su Jie expressed some dissatisfaction, stating, "Opportunities must not be missed. Time does not wait for any man. This time, even if the emperor wishes to protect him, he will find it impossible. He is nothing short of a political rogue, entirely disregarding the potential consequences. Such a person will find no peace in the court. You must capitalize on this moment, as soon others will rally support for you." Zhang Jujing's brow furrowed deeply, lost in thought. Su Jie, perturbed, exclaimed, "Zhang Jujing, what is the matter with you today?" Su Shi, please do not be angry. I was merely pondering, was this truly the emperor's directive? Whether it is or is not important anymore. It is the emperor's directive. If it is, Gao Gong is in grave trouble. If it is not, he is even more doomed. Su Jie cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "What? Are you worried about him?" Su's misunderstanding was swiftly corrected. Zhang Jujing gently shook his head, explaining that his thoughts were solely focused on the evident consequences of such actions. The emperor could not possibly be unaware, nor could Gao Gong. Su Jie furrowed his brow and inquired, "Does this truly matter?" "I am merely concerned," he replied, fearing that there may be deceit involved. Su Jie paused, his anger subsiding somewhat, and urged, "Speak your mind." "First and foremost, we can largely dismiss the notion that it was the emperor's command. The emperor appeared flustered at that moment. Had there been prior scheming, he would not have been so at a loss, letting the court session dissolve amidst the quarrel," Zhang Jujing articulated. "I can ascertain that this is purely Gao Gong's individual endeavor." Su Jie pondered for a moment and acquiesced to this interpretation. However, he questioned, "But why would Gao Gong act in such a manner?" Zhang Jujing, perplexed, continued, "The official gentry serves as an extension of imperial authority and is fundamental to the nation. Even the formidable Qingzu and the tyrannical Yongqing Ho left some room for negotiation. Gao Gong's actions are tantamount to courting disaster. Why would he willingly invite such peril?" Gao Gong's conduct indeed seemed suspect. Su Jie narrowed his eyes and deliberated. His approach has always been characterized by recklessness, yet upon closer inspection, it reveals a certain meticulousness. Though his ambition to advance is fervent, he should not commit such a blunder. The emperor's trust in him is substantial, with his induction into the cabinet seemingly inevitable and imminent. What compels him to take such risks? I believe he aims to achieve everything in one decisive stroke. Directly usurping your position, Master Su. Not at all, Su Jie retorted. Gao Gong is not as radical as you suggest. Do not be deceived by appearances. I have no doubt he wishes to replace me, but he would not pursue it in this fashion. Last year, when the late emperor sought to abdicate, I fell into his trap. Su Jie fell silent. Indeed, Gao Gong is no fool. Why would he engage in foolish actions? The logic eludes me. After a lengthy contemplation, a glint of cold fury flashed in Su Jie's eyes, revealing his wrath, though he quickly suppressed it. Inhaling deeply, he turned the question back to Zhang Jujing. "Uncle Da, what is your perspective?" "I suspect Gao Gong's actions may possess three underlying intentions. First, to confound you, Master Su. Second, as you have noted, the court's expenditures exceed its revenues, a fact the emperor cannot overlook. As a trusted minister, Gao Gong is naturally aware of this. And while it may seem to offend the emperor, it is, in fact, a declaration of loyalty. Third, the more he is despised, the more pitiful he appears in the emperor's eyes. Once the storm has passed, the emperor will seek to make amends." Zhang Jujing continued gravely. "It seems Gao Gong has calculated that you would not overlook this opportunity. This is precisely what he desires. The more you pursue him relentlessly, the more the emperor will pity him, and simultaneously, the more he will detest you. Thus, you should not strike him while he is down, but rather strive to quell this unrest and maintain your recommendation for his induction into the cabinet." Su Jie gently shook his head, and his doubts began to dissipate. "Uncle Da, Your insights are astute, yet they are not wholly comprehensive, Su Jie lamented. Having incited such widespread ire, how can I possibly suppress it? If I do not criticize him, can I prevent everyone else from doing so? Whenever faced with criticism, Gao Gong would inevitably create an illusion of self-justification. Even if I were to suppress him, how would those beneath me perceive my actions? I would be caught in a predicament, neither here nor there. Zhang Jujing inhaled sharply, taken aback, and remarked, what a truly malicious scheme. Indeed, it was malevolent, Su Jie scoffed, yet ultimately it stemmed from a reckless ambition. The two courses of action he laid out for me appeared erroneous regardless of the choice made, overlooking the fact that I need not adhere to the path he prescribed. I possess a third option. Zhang Jujing was momentarily stunned, stammering, what is it? To escalate the situation and utterly obliterate his political existence. Su Jie narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint evident. To play with fire? To risk self-immolation? Zhang Jujing gazed at Su Jie in a daze, and after a long pause, he sighed softly, Su sir, you truly have aged. Chapter 18. The Age of Romance. Zhang Jujing harbored no doubts regarding Su Jie's capabilities. For Su Jie, expelling Gao Gong was not a daunting task, regardless of his position as the emperor's mentor or confidant. The title of Grand Secretary under the Jiajing Emperor was not merely for show. However, Su Jie had indeed misjudged the situation, both concerning Gao Gong and Zhang Jujing himself. He presumed that his student was only aware of one aspect, unaware of the complexities involved, failing to recognize that the student was not only cognizant of the second aspect, but also the third and fourth. Zhang Jujing fully comprehended Gao Gong's intentions. Beyond what was mentioned, Gao Gong had a deeper motive concerning the Grand Empress Dowager and the Duke of Yongqing. He even insinuated to the emperor that his allegiance was secondary, with the principal aim being to curry favor with the Grand Empress Dowager and the Duke of Yongqing. Although the Grand Empress Dowager had withdrawn from governance, this did not imply that her words were without influence, and given the new emperor's character, which relied on established connections, he was bound to seek counsel from her. Gao Gong's actions could be deemed audaciously heretical. However, fundamentally, they were indeed advantageous for the Ming Dynasty and beneficial for the court's finances. The Grand Empress Dowager could not afford to remain indifferent. While it was not difficult to dismiss Gao Gong, severing his political existence was an altogether impossible endeavor. Furthermore, concerning the Duke of Yongqing, Gao Gong's intentions were of little consequence. What mattered was the alignment of their ambitions. As long as their goals coincided, he was bound to be protected. It was evident that as long as the Duke of Yongqing remained, Gao Gong would have no cause for concern, regardless of the Grand Empress Dowager's waning influence. Nonetheless, Su Jie made a valid point. At its core, Gao Gong was indeed playing with fire. And those who toy with flames are invariably scorched. Gao Gong's actions carried immense risk, and even if successful, with the Grand Empress Dowager and the Duke of Yongqing in his corner, he would still be compelled to fulfill his political promises. Thus, a fourth layer of intent emerged. To knowingly proceed in such a manner indicated that Gao Gong was prepared to honor his political commitments in the future. Reform was not merely a matter of rhetoric. The machinations of power were genuine, as were his commitments to the emperor and the nation. Even though personal interests and ulterior motives were interwoven within his actions, it did not detract from his respectability. At this moment, the image of Gao Gong took on a genuinely formidable stature in Zhang Jujing's mind. Whether in political strategy or ideological stance, Gao Gong seamlessly aligned with Zhang Jujing's values. He was a formidable adversary, yet one deserving of respect. Zhang Jujing felt a surge of passion. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had regarded Gao Gong not as a colleague in the bureaucratic arena, but rather as a political rival. Those who aspire to be like Li Qing are inherently incapable of cultivating friendships within the political arena, nor do they require such connections. Engaging in political rivalry with such individuals is bound to be a fascinating endeavor. A faint smile played upon Zhang Jujing's lips as he expressed his gratitude to Master Su for the last time, advising gently, Master Su, you are indeed taking a considerable risk. Su Jie took a deep breath and replied, I am fully aware of that, but do I have any other choices? Gao Gong has left no stone unturned. Do I have alternative paths to pursue? After a moment's pause, he continued, indeed, the emperor holds Gao Gong in high regard. Yet the emperor is the emperor, the sovereign of all under heaven, responsible for the welfare of countless subjects. The emperor knows where to place his priorities. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Jujing ceased his entreaties, realizing further persuasion would only arouse Su's suspicions. Master Su, I cannot ascend by stepping on Gao Gong's shoulders. You are a pivotal minister of the state. The emperor will not treat you unjustly, either in public or private matters. Yet Su Jian nodded silently. A mixture of regret and helplessness washing over him as he remarked, Uncle Da, your political journey has indeed been fraught with obstacles. This was a poignant truth. Despite being favored by the Yongqing Marquis and supported by the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, coupled with his exceptional political acumen and wisdom, he remained unable to secure promotion. Not only Su Jia, but Zhang Jujing sometimes pondered the same question. Was there perhaps an issue with their ancestral graves? Nonetheless, Zhang Jujing remained confident that one day he would rise to prominence, and he believed that day was not far off. With a sigh, he chastised himself. I have let down your nurturing, Master Su. That is not your fault. It is merely a matter of misfortune, Su Jia lamented. Uncle Da, I have never lost faith in you. I have always believed you would rise to prominence. At your age, I was far less accomplished than you. Su Jia was genuinely pleased with this student, and Zhang Jujing felt deep gratitude and respect for his teacher. However, Zhang Jujing remained skeptical of Su Jia's political principles and actions. This clear-streaming chancellor excelled at governance, ensuring satisfaction both for the emperor and the officials, skillfully balancing interests. Was such a chancellor commendable? Certainly. It was indeed a formidable task. Yet, was such a chancellor without flaws? Undoubtedly. Striving to appease all parties and seeking universal harmony often necessitated significant sacrifices. The remarkable achievements of the Jiajing era were primarily due to the emperor's strong leadership, while Chancellor Su merely served as a lubricant, dedicated to avoiding offense on both sides and maintaining a semblance of harmony between ruler and subjects. Did he perform a service? Of course, but it was only applicable to an emperor like Jiajing. The new emperor is unlike Jiajing and cannot emulate him. If Chancellor Su persists in his usual approach, it may spell trouble for the Ming Dynasty. In contrast to Su Jia, Gao Gong was youthful, and Zhang Jujing was even younger. Deep within their hearts, they held a certain disdain for an elder like Su Jia. They were indeed pragmatic, but beyond their ambition. They yearned to showcase their aspirations and leave a mark in history. Su Jia, however, pursued the ideal of a perfect bureaucrat. This was yet another reason Zhang Jujing lamented Su Jia's age. In such a grand Ming dynasty, and in this era, adhering to the antiquated doctrine of moderation would only lead to mediocrity. The times have changed. Zhang Jujing withdrew his thoughts and remarked, Master Su, you flatter me. How could I possibly compare to you? As for Gao Gong, a humble student like myself cannot offer assistance. To overstep one's bounds could invite the emperor's disdain, and it would be unfortunate if you were to suffer consequences on my behalf, leading the emperor to mistakenly believe you would go to any lengths. Su Jia understood Zhang Jujing's concerns and, noticing the genuine worry etched on his face, felt a warmth enveloping his heart. He chuckled lightly, saying, There is no need for such apprehension. My indulgence in your freedom is the greatest form of leniency, and I need not intervene personally. Zhang Jujing nodded slightly, responding, You are still young, and your well-being is paramount. The new emperor, in his ambitious ascent to the throne, requires your prudence, especially as you stand among the highest officials. You must cherish yourself for the sake of both the ruler and the nation. Su Jia smiled and nodded in agreement, assuring, once the turmoil surrounding Gao Gong has subsided, I shall personally recommend you to the emperor. No need for further discussion, Master Su, he replied nonchalantly. Promotions must not evade enmity nor kinship. I am merely selecting the worthy for the good of the state. Zhang Jujing took a deep breath, humbly affirming his words. As he exited Su's residence, he raised his face slightly, feeling an unexplainable surge of ambition within him. Such is the great Ming Dynasty, such an era, such an emperor, such political adversaries. How romantic it all is. For Zhang Jujing, this is the pinnacle of romance. What tales of love and beauty pale in comparison to this era and its circumstances? The departure of Emperor Jiajing, the exit of Marquis Yongqing, and Su Jia's aging have provided ample space for performance upon this grand stage. It is destined to be a captivating moment where one takes the stage as another departs, and Zhang Jujing intends to dominate the scene. Meanwhile, Gao Gong shared a similar sentiment. Compared to Zhang Jujing, his emotions were more tumultuous. His disdain for Su Jia was more unadulterated. Temporary setbacks meant little. A brief absence was merely a prelude to a more glorious return. Gazing skyward, Gao Gong felt not sorrow but joy. He was well aware of the trials that lay ahead, regardless of the path Su Jie chose. It would not hinder his political aspirations. A new ruler brings new ministers, he thought. Su Jie, you are aging and somewhat lacking in discretion. The position of chancellor is destined to be mine, and it ought not to be handled this way. On another front, Zhu Ziyue was deeply troubled. To be fair, he supported Gao Gong. His proposals could yield additional revenue for the court and, in the long run, alleviate societal tensions. However, Gao Gong was too hasty. Before even settling into his role, he pressed the accelerator, leaving Zhu Ziyue feeling lost and despondent. Despite his ire, he recognized the necessity of preserving Gao Gong's position, both publicly and privately. Like Zhang Jujing, Zhu Ziyue also aspired to achieve greatness. Though he lacked the prowess of his father, he could pursue a path of shared governance. With Gao Gong as his capable ally, how could Zhu Ziyue sever such an essential connection? Unless, of course, he could no longer withstand the mounting pressures from all sides. Could this truly escalate? Zhu Ziyue murmured to himself. Should I write a letter to my father, explaining the situation? Sigh, perhaps it is best to let it be, otherwise my father may think I am merely taking advantage of his position. Zhu Zitao pondered for quite some time before resolutely declaring, summon someone. The attendant promptly stepped forward. Your servant is here. Convey a decree to Gao Gong. Let him draft a letter of self-reflection regarding today's court assembly. Furthermore, the matter of the capital inspection shall be submitted to the cabinet for handling. He shall face a half-year salary deduction and a 3-month house arrest, allowing him ample time for introspection. Zhu Zitao executed a series of punishments, yet they were hardly severe. The young eunuch acknowledged the command and hurried away. It was merely lip service, without genuine enforcement. Thus, the ire of the court officials would not escalate too greatly. Alas, Gao Gong has truly grown arrogant from favoritism. Perhaps a period of reflection would serve him well, and I shall assist him in tempering his pride and impetuosity. Zhu Zitao rubbed his temples, feeling an unsettling turbulence brewing within the court, and could not help but feel exhausted. Alas, when will my father tire of his amusements and return? Zhu Zitao thought of his father. Even if his father did nothing, his mere presence brought him solace, alleviating many concerns. In Jinling, within the elegant chamber of the Waiwalu, the two brothers sat facing each other. Tell me, are you not concerned about the new emperor's ascension and the instability within the court? Zhu Hozhao lamented, feeling the strain on their family's resources. How about this? Why not return and assess the situation? The greater good must come first. Zhu Hozhao replied awkwardly. When you come again, brother, I shall ensure everything is arranged for you. Now go quickly. Chapter 19. Zhou Yu strikes Huanggai. Zhu Hoxiong cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with deliberate slowness, he took a handkerchief to dab the corners of his mouth, mockingly stating, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Zhu Hozhao erupted in anger. Am I truly granting you face? So what if you are? Zhu Hoxiong remained unfazed, lounging against the chair's back, regarding him with disdain, and coolly remarked, the Grand Emperor of the Ming is I, not you. You are well aware that you are the Grand Emperor. Zhu Hozhao retorted. Zhu Hoxiong was undeterred, sipping his tea leisurely, smacking his lips, and saying, the flavor is decent. We shall entertain guests in this style again tomorrow. As he spoke, he approached Zhu Hozhao, placing a hand on his shoulder, leaning in slightly, with an ominous tone, how long I remain in Yingdianfu, how long I dine at Wailu, and when I will proceed to Shuntianfu is none of your concern. You are merely a merchant among farmers, artisans, and tradespeople. Do you understand? Before he could finish, a sudden flash caught his eye. Bang! The cane struck his forehead, producing a sharp sound. Zhu Hoxiong staggered, momentarily disregarding the pain, staring incredulously at Zhu Hozhao. You dare to strike me? Indeed I did. So what? Zhu Hozhao responded with a scornful expression. Had he been 10 years younger, he would have crossed his legs and swaggered with disdain. Rascal! Arrogant! The two suppressed their fury, controlling their volume, neither yielding an inch. After a lengthy silence, Zhu Hoxiong coldly scoffed, very well. If you are devoid of benevolence, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Zhu Hozhao chuckled. You seem quite confident in your son, do you? At the very least, he is better than yours. If he cannot even manage a tavern, it would be better for me to end it all against a block of tofu. Zhu Hozhao was momentarily left speechless. Zhu Hoxiong did not allow him any time for a counterattack. He struck with a fierce blow and turned to leave. In the courtyard of the Yongqing marquis residence, the uncle and nephew sat facing each other. Zhu Hozhao said lightly, "A son must repay his father's debts. It is a matter of natural justice. This is a debt your father incurred, totaling 983 taels and 7 qian. Considering we are relatives, I shall offer you a discount of 3,000 taels of silver." Zhu Zili was taken aback. "Do I need to accompany you while you dine? My time is not free, but you have eaten as well," Zhu Zili replied weakly. Zhu Hozhao glared at him. "Oh, are you counting the details now?" Zhu Zili muttered inwardly, feeling disgruntled. "Could you perhaps offer a little more discount? Enough with the nonsense. From today onwards, if the debt remains unpaid for a day, it will increase by 100 taels. I shall pay. That's more like it." Zhu Hozhao finally seemed satisfied and then inquired, "By the way, have you made any progress on your new project?" Zhu Zili replied candidly, "The theory has been perfected, but we have yet to achieve a breakthrough in practice." "After all this time, no breakthrough?" Zhu Hozhao pondered. "Are you certain this path is viable?" Zhu Zili contemplated for a moment and said, "Theoretically, it is entirely feasible." "Still theoretical?" Zhu Hozhao sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. "Well, you haven't invested much manpower or resources. It's primarily your own effort. Even if it doesn't work out, the loss won't be significant. Continue your endeavors. If you succeed, the rewards could be substantial. Keep up the good work. And do not lose heart." Zhu Zili fell silent before speaking again. "Uncle, even if I do succeed, it may not be as optimistic as you think." "Why is that?" "Compared to coal resources, oil resources are rather scarce, at least not as abundant," Zhu Zili reflected. "However, once successfully utilized for military purposes, the benefits could be immeasurable." "Is there enough oil for military use?" Zhu Zili replied reluctantly. "It's hard to say. We haven't even scratched the surface yet, so contemplating that may be premature." Zhu Hozhao considered this and chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he said, "Make sure to spend more time with your father. He can be quite sentimental. Though he acts proud, he genuinely wishes for your company. This trip to Jiangnan will not last long, and it is prudent to set work aside for a while." Zhu Zili nodded slightly and asked, "Uncle, how long do you think father can last?" "Not too long," Zhu Hozhao replied plainly. "You brothers are not quite like us. As long as he lives, he can never truly rest. At least for the next few years, that will be the case." Zhu Zili was left speechless. "When do you think Mr. Li will return?" Zhu Hozhao pondered briefly before responding, "If all goes well, in a year or two. If not, within 5 years." "Within 5 years?" Zhu Zili, thinking of his uncle's health, said anxiously, "Uncle, will you be able to hold on until Mr. Li returns?" "Who can say?" Zhu Hozhao replied nonchalantly. "Whether I make it or not, what difference does it make? Do not glorify him too much. Li Qing is no deity. Even if he returns, I will still die as I must. At most, I might live a few more months, perhaps half a year, which is hardly of any real consequence. As for your father," Zhu Hozhao said lazily, "do not worry. Your father will certainly make it back in time for Li Qing's return." The nephew could only hope for his uncle's longevity. Zhu Hozhao chuckled and remarked, "Truly, you are your father's son. Your demeanor is anything but masculine." Zhu Zili, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Isn't my concern for your well-being a sign of my care? A true man should not possess such a shallow heart. One must focus on the future." Leaning on his cane, Zhu Hozhao rose and said, "We have grown old. The future belongs to you and Xiaobao. The capital has already surpassed its nascent stage, and its role and significance will only grow. Though you may not hold positions of power in the court, you can still influence the welfare of the state and its people." Zhu Zili nodded solemnly. "I shall remember this." "Very well. Go prepare," Zhu Hozhao instructed. Zhu Zili, momentarily perplexed, asked, "Prepare for what?" "For money," Zhu Hozhao replied tersely. "Why do you think I am here?" "Please wait a moment, uncle." In the blink of an eye, spring gave way to summer. As the temperature rose, the banks of the Qinhuai River became increasingly lush, and the essence of the water town grew ever more pronounced. On the pleasure boat, Zhu Zili engaged in a game of chess with his father, while Li Qing busied herself with needlework. And Liu Bing sought guidance from Li Qing on naval matters. Zhu Hozhao and Huang Jin playfully compared the size of their eyes. The gathering was small yet lively, with an atmosphere that was both warm and harmonious. Suddenly, an unharmonious voice called out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The group paused in unison, turning to look at Zhu Hohong. A smirk crept across Zhu Hozhao's lips as he teased, "Little brother, it seems trouble has arrived." Zhu Hohong shared the sentiment, and shot Zhu Hozhao a glare before striding to the bow of the boat, with Lu Bing and Huang Jin flanking him. Lu Bing, observing the swiftly approaching imperial guards, whispered, "Your Majesty, could this be news from the capital?" Zhu Huang's expression darkened further, and he scoffed. "How long has it been? Have they already lost their composure?" Huang Jin attempted to soothe him. "Perhaps it is good news." "Huh. The best news is no news at all," Zhu Huang sneered. Huang Jin scratched his head, choosing to remain silent. Before long, the boat drew near, and Lu Bing preemptively addressed the approaching guards. "There's no need to board. Simply report your message." The leading officer of the guards bowed and performed a formal greeting, stating, "Your Majesty, there is a confidential letter for you." With that, he produced a letter from his bosom, holding it aloft with both hands. Lu Bing leaped forward to take the letter, swiftly returning it to Zhu Huang. As Zhu Huang received the confidential missive, his mood soured even further, and he felt an urge to cast it into the Qinhuai River. After a brief moment of brooding, he ultimately tore open the seal. Huang Jin and Lu Bing refrained from approaching, instead watching anxiously for his reaction. After a considerable pause, Zhu Huang's expression remained unchanged as he stored the letter away and addressed the officer. "I understand. You may return." The officer respectfully acknowledged and signaled his subordinates to hastily navigate the boat away, keen to avoid disrupting the emperor's leisure. Lu Bing tentatively inquired, "Your Majesty, are we to return now?" Zhu Huang said nothing and turned to re-enter the pleasure boat. Huang Jin and Lu Bing exchanged glances, their understanding of the situation deepening. Zhu Zili, observing his father's troubled demeanor, quietly asked, "Shall we continue the game?" "Of course, why would we not?" Zhu Hozhong, suppressing his negative emotions, smiled and remarked, "It is a rare delight to enjoy such exquisite waters, splendid scenery, and fine weather. One must not squander this wonderful time. It is of little consequence. Let us continue." Although Huang Jin's eyes were small, they sparkled with vitality, and he quickly noticed Zhu Hozhao beside him, pouting and shaking his head with a look of schadenfreude. "What is Zhu boss being so sarcastic about?" Huang Jin questioned. Zhu Hozhao retorted, "I had thought your eyesight was poor due to your small eyes. But now I see your vision is lacking as well. The Grand Emperor has said nothing, yet you are the one in a fluster. It seems the Emperor is calm while the eunuch is in a tizzy. You. Huang Jin stammered, exasperated. This man's tongue was not only sharp, but also venomous. Despite his age, he was quite eloquent. Huang Jin struggled to find a retort, sulking off to one side in frustration. Zhu Hozhong cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Hozhao and coolly remarked, "You are disappointed. I shall remain here for quite some time. The delights of Weiwu Tower are truly delightful." As the willows along the riverbank swayed gently, their rustling sounds mingled with the refreshing breeze, soothing the tensions within their hearts. The atmosphere on the pleasure boat became once more congenial and harmonious. Those engaged in chess continued their games, while others exchanged knowledge or busied themselves with needlework. Only Huang Jin, who had suffered a setback, occasionally shot glares at Zhu Hozhao, who, in turn, did not relent, returning each glare and mocking Huang Jin's small eyes. As their enjoyable outing came to a close, the group dispersed to their respective homes. In the imperial palace, Zhu Hozhong retrieved his son's letter once again. Reviewing it with a mix of satisfaction and melancholy, he murmured to himself, "Gao Gong truly is a talented individual. I had underestimated him. His strategy of retreating to advance is quite commendable. Su Jie has grown old, and the current situation in the Ming Dynasty does not necessitate his presence. However, procedures must still be followed. Alas, it is reminiscent of Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. It is regrettable, though, that while one is eager to endure, the other hesitates and falters." After this reflection, Zhu Hozhong inscribed the characters "Zhou Yu strikes Huang Gai" onto the paper, placed it in an envelope, and instructed Lu Bing to send it swiftly to the capital for his son. Chapter 20. Resignation in the Capital. Following Gao Gong's astonishing declarations in the Hall of Heavenly Blessings, the ambitious courtiers, long restless, finally found a reason to act. After a prolonged silence and built-up frustration, the scribes eagerly responded, momentarily overshadowing the fervor surrounding the capital's examinations. Undoubtedly, Gao Gong had stirred a hornet's nest, provoking even the members of the Hanlin Academy and the National University to clench their teeth in anger. This was understandable, as they too were stakeholders affected by these events. Faced with such widespread outrage, the confined Gao Shilang remained calm, while the elevated Zhu Zitao was thrown into a state of panic. Believing he had dealt with Gao Gong and that the matter would diminish, he was unprepared for the intensity of the courtier's reactions. Seeing that it could disrupt state affairs, Zhu Zitao hastily wrote a letter, dispatching it with utmost urgency to the capital, imploring his father to return to court without delay. After waiting for over 10 days, he finally received a response from the emperor. Eagerly, Zhu Zitao opened the letter, which bore only 5 characters. Zhou strikes Huang Gai. The essence of this statement is not difficult to grasp. Zhu Zian understands that his father, the emperor, desires him to play the role of Zhou against Huang Gai. Yet, he does not perceive Gao Gong as Huang Gai, and thus finds it challenging to take such a course of action. Apart from this letter, did the former emperor convey anything else? Zhu Zian inquired with the brocade-clad officer. The officer respectfully replied, "The former emperor stated that the sky will not fall. You should act decisively if you must." Zhu Zian bitterly smiled at the thought of such decisive action leading to the end of Gao Gong's career. Not to mention their long-standing relationship, from a sovereign's perspective, such a minister should not be easily discarded. How could an emperor forsake a capable, ambitious minister who is wholeheartedly devoted to the nation? Did the former emperor not say anything else? The brocade officer slightly shook his head, affirming with respect. Zhu Zian fell into silence, then asked, "Did the former emperor mention when he would return to the capital?" This humble official does not know. Zhu Zian could not help but feel disheartened, wearily gesturing for him to leave. Yes, this humble official takes his leave. The brocade officer bowed deeply and quietly exited. Zhu Zian's demeanor was one of despondency, his face reflecting utter defeat as he murmured, "Zhou against Huang Gai. Yet the issue lies in the fact that I am Zhou, and Gao Gong is not Huang Gai." After much inner turmoil, Zhu Zian summoned Gao Gong, hoping to ascertain whether the former emperor's words held true. "Minister Gao Gong, I pay my respects to your majesty." Zhu Zian observed Gao Gong, who had been under house arrest for half a month, appearing rejuvenated and radiant, which incited his ire. He exclaimed, "Gao Gong, do you not comprehend your crimes?" Gao Gong, taken aback, responded, "Your Majesty, what crimes have I committed?" "You." Zhu Zian erupted in fury. "What crimes, you ask? The court is in disarray. The nation is on the brink of turmoil, and you dare to question your culpability?" Gao Gong, feeling wronged, replied, "If your Majesty believes that not aligning with the common crowd constitutes a crime, then I am indeed guilty." Faced with such a situation, Zhu Zian seethed. "Do you not think the calamity you have stirred is sufficient?" "Your Majesty, I act solely with loyalty to you and the state," Gao Gong retorted, his expression one of hurt, barely concealing his sorrow. "I do not wish to hear your justifications," Zhu Zian replied angrily. "I ask you only this. Do you still wish to serve in the Ming court? Do you still wish to be my minister?" Gao Gong nodded repeatedly, naturally. "I wish to." Indeed, the former emperor had misjudged. Gao Gong was not Huang Gai. Zhu Zian, feeling both exasperated and helpless, declared bitterly, "Then write a self-reflection letter and read it aloud at tomorrow's court assembly. Remember to maintain a proper attitude. Only then can I protect you." To his surprise, Gao Gong not only failed to express gratitude, but also insisted he had done nothing wrong. "Your Majesty, my counsel was for the benefit of the Ming Dynasty and for you. I have committed no error. If there is a fault, it is that I have harmed the interests of the gentry while benefiting the public of Ming. If that is deemed a mistake, I am willing to accept any punishment from your Majesty, even to the death, without complaint." "You insolent fool." Gao Gong lowered his head, responding in silence. Seeing him like this, Zhu Zian began to feel he might have been excessive, his anger gradually subsiding. To speak fairly, Gao Gong's intentions were not flawed. The error lay in his approach. "Alas, how could I not recognize your sincere heart, dear Gao? Yet, the issue is your recklessness," Zhu Zian lamented. "I have already stated the need for careful deliberation before action, and now you present me with this predicament. How am I to resolve it?" Gao Gong declared, "One must bear the consequences of one's own actions. If your Majesty wishes to punish me, so be it." He implored, "In your heart, do you truly view me as such a ruler?" "Of course not," he hastily denied, "whether it be a reduction in salary or house arrest. Your Majesty acts solely for my protection. I am grateful, not resentful, towards you." Hearing this, Zhu Zicheng felt a measure of relief and scoffed. "It is good that you understand. However, your Majesty, if I simply concede to this error, what will become of the future of the Ming? Will the issue of land consolidation be addressed?" Gao Gong spoke earnestly, with deep concern. Industry and agriculture are two distinct realms, yet often they are intertwined. For instance, silk requires mulberry cultivation and rouge requires flower planting. Many goods emerge from the fields, while merchants pursue profit. The collusion between officials and businessmen is no longer a secret. Not all officials and gentry are like the Li family of Jinling. If this matter is settled now, what will happen in the future? My demise is inconsequential. But what of the Ming? At this point, Gao Gong was visibly choked with emotion. Your Majesty may punish me, demote me, or even execute me without complaint. But you cannot declare me in the wrong. He felt profoundly wronged. The emperor could take his life, but not insult his integrity. Zhu Ziqiang was moved. Despite his overwhelming anger towards Gao Gong, it dissipated with this heartfelt declaration. It must be noted that Gao Gong was also a beneficiary. Why were the officials, even those from the Hanlin Academy and the National University, relentlessly pursuing him? Zhu Ziqiang understood all too well. A man who would betray his own interests for the sake of the throne and the state. How could Zhu Ziqiang continue to harbor anger towards him? Nevertheless, the situation had escalated beyond control, leaving Zhu Ziqiang at a loss. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and asked, Gao Gong, I ask you, are you willing to be Huanggai? Gao Gong was taken aback, staring at Zhu Ziqiang in astonishment, his heart racing. I ask again, are you willing to be Huanggai? Zhu Ziqiang, unaware of Gao Gong's inner turmoil, maintained a stern expression as he repeated his question. At this moment, even the astute Gao Gong was at a loss. He, who had remained as steady as a mountain throughout, now found himself unsettled. It was not fear of punishment. He intended to be Huanggai, but he merely wished for the emperor to unwittingly assume the role of Zhou, rather than engaging in an unspoken and tacit understanding. If the emperor were to see through this, he would feel increasingly indebted and would strive to make amends. But should he grasp the nuances of Gao Gong's grievances and his display of helplessness, the impact would be significantly diminished. Zhu Ziqiang did not afford Gao Gong time to ponder and pressed him further. I ask you one last time, are you willing to be Huanggai? Gao Gong's heart sank as he realized he had overstepped. However, with no path of retreat, he understood that if he did not yield, he might lose even the semblance of camaraderie akin to Zhou and Huanggai. I am willing. Gao Gong hurriedly bowed, performing his final act. As an official and a minister, how could I cherish my life? For the sake of the Ming, for your Majesty, I fear nothing and harbor no regrets. Then, you shall resign in shame, Zhu Ziqiang sighed and said. Rest assured, my loyal minister, this is merely temporary. When the opportune moment arises, I shall reinstate you and grant you further responsibilities. I thank your Majesty for your graciousness. Gao Gong bowed once more, expressing his gratitude with sincerity. Though a discount was granted, the essence remained intact, rendering the outcome within an acceptable range. However, Gao Gong remained oblivious. The emperor merely filled in the blanks with answers, lacking any problem-solving methods, and thus had no insight into his schemes. At this moment, Zhu Ziqiang's remorse towards Gao Gong had reached an unprecedented depth. Yet, he was not adept at expressing his feelings, believing it sufficient to keep them within his heart, all while striving to maintain the emperor's dignity. Return and submit your resignation. Citing insufficient ability or health issues, Zhu Ziqiang remarked. Once you return home, take good care of yourself, for I still require your counsel. Yes, your Majesty, I shall comply. Gao Gong felt a profound sense of melancholy, grappling with a significant emotional disparity. Observing Gao Gong's demeanor, Zhu Ziqiang's sense of indebtedness intensified. But he ultimately refrained from uttering any sentimental remarks, simply gesturing with a wave of his hand. I take my leave. Gao Gong bowed once more, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, please take care of your health as well. Indeed, Zhu Ziqiang nodded, maintaining his aloof persona. Slowly rising, Gao Gong departed in solitude. As he left, Zhu Ziqiang's composed facade crumbled, and his eyes grew moist. Gao Gong believed the emperor had discerned his hidden intentions, yet from Zhu Ziqiang's perspective, Gao Gong willingly assumed the role of a sacrificial pawn, with neither party aware of the other's thoughts. The following day, Gao Gong submitted his resignation, citing personal inadequacy and health concerns, to the cabinet. Su Jie was somewhat astonished. Is he already unable to withstand the pressure? I haven't even begun to exert my influence. However, he did not draft a counter-proposal, instead presenting it directly to the emperor. Zhu Ziqiang responded without hesitation, approving it with remarkable ease. This unexpected smoothness made Su Jie feel uneasy, as he sensed that the ultimate goal remained unfulfilled, such as the desire for a permanent ban on future appointments. Gao Gong's voluntary resignation, however, deprived him of the opportunity to eliminate a political rival. Upon reflection, it seemed petty to urge for a permanent ban after someone had already chosen to resign. Killing should be done with grace. The prime minister must embody the dignity of his office. Ultimately, Su Jie preserved his composure. In truth, even if he had acted otherwise, his desires would not have been satisfied. He had erred from the outset. Chapter 21. 3 million silver notes. As the carriage departed the capital, Gao Gong lifted the curtain. His gaze profound and contemplative. After a prolonged moment, he slowly lowered the curtain, a smile gracing his lips. After a day of reflection, Gao Gong had come to understand that the emperor had likely sought counsel from the retired emperor, yet this knowledge did not impede his future, for he played his cards openly. Allowing the retired emperor to grasp his intentions was part of his plan. Since the retired emperor had seen through his motives, there was no reason to sacrifice him. I, Gao Gong, shall return, and that will be the true beginning. His eyes sparkled with determination, a smirk dancing on his lips. Your minds are too narrow. How can you hope to leave your mark in history? As Gao Gong departed, the agitated ministers gradually calmed, and everything began to progress in a stable and positive direction once more. This realization brought Zhu Ziqiang immense relief, while simultaneously making him acutely aware that the faction led by Su Jie was even more formidable and petty than he had previously imagined. Even a mere mention of Gao Gong is intolerable. To infringe upon interests is to invite silence. Zhu Ziqiang felt a profound disappointment and a seething anger. Yet, this ignited a spark of determination within him. As a young emperor who has just ascended to the throne, regardless of his capabilities, deep within, he harbors an aversion to mediocrity and clings to ideals. It is only after enduring a series of setbacks that one begins to grasp the harshness of reality, leading to either a choice of patience and strategy or a surrender to apathy. However, Zhu Ziqiang had not yet reached such a juncture. At this moment, he had not encountered true hardships and thus remained resolute in his defiance. In fact, Zhu Ziqiang found himself less eager for his father's return. He yearned to reclaim his dignity and restore his reputation in Jinling through his own endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhu Hozong, who was attentively observing the shifts in the capital, felt a subtle satisfaction upon hearing of Gao Gong's resignation and his son's strict scrutiny of the court, which hinted at a deeper significance. A faint smile graced his lips. Finally, his son's fighting spirit had been kindled. Regardless of his abilities, as long as he harbored a will to resist, he would not be easily swayed by his subjects. This was precisely why Zhu Hozong spoke in riddles. If he were to elucidate Gao Gong's intentions too clearly, his son would not experience such a profound awakening. For a young man, anger can serve as both a potent stimulus and a beneficial remedy. Even Zhu Hozong himself had initially drawn motivation from anger, spurred on by the old ministers led by Yang Tingyi, propelling him step by step to his current position. Zhu Hozong hoped that his son would follow a similar path. Even if he only embraced half of this spirit, it would be a positive development. At last, the young emperor showed signs of taking on his regal responsibilities, which brought Zhu Hozong a sense of relief as he continued to revel in the leisurely existence of a retired sovereign. The delectable dishes at Weiwu Tower were indeed delightful. Time flowed gently, and before long, summer faded into autumn. Meanwhile, in Britain, Li Qing waited patiently until the Ming trading ship finally arrived. He was somewhat taken aback to see Feng Bao as the ship's escort. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Qing inquired, "Is the emperor still the emperor? And is the crown prince still the crown prince?" Feng Bao, shocked and somewhat anxious, thought to himself, could it be that this Lord Yongqing truly possesses foresight? Oh, esteemed lord, your insight is remarkable. You have indeed guessed correctly. The emperor has become the retired sovereign, and the crown prince has ascended the throne. Next year, the era name will be changed to Longqing. Li Qing fell into deep contemplation, struggling to recall even a fragment of memory regarding this new era name, ultimately giving up. Is the retired sovereign cultivating in the Degaoxian Hall? Feng Bao shook his head slightly and replied, "The retired sovereign has gone to Jinling. He is likely already in the capital now. Having abdicated to the new emperor, he now roams the southern regions." Li Qing furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there unrest in the capital?" "Not at all," Feng Bao responded, though he was suddenly reminded of Gao Gong's audacious actions and added, "Before we set off, Gao Gong, the vice minister of personnel, the very same Gao Gong who was the emperor's instructor during the reign of the Prince of Yu, advised the emperor in court to completely abolish all privileges granted to the gentry, asserting that only in this way could the consolidation of land be genuinely curbed. Li Qing raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, what happened next? Afterwards, the court was in an uproar, claiming that Gao Gong was undermining the very foundation of the Ming Dynasty, asserting that such actions would shake the hearts of the scholars, and warning that if this policy were implemented, chaos would surely ensue in the provinces. Feng Bao remarked that the situation had escalated significantly under pressure. The emperor had issued Gao Gong's salary, but subsequently placed him under house arrest. What followed? It seemed the officials were unconvinced. Eventually, we set sail, and what transpired thereafter remains unknown to us. Li Qing pondered for a moment before smiling gently and inquiring, is there anything else? Feng Bao, in the presence of this venerable being who had lived for no less than 2 centuries, dared not conceal the truth and sheepishly replied, I would not dare deceive the esteemed Marquis Yongqing. Upon our return to the Ming, the emperor, no, I should say the retired emperor, showed great concern for you and took a keen interest in all matters pertaining to your well-being here. I could not bear to mislead the retired emperor and relayed everything in full. What is there of significance in that? Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. I am inquiring about state affairs, the situation in the court. Ah, there is nothing more. Feng Bao chuckled nervously and shook his head, visibly relaxing. After much trepidation, he finally felt a sense of relief. Li Qing contemplated for a moment and then asked, how is the health of the retired emperor? Furthermore, how long has the emperor been in the south since your arrival? The retired emperor is in good health. Before my arrival, he had not been in the south for long, perhaps just half a month. Feng Bao replied with an awkward smile. Thanks to the Marquis's kind words, I am now the head of the Grand Court of Sacrifices. Indeed, congratulations, Li Qing replied nonchalantly, then furrowed his brow slightly. Did you come at the emperor's behest, or was it a request from the ministers? It seemed quite absurd for the chief eunuch to oversee the vessels. Although this endeavor was not a typical trade, it still appeared to be an excessive use of resources. Many in the capital were aware of Marquis Yongqing, and it was unnecessary for Feng Bao to be involved. Feng Bao grumbled, it is indeed the machinations of those in the outer court. Please do not misunderstand, my lord. I also wish to relieve your burdens. However, I cannot abide their mannerisms, as if we are mere thieves coveting their treasures. Humph, those treasures belong to them, don't they? They are the emperor's. As Feng Bao continued to express his grievances, he grew increasingly aggrieved, saying, when Emperor Xuanzong established the inner study, allowing eunuchs to read and write, it was precisely to assist us in alleviating burdens and to balance the power of the outer court. Ultimately, it is their fear of the inner court gaining influence that drives them. If we speak of loyalty to the emperor, surely the gentlemen of the inner court are far more loyal than those in the outer court. At least we are not quick to invoke the name of the sage. After venting his frustrations, Feng Bao gradually calmed down. Noticing that Marquis Yongqing remained silent, he suddenly felt regret and hastily added, my lord, do not misunderstand. I do not aspire to be a grand eunuch like Wang Zhen or Lu Jin. I merely wish to emulate the great eunuch Sanbao, to share the emperor's burdens and earn a good reputation. No ulterior motives whatsoever. Li Qing gathered his thoughts and smiled lightly, nodding. Since Wang Zhen's time, the outer court has never ceased its suppression of the inner court, and it is not only you who have been targeted. Seeing that Marquis Yongqing did not display any signs of displeasure, Feng Bao tentatively asked, you also find their actions excessive, do you not? Let us discuss serious matters. Li Qing interjected. How much silver have you brought? 3 million taels. Feng Bao exclaimed. The emperor stated that these funds are to be managed by you, with all decisions left to your discretion. Li Qing nodded slightly and inquired, do any ministers oppose the sale of warships? To this, there was no dissent. Feng Bao chuckled, remarking that they could hardly object to a profitable venture. However, they were quite concerned about the distribution of the earnings between the national treasury and the inner court. Li Qing smiled and dismissed their concerns, as it aligned perfectly with the character of the officials. After organizing the information and reflecting on the situation, he found nothing to be overly worried about. Relaxing, Li Qing rose and said, you may continue with your tasks. Once everything is arranged here, take the silver to the palace. I shall await your arrival there. Understood. Feng Bao promptly stood up. Allow me to escort you, Lord Marquis. There's no need for that. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Li Qing descended from the treasure ship and made his way to the Li family merchant vessel. A letter from home had arrived. Li Shuer handed Li Qing the letter she had already perused, stating, "As you anticipated, the emperor has abdicated. Li Xian and Zhu Shou wish for your return to manage affairs." Li Qing skimmed through the letter before crumpling it and tossing it into the sea. "I am already aware. It is not a significant matter. Is it truly unnecessary?" Li Qing nodded. The crown prince's ascension to the throne ahead of time is more beneficial than detrimental. It was part of the plan. If Jiajing were to rule until his demise, it would be far less ideal. It is simply a bit earlier than I had envisioned, but it is of no consequence. Consider it a reward for him. What of the silver? It has been finalized, Li Qing replied. 3 million is neither too much nor too little. It is just right. After all, this is our first collaboration. As we engage more frequently and establish trust, they will be eager to earn Ming's silver without us having to prompt them. Rubbing his temples, Li Qing exhaled slowly. Despite some unforeseen developments, the overall situation remained unchanged. Please make the arrangements. We shall return to the palace. Once this matter is settled, we can proceed to the Netherlands. Very well, Li Shuer agreed cheerfully. I shall attend to it right away. In the British palace, upon learning of Li Qing's arrival, Elizabeth promptly set aside her affairs to greet him personally. Our dear Mr. Li, have you finally decided to reside with Elizabeth? Li Qing had grown accustomed to her playful banter and merely smiled, responding, "The glorious queen speaks insincerely. What you truly desire is not Mr. Li, but rather Ming's silver." Elizabeth's deep-set eyes sparkled with excitement as she pressed on. "How much silver has Ming brought?" 3 million. At this, Elizabeth's smile broadened. What a perfectly suitable amount. Too little would fail to meet current demands, yet too much would risk a one-off transaction from Ming. This figure aligns splendidly with my expectations. No longer concealing her eagerness, Elizabeth declared, "We have prepared a substantial quantity of woolen jackets, ready for immediate exchange. When shall we commence the transaction?" Li Qing replied with a slight smile. "The Ming envoy will arrive at the palace in 2 days. The glorious queen can immediately procure Ming's vessels with the silver. My God, this shall be a most delightful transaction," Elizabeth exclaimed, her pale cheeks flushing with excitement. Chapter 22. The agreement reached the next day at noon. Feng Bao arrived at the palace. This time, he did not bring a contingent of over 100 imperial guards, but rather fewer than 30, escorting several large boxes. Queen Elizabeth, Admiral Robert Dudley, Kingdom Advisor William Cecil, and the Master of Espionage Francis Walsingham gathered to observe the silver notes of the Ming Dynasty. In comparison to the Ming Dynasty's banknotes, the silver notes were considerably smaller, yet far more exquisite, for silver notes and silver bills were indistinguishable, allowing for immediate exchange for silver with the court, thus necessitating both aesthetic appeal and durability. The assembled nobles and ministers examined the silver notes from all angles, their astonishment barely concealed. The specially crafted mulberry paper, monopolized by the court and characterized by its intricate production process, was remarkably resilient and wear-resistant. The elaborate designs of clouds, dragons, and intricate borders on the silver notes were not only complex, but also breathtakingly beautiful, with meticulous attention to detail. The vibrant hues of the multicolored inks, emblazoned with the distinctive markings of the Ming silver notes, dazzled the eye. Different denominations bore unique patterns and symbols, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The unusual typography left even those well-versed in Chinese characters bewildered, while the cautionary inscriptions etched at the top of the banknotes instilled a sense of dread. Forgers would face annihilation, their entire families exterminated, and their royal courts obliterated. The palpable threat underscored the Ming's strength, amplified by their formidable navy and artillery, leaving no doubt that any attempt at forgery would invite ruthless retribution. Of course, even if they possessed the intent and audacity, they lacked the capability to forge such notes. Even the wealthiest merchants of the Ming found it exceedingly difficult to replicate the nearly indistinguishable silver notes, not to mention the court's practice of periodically updating the currency. Typically, this would occur every 2 to 3 years, or at least annually, to withdraw old notes and issue new ones, thereby thwarting the potential for counterfeit currency by the affluent. However, considering the great distance to the Kingdom of Britain and the logistical challenges, the likelihood of forgery was exceedingly low. Thus, these silver notes were special editions, suitable for prolonged use. Feng Bao diligently provided explanations, and upon hearing this, Elizabeth furrowed her brow slightly and addressed Li Qing. "Our esteemed Mr. Li, I recall you previously mentioned that we could engage and trade with Ming merchants using their silver notes. This seems to contradict your earlier assertion. Li Qing replied with a slight smile. The merchants of the Ming possess none of the items you require, such as steam warships or formidable artillery. How could they possibly have such military hardware? You may simply purchase them directly with silver. Elizabeth countered. No, that is not the same. This restricts the usage of the silver notes. Mr. Li is obfuscating the concept. Li Schwerer interjected nonchalantly. What the Ming merchants have, the Li family has. What the Ming merchants lack, the Li family also possesses, and we acknowledge that. Elizabeth, disregarding Li Schwerer, fixed her gaze upon Li Qing and inquired, Our dear Mr. Li, is this so? Li Qing nodded. In the future, the court will periodically update your silver notes, as long as they are the latest versions. The Li family will accept them. With this assurance, Elizabeth felt entirely unburdened, smiling brightly as she declared, We trust in Mr. Li's credibility. Li Schwerer pouted, sipping her sweetened hot tea in silence. After reaching an agreement regarding the validity of the silver notes, both parties engaged in a thorough discussion about purchasing power, including permissible ranges for price fluctuations. Elizabeth, having contemplated the matter extensively, presented one concern after another, highlighting potential pitfalls for the Ming to exploit. Li Qing had no intention of exploiting the situation. He graciously acquiesced to Elizabeth's reasonable requests. In truth, neither the Emperor of Ming nor the officials had considered taking advantage of the circumstances. Firstly, it was a matter of maintaining the dignity of the Celestial Empire. Secondly, it was a strategy of long-term benefit. The agricultural, commercial, and salt taxes of Ming were substantial, measured in tens of thousands of taels, rendering a mere few hundred thousand insignificant in the grand scheme of preserving the court's reputation. After a considerable time, Elizabeth finally felt reassured. We can provide woolen jackets of equivalent value for trade at any time. May I inquire when the envoy of the Celestial Empire might be available? To demonstrate her respect for the Emperor of Ming, Elizabeth sidestepped Li Qing and addressed Feng Bao instead. Feng Bao replied, Prepare yourselves. We shall return in 5 days. Elizabeth readily agreed and invited Feng Bao to the evening banquet. However, Feng Bao was reluctant to attend, feeling uneasy at the thought of spending the night among a group of foreign guests. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to and thus sought Li Qing's assistance. My lord, would you represent the emperor instead? I truly cannot leave. Li Qing nodded. Go attend to your affairs. I shall handle this. Feng Bao was deeply impressed by the remarkable composure of Lord Yongqing. Rising, he performed a deep bow. I take my leave. Observing such a dignified envoy from the Celestial Empire, the court ministers grew increasingly envious of Li Qing's authority. They admired Mr. Li's power. In such a formidable Ming, possessing such influence, even their illustrious queen paled in comparison. There seemed to be no other subject in the world who had achieved such a standing. Truly remarkable. He was so young. Li Schwerer, witnessing their admiration, felt a surge of joy and glanced at the queen. However, Elizabeth's gaze was solely fixed on Li Qing. Dear Mr. Li, I previously heard you mention that upon completing the transaction, you would temporarily depart. Is that true? Yes. I have lingered here for too long and wish to explore elsewhere. Such as? Phalange. Elizabeth's smile faltered, and the court officials tensed. Li Qing smiled reassuringly. It is merely for a brief visit to satisfy my curiosity. I do not intend to engage in trade with them, he assured. Such dealings are solely with the Kingdom of Britain. Phalange is not within my considerations, nor within those of Ming. Upon hearing this, the court officials relaxed slightly. Yet, Elizabeth remained skeptical. She understood this little man all too well, as they were of a similar ilk. Is it simply because our potential for growth is greater? Is that not sufficient reason? Li Qing chuckled. What is the essence of trade? Profit. Engaging in trade with you is merely more advantageous for us, nothing more. But what if we cannot withstand the pressure from Phalange? Elizabeth scrutinized Li Qing. Should we find ourselves on the brink of defeat, would you still be so resolute, Mr. Li? Li Qing laughed. If you can provide benefits to Ming, how could Ming allow you to fall? Elizabeth was taken aback, exclaiming, Is Ming preparing to send troops? Li Qing shook his head and remarked, The Ming Dynasty holds no interest in your affairs. It is akin to emulating the colonial expansion of the Franks. As I have stated, the Ming cherishes peace, and as your trading partner, we are inclined to assist you, more so in fostering a unified, powerful Western nation that thrives in harmony. At this moment, not only Elizabeth, but also the assembled lords and ministers appeared utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, Admiral Robert Dudley inquired hesitantly, "Are you suggesting, Mr. Li, that the Ming would aid us in resisting the Franks and even dominate the entire continent?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed. "But how will you assist us? What resources will the Ming provide, and what must we offer in return?" Robert Dudley pressed further. "We shall assist you through trade," Li Qing replied. Dudley seemed momentarily taken aback, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Li Qing added, "Should you desire, the scope of trade can always be expanded. We can provide as much as you can consume. Furthermore, there is myself." Elizabeth felt a stir of intrigue and asked, "May I inquire how you intend to assist us?" "Mr. Li?" With a slight smile, Li Qing responded, "There is a saying in our Ming, 'Empty words are but false promises.' How I shall aid you will be revealed in due course. You would not believe me if I told you now. Rest assured, I have no need to deceive you, do I?" Elizabeth nodded gently, hesitating to probe further, ultimately expressing her regret. "It is a pity that Mr. Li must depart so soon." Li Schwerer cast a sidelong glance at her, silently criticizing, "Clearly, she is no longer a maiden, yet she possesses such an audacious demeanor." Upon reflection, however, she acknowledged that the woman was unmarried, thus not entirely incorrect to regard her as a young lady, which only deepened her vexation. "Apologies to Queen Glory, you are but a transient figure." Elizabeth finally turned her gaze towards her, inquiring, "Lady Li, do you hold affection for your elders?" Li Schwerer glanced at the translator, who conveyed the inquiry faithfully. Overcome with a mix of anger, urgency, embarrassment, and frustration, Li Schwerer fell silent. Elizabeth curiously asked, "Why would you have affection for your elders?" Clearing his throat, Li Qing interjected, "Let us pause our discussion here. I trust in the credibility of Queen Glory. Please accept these silver notes for now." Elizabeth nodded in gratitude, saying, "The envoy from the Celestial Empire has entrusted Mr. Li to represent His Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming. It would be most unbecoming for you to renege on this commitment. We shall meet at the banquet." Li Qing nodded and quickly escorted Li Schwerer back to their lodgings. "You were right. She is merely a passerby, so there is no need for you to take offense," he chuckled. "She is not interested in me as a person. Her interest lies solely in the immense power of the Ming, particularly in the figure of Duke Yongqing, and not in the manner you might presume." "Yes, I am aware. I am not angry," Li Schwerer stammered, adding with a huff, "I must admit, foreign women are quite bold." Li Qing laughed softly, shaking his head. "The trade has been settled. In a few days, we shall witness Feng Bao inspect the woolen jackets, and then we will depart, alleviating your unease." "I am not so petty," Li Schwerer retorted gloomily. "In truth, I harbor no prejudice against her. It's just that her words can sometimes be rather cold and unreserved. I know she means no harm, yet it is discomforting, though for the most part, she is commendable, a woman of great stature." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "Are you truly intent on assisting Britain in its unification efforts here?" Li Qing nodded slightly. "This is more advantageous for the Ming Dynasty, but it is not the unification you envision. To be precise, it should be termed as hegemony. You may interpret it as a second, enhanced version of the Florentine." Li Schwerer furrowed her brow and inquired, "And then?" Li Qing chuckled, "Then let them work for the Ming." Chapter 23. Arrogance. Li Schwerer gazed at Li Qing in a daze. She wished more than anyone for Li Qing to achieve his aspirations. Yet she was acutely aware of the enormity of his ambitions and the challenges he faced. In truth, ever since she learned of Li Qing's true intentions, a sense of unease had lingered within her. She refrained from discouraging him, but now felt compelled to voice certain thoughts. For Li Qing was becoming increasingly idealistic and optimistic. Li Schwerer found it difficult to fathom the consequences if, after nearly 2 centuries of Li Qing's diligent nurturing, the moment for reaping the rewards arrived only to reveal a rotten fruit. She pondered silently. If I speak now, he might feel disheartened momentarily, then overturn his previous strategies and toil even harder in search of a new path. But if I remain silent, in the future, when we are no longer here, his greatest hopes may fall to ruin. Li Schwerer dared not delve further into her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she said, "It is impossible. I have wanted to tell you that you are too idealistic, even somewhat naive, including regarding the reforms. Though I fervently wish for your success and dread to dampen your spirits, I must speak." Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled again, his expression gentle and his voice soft. "You fear that the future results may not align with my desires, that I might find it hard to accept and become despondent. Even driven to madness, correct?" Li Schwerer was astonished. Li Qing continued, I have often stated that I am a pessimist. Hence, your concerns are unfounded. Li Shuer paused, her expression growing even more troubled, somber and sorrowful as she said, but I only see an extreme optimist. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Li Shuer interjected, you needn't explain or refute. You are simply that kind of person. Perhaps you are unaware, but you are unwell. Or perhaps you have been unwell for quite some time, and your condition is worsening. Li Shuer murmured, you remain oblivious, believing you are right, when in truth it is merely what you perceive. Silence. Li Qing retorted sharply. First, I am not ill, nor will I ever be. Second, this is merely your assumption, a construct of your imagination. Finally, do not attempt to undermine my resolve. Li Qing replied indifferently, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me. What you have said is not objective at all. It stems solely from your worries, giving rise to your conjectures. The more one cares for another, the more one tends to envision the worst. Suddenly, Li Qing recalled something, a gentle, nostalgic expression gracing his handsome features. I remember when your father was but a child, sleeping beside me for the first time. His breathing was so light that I would occasionally check on him. Li Qing exhaled, saying, this is the reason for your thoughts. Li Shuer's countenance darkened, even taking on a semblance of despair as she stated in a daze, a healer struggles to heal themselves. The more you insist on this, the deeper you have fallen. Li Qing was rendered speechless, unable to find a counterargument to her words. Evidently, Li Shuer's reasoning has become self-justifying. Unable to engage in rational discourse, Li Qing simply stated, I have never been defeated, nor shall I ever be. You lack an understanding of power, and even more so, politics. Your concern for me stems from ignorance. The more ignorant one is, the more presumptuous they become. Presumptuous? Li Shuer lamented. Who is truly presumptuous? Even if we start counting from the unification under Qin, it has been nearly 1800 years. 1800 years. The structure of dynastic power, the populace under the dynastic system, the ideological concepts fostered by sage teachings, and you dare to wish to change this? You fantasize about altering the lives of 20 million with the strength of a single individual. Who is being presumptuous here? Li Qing shook his head repeatedly. You are indeed deluded. I realize I have indulged you far too much. I merely wish for you to reflect, lest one day you discover how gravely mistaken you are. Li Shuer ceased her retort, not out of compassion, but rather from an inability to continue. Reflect well. I shall go practice fencing with the queen. With that, Li Qing turned his back on Li Shuer and exited, closing the door behind him. On the grass, Li Qing and Elizabeth sat, leaning on their swords. Li Qing's demeanor remained unchanged, while Elizabeth panted slightly, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. Dear Mr. Li, it is truly a delightful and invigorating experience to spar with you. Elizabeth gasped, I cannot fathom the extent of your swordsmanship. Li Qing's skill in swordplay consistently surpassed hers, albeit by a slight margin, no matter her efforts. She remained just a notch below him. Elizabeth recognized that this was intentional on Li Qing's part, yet she felt no discontent, for he not only preserved her dignity, but also enhanced her own martial prowess. With a subtle smile, Li Qing remarked, in truth, swordsmanship is my least proficient skill. What is your forte, Mr. Li? Elizabeth inquired with curiosity. Blades and firearms, Li Qing replied languidly. On the battlefield, blades and firearms reign supreme. And this is merely a sport. I excel in the art of killing. The battlefield? The art of killing? Elizabeth exclaimed in astonishment. Such an elegant noble as yourself must engage in warfare? And even slay enemies with your own hands? Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Your resume must be quite extensive, Mr. Li. Elizabeth observed, her curiosity piqued. Li Qing chuckled. You too are a person of authority. If my experience were not vast, how could I wield such considerable power? But you appear so youthful. Elizabeth suddenly recalled Li Qing's earlier statement. I am already an old man. Mr. Li, how old are you? Ah, that is a good question. Li Qing mused, calculating roughly, a little over 200 years. Elizabeth was taken aback. Li Qing shrugged, it is as it is. After a moment of stunned silence, Elizabeth burst into laughter. Mr. Li, you are truly humorous. The truth, though often hard to believe, was indeed as stated. Elizabeth, attributing his reluctance to dwell on the subject to a desire for levity, cheerfully changed the topic, asking, shall we have it cold or hot? Cold, please, Li Qing replied. 2 cups of iced black tea, Elizabeth instructed. The attendant bowed and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, 2 large glasses of iced black tea were presented. with the mid-autumn festival approaching. The temperature had noticeably cooled, yet after a vigorous fencing session, a certain warmth lingered. Elizabeth raised her glass and downed nearly 2/3 of the iced red tea in one go, exhaling contentedly, her face illuminated with delight. Oh, the tea from the Ming Dynasty is truly exquisite. Alas, our attempts to cultivate it have repeatedly met with failure. Elizabeth tilted her head towards Li Qing, inquiring, Mr. Li, do you know the reason behind this? Li Qing swallowed the refreshing iced tea and replied casually, one's environment nurtures one's character. It may be an issue of climate or perhaps the soil. Elizabeth smiled ambiguously, her curiosity piqued as she asked, if one day we were to possess our own tea and no longer rely on the Ming for procurement, would His Majesty the Emperor be incensed? Savoring the iced tea, Li Qing smiled and stated, my dear glorious queen, please refrain from employing the logic of brigands to interpret the Ming. This is merely a transaction. Your needs align with our offerings, nothing more. Elizabeth gazed at Li Qing, questioning if His Majesty the Emperor shared the same sentiment. Li Qing set down his iced tea and chuckled. Ultimately, Your Majesty fears that one day your kingdom may cease to generate value for the Ming, leading them to discard you like worn-out shoes, or perhaps even wage war against you. Am I correct? Elizabeth fell silent for a moment, pondering. What if we grow to a point where we pose a threat to the Ming? Would they refrain from mobilizing their forces? Li Qing shook his head. Setting aside the costs of large-scale warfare, given the vast distance, what purpose would that serve? Is colonization not a more favorable approach? It is not advantageous for us. Otherwise, we would have pursued it long ago. He continued, I realize this may be difficult for you to comprehend, but it is the truth. You are obsessed with expansion, frenzied, chaotic, and rapid, while we prioritize development and integration. Our history has taught us that the cost of indigestion is severe. The Ming is strong, yet its strength is not limitless. The world is not ours to claim. We are merely a part of it. In our worldview, expansion means reception, digestion, and integration, ultimately becoming one family. Your unity is dominion. Our dominion is unity. We have never aspired to unify the entire world, for in our perspective, it is not a worthy endeavor. It remains challenging to grasp, does it not? Yet, this is the reality. Li Qing remarked, Your Majesty need not harbor concerns on this matter. Furthermore, with our development and your growth, our exchanges will not only persist, but will also evolve towards diversification. Elizabeth gazed intently at Li Qing for a while, then suddenly beamed with a genuine smile, exclaiming, if Mr. Li were His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming, it would indeed be a marvelous affair. Li Qing was taken aback. Such words, if uttered to others or relayed back to the Ming, would spell disaster for your kingdom. Elizabeth was astonished. You may have the queen's legs, but we cannot afford the queen's arms. We must avoid even the emperor's name. Of course, our emperor's name is rather obscure and does not create issues for the common people. At this point, Li Qing suddenly found merit in the naming conventions of the Zhu family, with their fixed characters and the concept of the 5 elements. Elizabeth fell into deep thought. For quite some time, dear Mr. Li, we wish to dispatch an envoy representing our kingdom to the illustrious Ming Dynasty to pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor. Would it be possible to accompany one of the Ming court's merchant vessels? Of course, it is entirely feasible, Mr. Li replied with a smile. Our emperor and ministers are always delighted to witness the grand occasion of nations paying tribute and would naturally not oppose your contributions to the flourishing era of the Ming. Elizabeth was taken aback. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Mr. Li responded. We have an ancient saying, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Elizabeth rose, invigorated, and proclaimed, Mr. Li, we must prepare until the evening banquet. Mr. Li nodded with a smile, watching Elizabeth depart, and mused, I wonder if the next king of Britain will be as remarkable as this queen. Chapter 24, Awe-inspiring. The evening banquet was quite modest, attended by only a handful of guests. There were no dancers, and the dishes were few, yet they all suited Mr. Li's taste. The evening became a platform for the kingdom's advisor, William Cecil, and Mr. Li. Elizabeth scarcely spoke. Strictly speaking, this was not a banquet, but rather a symposium, discussing the essential qualities required for foreign envoys to pay tribute to the Ming Emperor. Having navigated the political landscape of the Ming for nearly 2 centuries, Mr. Li was well acquainted with the procedures for receiving foreign envoys, as well as the rules and laws they must adhere to. After the illustrious voyages of Zheng He, Mr. Li had personally witnessed the grand spectacle of nations paying tribute. Since Britain sought to pay their respects, he saw no reason to withhold information, thoroughly explaining various considerations to Elizabeth and William Cecil. The other prominent ministers listened with keen interest, occasionally interjecting with questions, satisfying their curiosity. As William Cecil inquired, he listened attentively, taking notes and confirming details until Mr. Li assured him all was well. He then paused to relieve his aching wrist and asked, "Dear Mr. Li, what kind of gifts should we present to win the favor of His Majesty the Emperor?" "Gifts need not be extravagant. Select items that represent the unique characteristics of your kingdom," Mr. Li replied with a gentle smile. The Ming has an adage, "A feather from 1,000 miles away carries deep affection." Given the vast distance, the gift holds even less significance. The mere arrival of your people is what truly matters. Mr. Li was not merely being polite. He sincerely wished to spare Britain unnecessary expenses. After all, the Middle Kingdom must maintain its dignity, and historically, tribute from vassal states often resulted in the court offering more lavish reciprocation, essentially incurring a loss. The more tribute from vassal states, the greater the loss for the Ming. This was unavoidable, as both the emperor and the ministers cherished their reputation. However, the court had imposed certain restrictions on the value of tribute to prevent vassal states from excessively exploiting the Ming's generosity. Considering the straightforward nature of these individuals, Mr. Li offered some pointed suggestions, concerned they might foolishly present mere feathers. Following a cordial exchange, Elizabeth relayed Mr. Li's words from earlier that day to a few trusted ministers in Mr. Li's presence. Upon hearing this, they were all invigorated. The subtle support from the Ming Dynasty has empowered them to grow, alleviating their fears of succumbing to the grasp of the Florentine. This realization brings them joy. Yet beneath that joy lingers a faint anxiety that once they have grown strong, the Ming might extend its covert support to others to counterbalance them, or even engage them in conflict. However, with Li Qing's assurance at present, this underlying worry has dissipated, allowing them to expand their own strength with peace of mind. After this prolonged interaction, they have gained a tangible sense of Li Qing's character, grace, and authority. They trust that the esteemed Lord Li of the Ming Dynasty is not one to resort to deceit, for this noble lord has not engaged in mere empty rhetoric. "Dear Mr. Li, I hear you and Lady Li are planning a journey to the Western Florentine?" inquired the Master of Espionage, Francis Walsingham. Li Qing acknowledged this with ease. Francis, cautiously probing, asked, "Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Florentine?" "Naturally. It is to assist in the rise of your kingdom," Li Qing replied cheerfully. "You are trade partners of the Ming, and also my friends. It is only reasonable for me to lend my aid, both in public and in private." Francis was taken aback, as were William, Robert, and others, perplexed by how Mr. Li intended to assist them. By committing acts of violence? Is the Ming court preparing to dispatch troops? You could interpret it that way, though it is merely one soldier. Li Qing gestured to himself. The group remained bewildered. Elizabeth had encountered such notions before, yet she still found it incomprehensible. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing continued, "In truth, I possess extraordinary capabilities. My destructive potential is immense. With Francis's intelligence, I believe our efforts would yield far greater results." Li Qing had visited the Florentine, but that was a long time ago. He was unaware of its current state, but he knew that in light of its efficient colonial expansion, it must have undergone tremendous changes since then. Furthermore, he had not engaged with the Florentine Navy at that time, and his knowledge of their naval structure, fleet strength, munitions, and other military secrets was exceedingly limited. Given the timeliness of information, one could say he was entirely uninformed. Thus, he was eager to acquire sufficient intelligence from Francis. Francis glanced at the Queen, seeking her approval. Elizabeth pondered briefly before asking, "Then, Mr. Li, what are your extraordinary capabilities? We trust in your integrity and believe you would not divulge our intelligence to the Florentine, yet we also do not wish to place you in danger." Li Qing had anticipated such a scenario and smiled as he replied, "I have already stated that my destructive power is terrifying. You may envision me as a formidable war cannon in human form. Nay, my destructive capacity far exceeds that of any conventional cannon." "How can you prove this?" inquired the straightforward naval commander Robert Dudley. "I recall you mentioning that the Ming has an old saying, 'Empty words without action are mere pretense.'" "Oh? Huh." Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle. He surveyed his surroundings. his gaze settling on a group of over 10 palace guards in the distance. Take a look at them. The others were puzzled, but followed Li Qing's gaze nonetheless. In the next moment, over 10 individuals, caught completely off guard, fell one after another, resembling a line of dominoes. It is as simple as that, Li Qing stated. The red-haired and blonde individuals exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Elizabeth, momentarily taken aback, began to grasp the situation, but before she could seek confirmation, she was preempted. The master spy, Francis Walsingham, exclaimed, "Did Mr. Li employ such tactics in the bullfighting wager?" Li Qing, no longer feigning, nodded in acknowledgement. "But how did you accomplish this?" "I was born this way," Li Qing replied. It was far too tedious to explain the concept of vital energy to foreigners. It was simpler to present the phenomenon directly. In the distance, the guard squad quickly rose to their feet, instinctively drawing their swords, filled with trepidation as they advanced cautiously. Elizabeth calmly remarked, "There is no need for alarm, Mr. Li will not harm us, nor will he harm you. Otherwise, you would not be able to stand." Her words altered Robert and the others' expressions, as a chilling thought simultaneously crossed their minds. If Mr. Li wished to eliminate them, or even Her Glorious Majesty, could he not do so at will? Li Qing, aware of their thoughts, smiled and said, "This is precisely why I revealed my abilities." Elizabeth paused, and then understood Li Qing's intentions, sincerely stating, "Mr. Li is not only a most elegant nobleman, but also an astute politician." She recognized that Li Qing's display was not merely to prove himself and gain military intelligence regarding the Florentines, but also a show of intimidation before his departure. However, to rely solely on this to instill fear seemed to underestimate their warriors. With a smile, Elizabeth inquired, "Is this Mr. Li's capability?" "Not entirely," Li Qing replied nonchalantly. "If I wished, I could demolish this palace, but as we are friends, I shall refrain." Elizabeth chuckled and shrugged, asking, "Then how will Mr. Li demonstrate his abilities? What does Her Glorious Majesty wish me to prove?" Elizabeth tore off a piece of parchment and glanced around, her gaze landing on a nearby pillar. "Mr. Li could use the previous method to destroy it, and we would believe." "Very well," Li Qing said casually, raising his palm and channeling his vital energy. With a gentle push, an overwhelmingly fierce gust of wind surged forth, echoing throughout the palace. Boom! Crack! The pillar became riddled with cracks, swaying and toppling towards the opposite side, stirring up a light cloud of dust. The palace had many load-bearing pillars, so there was no significant damage. Throughout this spectacle, Elizabeth and Robert's eyes remained fixed on Li Qing's palm, which bore no visible object, and the air was devoid of any scent of gunpowder. "How did you achieve this?" Robert exclaimed, springing to his feet, his face awash with terror, as did the others, staring at Li Qing in fright. Yet, Elizabeth's eyes sparkled with delight, unperturbed and instead filled with joy. "As I said, I was born this way," Li Qing replied, retracting his hand, and added nonchalantly, "Now? Do Her Glorious Majesty and Francis believe me?" Elizabeth nodded with a smile and turned to Francis, saying, "Please take the time to organize all the military intelligence we possess and present it to Mr. Li." Francis swallowed hard and bowed, responding, "Yes. Let us conclude the banquet here," Elizabeth declared. The assembly rose to pay their respects, casting a lingering glance at Li Qing before retreating. However, Li Qing remained. The queen clearly had something to convey. "Dear Mr. Li, have you considered a marriage alliance?" Elizabeth addressed the matter directly. "We require your strength, and through you, the might of the Ming Dynasty. All that is needed from you, Mr. Li, is a nod of agreement. We do not even require the support of the Ming army." Li Qing smiled and replied, "Does Her Majesty the Queen think that I reveal myself at this moment for mere display?" Elizabeth was taken aback. "For the sake of ostentation? For intelligence? For intimidation?" Li Qing chuckled softly and shook his head. "My true intention is to endorse you. Even if you had not questioned me or provoked me, I would have acted in the same manner." Elizabeth paused, a hint of color rising to her cheeks as she remarked, "I suppose Mr. Li's political adversaries will find this quite distressing." She refrained from mentioning the marriage alliance again, instead sighing, "It is truly incredible, utterly astonishing. How can someone like Mr. Li exist in this world?" At this point, Elizabeth suddenly recalled Li Qing's earlier words and felt a shiver run through her. "Is Mr. Li truly over 200 years old?" Li Qing sighed and smiled wryly. "Tell me, why would she take a liking to someone of my age?" Chapter 25. Arrogance is a poison. "Tell me, Why would she take a liking to someone of my age? Elizabeth finally grasped the situation. This delicate little lady had taken a fancy to Mr. Li. She had recognized it early on and had been perplexed for quite some time, unable to comprehend the logic behind it. Yet, with the premise of Mr. Li being over 200 years old, everything fell into place. A young man endowed with formidable abilities, supreme wisdom, and striking good looks that transcend aesthetic differences. Just a single glance of awe could imprint upon a young girl for a lifetime. Elizabeth had resolved her long-standing confusion, only to find herself ensnared in an even greater quandary. Over 200 years old, a young man who has lived for more than 2 centuries. This notion of a junior developing feelings for a senior seemed all the more absurd and illogical, especially given the near-magical methods displayed earlier. Elizabeth, usually composed, found herself unable to maintain her calm this evening. Dear Mr. Li, how is it that you can be so? I am simply born this way. Do you not have an omnipotent God? Li Qing was disinclined to explain, preferring to remain ambiguous for a more potent effect of intimidation. The influence of religious belief was profound here, and vague expressions could evoke the idea of a divine neighbor from the east. Elizabeth gazed at Li Qing in astonishment. After a lengthy silence, reason ultimately prevailed, and Elizabeth spoke calmly. Mr. Li, you are truly remarkable. However, we are willing to believe. Li Qing was not disheartened. Not everyone could possess the understanding of Elizabeth. I appreciate your trust, Your Majesty. He adopted a demeanor of generosity, stating, Tonight, I reveal myself to aid you in consolidating your power. No need for a marriage alliance. You can still harness my strength, even through my connection to the Ming Dynasty. As a ruler and an astute politician, I am confident you understand how to proceed. Though the political systems and power structures may differ, the essence of power remains universally interconnected. For instance, leveraging circumstances. For instance, creating momentum. Li Qing provided Elizabeth with an opportunity, allowing her to utilize her own narrative, and expressed his willingness to cooperate. What a monumental assistance this was. How could Elizabeth remain oblivious to it? She gazed at Li Qing, momentarily taken aback, and said, It is solely because Mr. Li aims to intimidate us, to procure military intelligence from the Franks, that we have misjudged him. Elizabeth was aware that Li Qing had not entirely forsaken such motives, yet this did not diminish her gratitude. She fully understood the immense advantages of consolidating one's power through formidable external forces. Thus, whether it involved undermining the established nobility or cleansing the remnants of Queen Mary, she would navigate these challenges with remarkable ease. Elizabeth sincerely remarked, At this point, we genuinely believe Mr. Li is over 200 years old. Without sufficient experience and the prolonged grasp of authority, one could hardly possess such staggering political acumen. Have you disclosed the secret of your longevity to Elizabeth? Li Qing gasped. You truly revealed your secret of immortality to Elizabeth? Li Qing paid her no mind. No, how could you disclose your secret of longevity to Elizabeth? Is there not an issue with that? Certainly, there is a problem, Li Qing insisted. Such monumental matters cannot be easily unveiled. Are you not concerned about it becoming common knowledge in the Ming Dynasty, only to be relayed back here afterwards? Your fears are unfounded, Li Qing replied calmly. What shall happen if it becomes widely known? Therefore, Elizabeth will not allow such an occurrence. Li Qing interjected. An innocent man bears no guilt. Yet possessing precious jewels brings peril. If they perceive you as capable of obliterating them, do you think they can remain indifferent? Li Qing retorted, You are astute, yet devoid of wisdom. What nonsense is this about an innocent man and the burden of treasures? Ridiculous. Setting aside the fact that Queen Elizabeth is not the emperor of the Ming, nor are the court officials the bureaucrats of the Ming, even within the Ming, so what? Furthermore, I am not merely myself. I represent the Ming, especially at this critical juncture when they are in dire need of Ming support. How could they dare to act against me? Li Qing found herself at a loss for counterarguments, yet still felt that Li Qing's actions were overly reckless, lacking the composure she had expected. She murmured softly, Could it be that you are emulating King Yu of Zhou, seeking a smile from a beautiful woman? Enough, Li Qing replied coldly. You have been here for so long, and yet have made no progress. If it were your nephew here, he would not find it peculiar. He would comprehend. Li Qing, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, I merely believe this to be a case of highlighting weaknesses while avoiding strengths. You dare to critique me? Pray tell. How am I highlighting weaknesses while avoiding strengths? Li Qing's eyes sparkled as she said, The Marquis of Yongqing has dominated the scene for nearly 2 centuries, not through sheer martial prowess, but through political sagacity, orchestrating strategies from a distance to achieve victory. It relies on cunning. All right, enough of that, Li Qing interrupted irritably. You possess no understanding of strategy, nor do you comprehend me or my political acumen. Li Qing continued, what constitutes strategy? It is the pursuit of greater power through existing means. Strategy is merely a tool. Power is the ultimate objective. After being here for so long, you have witnessed the power dynamics, societal norms, and external pressures at play. Under the influence of various conditions, their pursuit of power tends to emphasize brute force rather than engaging in a balanced game of strategy. Nevertheless, fundamentally, the essence remains unchanged. The cornerstone of power is invariably violence. For nearly 2 centuries, I have dominated the Ming Dynasty, relying solely on the terror of military might. Li Qing stated, without such formidable violence as a foundation, how could one maneuver astutely and secure victory from afar? If I were incapable of even restraining a chicken, I would have long been humiliated. Li Shuer expressed her concern. I fear they might act irrationally and secretly harm us. It is precisely to prevent them from acting unpredictably that I decided to establish a show of force before departing. Li Qing remarked, during the quest for power, when one side finds themselves at a dead end, revealing their true intentions becomes inevitable. Thus, overturning the table becomes the only choice. My actions are meant to convey the high cost of such a decision. Despite Elizabeth's endearing references to me as dear Mr. Li and the charming demeanor of the nobility, should they infringe upon core interests, they will swiftly turn hostile. Of course, at present, they require the support of the Ming Dynasty, and for a considerable time ahead, they will not turn against us. However, as they grow stronger, their ambitions will inevitably swell. While it may be unrealistic for them to invade the Ming, they will likely attempt to undermine our interests through negotiation. Li Qing continued, your concerns are unfounded. For the violence I exhibit can be utilized by Elizabeth to solidify her own power, leveraging my presence to intimidate ministers and nobles. In the process of using me to bolster her stature, she will inadvertently enhance my own latent authority. When the king changes in the future, with my visage and the title of Duke Yongqing, I shall remain unscathed amidst the upper echelons of Britain. This is the reason for my display of strength. Do you comprehend? Not entirely, Li Qing scorned. You pale in comparison to your mother. Li Shuer retorted, why resort to insults? If you were 20 years younger, I would have struck you. Li Qing replied curtly, do not flaunt your cleverness before me again. Li Shuer, feeling dejected, nodded and tentatively asked, is your temper so fierce because of my words today? Li Qing coldly replied, I shall repeat myself. Do not display your cleverness in my presence. Understood? Understood. Li Shuer dared not provoke further. However, she remained skeptical. Li Qing took several deep breaths, seemingly preparing to counter Li Shuer's earlier remarks, or perhaps to strengthen his own resolve, stating, your skepticism arises from your lack of experience. We? Li Qing paused, then added, not just you, those 2 brothers, including Yang Shun, also doubt me. The truth is, your arrogance blinds you. The root of your skepticism lies in your belief that the common people are ignorant. The arrogance of those in power is a toxic poison, one that has been ingested for millennia, yet you willingly embrace it as truth. Indeed, that is the case. Li Shuer hesitantly inquired, may I present a differing opinion? If it is the same argument as before, there is no need. This time is different. Li Qing was reluctant to listen, yet out of a desire to address any potential gaps, he granted Li Shuer the opportunity to speak. Go ahead. I am aware of your era, and I recognize the splendor it possessed. I have always believed that we would eventually arrive at that time. Li Shuer confidently asserted her stance. Then, shifting the topic, she inquired, but do you not feel that something is amiss? What is lacking? Although you never articulated it, I am convinced that before entering that era, you must have endured unimaginable suffering. Noticing Li Qing's furrowed brow, Li Shuer hastily clarified, these thoughts are not solely mine. They were expressed by my nephew. She added softly, we do not doubt your era. We merely question the essence of your being. What do you mean? You are overly ambitious. You wish to evade the agony of transformation. Yet how can one emerge as a butterfly without enduring the struggle? Li Qing, seething with fury, retorted. So, my nearly 2 centuries of effort are for naught? If I do not come to the Ming Dynasty, I must endure excruciating pain. Yet if I do come, I am still to suffer? Have I come to the Ming in vain? only to endure torment? Li Shui'er trembled, too afraid to speak further. Li Qing, inexplicably agitated, found it impossible to remain calm. Suppressing his rage, he declared, "I shall take my leave for a while." With that, he strode out. The moonlight was luminous, and the stars twinkled in the sky as Li Qing effortlessly exited the palace, walking along the silent streets, his expression as tranquil as still water. The words of that young girl, filled with arrogance and bias, lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He replayed the conversation repeatedly, analyzing and deducing throughout the night. Chapter 26. Mid-autumn in the Ming Dynasty. In the following days, Li Qing remained despondent, constantly replaying his actions, affirming and then doubting himself, only to reaffirm once more. A man of steadfast resolve, he found himself shaken by Li Shui'er's fanciful notions, often contemplating whether it was their arrogance or his own. He experienced a profound internal conflict for several days. Ultimately, he resolved that he was indeed correct. The strategies devised over more than 10 dynasties and nearly 2 centuries of effort had led to the Ming Dynasty's current state, which had already diverged from history. With the momentum established, could he afford to waver? For the arrival of this day, I have sacrificed too much. I am not reckless. I have always been cautious and restrained. It is the era that has progressed to this point, not my imposition of change. Such a situation will not arise. I am destined to succeed. Lord. Yes. Li Qing gathered his thoughts, directing his gaze toward Feng Bao, then to the mountain of wool jackets. He inquired, "Are there any issues?" "I have not discovered any quality problems," Feng Bao replied awkwardly. "The wool is of good quality, and the sheepskin is quite decent. However, the style of the garments is rather unconventional, and we are concerned about their marketability in the Ming Dynasty." Feng Bao scratched his head, perplexed. "My lord, why not allow them to exchange raw materials for silver coins?" Li Qing smiled gently. Embracing new experiences is not a bad thing. After a pause, he added, "If the court finds them hard to sell, they can be repackaged and sold by the Li family." Upon hearing this, Feng Bao visibly relaxed, chuckling. "We can try it out first. If it doesn't work, we shall follow your suggestion. However, let us still allow them to exchange raw materials for now. We shall observe the feedback. If it proves successful, there is no harm in this approach." Li Qing smiled and remarked, "Let us see what the emperor desires." "Ah, very well," Feng Bao replied with a grin. The act of exchanging woolen jackets for Ming silver taels, which were then used to procure Ming warships, superficially seemed like a futile endeavor, akin to unbuttoning one's trousers to relieve oneself. Yet, as long as the Ming Dynasty honored its debts, the principle remained intact. In reality, this maneuver substantially augmented the Ming's capacity for indebtedness. For Feng Bao, having brought the silver taels, he also reclaimed an equivalent value in woolen jackets. However, the warships that the Ming had to deliver would require time. As the credibility of the silver taels increased alongside Britain's gradual ascendance, these taels would naturally evolve into Britain's monetary reserve. So long as the currency remained unspent by the Ming, it was merely paper, and during this interim, its value was still retained within the Ming. Thus, the Ming's resilience against risks would significantly enhance, and its economic vitality would flourish, enabling the enrichment of the Ming's material wealth through this temporal advantage. This trade of goods persisted for 3 days, with the delivery proceeding exceptionally smoothly. The quality of the woolen jackets was superb, and aside from their style, Feng Bao could find no fault. Several days later, Feng Bao successfully concluded this maritime trade and made a special visit to bid farewell to Li Qing. "My lord, before our departure, the emperor specifically instructed us to inquire when you might return to the Ming, and if you possess any constructive suggestions, please do not hesitate to submit them." Li Qing gently shook his head. "The Ming is flourishing at present. I currently have no strategies for governance." Feng Bao nodded and added, "The emperor also wishes to know if Gao Gong's proposals are feasible. When the time is right, they shall be," Li Qing replied. Feng Bao, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Could you elaborate further, my lord?" Li Qing chuckled softly. "I am not even in the Ming. How can I provide specifics? Perhaps he should consult the Grand Emperor." "Oh, I shall certainly convey your words to the emperor," Feng Bao assured. He then inquired, "Does my lord have any messages for the Grand Emperor or the emperor?" Li Qing pondered momentarily and said, "I am well. Please convey my best wishes for their well-being." "Ah, understood." Observing that the Yongqing Marquis had no further instructions, Feng Bao performed a deep bow and said, "I take my leave." Li Qing nodded, "Safe travels. Dear Queen of Glory, we must take our leave for now." Li Qing said as he bid farewell to Feng Bao and turned to Elizabeth. When will Mr. Li return? Elizabeth inquired with keen interest. For the Ming steam warships had yet to be delivered, and Li Qing was the only person from the Ming with whom she could interact and trust. Understanding her concerns, Li Qing smiled and assured her, once the matters in Florence are settled, I shall return to witness the completion of our transaction alongside you. Rest assured, Queen of Glory, my celestial empire places great emphasis on credibility and dignity. Please do not fret. Elizabeth nodded slightly. Does Mr. Li require any assistance? Li Qing chuckled softly and shook his head. In the Ming Dynasty's capital, Jinling, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the imposing Weiwu Tower was closed for business. At the end of the hour of Shen, Li Excellency, Li Bao, Zhu Ziki, and Li Ying gathered in perfect order, awaiting the arrival of the main guest. As night fell, Zhu Hozong finally made his appearance. This time, he did not bring the imperial guards, but was accompanied solely by Huang Jin and Liu Bing. "Oh, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed. Zhu Hozhao was exceedingly delighted and promptly instructed the attendants to serve the dishes. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "This journey to Jiangnan should surely bring great joy to the late emperor, don't you think?" Zhu Hoxiong cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "It's rather mediocre, I suppose." Inwardly, Zhu Hozhao derided him as pretentious and called out, "Huang Panzai, Commander Liu, today is a family feast. Do not hold back. Feel as at home. It is a festive occasion, and we ought to prioritize joy." Huang Jin, feeling slighted, shot Zhu Hozhao a glare, though he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Zhu Hoxiong smiled and nodded, "Please, take your seats. Today, there are no distinctions of sovereign and subjects. Let us revel as we please, without the constraints of formalities." Li Ying understood the cue, approached with her child, and presented him to her father-in-law. Zhu Hoxiong cradled his precious grandson, playfully teasing the little one, who responded with gleeful laughter. The onlookers were genuinely happy for him. Once, they had harbored significant grievances against this emperor. Yet now they only wished for him to find ease and solace in the remainder of his days. As the banquet progressed, drinks were exchanged, and soon the atmosphere grew animated, with even the usually stoic Liu Bing chiming in occasionally. The moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the gathering as they savored fine wine and engaged in light-hearted banter. Their conversations ranged from matters of state to trivialities, lacking any coherent structure, yet filled with laughter and merriment. From the onset of spring to the arrival of autumn, Zhu Hoxiong had experienced a period of relaxation and joy. Despite secretly bearing the burdens of the capital, his cousins, son, and grandson had healed the psychological wounds he had carried for decades. Their understanding and guidance had significantly soothed his mental scars, illuminating the darker corners of his psyche. As the night deepened, the guests, having indulged in drink, succumbed to drowsiness, and after sharing mooncakes, retreated to their respective quarters in the inn. Unbeknownst to them, the late emperor, feeling the effects of wine, insisted on discussing the meaning of life with Zhu Boss. Despite Huang Jin and Liu Bing's numerous attempts to dissuade him, they ultimately resigned themselves to the late emperor's whims. Having spent considerable time together, and with the endorsement of the Li family, they felt a degree of trust in Zhu Boss, merely cautioning him not to provoke the late emperor before they departed to the adjacent room. Under the serene moonlight and tranquil night sky, the two brothers sat by the window, gazing up at the resplendent stars, their expressions serene. As summer sweltered, dear readers, do not set your air conditioning too low while you enjoy the coolness. Chapter 27. A peaceful pursuit of immortality. Zhu Hoxiong uttered no further words. As the effects of the wine surged, he continued to gaze at the brilliant night sky. Zhu Hozhao mirrored his actions, lost in contemplation. With the passage of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the leisurely days of the late emperor came to an end. At the port, officials from the 6 ministries and numerous nobles gathered to bid farewell to the late emperor. Zhu Hoxiong stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on his cousin at the rear. In his advanced years, he leaned on a cane, the autumn breeze rustling his white beard, a poignant reminder that this Emperor Zhengde was now buried in the annals of time up to his neck. In my childhood, I found my cousin to be absurd. In my youth, I perceived him as willful, and after ascending to the throne, I now regard him as irresponsible. Yet, it seems there is little to dwell upon now. Zhu Hoxiong gazed intently for a long moment before shifting his gaze to the other side of his cane, where his son supported his arm. The son was also looking at him, though the distance made it difficult to discern his expression, which was likely one of reluctance. After a considerable time, Zhu Hozhong turned and walked towards the cabin. Your subjects humbly bid farewell to the Grand Emperor. In the capital, with Gao Gong's departure, the imperial examination was drawing to a close. The diligent efforts of the Grand Secretary restored stability to the court. Over the course of more than 6 months in power, Zhu Ziyan, though lacking in remarkable feats, successfully transitioned from crown prince to emperor, shedding some of his initial trepidation and gaining a measure of calm confidence. Amidst the crisp autumn breeze outside the capital, the emperor awaited early, while Su Jie and the assembled officials looked on eagerly to welcome their grand emperor. At the steam locomotive station, Liu Bing, who had been sent ahead to scout, returned to report. Grand Emperor, the ceremonial preparations are complete. His Majesty and the officials are waiting. Zhu Hozhong slowly descended from the carriage, glanced at the dragon carriage, and chose to walk. Huang Jin and Liu Bing exchanged a knowing look, tacitly refraining from urging the Grand Emperor to ride, trailing behind him on either side. The officials waited with bated breath. And just as Su Jie was about to lose his composure, the Grand Emperor finally arrived. Your subjects humbly welcomed the Grand Emperor. The ministers bowed in unison. Zhu Ziyan inclined his body in reverence, exclaiming, "Your son greets his father." Zhu Hozhong nodded slightly, scrutinizing his son closely. He noticed the deepening furrows on his brow and could not help but show a look of satisfaction. These past months have been arduous for you, yet they have been worthwhile. Matters of state are paramount, but one must also cherish one's health. You are still young, and there will be times in the future when you must toil. Thank you for your concern, father. Your son shall remember it diligently. Indeed. Zhu Hozhong then turned his attention to the assembled ministers. All rise. Thank you, Grand Emperor. The ministers stood, brushing off the dust from their sleeves. And a thick cloud of dust filled the air. Zhu Hozhong wrinkled his nose, turning to walk towards the dragon carriage behind him. Zhu Ziyan proclaimed with vigor, "Let us return to court." In the Qianxing Palace, Zhu Ziyan provided a detailed report on the work accomplished over the past 6 months. In conclusion, he expressed with embarrassment, "I have disappointed father. I have not been able to enact any constructive new policies. Do not be too hard on yourself. It is common for a new emperor to prioritize stability upon ascending the throne. When your father first took the throne, he too did not implement any significant reforms." Zhu Hozhong replied gently, "Good things often take time. We can enact new policies next year when we change the era name." "Father, I previously mentioned that I would not change the era name," Zhu Ziyan insisted. "Is there any emperor who ascends the throne and does not adopt a new era name the following year?" Zhu Hozhong chuckled. "At this point, do you still think your father passed the throne without sincerity?" "I would not dare to think so. I know you are filial. But if you are dutiful in this matter, what will that mean for your father?" Zhu Hozhong interjected firmly. "After the new year, let us change the era name. Longqing is quite fitting, splendid and festive, perfectly reflecting the current state of the Ming Dynasty." "So be it." Zhu Ziyan hesitated, then sighed and nodded silently. "Father, there is a matter I wish to consult you about." "Speak." "You must have heard of Gao Gong's admonitions, correct?" "Indeed." "Do you believe this national policy holds any feasibility?" Zhu Zichuan inhaled deeply and inquired. Zhu Hozhong smiled faintly and replied, "In the past, it was feasible to abandon 7. Now, to relinquish 3, why not?" Zhu Zichuan's spirits soared. However, he then heard his father, the emperor, say, "There is no rush. Wait until you possess the confidence to believe it can be accomplished before proceeding." Zhu Zichuan's delight diminished slightly as he bowed and responded, "Yes, I understand, my father." "What is it like to be an emperor?" Zhu Zichuan hesitated momentarily before replying. "It is a mixture of trepidation and anxiety, akin to treading on thin ice. Initially, it is always thus. Yet, in time, one becomes accustomed," Zhu Hozhong gently remarked. "This realm is yours. A sovereign must bear the responsibilities and breadth of a ruler, as well as maintain a tranquil disposition amidst turmoil. In facing matters, one should take a measured approach. A gradual pace leads to resolution." "Yes, I shall heed your teachings." "Father," Zhu Hozhong acknowledged with a nod and asked, "In these 6 months of my absence, what have you felt?" Zhu Zichuan, somewhat embarrassed, admitted at first, "I felt a bit flustered and lacked confidence, but it has improved somewhat now. As long as you rely on my protection, you shall struggle to achieve greatness." Zhu Hozhong stated, "Now that you comprehend this truth, you must free yourself from dependence on me." I may shield you temporarily, but ultimately, you must rely on your own strength. Yes, I understand, father. Have Empress Chun and concubine Li conceived the dragon heir? Zhu Zichuan replied, somewhat sheepishly. I have been remiss. They have not yet. You are still young, but matters such as these should not be delayed. I am now unburdened and have long desired to hold a grandchild. Zhu Hozong encouraged, patting his son's shoulder. Work diligently. And you may have Li Shizhen examine them. If there are any ailments, they should be treated and nurtured. I shall obey your command. Zhu Zichuan felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself, I am indeed striving as well. Enough, you should attend to your duties. I shall take my leave. Zhu Zichuan was taken aback. Where are you going, father? To the Grand Hai Xuandian. Zhu Hozong replied matter-of-factly, as the Grand Emperor. Can I still occupy the Qianqing Palace indefinitely? Only if you wish, Zhu Zichuan interjected. I do not wish. Zhu Hozong interrupted, departing. I bid you farewell, father. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Hozong stretched and finally returned. Huang Jin, while tidying the dragon couch, cheerfully remarked, at this season, the Xuanda sweet potatoes have already been harvested. I have arranged for them, and tomorrow the Grand Emperor shall enjoy roasted sweet potatoes. Suddenly, Huang Jin appeared somewhat downcast, sighing. I wonder when Li Qing will return. If it is too late, he might miss out. It won't be long, Zhu Hozong replied softly. Daming is his home. Anyone would long for home. Huang Jin nodded, fearing to evoke her master's own longing for Li Qing, hastily shifted the subject. Grand Emperor, during your time in Jinling, Liu Bing mentioned to me several times that he wished to retire. Retire from what? Zhu Hozong retorted with irritation. First, he is still in the prime of his years. Second, Li Qing has imparted to him the internal cultivation techniques, and he has always maintained robust health. He is destined to outlive both you and me. What reason has he to retire? It is merely concern for the saying, a new emperor brings new ministers. But why should he fret over such a notion? Zhu Hochong scoffed, since he desires a promise, I shall grant him one. Find an appropriate time to convey to him that the new emperor will never distance himself from him. Let him know it is my word. Huang Jin nodded reluctantly and whispered, Your Majesty, Liu Bing does not seek a commitment from the emperor. I am not speaking on his behalf. He is not one who covets power. Zhu Hochong chuckled and shook his head, saying leisurely, Do you think I would harbor discontent towards him simply because he requests a promise? You are mistaken. It is precisely such a Liu Bing that I have painstakingly nurtured and entrusted with my legacy. If he were like you, I would not have appointed him to oversee the Jinyue. Huang Jin curiously inquired, What kind of person am I? A fool. Huang Jin scratched her head and responded with a grin, What of being a fool? Does not your Majesty still favor me? Amused by her demeanor, Zhu Hochong replied, Fetch my elixir. I wish to cultivate. At once, she replied, rushing to retrieve a large jade bottle, pouring out a pill, and offering it to the emperor. However, as Zhu Hochong reached for it, Huang Jin swiftly retracted it and popped it into her own mouth, chewing heartily. Your Majesty, I shall taste it for you to see if it has expired, Huang Jin mumbled, her words muddled. Expired? She smacked her lips and chuckled, strange. It still retains its flavor and efficacy. Saying this, she poured out another pill and handed it forward with an awkward smile. Your Majesty, it is time for you to take it. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Zhu Hochong remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation as he accepted it and swallowed it down. After a period of meditation on the dragon couch, Zhu Hochong slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, his spirit rejuvenated. It has been a long time since I consumed an elixir. Taking one now has surprisingly revitalized my energy. Send the remaining ones to the emperor. He needs it more. And you, Your Majesty? No matter. It shan't be long before more elixirs arrive in the capital. Huang Jin was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with delight, Li Qing is coming back? No. The Li family also has those who can refine elixirs. Li Qing has passed down the knowledge. Who is it? Who do you think? Zhu Hochong teased Huang Jin. Would I dare consume elixirs refined by others? Huang Jin realized and couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. If it weren't for Li Qing's constant concealment of his skills, I would have learned it long ago without troubling the young master. Zhu Hochong playfully scolded. Why the unnecessary chatter? Quickly deliver it to the emperor. I shall take a brief rest. You should rest as well. You are not the only servant here. Indeed. Your Majesty, rest early. I shall go now. Huang Jin bowed and took the large bottle away. Zhu Hochong reclined, covering himself with a blanket, resting his head on a jade pillow, feeling relaxed and content. This journey to Jiangnan had alleviated many concerns and allowed him to let go of numerous burdens. Now, the emperor's reliance on external support was gradually diminishing. Finally, he could peacefully embrace his role as the retired emperor and focus on his cultivation. Zhu Hochong gradually drifted into slumber, his expression serene, the lines of worry on his brow no longer etched deeply. Chapter 28. The wheels of time roll on. The retired emperor abdicated, journeyed to Jiangnan, returned, and truly ceased to involve himself in affairs. After over half a year, the ministers were thoroughly convinced that the troublesome and formidable Jiajing emperor was but a thing of the past. In such circumstances, the ministers were naturally pleased to convene, naturally gravitating towards the new emperor, yet the retired emperor still breathes, leaving uncertainty as to whether he might resume his former role, remotely guiding the new emperor and reclaiming authority. Hence, despite the presence of conflict, restraint prevails. The atmosphere within the court is remarkably gentle. Since the Hongzhi era, a full 60 years have passed, and the tension that had long gripped the court has finally loosened. The emperor diligently governs while the ministers remain compliant, and the national policies of the Jiajing reign are executed with methodical precision. Harmony reigns. The emperor does not vex his ministers, nor do the ministers trouble the emperor. In the blink of an eye, autumn yields to winter, and before one realizes it, the 40th year of Jiajing has come and gone. With the rise of the first red sun of the new year, the era of Jiajing has irrevocably concluded, and a new epoch quietly dawns. The newly appointed executive officer of the Ming Corporation, Zhu Ziqian, takes the stage at the annual meeting, reflecting on the past, envisioning the future, distributing red envelopes, and declaring a new year title, the first year of Li Qing. Zhu Ziqian's imperial aura grows ever more pronounced. Gradually, he becomes less inclined to revere the worthy. During court sessions, he often questions, rebuts, and dismisses the petitions of his ministers. In this regard, Zhu Hozong refrains from interference, granting his son ample space to express himself. Within the inner court, aside from Liu Bing, there is little interaction with others. Even Su Jie finds it exceedingly difficult to secure an audience with the retired emperor. As winter gives way to spring, joy arrives once more. Through the tireless efforts of the emperor, the favored concubine, Lady Li, finally conceives a dragon heir. Simultaneously, the developmental endeavors beyond Jiaguan begin to yield substantial results, connecting Gansu internally and Hami externally, thus establishing a meaningful link between the Ming Dynasty and a portion of the western regions. From this point onward, the Ming's control over the western regions ascends to new heights. With significantly reduced military costs, integration becomes increasingly efficient. The educational policies remain unchanged, and the momentum for widespread education intensifies, with Hanlon scholars and examination students dispatched to rural areas for teaching, becoming a commonplace occurrence. Thanks to various welfare programs associated with rural teaching, there is no need for the emperor to arrange these efforts, as the Hanlon Academy and the Imperial Academy eagerly volunteer. As the majority choose to engage in rural teaching, the preferential welfare benefits cease to exist. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm among Hanlon and examination students remains undiminished. The reason is simple. If everyone participates and you do not, you are destined to sit idle. Once the cycle of competition begins, it is challenging to halt. The wheels of time roll inexorably forward. Even those who have traditionally resisted educational expansion and adhered to a philosophy of governance through ignorance have chosen silence in the face of these developments, for they find themselves powerless to impede progress. Local gentry, unable to contend, choose to join forces, beginning a broad-based support system, small landlords in villages backing their top students, while larger landlords in towns support their own elite. A new cycle of competition and rivalry is firmly established, and any thoughts of regression are but futile dreams. Faced with such circumstances, the prominent figures in the court can only lament from their lofty positions. It is only at this juncture that these once arrogant dignitaries are compelled to lower themselves and eagerly join the fray. There is no alternative. Failure to adapt to the new environment and embrace the new era will lead to inevitable obsolescence. In this prevailing tide, those who oppose must be ground to dust. These significant figures could not help but reflect on how they had arrived at this juncture. Through continuous retrospection and relentless searching, they ultimately discerned the root of the issue. The opening of maritime trade enriched the court, while the decentralization of wealth benefited the common people. The abundant harvests liberated the populace from hunger, empowering them to aspire to a brighter future. Moreover, the proliferation of simplified characters lowered the barriers to literacy. The confluence of these factors gave rise to an extraordinary scene. Since the Yongle era, a century and a half of development had fostered an astonishingly prosperous age, one that evoked trepidation among the powerful. During the spring imperial examinations, the Ming Dynasty produced its first cohort of science laureates. The top scholars, including the champion, the second place, and the third place, were among a mere 17 successful candidates. While this number was modest, and when compared to the literary examination results, it paled in significance, it nonetheless unsettled the Confucian scholars in the court. Among these laureates were individuals who could scarcely comprehend the 4 books and 5 classics, with some barely recognizing all the characters. Yet, they had succeeded. They triumphed through their peculiar skills and cunning. A century and a half of planning, accumulation, and sedimentation had finally culminated in a sudden yet organic emergence. Many found it hard to accept, yet acceptance was unavoidable. The ruse of igniting the examination hall was not a matter of desire, but rather a lack of opportunity and capability to execute. The reason was simple. The hearts of the people had dispersed. When the first individual dared to take the plunge, the conservatives lost their cohesion. No one could guarantee against defection, compelling each to vie for the title of the first traitor. The seeds of class competition had inevitably been sown, flourishing in the richly cultivated soil of a century and a half. Once planted, they took root and thrived vigorously. The resistance was futile, and they were compelled to join in. However, the sheer number of participants rendered the benefits accrued to each individual nearly negligible, far less than what was lost. Yet, there was no alternative. This process felt both natural and sudden, but there was little anyone could do, including the emperor. The emperor, however, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and even took pride in what he perceived as monumental achievements finally coming to fruition. The retired emperor recognized the predicament, yet was powerless to effect change. The times were such that no matter how astute and capable Zhu Hozong was, even his political acumen could not avert the tide, unless, as his eldest son and distant Jinling suggested, they returned to poverty. Yet, the cost of such a retreat was even greater. Li Qing permitted it, yet the era did not. The momentum of the vast wheel of history was too powerful, propelling it inexorably forward. There was no turning back, and even pausing was an impossibility. In the early spring of March, Shantian Prefecture remained cold, still beset by snow. In the Grand Hall, Zhu Hozong donned a heavy cloak, standing beneath the eaves to admire the snowfall. Huang Jin and Liu Bing flanked him, reporting on the lists of candidates for the spring civil, military, and scientific examinations, bringing tidings of joy to the retired emperor. To the emperor, this was indeed a moment of great delight, and Liu Bing shared in this sentiment. Zhu Hozong recognized the significance of this achievement, yet only for the Ming Dynasty, not for the Zhu imperial lineage. Liu Bing and Huang Jin, engaging in an elaborate display of flattery, sang praises in harmony, yet failed to win the favor of the supreme emperor. Zhu Hozong merely listened in silence, offering no commentary once their words had ceased. He gazed blankly at the swirling snow for an extended period, before murmuring, "Li Qing, you have indeed succeeded. Everything has unfolded as you envisioned, according to your meticulous plans. Surely, you must be pleased?" He then offered a bitter smile, pondering the futility of it all. Huang Jin and Liu Bing exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. Could it be that the Supreme Emperor is unwell again? Clearing his throat, Huang Jin spoke with feigned impartiality. Indeed. As it stands, Li Qing has made significant contributions. However, without the Supreme Emperor, without his unwavering dedication over the past 40 years, how could the Ming Dynasty have reached this point? Indeed, Liu Bing hurriedly nodded in agreement, asserting that while the Yongqing Marquis had merit, it was primarily due to the Supreme Emperor's efforts. The two continued their discourse, entirely oblivious that their praises were landing on the wrong target. Zhu Hozong, though not incensed, sighed softly, reflecting, while the momentum is present, how shall we navigate the turbulent waves that accompany it? His cousin, carefree and indifferent, remarked, "I have no idea how he will prevail, but I simply believe he will, without any rationale, just faith." Yet Zhu Hozong could not share this carefree perspective. He was not the owner of a mere establishment. He was the supreme emperor, and his son was the reigning monarch, his descendants destined for the throne. He found it impossible to remain composed, feeling utterly helpless. The one who plays with fire will inevitably get burned, Zhu Hozhong murmured. If it scorches only you, it is one matter. But if it engulfs the realm, how shall you find solace? How shall the emperor cope? What fate awaits the world? Will this prosperous Ming Dynasty dissolve into mere illusion? I fear it may ultimately be nothing but a fleeting dream. He descended the stone steps. Braving the biting wind and the relentless snowfall, his demeanor somber. Under the eaves, Huang Jin and Liu Bing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The Supreme Emperor was indeed unwell again. What should be done? They could not possibly summon the former crown prince to the capital, could they? Inexplicably, both men suddenly recalled Zhu, the owner of the establishment. Though he was frivolous and audacious, he possessed the ability to alleviate the Supreme Emperor's ailments. Liu Bing, should we fetch Zhu to offer counsel to the Supreme Emperor? Huang Jin suggested. But he is of advanced age, and with the river yet to thaw. What if he were to perish on the journey? Liu Bing, though tempted, prudently declined, noting that Zhu was not merely a merchant, but also the father-in-law of the Yongqing Marquis, making it unwise to act rashly. Huang Jin scratched his head and proposed, then perhaps you should summon the emperor. Why don't you go instead? Liu Bing replied, begrudgingly. I still have my duties. If the emperor fails to persuade him, or if the outcome is counterproductive, I might incur his wrath. Huang Jin conceded this point, saying, then I shall attend to the Supreme Emperor while you fetch the emperor. Very well. Liu Bing replied with a forced smile, hastily descending the steps to follow the Supreme Emperor, troubled by his thoughts. He could not help but contemplate how wonderful it would be if the Yongqing Marquis were in the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Hozhong remained lost in his own contemplations, endlessly replaying scenarios in his mind, but could not fathom how Li Qing might triumph. It was not until his son called out to him that he finally snapped back to reality. Father, what troubles you? Zhu Ziyan inquired with concern. Oh, it is nothing. Zhu Hozhong replied dismissively. Zhu Hochong took a deep breath and inquired, has the merchant ship from Britain returned? His father, the emperor, accurately predicted the situation, affirming that it indeed had returned some time ago. Zhu Ziyan lightly brushed the snow off his father's shoulders and remarked, it has merely frozen over, and cannot return for the time being. Let Feng Bao return first. Chapter 29. It is time to contest. I shall issue an edict for Feng Bao shortly. Zhu Ziyan replied. He then asked, Father, you wish to inquire Feng Bao about the matter concerning the Duke of Yongqing, do you not? Zhu Hochong did not deny this, gently stating, a plan of a century can erupt in a single day. Its changes so vast that they are astonishing. Li Qing should indeed return. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyan felt invigorated. Throughout the 11 dynasties of the Ming, Li Qing had been a staple for every emperor. An emperor without the Duke of Yongqing would be incomplete. Noticing the unusual excitement in his son, Zhu Hochong retorted, what are you so delighted about? Do you think Li Qing's return is to assist you? Zhu Ziyan was taken aback, questioning, is it not? Certainly not. Zhu Hochong replied, somewhat irritated. I have already told you that Li Qing will not return to the court, at least not for a long while. Do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. Why not? Zhu Ziyan struggled to accept why he should lack what others possess. Zhu Hochong refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, you can rely only on yourself. As for Li Qing, depending on Su Jie is far more reliable than relying on him. Continuing their walk through the snow, Zhu Hochong subtly shifted the topic. Now that the era has changed, you should begin to cultivate your own circle. Do not disturb Su Jie. Let him remain as a grand scholar. However, you may start to foster a suitable replacement for him. With earnestness, Zhu Hochong advised, do not underestimate Su Jie. The court needs someone like him. There must be a buffer between the sovereign and the ministers, and Su Jie serves as that buffer. Zhu Ziyan nodded gently, hesitant to voice his thoughts. You still wish to rely heavily on Gao Gong, do you? Father, you are astute. Zhu Ziyan spoke candidly. I believe that while Su Jie has significant utility in mediating conflicts, this only pertains to court affairs. For the Ming Dynasty, the state requires talents like Gao Gong. Indeed, you possess keen insight, Zhu Hochong acknowledged. Gao Gong is valuable, but not at this moment. The tumult has only just subsided, and it is not yet time for his involvement. Stabilization is now of utmost importance. Stabilization? Zhu Ziyan responded with dissatisfaction, muttering, Father, did you not previously assert that Gao Gong was the best candidate to replace Su Jie? Zhu Hochong sighed wearily, I did say that. But when has it ever been decreed that the cabinet can only have one grand scholar? Or do you have the confidence to govern alone like your father? Zhu Ziyan was taken aback and retorted, Are you suggesting that the functions of Su Jie be divided among two or more individuals? Roughly speaking, yes. Zhu Hochong replied thoughtfully. Compared to your father, your capabilities are somewhat lacking, and the future political landscape will not permit you to emulate him. That said, Su Jie's role is quite straightforward, to mediate the conflicts between the sovereign and the ministers. Thus, there is little to divide. Strictly speaking, Gao Gong will not inherit Su Jie's role, but rather the authority you delegate. I understand now, Zhu Ziyin acknowledged. Zhu Ziki nodded slowly and inquired. Has Father the Emperor any recommendations for a successor to Su Jie? Zhu Hoxiong pondered momentarily before responding. Li Chunfang, the Vice Minister of Personnel, shares a close rapport with Su Jie. His governance style is also akin to Su's. Should he enter the cabinet, Su would not only refrain from opposition, but would likely welcome the prospect. Zhu Ziki took note of this and asked, Father, are there any others? Zhu Hoxiong cast a sidelong glance at his son and scoffed. You are the emperor. Am I also an emperor? What? Do you intend to rely on others for support? Father misunderstands. I did not mean that, Zhu Ziki replied. Zhu Hoxiong's tone softened as he continued, having been emperor for over a year. You have gained a fundamental understanding of the court and politics. You may decide on the appointment and dismissal of officials. This is your foundation for the Li Qing era. So take charge. Yes, I shall obey, Zhu Ziki replied awkwardly, then remarked, though Father has achieved great accomplishments in cultivation, the weather is indeed quite frigid. You must take care of your health. Zhu Ziki added. Father, do you seem a bit troubled? After a pause, he continued, if you find the capital too stifling, perhaps when the weather warms, you might consider taking a trip to Jiangnan for some leisure. I truly have no inclination to rely on others. Zhu Hoxiong chuckled. Your filial concern brings me great comfort. Pay no heed to Huang Jin's nonsense. I am in good spirits and do not feel stifled in the capital. Focus on your duties as emperor and do not worry about me. Hearing this, Zhu Ziki relaxed slightly and smiled. They say Jiangnan is delightful. I have yet to experience it. Would you recount your travels there, Father? Noticing his father's acquiescence, Zhu Ziki promptly suggested, it's snowing heavily. Let us converse in the hall instead. Zhu Hoxiong gazed at the swirling snowflakes and sighed. This year, the snowfall seems to be prolonged. Alas, it is nearly late March. Zhu Ziki comforted him with a smile. It is merely the last throes of winter. Summer solstice is but a month away. And I anticipate this will be the final heavy snowfall. Indeed, let us hope for that, Zhu Hoxiong concurred. At the Su residence, teacher and student sat facing each other. Su Jie remarked, Uncle Da, your performance in the recent imperial examination was commendable, pleasing the emperor above and leaving no grounds for criticism from the officials below. You have made significant contributions this time. Su Shiyan countered, you overstate my role. It was your guidance and strategic planning that made it possible. Zhang Jujing quickly demurred. I merely acted on orders. How could I claim such merit? With me, you need not be so modest. Su Jie feigned displeasure, expressing a sense of urgency. Your peer, Li Chunfang, has already ascended to Vice Minister of Personnel. Look at your current situation. The transition of imperial power has gone smoothly, and the Ming Dynasty has undergone notable changes. It is time to strive for your own advancement. Zhang Jujing was taken aback, but soon felt invigorated, eagerly looking towards Su Jie. Su Jie did not disappoint him, stating, the officials are already rallying support for you. Tomorrow at the court, I will personally recommend you for the position of Vice Minister of Revenue. Given your qualifications, I believe the emperor will not decline. Zhang Jujing's heart raced. Yet he expressed concern. Will your personal recommendation attract any negative remarks? Su Jie chuckled. It is merely a Vice Minister of Revenue. As a Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, I am capable of such a task. With the ascension of the new emperor and the tide of change sweeping through the era, Su Jie felt a sense of urgency. Though Gao Gong had departed, his unease lingered. Su Jie faintly sensed that he had fallen behind the new era. However, as the leader of the purists, he could only maintain his existing persona. Once that facade crumbled, all would be lost. Time was of the essence. If he did not prioritize nurturing his proud protege, he feared he would be unable to assist him in entering the cabinet before his own departure. No need for modesty. Between us, such formalities are unnecessary. Indeed, Zhang Jujing, shedding his pretensions, rose and performed a deep bow, proclaiming, Su Shi's support is something I shall forever cherish and remember. A faint smile graced Su Jie's lips, but it quickly turned bittersweet as he sighed. The current situation eludes my understanding. The future is shrouded in uncertainty, which is truly disconcerting. Logically, the retired emperor should not be in such a state. Alas, perhaps I am simply growing old. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jujing offered no words of comfort, appearing lost in thought himself. After a prolonged silence, the student echoed the sentiment. Oh, Su Jie collected his thoughts and chuckled. You are still young. How can you share this feeling? It is different now, Zhang Jujing replied with a slight furrow of his brow. Our Ming Dynasty stands unparalleled in history, a fact that has always been true. Previously, I believed that although history was lacking, there were patterns to follow. Yet, now it seems, as you said, the future is clouded in mystery. Su Jie pondered for a moment, then nodded in silence, lamenting, Indeed, our Ming is so powerful and prosperous, yet it instills a sense of trepidation. To speak of forbidden thought, the downfall of our Ming may not come from external enemies, but rather from the people themselves. Zhang Jujing paused, then replied with a gentle smile, It should not come to that. Throughout history, dynasties have fallen due to the people's discontent, yet revolts arise from a lack of livelihood. Our Ming does not suffer from such a flaw. Perhaps I am overthinking, Su Jie sighed, choosing not to delve further into the topic. He then shifted the conversation. Once you enter the Ministry of Revenue, you will inevitably need to engage in social exchanges. But do you have the necessary connections? Zhang Jujing smiled. Though my family is not affluent, we are not impoverished either. I do have some social ties. Su Jie did not press the matter, advising. Once you become the deputy minister, any further promotions will no longer be my recommendation. The emperor must be persuaded to agree. You will need to demonstrate solid political achievements. Gain the support of your peers, and ensure the emperor recognizes your potential for greater responsibility. In short, you must compete when necessary, at the level of deputy minister. Advancing further requires a departure from excessive propriety. I have never considered myself a paragon of virtue. Zhang Jujing cleared his throat, responding earnestly, Your teachings, Su Shi, I shall keep close to my heart. Su Jie nodded, and, noticing the steward enter, promptly halted the conversation and inquired, What is it? Master. The eunuch from the Palace of Ceremonial Affairs has arrived, the steward replied. Su Jie was taken aback, understanding the implication. I shall go at once. Before long, Su Jie returned. Zhang Jujing cautiously asked, Su Shi, it is nearly the end of the Shen hour. The emperor summoned you at this hour. Could it be of great importance? Su Jie instructed the steward to fetch his official robes, stating, Indeed, there is a matter of significance pertaining to the cabinet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jujing felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, one misstep leads to another. He had ultimately missed the golden opportunity to enter the cabinet. The political arena has always been a game of limited positions, and with vacancies currently available, it was the prime moment to ascend. After this, any ambitions to join the cabinet would require not only self-improvement, but also the ousting of those already occupying the positions. The difficulty is incomparable. Su Jie discerned Zhang Jujing's despondency and comforted him, saying, You are still young. I can still work for a few more years, and opportunities will abound in the future. Zhang Jujing quickly concealed his unusual expression and awkwardly replied, Master Su, you misunderstand. I have no such thoughts. Su Jie chuckled, choosing not to press the matter, and advised. Prepare yourself for the role of Deputy Minister of Revenue. That should be your current objective. Yes, outside the Su residence. Zhang Jujing watched Su Jie's sedan chair recede into the distance, tilting his head to gaze at the endless snowfall, his heart heavy with melancholy. Chapter 30. A brilliant scenery BOMM. With Li Qing uttering that peculiar syllable, an ear-splitting explosion suddenly erupted, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. Li Shuer covered her ears, marveling at the dazzling fireworks, and mused, I must admit, in the realm of pyrotechnics, they have not lagged behind us by much. Before she could finish her thought, she realized Li Qing was nowhere to be seen. Glancing around, several dark lines appeared on her forehead, disregarding her grievances. She hurried to catch up. Wait for me. After running for 2 miles, Li Shuer finally caught up with the halted Li Qing. Out of breath, she complained, Why are you running so fast? Li Qing replied nonchalantly, We are thieves. One must be cautious. Li Shuer could not fathom his logic. Just moments ago, while setting fire to the enemy's gunpowder depot, he had acted as if he were in a realm devoid of scrutiny, showing no signs of trepidation. Where to next? Li Qing pulled out a portion of intelligence, yawned, and said, Let us lay low for a while, recuperate our strength, and then burn their warships. Li Shuer swallowed hard. Observing Li Qing in his current state, feeling a sense of dissonance between him and her idealized version of him. Misinterpreting her expression, Li Qing earnestly explained, "If one seizes a sheep and shears it diligently, even a fool can see the wisdom in it. Although we operate in the shadows and they in the light, if we continuously attack their gunpowder depots, how could they not be on guard? Thus, we must avoid frequent strikes and stagger our actions. Today we destroy their gunpowder depot. Tomorrow we incinerate their warships, and the day after we dismantle their shipyards." Seeing Li Shueter still staring at him in bewilderment, Li Qing frowned and said, "I have made it quite clear. Do you still not understand?" "It's not that I don't understand," Li Shueter stammered, "but we came here to uphold justice, not to behave like bandits." Li Qing, unashamed, nodded. "Objectively speaking, we are indeed bandits. Aren't we heroes?" Li Shueter protested. Li Qing rolled his eyes. "I am not as audacious as you, intruding upon their territory to wreak havoc while pretending to be a hero. You truly have a knack for self-aggrandizement. Run, run," Li Qing declared, his words synchronized with his actions as he swiftly vanished into the night. Li Shueter, feeling both frustrated and resigned, had no choice but to follow suit. Truly, this was nothing like her imagined quest of robbing the rich to aid the poor. It felt utterly shameful. The following day, as the two walked down the street, Li Qing appeared entirely unperturbed, a stark contrast to his previous night's anxiety. Li Shueter felt her perception of Li Qing begin to crumble. Ever since their arrival in Britain, Li Qing's persona in her mind had been slightly shattered. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning of a greater disillusionment. However, the mischievous Li Qing seems to possess an even greater charm. "Watch where you're going. Why are you looking at me?" Li Qing kindly cautioned. "Be careful not to step in something unpleasant. If you do, keep your distance from me." Li Shueter ventured a topic. "Is there much difference from your last visit?" "That depends on the aspect," Li Qing replied leisurely. "If we consider the common folk, there is hardly any difference. Perhaps it is even slightly worse. Yet, when it comes to military strength, the distinction is significant. Although I did not delve into details last time, at least back then, the Franks had not yet become so arrogant as to openly declare their intentions to divide and colonize the world. Despite its many drawbacks, one cannot deny that the development speed under this model is nothing short of terrifying. It can even be said there is no faster alternative. No matter how flourishing one's business may be, it cannot compare to the simplicity of outright conquest. The reason wealth has gravitated towards the Ming is not merely a consequence of colonial development, but rather due to the ruling class's short-sightedness and political immaturity. Of course, judging from the Ming perspective, it may appear somewhat oppressive. The world is vast, and perhaps only China's historical politics have endured and been passed down through the ages. The Zhou learned from the merchants, the Qin from the Zhou, and the Han from the Qin. Although the journey has been fraught with twists and errors, in the grand scheme, progress has been made, whether in political systems or dynastic institutions, consistently moving forward. In the context of the feudal dynasty's institutional framework, there has been ongoing refinement and maturation. Given this scenario, it is hardly surprising that the Franks find themselves in such a predicament. It is not that they are incapable, but rather that their opponents are formidable. Listening to his narrative and analysis, Li Shueter inquired curiously, "So, does this mean that mere sabotage on our part cannot extinguish their ambition for world dominance?" "Of course not," Li Qing asserted. "Within this model, they have amassed immense benefits and achieved unprecedented growth. Their path dependency has become ingrained. Even if the king were an extraordinary ruler, he could never abandon this developmental trajectory. The momentum of the situation transcends individual will. What of Britain? They too will follow this path," Li Qing continued. "Just as the Qin, after unifying the realms, claimed the titles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and referred to themselves as emperors. From that point onward, the title of emperor became the ultimate aspiration of countless heroes. For over a millennium, which hero could resist the call of heaven, seeking longevity and prosperity?" Li Shueter nodded gently. "What will be the ultimate outcome of this path?" "Destruction through backlash," Li Qing replied with conviction, then added, "Not only this colonial path, but even our current dynastic system will inevitably lead to ruin." "So you are advocating for reform?" Li Qing nodded. "It is the only viable path. But we too have our path dependency," Li Shueter remarked. "That is why I have endured through 11, no, now 12 dynasties." Li Qing sighed. "Fortunately, I am an immortal. Otherwise, after a century of effort, I could not have achieved reform. Even if I could, I would not live to see the day of its success." Li Shueter pondered and asked, The current environment seems conducive to reform. How long until we achieve success? Who can say for certain? Perhaps we can make a rough estimate. Li Qing pondered for a moment and remarked, if all goes smoothly, it will take about a century. However, the reforms I aspire to do not entail an immediate leap to my era. That is simply impossible. What I seek is a gradual transformation, with capital being one of the pivotal elements. Li Qing tentatively suggested, why not wait a little longer? Allow the right moment to mature further. After all, you have already waited through 12 dynasties, so what is a bit more time? Li Qing chuckled heartily and replied, it is no longer within my purview to decide. Even if I were to do nothing from this point onward, the reforms would still proceed as scheduled. Why? Because my words no longer hold weight. Even if I wish to halt the process, it cannot be stopped. Forcibly interrupting the momentum would lead to the inevitable collapse of the Ming Dynasty. With no remedy in sight, Li Qing fell silent for a moment before saying, regardless, I hope you can maintain a tranquil heart. What is gained is my fortune. What is lost is my fate. As you mentioned, defeat can still be remedied. With you and the Li family, the Ming Dynasty can still find its footing. Also, my previous nonsensical remarks were mere ramblings. As you said, I know nothing, so please do not take them to heart. Li Qing nodded with a smile. He felt a strong conviction regarding the reforms and was almost impatient to see them unfold. After indulging in revelry for more than half a month, the notorious duo of bandits emerged once more. Their first act was to set ablaze 3 enemy warships. After lying low, they struck again, incinerating a shipyard. This cycle of hiding and re-emerging continued. Eventually, the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Portugal could no longer remain idle, implementing a state of emergency and conducting widespread manhunts at any cost to capture the culprits. After a lengthy 6-month investigation, Li Qing and Li Qing found themselves among the list of suspects compiled by these foreign individuals. Lacking concrete evidence, the accusations were purely speculative. Yet, it seemed that evidence was not a prerequisite for them. Due to their appearances, the duo soon found it untenable to remain and had no choice but to flee to the Kingdom of Spain to continue their nefarious activities. Though Li Qing was unafraid of the royal forces, he was acutely aware of the need to protect Li Qing, and he preferred to avoid direct confrontations. It was far more prudent to engage in clandestine misdeeds, conserving effort and minimizing complications. Guerrilla tactics offered superior cost-effectiveness. Consequently, the victims became the Kingdom of Spain. Li Qing transformed into a veritable harbinger of destruction, setting fire to, exploding, and demolishing anything of value he encountered. His ruthlessness was unparalleled, and the anguish he inflicted was beyond comprehension. If one were to encapsulate the ruler's fury towards Li Qing in a single Chinese phrase, it might be, "Vile scoundrel. I wish I could devour your flesh and flay your skin." Biomem. The night sky repeatedly ignited with resplendent flames, complemented by Li Qing's wicked grin and the curses of his adversaries, creating a stunning spectacle. Li Qing reveled in this chaos, while Li Qing passively shared in the enjoyment. As May arrived, the lingering chill finally dissipated, and the sun shone warmly upon the verdant branches. As Feng Bao returned to the capital, the Ming Dynasty's merchant ships finally reached Jinling. The adverse weather had prolonged the trade with Britain, but the outcome was still fruitful, with the currency brought back in full and holds filled with woolen jackets. In the Grand Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Hozong, attended by Huang Jin, donned a thick woolen jacket and exclaimed, "I must say, the design is quite unique and fitting. Of course it fits well." This was specifically chosen by Feng Bao to match the physique of the retired emperor. The esteemed Emperor Emeritus is pleased, and such a woolen jacket is worth 5 magnificent treasure ships. Feng Bao chuckled, assuring that not a single piece of Ming silver currency was left behind. Zhu Hozhong removed the garment once more and inquired, "Has the emperor been duly informed?" "Indeed. His Majesty has already issued an edict for the shipyard in Longjiang to construct vessels." Feng Bao, aware of the true purpose behind the Emperor Emeritus's summons, preemptively stated, "Lord Yongqing entrusted me with a message for your Majesty, urging you to take good care of your health. He suggests that now you have passed the throne to the Emperor, you might relax a bit, as he will not remain overseas for long. Once he has attended to his pressing matters, he intends to return to Ming." Zhu Hozhong scoffed, "Whether he returns or not is of no concern to me. Who is it that wishes for his return? Is there any indication of a time frame?" "Allah." Feng Bao nearly faltered, momentarily taken aback, before responding. "In reply to your Majesty, Lord Yongqing did not specify a precise time, but from the essence of his words, it appears he shall not be away for long. He mentioned that there are urgent matters in Ming that require attention soon.